monk.com, and it makes
Send me a link.
I've ever drank in my life. So it's the best sweetener I know.
What's monk fruit good for, Ryan?
Well, it's kind of like stevia in the sense of it's a very, very low calorie alternative sweetener that's plant based and like non-toxic.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think I heard Indy and QE talking about all that earlier.
Yeah, they might have been. I think they were talking more about steaks and stuff, but I was only listening to half of that conversation, so maybe they were. I don't know. But yeah, it's a lot like stevia, except that it's just a lot more agreeable for most people's taste buds than stevia, because like at least half of the population of the world, thinks stevia is nasty tasting. I like stevia.
And apparently,
monk
apparently some are claiming that monk fruit sweeteners are safer than stevia, as though stevia is unsafe. I've never heard that part before, but it's claiming that it's a safer option than stevia for some reason. And I don't feel like reading that article, but yeah. Let me drink my coffee first so I can keep being awake.
I'd be so curious of what that is, because I've taken stevia by the spoonful.
I'll send you the link because I'm lazy. You can check it out.
I've been using stevia for 3 years.
Keep in mind, I'm just like looking at a Google search thing, which could be modified by people with agendas.
It could be just, like, there could be people getting confused by, products.
Searches.
But, like, you can understand, just like how I gave you the example of how, they falsely advertise monk fruit extract in the stores commonly, and they'll just give you a big bag full of erythritol. Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking, maybe they're listening to the same thing about stevia. Maybe it's just a bunch of, because they do the same thing with stevia. There's a lot of products out there that are a bunch of random other ingredients with a small amount of stevia, and they'll just label the product stevia.
There should be great outrage about this, because that false advertising is effectively poisoning if somebody's allergic to something and they put that in there and lie about it.
Put it this way, they fearmonger distilled water, so...
I should probably be drinking it because it takes minerals out of stuff, so I have kidney stones. Maybe
I was going to ask you
water, get the minerals out.
I don't know why the fuck you're not, man. You go on.
Because I'm a retard. It's okay. I'll catch up.
Orion, what was that chemical you were saying?
Monk fruit.
What? Oh yeah, what's in it? Erythritol.
Oh yeah, erythritol is a sugar alcohol, and it's actually the healthiest of the sugar alcohols. To be fair, as far as actual consumption goes, now I want to make that clear. It's the healthiest as far as consumption and like actually swallowing it goes. There's other sugar alcohols that have other purposes. Like take for instance xylitol is a sugar alcohol, but that's much more useful for cleaning your teeth and much less useful as a sweetener.
That gives me migraines.
Erythritol is not that bad, because that's what's in this. I've got organic stevia, and it says ingredients, sweetener, and then in brackets erythritol, organic steviol glycosides.
So when it says that, it's an extract from. It just means specifically a particular type of extract that they take from the plant, I think is what they mean by it. It's in essence stevia. But yeah, so the thing about erythritol is it's mostly derived from corn, or I think sometimes algae, weirdly enough. But I think most of it's made from corn. And
so this says
corn syrup.
This just says erythritol, and then it says organic steviol. So it's from the steviol plant.
In brackets?
Yeah, in brackets, yeah.
So like erythritol, it's kind of an odd thing. Strangely enough, like when I first started using it, it kind of made me like sick to my stomach, but doesn't seem to these days, which is an odd thing. I don't know, maybe develop a tolerance to it. But anyway, people react differently to it. But the thing is that
Oh, where'd he go? We lost you.
He'll be back. Oh, they're censoring you, man.
It's the sugar company.
What's funny is it was right when never mind. Well, I just started reading this thing in the headline for a CNN article that talks about the side effects of monk fruit sweeteners and blood clotting and all this other stroke, heart death. They're fear-mongering. That's exactly what Orion was saying.
That's kind of a hilarious thing for me to hear, because I've consumed copious amounts of both stevia and monk fruit over the last 10 years.
Oh no, Orion.
Spoonfuls upon spoonfuls upon spoonfuls, both of these things. So it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Wait. Who are we echoing?
But I was going to say about the erythritol is just keep in mind, erythritol. It's
big
not
your hot mic and bro.
Good or bad.
Sorry, dude.
It's low in calories. So it has 1/20th the calories of regular sucrose. So sucrose.
I started hearing myself and it weirded me out.
We're losing you, Orion.
Yeah, you're coming in kind of fuzzy, like you're drifting off to. Are you in like an aether ship or something, flying past the Orion belt? Like you're really far off, man. Yeah, not outer space, just regular space. The one you can see. There's clouds up there.
Hey,
shit.
Rejoined us.
Hey, Big Root.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to get you to just mute up and not talk. It was just we were talking through, and then I heard myself and it got weird.
So rude, Ethergrass.
I'm sorry. I apologize for being weirded out by hearing myself.
Testing 1 2 3.
Yeah,
you guys hear me?
Much better, mate. Yeah,
you're coming in loud and clear now.
All right, so I was just gonna let you know the calorie totality of this erythritol thing. So erythritol is a sugar alcohol, and it's the lowest calorie of all the sugar alcohols in the sugar alcohol category. All right, there's like 10 of them or something like that. I don't remember how many there are, but anyway, so take for instance xylitol. It has 50% the calorie of regular table sugar. All right, so when you're eating xylitol, you're still increasing your blood sugar level, but you're increasing it at half the capacity of regular table sugar. So you're kind of doing better, but you're kind of not. But you keep in mind, these sugar alcohols, they taste different. They don't all taste the same. So one thing might taste one way to another person. One thing might taste another thing to another person. Like something might make coffee taste good for one individual, and one thing might coffee taste good for another individual. So I'm just saying that erythritol just happens to be the one that's the lowest in calories, and to be more precise, it's 1/20th the calories per spoonful as regular table sugar. So it does have calories in it, but it's so much less that they can legally say 0 calories on the back of a product, even though that's technically not true. With the erythritol added, they're technically lying, but whatever. The government doesn't go after for that. Whatever. I'm just saying what it is. So yeah, there are calories in erythritol. There's just very, very few.
Stevia, have you had it unprocessed, like the leaf? Have you ever put the leaf in your mouth? It actually tastes pretty cool. It's very sweet.
I've had like a green powder derived from it, which has kind of a funny flavor that's very different from the white powder that's much more refined. I kind of like it, but I think maybe the fiber in it or something, I'm not sure what it is, but whenever I consume it in like more of a whole leaf form, it kind of gives me a stomach ache somehow. I don't know why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to have a plant growing. I might still actually have it. Kids used to go outside and suck on the leaf and then spit it out. It's pretty cool.
But yeah, I love doing that with mint plants. Apparently mint is native here in Oregon where I live. And back when I was a child, there was a lot of mint growing in my parents' the side yard next to the house. And so yeah, my brother Kurt and I would just rip off the leaves and chew them and then spit them out. Taste the mint. Yeah, it's fun.
Pretty cool. Mint's a weed, basically. Just once it's in the ground, you can't get rid of it. It's crazy.
thought it was funny. But my brother Peter told me that he used to love mowing the lawn, and when he'd get to the mint part, it would be so great because there's a bunch of mint being blended up in front of him, and be like, "Oh, it smells so good." Another funny thing I've learned about plants recently, just in the last weekend, because a friend of mine was showing me, was that apparently honeysuckle, the vine, is apparently kind of like catnip in the sense of it makes a certain percentage of catnip of cats, like it makes them high when they like sniff it or eat it or whatever, or get near it. And so he bought a honeysuckle plant, and he had his cat over at my apartment. And his cat was like going all like extra nuts or whatever and getting all like high or whatever because he had this honeysuckle plant. I just thought that was funny. By the way, in case any of you are wondering why they call it a honeysuckle plant, it's because when you take the white flowers, you can pluck them off the vine, and when you take
the back of it,
you can suck the back of it, and a little bit of a nectar or whatever that you can find in it. It tastes sweet and kind of like candy.
Yeah, it's delicious. We used to have one. I used to walk past it up the driveway on the way back from school and just grab a couple and...
Anyone here growing food at the moment?
No. Oh, yeah, I got herbs, but that's about it.
Got the herbs?
Yeah, got heaps of plants in the house, but no. No. I got a mate that just gives me some of that. But
I wish.
Too hard, man. Like,
to be a responsible adult now, don't you?
Thinking it. Oh, yeah. And I don't smoke that much anymore either, so it's just occasionally.
I haven't done it in like
when we're
20 years.
Oh, yeah. We do it. We just do it occasionally when we got no kids around or something like that. We might sit down, have a smoke, and watch a movie or something, you know. But it might be like once a month or something, you know, like maybe even less.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You go into
Missus, she gets stoned off 2 puffs anyway, so I'm the one who gets. I get stuck with the rest of it, and then I go, "Oh, I had too much," you know.
That's pretty cool.
But the worst thing is, I just talk. Like, I talk shit. She just looks at me and goes, "Oh my god, I'm gonna shut up. Can you just shut up?"
That's funny.
I talk and I tell stories, and then I laugh at my own stories.
Yeah, for sure, man.
She's sitting there staring at me, not laughing.
As long as you're enjoying yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. Funny though, I think the stories are hilarious.
Mate, I haven't even been drunk with my wife.
No?
Nah. It's not like we're straighty 180 or anything. It's just, I don't know, just never happened.
You just don't get smashed, yeah?
Like, I've seen her drunk. She's seen me drunk. Never at the same time. It's like, yeah.
Was that why? Because someone's always driving, or just...
You know what it's like. Someone has to be responsible adult.
Yeah, true. Yeah, with the kids and that. You got young ones though, yeah?
Youngest to twin boys has 7. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You got girls, don't you? You got 2 girls, don't you?
No, I got 2 boys and then a girl.
I'm thinking of someone else then.
Everyone's out tonight. I'm here by myself.
Oh, I was wondering why you're on so late.
Yeah, Mrs. Everyone's out. Mrs. is meeting up with her friends. They're in the city. She works in the city. So she's gone out for a couple of beers. She goes, I'll be home soon. I said, don't rush. I'm enjoying it.
If you don't want to sit on the couch by yourself, have a puff, Dimbo, tell yourself stories.
Tell us some stories. Yeah, exactly.
I can't talk to myself.
He probably won't even take it off mute by accident. He'll be talking all night to himself, thinking he's funny.
Yeah. I'm having a couple of beers, but
I can relate to that scene, man. If you just blabbing shite, man, the other person's not amused.
Yeah,
but you're
it's like she's staring at me. Shut the fuck up. She wants to say, shut the fuck up. Like, imagine sitting down with someone, putting on a movie, and then that person talks and laughs at himself the whole movie.
Depends on the movie.
All movies are shit. That's the problem.
Have you seen Pineapple Express?
Yeah, that's funny.
I love that movie, man. Me and my wife watch it all the time.
Is that Seth Rogen? Seth Rogen, is it? Yeah. It was pretty funny.
Don't look into the actors anymore, but the movie itself is really good.
Yeah, I'm taking on face value.
Yeah, I don't look into actors or music people or anything anymore. I don't want to hear their life story. I don't want to hear anything about their personal shit. I just wanted their entertainment stuff. They just buzzkill it.
Oh, it's so, them trying to be these, like, they think they're so important, don't they,
Well, they kind of are, in a way, influential in that sort of regard. But
well, yeah, people have given them power.
Yeah, so far removed from reality, there's not any point listening to them anyway. So,
yeah.
But great entertainers, that's for sure.
You guys need to cut back on emissions. What do you mean? You just flew around the world with fucking 10 tons of speakers. By yourself.
It's like
moron.
The ones for gun control.
Yeah, but it was really important, so I flew here just to tell you that you can't fly anywhere.
Yeah.
I feel bad. I feel bad for celebrity actors and all that. They're totally stuck. If they do somehow wake up to stuff, they can't do anything about it, man. Must be torture.
Yeah, because they're stuck in a contract. Is that what you mean?
Well, more than that. I'm sure they have their contracts for some stuff, but we know the whole establishment will turn against them if they really start opening their mouths on the right types of things.
Yeah, they get walked all over.
Look how far Owen Benjamin had to go to supposedly get out of Hollywood, you know?
Yeah, all the way to the country.
Yeah. Total off-grid lifestyle.
Yeah, I really like that guy. I was listening today here to 24/7, and someone was talking about how Katy Perry was going through like an FE stage, and then all of a sudden she's got this interview with Neil deGrasse.
Yeah, that's Elijah that was talking about that.
Yeah, I didn't know that was an actual.
I don't know the names of what it was, but they managed to get Katy Perry on their podcast. Flat Earthers, of course, and they got Katy Perry on, and they managed to get her, questioning it and thinking about it. And he was pointing out how, like the very next day, Neil deGrasse Tyson had a sit down with her, a meeting with her to say, no, It's a fucking globe, eh? You can't be thinking that shit.
Same fucking thing happened with Joe Rogan. They had that big 4-hour thing with Eddie Bravo and this and that, and the next week he was on that fucking deGrasse Tyson was on, and then he flipped on the moon landing that same week.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I never watched him again.
There's just so much paperwork, Dimbo.
Yeah.
You can't deny the paperwork.
Was that his reasoning?
Yeah, pretty much. Neil deGrasse saying there's no way we could forge that much paperwork.
Like proof.
No, that was moon landing proof.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, Neil, you're right. You didn't forge that much paperwork because there's like one fucking notepad of just doodles and scribbles because you did fuck all. You know, the type of shit you write, you're just scribbling down in the back of class when you're young. It's nonsense.
Yeah, you're just drawing pictures.
Yeah.
Of faces and stuff like that.
They're, of course, drawing fucking dicks and balls, no doubt. Yeah. It's just hilarious.
Or balls touching other balls.
Oh, they're getting closer.
Gravitational.
So sensual.
Look at my triangular axis. Spherical axis, sorry.
You say triangulus?
Yeah, triangular axis.
What the? Pyramidus axis.
Look at my spherical axis.
So yeah, paperwork.
Yeah, paperwork.
I don't envy them. These famous people, man. What hell they live in.
Ugh. That's hell on earth. Being famous.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and they're in the belly of the beast, man. They see all the nasty shit taking place in Hollywood.
Yeah. Imagine their psyche as well, because guarantee they all say, "Oh, I don't read comments." Bullshit. I bet you they sit there in the middle of the night in their fucking bed by themselves, reading all the comments on their posts, going, "Oh, these people hate me. Oh, this person loves me. Oh, this person hates me."
So this is the way
it'd be mental.
The way I picture it is if they are legit, like the type that get in and say that they're going to make enough money and get out or whatever, by the time they make enough to feel comfortable and all that, they've probably lost all their family and friends anyway. So they're kind of stuck in a system, I would imagine, if they came from almost nothing to making it pretty big.
Yeah. And what's enough?
Yeah, like for me, enough would be...
You're different than they are.
Yeah, I know. Pay off the debts and be content. And yeah, but like for them, it might be more perpetual. Yeah. Especially if you become a lot more famous, you'll need security and you won't be able to trust anyone, even your security guards. You can't trust them, so you'd have to rotate them and all the there'll be so many things.
Then you got your Jetstar lifestyle, so you got to keep that up.
Yeah. Your friends constantly hitting you up for some cash, or your family members expecting, a house or whatever. Oh, could you be never ending?
Whale bladder moisturizer, you got to have that every week.
I know this. There's another one that's worse than that. If you haven't heard of it,
little boys thing.
Yeah. But that's why these flat earthers or supposed flat earthers that are famous, like Shaq and stuff like that. I don't even know.
He recanted, didn't he?
Officially? I think so, yeah. I think they do it for attention. I don't think they... Who knows?
Is there any famous flat earther that didn't recant?
Yeah, this guy called Jedi.
Oh, aye.
Yeah, I'm standing on my fucking chest and saying that I ain't recanting nothing.
Middle of the train station.
Sounds like he's on a globe. Like, who's that basketball player?
Fucking Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
He didn't step back from anything, did he? Look what happened to him.
Did he do an FE thing or not? Or are you talking about the other stuff?
He did a flat Earth thing, and then he did that other thing.
Yeah.
He never apologized for anything. I don't think he's playing because he wouldn't get the thing.
Yeah. Okay.
I think they got rid of him, didn't they? Let's have a look. That'd be interesting.
Next minute, Neil deGrasse
He's still playing.
He's still
He's
playing.
still playing.
Yeah, he's still playing.
Oh, interesting.
And he definitely hasn't took anything back.
Yeah.
I'm going to sound real conspiratorial, but do you think they do that on purpose to make it a joke? Let him get away with it, to make it seem like you're just the pleb that can't get away with it, while this guy's making millions.
Or see, real conspiracy theorists do exist.
Now, if I can remember, they really tried to get rid of him, and they tried to get the clubs to ban him. But he's such a big player. I mean, he's such a good basketball player. It's like trying to ban Ronaldo or something.
Oh, really? Okay.
Basketball. Yeah, he's one of the greatest out who's ever played.
How are you, big?
Plus, he had quite a lot of support as well from just the people. I think
from flat earthers.
They all came out. Yeah, flat earthers, and there was a few other subjects he was talking about. So a lot of different people came out to support him outside the stadiums and protested and things like that.
Well, there was one stage, like, he didn't get thinged, and then, but all the supporters, all the spectators could come in the stadiums unthinged, but the players still had to be thinged. Did you hear about
that? Yeah. Fucking crazy.
It's like, oh, you still can't play because you're not thinged. He goes, but I'm sitting but he sat in the crowd with all the spectators that weren't, while his mates were playing basketball. It's fucking crazy. People are nuts.
Yeah, he endured though, man. I mean, there was so many people at the start in basketball that said they weren't going to do it, and then they did, and then his own team turned on him, and then he lost his sponsorships, and media were attacking him. And when you asked him about it, he was just like, "I'm still not getting it. Sorry." Like, just calm. Yeah.
Was he? So he did an FE thing. Was he the one talking about, when I drive, I don't see the horizon or something like that? I think he might have been one of the first basketballers.
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, he said it was Shaq as well. I think they were on the same show.
Yeah, I think Shaq backed down though after a bit.
Yeah. I think there was some news conference, and they go, "Hey, Kyrie, what's the Earth, man?" He goes, "Flat, man." Something like that. From memory. That was like years ago.
Yeah.
Like 6-7 years ago.
A few of them come out with him, to be honest, but then they all went quiet on it and backed off. But yeah, he's the only one, really. Him, the only two people I can think of in America who came out publicly was him and B.O.B.
Yeah, the rapper. Yeah.
And they've not backed down. Yeah. And they'll still openly
And where
talk
did
about it in their songs. Yeah.
go? Nowhere.
Well, he's got like a little cult following now. He's got loads of mixtapes and albums, and everything's really conscious. Yeah. I still listen to him.
Is there any good songs you'd recommend that you could post up?
Yeah, he's just started making music again. He's got a good one called Clones. He's got a good one where he talks about, I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called TED Talk. And he's got one where he addresses Flat Earth and basically how Flat Earth ruined his career, but the Earth's still flat, basically. But like he basically says in the tune that he wouldn't have come out publicly if he'd have known what was going to happen.
Yeah, sad, hey. In a way, that's...
Yeah, because he was super A-list, wasn't he, at the time? Like, he was really big.
I'm just trying to find all these old memes.
Yeah, he's got a new tune called Clones, and he's got a lyric where he says, "Is it just me, or is artificial intelligence mimicking melanin?" Do you know what? I've forgotten the lyric now, but when the song's playing, I can say every single lyric. But all of a sudden, I've gone blank. But yeah, check that tune out, Clones. He's got some good lyrics in there.
Nice.
That's it. What if artificial intelligence mimicking melanin? What if melanated people was somebody's experiment? No, I don't know why I'm still trying. No, it's gone. You'll have to watch this. You'll have to check the song.
What's happening with your phone, Big Root? Or
My phone.
yeah, you're getting like a bit. Or your phone
What's the
or your
sound?
computer. Or, yeah, you're getting a weird electronic sound.
It's probably my headset.
I didn't hear it.
No?
Too many
Is
beers.
there anybody new in the chat, guys? There's a couple of names that I don't recognise.
We got one here. I know it's Eddie.
Hey guys.
Who? Jedi?
There's one. What's up?
Who's
Who's
who
Lionel?
were you?
Has anybody spoken to Lionel?
Lionel. I tried. Lionel, are you there? Please open your mic. He's a Globe Skeptic, Cogdis VIP, Sun and Moon, and Link Embedded roles. He's been around. No,
Wow.
you're roboting.
Epic roboting.
Keep your fucking Jesus Christ, mate. Is it? I'm on a train anyway, guys. So I'll let the introductions up to you.
No worries, mate. When you get some free time, jump back in. Yeah, Eddie. Sorry, mate. How you going? Welcome back.
Yo,
How's things?
I just have a question to your clone song. Is it from Bob?
B.O.B. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I remember that. I recognized it. I was like, dude, I heard this lyric somewhere, but I wasn't sure. Awesome song, by the way.
Yeah, he's really good now. He's got a few out now.
Yeah,
Is it copyrighted?
I guess so.
Mm.
Well, it's not on Apple Music or Spotify. You can only listen to it on YouTube for some reason. But I think it's because of the lyrics, to be honest.
He has
Okay.
some good lyrics.
Yeah, but I think he's the best conscious rapper. I mean, I don't know anybody else who can go so deep and be so cool.
There
Right.
is one in Germany, but he's not getting close to this, and it's German. But it's quite like what he does.
There's this other guy called Big Root. He's pretty good too.
Yeah, he's all right.
He's good. Pop some of your songs in the live stream, Big Root, for Eddie to look at.
Yeah, good shout. Yeah, we'll do.
Eddie, have a look out for some of this music, mate. It's good.
What do you mean? Sorry, the connection is breaking up here. It's clipping.
No, you're right. So Big Root here in the live stream, he's going to post some of his music. He's a rapper from England, like conscious rap or red pill, or what would you call it, Big Root? Kind of conspiracy minded, but
Yeah, I'd say conscious, really. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, mate.
Have a
Whatever.
listen.
All it
Good
is.
stuff.
All it is 4 tunes that I did during lockdown because I had nothing else to do. That's it. I don't even do it properly, but I had a lot of free time at the time. Yeah, I've put a song in the voice live stream. That's a conscious one. That's a cool one. And then if you go on my page, there's another couple on there as well. And then there's another one on there. I don't know if you've seen it, Timbo. There's one on there that I've got 200,000 views on called Money Man.
Which one?
There's one that is not conscious. Let's just put it that way. It was posted 16 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you've not heard that one, you should check that one out. That was me in my adolescence rolling with the boys. Let's just put it that way.
Cool. I'll have a look at it.
But it's a vibe.
I've listened
This
to
looks
these
cool.
a fair few times as well. So
It's on the radio. That History is a Debunk is on the radio, the Flat Earth radio. So it gets played in there a bit. But the other one, No One Knows, that one's actually shadow banned. So you guys can't even have it on your playlist.
yeah.
That's annoying.
Oh,
I really like Mr. Traumatic though. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, Spike got me onto him.
Oh, he's a good rapper, man.
he's a bit hit and miss sometimes with his lyrics. Are a bit too much for me sometimes.
Yeah.
When you start talking about how he's a demon and all this sort of stuff, it's like it's a little bit too much.
I think he's just a bit of a druggie. As well.
Yeah.
Oh, he loves to smash it, doesn't he?
Yeah. Probably on other shit as well, some of the stuff he talks about.
Yeah.
Talking about interdimension, I'm not going to repeat what he says, but some filthy shit. Yeah.
I think there's a bit of DMT going on in there.
Oh.
Bath salts.
I'm just going through all my old photos, trying to find my old memes, FE memes. Just check out this picture in the live stream. This is what I was up to while everyone was at home. Every time they tighten the grip, this is what I would do.
Oh yeah, Tom McDonald is cool.
Are you going around stealing timber?
No, not stealing it.
Stealing timber.
Making garden beds.
Ah.
Nice.
That picture, yeah, nice. I'm on the live stream here on YouTube. I get it a little bit later.
Got to keep them slugs away.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, not so much at the moment because it's cold, but yeah. My garden space doubled over the last 3 years, that's for sure. It's been good.
Wow.
That's good, man.
Heaps, like 20 garden beds now, plus 20 plus, actually, more than 20. It's nuts.
Wow. This is so cool.
Have you got the potatoes in yet, or what?
No, we've got sweet potatoes going, but not potatoes.
Where you live?
We can in Sydney.
In Australia? Wow. And you have so much garden thingies. This is awesome.
Yeah, man.
Man, I'm from Germany. It's like, wow. Like imagining having a garden with 21, like this timber wood. It looks so good to me. Wow. Really, keep it up, man.
I live on a corner block, so we use the front yard as well as the backyard.
Uh-huh.
And, yeah, I really recommend it. If you got the time and energy, it's really worth it. But I have to admit, my wife does most of the hard work.
Oh.
I do all the heavy lifting. She does the fun stuff.
Yeah, you just steal the timber.
The pruning.
I just steal the timber in my car. That's completely inappropriate to pick up timbering. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
We've been getting into it. Yeah, we've been getting into it a lot. My dad's built like a big netted cage so we can have blueberry bushes and put all the strawberries in there.
Oh man!
And this, yeah, and we've had a robin we've got loads of birds in the garden that keep coming back, so we keep feeding them. And this robin has literally moved in. He built a nest in one of the planters. So now if you go into the planter, you lift up, I can't remember what it is, it's a strawberry plant. There's a nest of chicks in one of our planters, just living there. Yeah, and we're watching them grow. And the robin, he comes, we know where his nest is. But he's very friendly. But he doesn't go into his nest while we're looking. He waits for us to look away and then he sneaks in.
Pretty cool, man.
But yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's a cool thing about having a garden. You know, the animals come and you start seeing the same ones again and again. Yeah.
I live in an apartment construct. I have a garden, kind of like, everybody can have it, and there's mostly people looking out the windows when you are in the garden and doing something like a barbecue or something. Like you have always like these observers, and we have a forest here and a planetarium, like from the university where they look the stars, man. It's so like it looks like Disneyland. It's just for fun. It doesn't do anything, but they say they look the stars there. So yeah.
Can you get in there?
Yeah, it's university property. So you walk around in the forest, and then there's this kind of like a hill to the street where the apartments are, and up that hill the forest begins, and there is this, we call it planetarium. I don't know, it's the German word or English. Yeah, okay. And it has a couple of round thingies going on there where the telescopes are in there, and some old building that looks like from Tartaria or something. And it's, yeah, you can go there like a museum. You can buy a ticket and certain times, and they will show you a show. And no, I think if you what,
get some photos.
Okay, I can do that.
Them in there whenever you can. Yeah. Can you use the telescopes?
I was never in there really. I just watched it from outside and what the info page says, and it's mostly for the students that they indoctrinate to believe in not the firmament, in the universe. It's I have to go there. You're right.
You should go and see what they're all yelling and screaming about. Like look through the telescopes and go, all as I see is a light.
Yeah.
Are you able to look? Is there telescopes you can look through, or
that's what I have to figure out? But from the outside, it seems like it is what they say in the movies and in the shows and everywhere. It looks exactly like that, and it's one of the oldest ones ever existed. So yeah, it's these old German tech, whatever. It's pretty funny. I have to investigate that more. Sorry for my broken English.
No, don't be sorry.
Good, man.
Yeah, I feel stupid talking in a different language. It feels weird.
Dude, your English is better than mine.
Never apologize for it, man.
Much better than mine.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I really feel
I speak
weird.
Australian, mate. It's fucking horrible.
Yeah, we don't speak good England.
Good England. I think the Australian accent's one of the most pleasant accents to have, man.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I thought it was really harsh and nasally.
No,
it feels really friendly.
It's like nails down a fucking chalkboard.
Always got
it's like nails down a chalkboard.
Australians, don't you?
Always, mate. Always.
Nails down a chalkboard.
Good day.
Nah, that's people from Birmingham, isn't it, Root?
That's right, mate.
He's from Birmingham.
Birmingham, that's an accident to kill yourself to.
Up the mighty villa.
Birmingham accent, you just sound bored with life. Oh, great. Isn't it amazing? I'm so fucking happy.
Oh, my God. I'm so excited. Oh, that was Liverpool. Sorry. I'm mixing them up.
It's a little bit nippy, isn't it, in Liverpool?
He sounded like one of the schools.
Fucking alright, target. Starlight.
How about my accent? Do you like it very much?
The Liverpool ones that are like they have to put a bit of like throaty on it, don't they? They go all right. I'm from Liverpool.
If it's not Scottish, it's crap.
Sound like they're just about to steal your car.
Yeah.
Or they already have.
Where are they from when they don't say isn't it? They say isn't it? Like there's a D in there.
Australia.
Isn't it?
Isn't it?
Isn't it? I thought it was some sort of British thing.
Do you mean in it? In it?
In it.
In it. Yeah, that's I think that's
Manchester?
London. No, I think that's the London. I think that's Chris's lot.
In it?
That's where Chris is. Is that Chris? Is it?
Chris, you from London, mate?
I might as well be. I'm from Kent, so about 45 minutes drive from London.
Mumbo.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's a southern, more of a southern accent, isn't it?
Cockney.
Cockney, in it.
Eban,
London-
you still there, mate?
Yeah, what's up, Mike?
All right.
Kind of
How's it going, Mike?
East End Essex
No, I'm just trying to listen to the
lazy cunts.
conversation.
Yeah.
How'd your friend cope, Eban? Did she end up going to sleep, mate?
No, she's
Sound
fine.
like she's a bit rattled here.
Was she? I wasn't really there for the tail end of it.
Oh no, we just kind of ended the conversation. Someone else
She
came
got
in.
muted or something. I don't know.
Yeah, oh,
She deserves a
there was
timeout
guy-
sometimes. You know, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, she there was a guy who came in from New Zealand, so we ended up talking to him.
Yeah.
It was a bit more. But, hopefully she calms down and
I'm sure. No, she's fine.
she's alright. She's pretty chill.
It's like she's kind of really new to debates and stuff like that, and she gets a little bit defensive about her beliefs. Just cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
When she acclimates for like,
systems.
a little while, it should be fine.
Did you hear the girl before Systems?
No, it was that Fresco?
No, she's been here. She's from New Zealand. She's been in here before. It was Eban's friend. What was her name?
Something with Becky?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Say something
Yeah,
from
very-
Becky.
He's very interested, so that's a good sign. It's a good thing.
Yeah, a very enthusiastic person. Would you say?
Yeah. Yeah, she is. She's a good person though.
Yeah,
Cool.
we had an enthusiastic woman come in last night. She said she was just here to listen and then continue to talk for everything everybody said. Brilliant.
Yeah, I think it's the same one.
Yeah. Sorry. What time is it in Australia?
10 o'clock.
At
Yeah.
night or in the morning?
10 p.m.
Okay.
7:25.
10:20.
And it's 5 in the morning for me.
What are you still doing up?
I know. I have a bad schedule. I'll
That's
revert
what time
one
I
day.
get up.
I know. Should really just stay up and try and not sleep and wake up tomorrow or go to bed. It's early, but
Probably
Yeah.
better.
yeah, that's what happens when you play too much poker at night.
Yeah, it's probably not a good idea.
I don't know.
That's all right. I always say that because I never gambled and I don't gamble. And then, I
not
get on my high horse and I go, oh, it's probably not a good idea. Do what you fucking want.
Yeah.
Just think of all the winnings you've missed out on, Timbo.
I know. Think of all
It's
those
not
things
like
I could have.
slots or table games.
No.
Skill. Yeah.
Skill and luck.
Luck on any given day to win on any given day, but in the long run. What about what do you guys do? Just catch kangaroos or what?
As
Yeah,
gambling.
I hunt dingoes for a living so they don't eat all of our babies.
They probably do that too.
The dingo epidemic of 2021.
But there was it does happen.
2023 and 2024.
Yeah, it happens more than you think it
Yeah.
does. Like there was just recently a family on Fraser Island. They were camping. There's a big sand island up in Queensland. Big population of dingoes, and a dingo came into the caravan and started dragging a toddler out of his bed.
Holy.
And the dad woke up and started whacking the dingo, and it let go of the toddler, and yeah, it's a close call. So it happens.
Wow.
That's how they wrote Dingo had a baby.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
killed
so
it.
they had a culling. They killed about 200 dingoes up there.
Mm.
Mhm.
They were getting overpopulated, so yeah. But that saying the dingo ate my baby, that's a real story. Yeah.
Yeah, it's real.
Yeah.
Or,
Did they not have any
Yeah.
predators on the island?
Nah.
yeah, the
nothing.
dingo.
Shit, the dingoes. Yeah.
Humans, people, rather.
I'm trying to think
I don't
about
know.
what they eat on Fraser
Man.
Island. All those dingoes, because they're carnivores.
You guys eat dingoes?
Wow.
Like, you guys like
Nah, not
serve it in
dingoes.
restaurants?
Nah, look them up, man.
They're
They're,
everywhere.
they're just muscle. There's no fat on them.
Yeah, they're like bodybuilders.
We don't. They're not. I've never seen one in
They're like
in.
popping
in
pimples.
I've only
never
seen them
seen-
because I've been out in the outback and stuff. But
They're just dogs, aren't they?
yeah, type of dog.
Like a pit bull.
Aggressive.
Dogs with-
You can't.
dogs with
I
big
don't doubt
fucking
you'd be able
jaws.
to tame them.
Nah, they're illegal as pets. So.
The
Yeah,
baby
I
ones
want
look
a
cute.
tiger pet.
They look like the Doge doggy.
Oh, the baby dingoes? Yeah, they're cute as.
I'd get one as a pet, man. Guard dog.
Yeah, until it grows up.
Gets hungry. Take a bite out of you.
Yeah.
You can raise them, right?
No,
Nah, I don't think
not
so.
wild dogs.
I've seen people do it with bears and all sorts of animals.
Yeah, remember Siegfried and Roy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Great example.
That ended well.
they were fine until they tried to get or almost got eaten. Or did they get? I don't remember.
Yeah, they got attacked, but what happened? They bit him in the head, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens when you try and turn tricks with animals.
Yep.
It's what happens when you try and put your head into a fucking tiger's mouth.
Yeah, what an idiot. Idiot.
Would you expect to happen?
What an idiot. Weren't Siegfried and Roy not Germans?
They were Swedish, weren't they?
Swedish, huh?
I could be wrong, but I think they were Swedish.
Siegfried is a German name.
Maybe they were German.
I don't know, man. Sorry.
You're not very German, are you?
No, I don't like it here.
Oh, you don't?
No, yeah, no, not really. The food is terrible. The weather is terrible. The people are the people, and yeah.
Oh, you should come to England. Oh, wait. It's exactly the same.
No, don't say that. He'll invade. Don't say that. Come to England. They'll be flying over fucking Dover in about 2 hours. What the fuck?
Yeah. It's easy
Come
to
to
go
Australia.
to England from Germany.
Yeah, we know.
Well, there once was a time when the Germans were in the streets.
In England?
Great day.
Yeah, in the
Nah.
Second World War.
Nah. Nah.
I think it was
Germans
the
never
other way
went.
around, Timber. I think we were in their streets.
Yeah. The Germans loved the Americans and the UK people, really. After the war was over and they freed the country from, My grandpa tells me the soldiers, the Americans and the UK guys, they were both super happy and super funny and super nice people. So, yeah, Germany is really looking up to America and UK in that way. Like, really thankful nowadays.
Yeah.
Nowadays.
I don't think that's a good idea. I personally, but
Don't look up to us, mate. Fucking hell.
No, not like that. You know, my broken English. It's like more like what you get taught in the school.
Very thankful. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why the rest of the world's driving around in English and American cars, because they're so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Mm.
Well, that great British technology on the streets at the moment. Yeah.
Right.
Why do all the best cars come out of the axis of evil?
Maybe they weren't
Is that-
so evil.
They like to get about.
The Germans and the Japanese and the Italians.
Yeah.
The Russian cars are shit though by comparison, right?
Yeah, but
Right.
they went by the axis.
What about a Lada? Lada Neva.
I'm talking specifically old school
I'll
axis.
tell you what.
These cars roam around here again, like in Germany, because of so many people come from there right now because of the what's going on there. And you can see Ladas in Germany on the German streets again. It's weird. These
Yeah.
old
Oh, really?
Ladas. Yeah.
Old ones.
It's starting all over again. History is repeating itself.
Have you still got Ladas in the UK, Jedi?
Oh, you might see one or two a year. You might.
Like
Yeah,
a
that's
collector
what
or
it was
someone like
here
that?
too. Say that again.
Like collectors? Like people who collect cars? Or
Yeah, probably.
I
But
don't know.
now it's different.
More people.
you still work in systems?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me typing away?
No, I just heard you clicking the mouse, but
Yeah. It's a little bit. She just reminded me. Fuck, I forgot to do something.
what do you do, system?
I try to avoid doing work as much as possible. That's my main job. But I do IT and web, IT support and web design sort of stuff.
Yeah, I thought so. There's not
Yeah,
many
nerdy.
can you doing that.
Sorry.
I said there's not many jobs that you can get away with having so much free time apart from IT.
Oh mate, sometimes it's just so much free time. I kind of miss working for someone. I used to just sit there all week doing nothing.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Come on, yeah.
Oh,
Dude.
too much free time. Oh. Yeah.
No, I'm saying I miss working for someone because I had heaps of free time and I got paid for it.
Oh, I thought
I didn't put any initiative in.
Yep.
So now I'm accountable to myself. So I'm only fooling myself when I don't do work.
Yeah, it's a thing when you work for yourself, isn't it? You got to keep hunting for work as well.
Yeah. But I do have a lot of downtime. I do have a fair bit of flexibility and downtime, which is really good.
That's good.
How about yourself, Big Root? You're into recruiting? I think you said last time recruiting, was it?
Yeah, I work for an IT company though. Have you heard of CDW?
No.
No. Oh wow.
DW.
Massive IT company.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they just set us up from home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, they're massive.
Yeah, mate, they are. They really are.
You work from home?
Yeah, work from home for the last year now.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
good.
Since the pandemic, most recruiters started working from home everywhere, I think. It's one of them jobs you can do from home.
Yeah. Well, there's so many office buildings here in Melbourne that are empty.
Yeah. Yeah, my company doesn't even have an office in my city. They haven't bothered.
Yeah. Well, since the thing, they everyone was staying home, and then they worked out that everyone's pretty good at home. So everyone reduced their office spaces, and there's all these free office spaces, and the council's wondering what to do with them, because all these companies are like, well, they're office spaces. The council's saying, well, can we turn them into housing? You know, like.
Yeah, it's the same in Birmingham. We've got like a business area. I went up into one of the old buildings that one of my old companies was in, and all of the recruitment companies have gone. They're literally half of the companies are just not. They're still there, but their sales floor or their office floors are just empty. 1 or 2 people in the office. It's just a waste of space now.
Do you think they can make them into apartments, or I'm guessing the floors would be not as soundproof as a house would, or a house would require. Sorry, an apartment would require. What do you think, Timbo? Sorry, I dropped off there.
I don't think they could use the offices that we've got in Birmingham as apartments because they're so tailored and set up to be working offices that I just can't see them becoming apartments at all.
I think plumbing would be the biggest issue.
Yeah.
How are you going to cater for people's shit?
Yeah. Well, most of the offices that I used to work in, they have like a floor and they'll have shared toilets on that floor. So every floor's got a shared toilet, but there's no toilets in the individual offices.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's like here. Majority of them.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally nothing they can do with that space that I can think of. Do you find that you work harder from home, those systems?
No, I wouldn't say so. More distracted with the kids because my kids homeschool especially, and my wife's home with them. Yeah. So yeah, I'm really just, even though I try to get work done, it's not their fault. It's me. Like I'll go see what they're doing, and I'll come down and I'll want to cook a big lunch because it's 100% psychological from my point of view. But yeah. How about yourself? Do you think you're more productive at home?
Yeah, I am, definitely. I actually think I'm working too hard at home. But I think it's
not really.
For me, the distractions were in the office. Like we used to mess around a lot and talk a lot. Whereas now it's just me, or I have to do a Teams call to actually speak to a colleague. So I'm just speaking to I'm doing my job or whatever, like. But yeah, I find I'm working longer hours at home. I don't know why either.
Oh, really? Okay. I feel like I'm more productive though, even though I don't work as much and as hard as if I did, or as many hours maybe as I did if I worked for someone. I'm way more productive because like there's no fluffing. I just get it done.
Yeah, do you know what? I'd probably say it's more that than that I work harder, because I don't necessarily work as long as hours. Like, I do log off late, but I do start a lot later. And then obviously sometimes I pop to the gym, or I might come downstairs. So I do get more time, I suppose. But I do find that I am working harder. Yeah, probably more productive. I think it might be a psychological thing in me. Like, I'm probably grateful to be working from home, don't want to fuck up, and because the boss isn't watching me, the only thing that can speak is my work. Do you know what I mean? So I suppose there's that going on.
Yeah.
As I do want to progress in my job. I am trying to become, climb the ladder and stuff. So I can't impress by just talking the talk and walking the. You know what I mean? I've got to do the work.
Yeah. Do you have KPIs that you have to meet and stuff?
Yeah, we get bonuses as well, so that keeps us motivated.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of I don't miss that side of it because I would, get to the stage where you feel like you deserve more, and you want more money. Then the boss says that you have to, show more initiative when you've already been slugging it out and you're already maxed out, sort of thing. I don't really miss that side of things, trying to get more money out of the boss and stuff like that. Because if you're in a big company, it's less of an issue because they normally have like an increase or a schedule, and then they've got levels that you can achieve and stuff like that. It's normally more structured. I always worked for smaller businesses that you needed to negotiate with your boss and stuff like that. I don't miss that side of things.
Yeah. I to be honest, I think it's the worst part of the whole game. You know what I mean? Like all of that shit. But at the same time, I honestly feel like unless you go it alone, it's the only game in town. Like, do you know what I mean? You gotta do.
100%. Yeah, exactly. If you're in a big enough company and they have it structured already, where there's levels and there's like increases based on how long you've been there and stuff like that, then it makes it a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, clearly goals. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, if it's more clear. Because I always used to hate finding out someone's wage when they were just shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even if it was less than me, I'd just be like, you're not worth that. I always hated knowing what other people were on. I would avoid it like the plague because I didn't want to. I didn't want to have that in my mind when I'm talking to them.
You should never. Yeah, I made the mistake because there was another guy who got promoted not long after I joined this company I'm working for. So he's now a team leader. And I want to be a team leader, so we were talking about it. I'm doing the training, and I was like, so what's the salary that you get at this level? And he says, well, I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. I was like, fine. He told me his salary, and he's on exactly what I'm on now. And I was like, oh shit, this isn't going to go down well at all. And it didn't. Do you know what I mean? And it's always been awkward. He always brings it up like, oh, well, I'm earning the same fucking money as you. And I'm like, all right, just, you know what I mean? That's your problem. But yeah, I definitely don't think it's a good thing to talk about money with other people.
Yeah, it can be good in a sense that if you're getting taken advantage of, you need to jump ship. But other than that, it's never a good story.
It's never a fair fucking. No one's equal. You know what I mean? I used to think everything, if you're doing the same job, it should be equal. But then I fucking grew up and realised, there's a reason why people are on more money. There's many reasons why people get more money. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's not as simple as just you should earn X for this job. I think it more depends on your circumstances. What's your mortgage? What's your flipping outgoings? All that matters when you're discussing salary.
I think I think the only two things that really matter is output and responsibility, and accountability, essentially. So, like, how much work are you outputting, and how much responsibility is on your head? Like, so if you fuck up, then or if something breaks or something has an issue, then you're the one who has to deal with it.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. But when it comes to like, I understand completely with all, like if you're taking on responsibility, but when it comes to like, how hard you're working, I don't think you should be, judged on how hard you work. I think it's literally just results, isn't it?
No, yeah, that's the bad thing. Yeah. That's hard, because I've always had jobs in IT. I've always had jobs with lots of responsibility. And I hate responsibility. Like it's like I'm so averse to it, but it just gives me so much anxiety. But I guess I'm kind of used to it now in a way. To mitigate issues and stuff like that, have backup plans and things. But if I could earn the same amount I have right now with zero responsibility, oh mate, I would be in heaven.
Yeah, do you know what? I think I'm in the same place. Like I am aiming to progress, but I like where I am now, in a place where I don't have I'm not 100% responsible for other people's work. There is an element that I can just display that I've tried, made efforts, and I can kind of step away at a certain point. And that is, I think, that's the beauty when someone else is fucking up, that you don't have to take that on. That's really the worst thing of management, I think.
Yeah, there's one thing I learned was bosses don't want you to necessarily replace them. All they want you to do is do your work and minimize their work. They don't necessarily care. Like if you're showing initiative and your manager, say for example above you, is kind of threatened by you because you're going to replace him, then they tend not to like you unless it's a big enough company for that not to be an issue.
Yeah, that's an active issue. Yeah.
But they'll like, the thing a manager or a boss likes more than anything is that you just get your job done, you make them money, and you don't give them any headaches.
Yeah, I think it depends on the manager, because obviously I do recruitment, and I can figure a manager out really quickly now, because you get insecure managers who have already thought about, oh my God, is this guy better than me? And can I match his personality? Do you know what I mean? So I've had situations when I was doing the competitive recruitment where the perfect candidate was provided, but they was rejected because this manager is too weak to manage a guy of this level. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So there's all that to deal with as well.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what happens. Yeah.
I mean, you'd be surprised how many managers I've taken I've had a meeting with, and they're basically describing what they want is an order taker who has a bit of a spark about him, who's still young enough to mold. That's the ideal candidate. You would have, before I got into recruitment, I would have thought, you want the best, the most experienced you can get, but actually, most people want something they can put their mark on and manipulate a little bit. And that's the most popular candidate, the young up and comer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they basically want to own someone, make themselves look good. Yeah. Yeah. Seeing if we've got anyone new in here, but it doesn't look like it. I think Timbo's fallen asleep on the lounge. Are you have any interesting topics FE related lately?
Not really, to be honest. I was listening into Aurelius the other day, and he brought up something that stuck in my mind about how if the universe is expanding, then how do we have consistent gas pressure? So that's got me going down I've started going into the expanding universe theory a little bit and trying to pin that down. But I find that really interesting. I'd never really heard that point before.
Yeah. Is it I mean, is it strong enough to be called a theory, or is it just a hypothesis that someone's sort of come up with?
Well, I assume
In your mind.
I mean, yeah, I'm assume they have it at theory status, but I mean, there is no phenomenon and all that stuff. So you're probably right. It probably isn't, but they do claim it's it's the best theory we have.
That's why I'm wondering if they've actually observed something happening to tell them that, some sort of measurement that they're making, to say, yeah, it's in their mind expanding. That's what I'm wondering. I'd love to pick someone's brain, like that IT guy, for example, he says he's a astrophysicist. I'd love to know what his opinion on that particular thing is, but I think I'm just going to get double speak from him, to be honest. I don't think. But
well, I don't know if this relates, but I was watching something the other day, and they were talking about the parallax that you see in space is only showing, I think it was the redshift, which kind of hints towards everything. This being the center, if you know what I mean. If we wasn't in the center place of the universe, we would also be able to see the blue shift. So I don't know if that relates, but I'm feeling like this is evidence of this being the center, rather than we're not seeing that blue shift. We're only seeing the red shift in images.
So parallax, as in like is in like you look at a star and there's a star, say, next to it. And then you look at it at a later stage, and those stars are not the same distance apart. Is that what they mean by parallax? Like from a different perspective?
Yeah, I think they were using time lapse, and then they were observing basically in their time lapse footage redshift, and they were saying this is a sign of things moving away from us. And it basically, I mean, I don't understand it all, but they were just sort of insinuating that the geocentric idea, basically, because of this redshift that they're seeing. But I feel like it links into, if the universe is expanding, and we are in the middle of, we're not in the center, then I don't know, I feel like this is one of the only observations that you can have, really, is, well, what are you seeing when you record or when you take images? And apparently this red shift is a sign of us being in the center, and as things get further away from us, we're seeing the parallax or whatever. But I don't understand it. I was just throwing that out there.
Yeah, no, I get you. I feel like they can make certain observations, and there's no denying certain observations, but their reasoning and their causation or their theories that come from those observations are just basically speculation, and just there's no concrete sort of evidence for those things. It's frustrating because if they just stuck to what they can observe and then they actually say that the rest is speculation, then that's a different story. But they talk so like with authority when they talk about things that are basically a hypothesis or a theory. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're very convincing, but it's our fault, isn't it, really? Because we're the ones who don't understand the difference between science and pseudoscience. You know, once you understand, okay, there is a method, I feel like, oh, now they can't fool you. So it's kind of on us, isn't it?
Yeah, in a way. There's another, like, people hold science they put it on a pedestal. Like even this scientific, what do they call it? The procedure that they go through.
Method.
Yeah, the method. They put that on a pedestal when there's something that you're just measuring. It's got nothing to do with science. It's an observation that you're making. Like you wouldn't call measuring the surface of a table science, but people will say, oh, you didn't do it in a scientific way.
Yeah.
But you don't need it to be scientific to give it credibility that you've measured the table to be a certain width. Right.
Well, now I just see science as the testing of phenomena, of natural phenomena. So now I don't sense anything else other than experimentation of the natural world. So now that word has a different meaning to me.
Yeah.
In that respect.
Yeah,
and
no,
I
I
know
agree.
people like to argue that, oh, this is science, that's science. But, you know, if you go back to the raw definitions, then, you know, science is literally the observation and experimentation of the natural world. And that's it. No more arguments. People can claim it's science, but it does fall into the category of pseudoscience if there isn't an observed phenomenon that you can, you know, manipulate. Then it doesn't fall into the science category then. So that's why I feel like it's on us a little bit.
Yeah, you got to question things.
Yeah. I mean, whose fault? You can argue that, yes, we've been manipulated and tricked and this, that, the other, but whose fault is it if we're not even reading the definitions of stuff? You know what I mean? The fine print.
Yeah, the fine print, the legalese speak and stuff like that. It's I know it gets it can get quite tedious sometimes. I think there was an argument today where Globo was talking about, oh damn, no, it escapes me, but it was like half an hour of basically saying one person said something wrong and then the other person's like picking on it in particular, that one word that they were used, and it's just like a circle, they're just going around in circles. And I think when the argument degrades to that point, it gets very frustrating. But I understand why it gets done.
But you know what? It is frustrating because it happens every time now. It's almost like a tactic that's used, and I think it's probably more the Globers, but the Flat Earthers do it as well. And it is reductive. It reduces it down to just a battle of two people.
Yeah, I think I heard what it was now. Actually, you might have missed it, but Mayhem, basically paraphrasing him, saying that the air is produced at the surface, and then the Glober type, I can't remember his name, was saying that it's not produced, and then it just became an argument as to using whether or not it's produced or it's sort of like recycled, and then they didn't even like that word, And it just went on and on and on about that. And but he did say something funny. He talked about the ozone. Where does ozone get produced? But it got glossed over. But I think he fucked up when he said that, even though no one picked on it. But he was basically saying that ozone's produced out of nowhere in the sky, essentially. But obviously, ozone's not produced up in the sky. But yeah, it was very frustrating to listen to.
Yeah, I feel like it becomes an egotistical thing, doesn't it? It's just like when your anti-flat earther says, "Tell me the answer to this equation," or "Can you figure this out?" And it has nothing to do with the subject. It's like it's like they're trying to set you up for embarrassment rather than win the debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Especially when they've been asked for a particular question, especially a yes/no question, and they just won't answer it because they don't want to concede a point at that point. Yeah, it's very, very frustrating from that point of view.
But I think that's what a lot of the sort of more seasoned flat earthers say. You're entering their domain. You know what I mean? This is a place where if you play that game as a flat earther, you ain't gonna win the game of who's got the best credentials, or who understands the definitions best, because they're all set by flawed premises anyway. So I just feel like I agree with certain people when they say don't even let them go past the 3 points. You know what I mean? Because you are just entering their field. And I think flat earthers fall for the bait because they're so well read. They think they can go into that arena and still win with logic, but it's not a battle of logic at that point. Do you know what I mean? It's just ego.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes it's hard to hold them on a particular point, especially if you've got multiple people talking rather than just one-on-one. It can be, yeah. It's hard.
It is, especially all the research we've done and things that we want to share, and it just becomes so easy to speculate. I just find, like, that's our problem, man. We get dragged into their arena of debate, and it's all based on accreditation, consensus, who knows the arguments well, who knows the definitions, and that is just their game, man. The losing battle for us.
Sounding smart is more important sometimes than actually having a proper valid point that makes sense.
Yeah. And are you going to win? Are you going to be able to, win the whole audience over with this position anyway? No. So if you are under the illusion that you can play both sides and still appeal to the intellectual, traditional globers, and also still beat the globers, it's just like a position that it's not genuine, is it? You're still half in the world, you're still half in the globe's game. I don't know. Maybe it's not about proving the argument or the point. Maybe it's more about you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Point. Yeah.
That's exactly right.
I think we're figuring it out though, slowly. I think the quality of conversations is in here, especially, is getting great.
Yeah, it's been cool. We had it was pretty fun. It was a couple of days ago. Someone shared you can actually go into the ISS using Google Maps, and everyone was just looking around, putting screenshots in the live stream saying, "What's this? What bullshit's that?" It was actually really fun because it was just a lot of like speculation in the sense that we didn't know what half the shit was, but like just laughing at it, looking at how dirty the wires and everything was, and laughing about how you'd be eating something and a stray pube would just be flying across, and go into your coffee or whatever. Like, you just dumb things like that. It was so funny. Like, we're looking at the Russian part of the ISS and all sorts of different things. It was actually really fun. But I do miss that aspect of it. Like, listening to David Weiss talking about like the moon landing, for example, it's lots of fun because there's so much dumb stuff that you're just like, oh wow, like how did no one see that before? Or, you know, how did that pass? How did they think that, you know, they could get away with that sort of aspect? Heaps of fun parts, fun things to listen to and see.
Yeah, I just find it amazing how human beings can be tricked on this level, you know, using all of these little dirty tactics, consensus and, you know, academia and stuff. And it's just amazing. It is fun, isn't it, to see how ridiculous it is. But isn't it amazing how easily fooled we've all been? Like, that's the fun, I think. It's fun and scary at the same time, because I can't remember who was saying it earlier, but someone mentioned someone was having a existential crisis after coming here. And I think that happens a lot, but we can laugh about it because we've already had it. But if you haven't had it, it's not funny.
I think it's only not funny if you really think your world's gonna start crashing in. Like, I can't see how it can become a crisis. I mean, people can keep secrets. You can know a truth and not have to tell everyone, or surely. But
you can know a truth and not tell everyone, but certain people are not built like that. They have to tell everybody everything they know. I know a lot of people like that, and if they were flat earthers, they would like ruin their own lives. I'm telling you, like ruin it. Well, yeah. I mean, I even myself, you know, I had to learn how to. It changed my personality because I did try to talk about it too much with the wrong people, and I learned, you know, valuable lessons that way. But I don't know. I think some people have gone down that route, and you know, at the minute, these people are talking about paedophiles, and you know, they're talking about certain politicians have been arrested and white hats, and you know what I mean. These people are out telling the world about all these conspiracies that I've got no evidence for.
Yeah, that's a different thing, though. But yeah, I get exactly what you mean. That's like.
And then they become ostracized, you know what I mean? Because they only know a little bit of knowledge, so now they look like fools. You know,
kind of remind me of. Sorry to cut you off there. They kind of remind me of, I don't know if you have them where you are, but like the Jehovah's Witness, they come knocking on your door.
Yeah.
And they try to red pill you by telling you you're going to go to hell. They remind me of it. The truth is, they come like, there's pedos everywhere and Earth's flat and this. And they're trying to red pill you too quickly.
That's it, man. And if these people actually realize, you know, because a lot of these people don't even know what they're spouting. They're just, you know, they're just running with something. But imagine if they actually had that knowledge, that knowing, you know, that they're not on a spinning ball. Like, you know, these people would be knocking on doors, getting arrested, you know, which is not a problem. You know, protesting is good. But I just think it's so out there that even normal people, you know, can fall into some traps. You know, you have to be very careful, I think, if you want to operate in business, if you want to, you know, be relatively normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably giving too much insight into me, but yeah, it's tough.
No. I don't red pill anyone. Like I don't even try anymore.
Yeah. See, I became a flat earther before 2012, so I was talking about it when I was still like early 20s, and I didn't really know myself then. So, you know, I went from talking about aliens and Planet X to flat Earth within a year. So I was all over the place back then.
But you kind of miss that stuff, and at the same time, like that's the more, finding all the new cool videos and shit. Your friends sending you this random shit about how, there's no such thing as what was it? Anyway, I won't go into that one. There's like, awesome big trees and all these sorts of
Tartaria.
Oh no, sorry, Flatterday is trying to talk, but I can't hear him.
Sup, Flatterday?
No, on my screen you're muted. I can't hear you.
I haven't seen him come off mute.
Mm. Now it's working? You can hear me?
Yeah, it was weird. I had my internet turned on my phone for the house, and I guess the house internet's not working. So I just turned the internet off on my phone, and I could hear it now.
Ah, okay. Yeah, how you doing?
All right, how you guys doing?
Yeah, just talking here with Big Root at the moment. We're just no clubs in here, so if you got anything to talk about, let us know.
Well, I was passed out, dude. I went to sleep at like 7 o'clock last night. So tired.
Yeah. We were just talking about how you go through the journey back in the day before 2012. You went through the journey of sharing information with friends.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you were going to get to the point, because for me it was the same, where when you start sharing the flat earth stuff, those friends, they stop diving deep with you.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They start going up for air.
A good analogy.
Be like, shit, another one.
No, all my truth of friends, they're all in on everything. Like, they're not. I don't have any truth of friends that are not flat earthers. So yeah, it's I've got two sets of friends: the flat earthers that viruses aren't even real, and then you've got normie friends and they don't even know I'm a flat earther. Like that's the two complete polar opposites.
Yeah, you haven't got a middle group. I've got a massive middle group.
I would say some of my wife's family members are a middle group. Like they don't believe in the moon landing, and they know 9/11 was an inside job, like that sort of thing. But they know I'm a flat earther, and it just never comes up. So it doesn't. Yeah. But outside of that, it's polar opposites. Yeah, I've got one group that's like full and one group that's zero. So
yeah. Interesting. I've got a lot of people who are like specialized. So I've got one friend who's really into common law. I've got another friend who's really into like Caribbean heritage and the history of like the Dark Ages, just history in general. I've got another friend who's into the Q stuff, and thinks that the White Hats are about to win the war and Trump's about to be re-elected. And they're all like, baby truthers. They all woke up during the 2020 fiasco.
Yeah.
So they're all just like, yeah, and they know about flat Earth. They know they know and have heard the point, so they would never argue, but they just ignore it. It's like it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's the one staple I would say. Flat Earth is a staple that just hasn't changed. Everything else. Like Tartaria was big maybe a year ago, and it was a big bubble, and then it kind of burst for me and my wife. We're not really into it that much, like listening to it anymore. But Flat Earth has been a staple for maybe 4 years now. It's solid. Like everything else, like kind of has a bubble that kind of pops or like grows really big and pops. I don't know if you feel the same.
Yeah, I to my friends, it's like a gateway. It's like a gateway thing where it does actually change you, whereas a lot of the other let's say conspiracy theories, because that's how they all start, they don't really make, I don't know, they don't really make much difference, I don't think. But the knock-on effects from flat Earth, you know, it is huge, and it leads on to so many different things where it's like another level, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you think maybe because 9/11 was a really big one, obviously, and that's like a gateway, like you said, it's like a gateway drug for truth and stuff. But you know, maybe in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you know, the last 3 years are going to be a bit of a gateway drug where people waking up after the fact, kind of like 9/11 did to a lot of people. Maybe I think we're going to have a steady incline of snowball effect of flat Earth over the next couple of years.
For flat, you mean? Yeah, for flat Earth, you mean? You think that's gonna and grow? Yeah,
because of the last 3 years. I think it's going to continue to grow exponentially.
Yeah. And then what? And then what?
And then another thing will happen, and then that'll be the hot thing, and we'll be the ones that told you so, and then there'll be another research, another I think it's gonna come in waves, but it won't go down, that's for sure, in terms of the amount of people hearing the truth.
I don't know, man. If NASA pull off or SpaceX pull off another adventure with new CGI.
Yeah, good point. When are they saying Artemis is going?
Hey, you know, I just realized something. You know how they say 9/11 was an inside job? You guys have heard that before?
Yeah.
So I was like, 9/11 was an inside job. So I just opened up Inside Job to 9/11, and it's weird, dude. It says, lo, he goeth by me, and I see him not. He passeth on also, but I perceive him not. Weird,
Inside Job.
A government website.
Yeah, like two airplanes.
So I just wanted to pick up a point that someone made. I've completely forgot what I was going to say. What were you guys just talking about? The mainland sensor. So you guys were talking about how they're going to pull off another CGI thing. I think so about a year ago, the arguments they were making was things like, "Oh, have you seen the Russian satellite? Yeah, there's no way they can render it that quickly, blah, blah, blah." Right? That was the argument literally last year. This year, you have AIs that can create a fox playing chess, in the style of Harry Potter, inside 3 minutes by typing it into a general search function. So I think that the people's understanding of the ability to make fake images is much more elevated than it was even a year ago. So I think and that's true for videos as well. So when they present this video, you'll be like, well, bro, an AI can make that in 2 minutes. It's actually a very easy argument for us to make now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just want to
but there's still a lot of people, like, for example, I've seen that AI art, and I've seen people in conscious communities, Tartaria groups on Telegram, sharing these images that are like giant statues, underwater cities, but they're fake. But people are sharing them and being fooled by them. The so-called conscious community are being fooled by them.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? It's like these images. But you have to bear in mind as well is that these kind of government agencies have had access to the technology for a long time. We're only being allowed to use it now, but they've had this stuff for years.
Yeah, bro. Like the Photoshop ability was around from the beginning of photography, just from the ability to make postcards, from real photographs proves that we were able to manipulate, splice, chop, rearrange photos. People don't realize that we had that ability. Even in the 70s and 80s, people think that ability only came about with digital photography. So the level where people's actual knowledge of what we can and can't do, even when they tell us, You know, people don't put two and two together. What do you think a postcard is? You know, so I just think even though they tell us and we know about this technology, people still don't put two and two together, and they just take what's presented.
Yeah, I think building on what Crypto was talking about, have you guys ever played anything that's procedurally generated? Like a classic example is Minecraft. Like you type in a seed number and you start, and it will generate a whole world in Minecraft, for example. So it's not that far-fetched that they could put in a couple parameters and put in a seed word, and they could generate Mars, for example, and procedurally generate a whole section, and then have the fake rover going over that particular section, because it wouldn't take really all that much to basically create a rocky world that almost looks all the same. Like they're already kind of doing it in games anyway.
Yeah, and there's a website called This Person Does Not Exist that's been around for quite a long time now. Or it's something like This Person Doesn't Exist. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Just look on YouTube, on Google, and you can find it. And it'll literally, every time you hit refresh, it will just randomly generate a person that doesn't exist who looks real. It looks like a photo of a person that doesn't exist. And that's been around for... Yeah, but this website's been around for years. Like, this website didn't come up like last month. So, yeah.
Oh, wow, I just did it, and the guy has a mad mullet going on.
That guy looks real, right?
Yeah, he's got an awesome-looking mullet. Loving it.
Sweet.
I like Crypto's point as well, because even though that technology has come on really, really fast, like over the last year, I still think that the technology that we get, as in publicised to us, is still kind of behind the technology that they have, for example. So that's even more scary, if you ask me. We just see what we think is technology available, but that might be 10, 15, 20 years in advance of us, for example.
Yeah, I agree. Wow, this is crazy. I was going to say, like, because people say catchphrases, and I don't think they're correct, where they're like, oh, AI can't generate hands and stuff like that. That's bullshit. I think that's just a cop-out to try to make it say, like, oh, if it has good hands, then it's legit. And the other one is AI can't generate ugly people. But, yeah, this generator, Jeff, definitely can generate some ugly people. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, wow.
I didn't verify the source of this AI article, but there was something that was kind of trending on Twitter about AI. An AI robot did a typical 9-to-5 labor job for Americans, and it was just picking up boxes and putting them on a shelf, kind of like a Walmart job or something like that. And after like 15 minutes, the AI robot decided to essentially just shut off because it felt like that was logical than doing what it was doing. 15 minutes of job in America.
You're roboting
And
quite
regardless
heavily.
of that
There,
clip, damn it! Right when I was talking about some good shit too. Shit. Is it a little bit better right now?
I mean, I think so.
Try again. We heard most of what you were saying was just roboting quite badly.
It was roboting when I was talking about robots. So ironic. Yeah. I don't know. I think they say that like
No, it's worse now.
You're full scared of everything, living a lie. Oh, come on. How about now?
Yeah, it seems better for now.
Gosh. Cool. Yeah. I know a lot of people freak out over AI. I feel like if the media hypes up something, I would highly consider the opposite. So if they're telling you that we're in a simulation, we most likely aren't. If they're telling you that AI is dangerous, it probably isn't. It's just they want, like, essentially whatever the media says, just kind of like think of the opposite. Because one thinker who's doing well in life, so whatever they say, I would take it extremely lightly.
So allegedly planned Artemis moon landing date is late November 2024. Artemis 3 is 2025, planned to be the first crewed lunar lander. So they don't have very long to up their CGI game.
Okay, she.
Robots, dude. Sorry, man. You're robots.
What's everyone up to? Wait.
You might want to drop out and come back in because I can't. No one can hear you.
It was really flat. What was that? Can anybody remember?
What was that? Sorry, Chris?
Can anybody remember the flat Earth experiment that was done in England, that was done on a river maybe 100, 200 years ago? I can't remember the name of the gentleman that done it.
Are you talking about the Bedford level?
Yeah, so that's literally where I am at the moment.
Oh, is it? Okay.
And I tell yeah. And I'll tell you one thing. Apart from the water, this land is very, very flat. You can see for miles.
Wow. Samuel Robotham, wasn't it? Was it Robotham? And Alfred Russel Wallace was the other guy?
Yeah, I think you're right, Crypto, mate. Yeah. So I'm just around the corner from there at the moment.
Sweet.
But yeah, the field. Sorry, Matt. It's just the field. So I'm looking out the train window. I think I've just passed over one of the levels. But yeah, looking out the train window and the fields and so on, it's exceptionally flat around here.
By flat, do you mean curved, yeah?
No, I mean flat, as in no 8 inches per mile of curvature. It's fucking flat.
All right. Oh, have you heard the latest rhetoric they're trying to spew now? So So obviously we say that the ground curve's 8 inches per mile squared because, the Earth isn't a slope, so it's not 8 inches per mile. But they're now saying effectively 8 inches per mile, right? So they'll say something like, if a plane's travelling, then it only drops 8 inches in a mile, which obviously ignores the context of having a curved flight path over a curving surface.
I see.
Yeah, so it's interesting. And then they'll say, but you're not dropping at the square of the distance, which is kind of true, but it's kind of deliberate sophistry at the same time.
Yeah, they've kind of greased that one. I kind of get what they've done. They've taken point A. I've taken point A with them. I like it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's interesting rhetoric, but as usual, very.
It's always interesting, mate. I mean, it's complete batshit bananas, but it's interesting.
Yeah.
I think Timbo's wife came home drunk. He's taken advantage.
I just remember the infamous Timbo snore. What's going on, Systems?
Not much, man. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Been just listening to you guys go back and forth while I do some 3D printing.
Oh yeah, what are you doing? What are you printing?
It might sound weird, but I make these like clear tube rain sticks. But basically, I just make these like 3D printed designs inside a clear acrylic tube, and then have like micro glass beads or like amaranth seed fall down and like just makes a rain-like sound. People love them.
Oh man, that's awesome.
But yeah, they'll run for like 18 minutes, and people kind of meditate or just use them to relax, and it's been great. But
that's awesome. So you put
like the working from home thing. It's definitely a new way of life. I'm right there with y'all.
Oh man,
definitely on your own time.
Is that like a side hustle sort of thing that you do a lot?
Yeah, just because I normally teach architecture or build architecture or just design architecture, but when it's slow there, I just do my own side things, and I always want more tools and more laser cutters and more CNC machines. So I'm like, well, what can I sell? What can I make for 900% of its profit?
What's the next big thing? Some sort of metal laser thing or something like that?
Well, this design has kind of led me, like, with these 3D printed spirals, I go, well, I want to make these wind generators, but instead of using fans, it's something that omnidirectional, like the wind could come from any direction. It could change at any time, but it's going to cause this DNA spiral to spin, right?
Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah. Or they've got like the ones that wiggle. But I want to put them on my house just because, I don't know, like the Texas power grid, it's great and all, but we had this like winter storm where we were out of power for like 5 days or so. And, honestly, the people of Texas are really nice. Everybody like helped each other out, made food for each other, fixed each other's frozen pipes and everything like that. So there's actually a lot of good that came out of it, but it was still like a wake up call to like, whoa, kind of have to get on our own power. It's like right there, the wind or, sun. The only problem is the battery, but there's got to be another way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on a lot of off-grid things on Facebook, and anytime anyone mentions wind, they just say it's not worth it.
Right.
But yeah, so definitely it'd be a cool experiment, like a cool thing to do. A lot of people do, which you probably don't have access to, is like they do like a running water turbine sort of thing, where they capture water and then they make these turbines and stuff like that. So that'd be something to get into.
Or even something where if you slowly use wind power to say generate a waterfall, and that waterfall could produce potentially more energy than the wind power that they were using. You can sort of stack it, if you will.
Yeah, I think the main issue is just because anytime you're pushing against something, like there's some sort of friction, that's like a big loss. And that's anytime you try and draw power from the friction side of things, it needs a fair bit of thing. But yeah, everyone, like I said, everyone on these off-grid places say don't bother with it, just stick with solar. But
yeah, well, my thing right now is gyroscopes. I've been messing with like powering up these like really heavy discs, and you know how they like float on your finger kind of thing when they're going so fast, and you're like, how is that not 10 pounds? It is 10 pounds, but it doesn't feel like 10 pounds. Now that it's spinning so fast, and the centrifugal force is sort of keeping this inertial frame, right? But I don't know. There's something in me that's like, there's energy there, like. Sort of sustaining this up. I wonder if it could be used for anything else.
Yeah, I've heard that old school sort of tech, they would spin up massive like metal essentially in a vacuum, and they would, while you have electricity, you'd spin the shit out of it like it's going really fast, and then when you don't have any electricity, you can harness that as kind of like a battery, and it will slow down over time, obviously, but you're using the friction that is come from that massive plate in this vacuum being spun up as a battery. It's pretty cool. Old school tech that's actually pretty current, and people are using it now.
Oh yeah, I find that stuff fascinating.
Well, it's cool that you've got the mindset and the 3D printing skills to be able to even attempt something like that. I wouldn't even know where to start.
Oh, it keeps me so busy. Like I think Big Roo was saying, like I work so hard at home because there's no distractions anymore. People in the office. I was definitely that guy too. Like I'd finish all my work and then be like, "What is everybody else doing?" But yeah, it's been a dream to just kind of create, and then I've been making all these like little toys for my daughters. My 10-month-old, I hate all the toys out there. All the space toys, all the man. I mean, they go hard. There's little astronauts everywhere, little figurines, and
dinosaurs.
You got stars with faces on them. It's like, come on. So I've been making these like little, almost like brain teasers and like block toys, stuff with soft edges and things like that, and coloring them. But of course, I prototyped these first with the 3D printer because I kind of want to do it like the Kinder blocks. I forget who it is. I think his last name was like Kinder or Kindergarten. That's why we get the word kindergarten. But anyway, he created these blocks that were always interlocking with each other. So I don't know. I just like to come up with stuff and then think potentially, well, could I sell this? Can I market this? And I don't know, especially like with these rain sticks, people will pick them up on Etsy like, hey, I really like this. I want to make 3,000 of them. Can we do that? And I'm like, okay, well, you can do that. I'll sell you the design of it and the patent. And there you go. It's a little cheaper for you. And, honestly, it's a lot less work for me. And I just give them a design and make a new design.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. It's cool that you can create like that. I'm looking up what they would be. Like I googled rain stick, and that it makes sense now what you're saying. Yeah, it's cool.
Relatively simple. It's kind of like an hourglass, but it makes sense.
I would have come in handy when my kids were small because we used to put on like a rain noise on YouTube that goes for like 10 hours. This would have been cool for that. I would just put it next to their bed, sort of thing, and.
I find that it works better with my daughters too, like falling asleep because they like looking at it, or there's actually a visual sensation to it.
That's awesome. Yeah, I didn't even know it was a thing. Hey, that's cool.
But yeah, I mean that's why I like when people say like, "What's the big deal about flat Earth?" Like. It's not going to change my life. I'm not, like you can't know what you don't know, right? Because I mean, I'm right there with kind of Big Root too. He was mentioning like finding out in 2012, and I was kind of on that journey just because of looking into the end of the world, right? Everybody was like 2012, the world is ending, the Mayan calendar, and I, even then, of course, there was 7-Eleven was a part-time job, and. But like waking up to the Mayan calendar and really starting to do research, even in college, was like, whoa, yeah, these guys had a flat Earth cosmology or geocentric cosmology, and holy crap, there's actually a lot of different cultures that, at the time I was saying they believe the Earth is flat, and I was super NASA fanboy, but clearly waking up, just as everyone does, you start looking at the NASA stuff a little bit differently. But I don't know, man. Once you start studying architecture, it either is or it isn't. You got your theoretical architecture, your academia types who you want to put architecture on the moon and Mars and stuff, and they talk about it, and they're like, no, this is how it really be designed. It's like, sure. You could also calculate Superman and how fast he can lift potatoes, like whatever. But it doesn't make it real, especially laughing at it now. But I don't know. There's a practical side to architecture and building. I don't know. I like that you guys are bringing up. There's a architectural problem of all these office spaces that are now sort of vacant, and it's clearly a problem everywhere. We have it here too, and at least here in Texas, they have been turning them into really awesome residential pieces. But it also, I wanted to chime in and be like, it depends on the foundation and the construction type that you use.
Yeah.
If you used all pouring on-site concrete, you can probably just use that structure and just put the plumbing on top and make another subframe. But
yeah, it would depend on how high the ceilings were, I guess. And a lot of the ones in Sydney, they'll have a false ceiling anyway. The false ceiling has all the electrical and
air ducts.
Yeah, like whatever.
Cat 5, all that stuff.
Yeah, it would be a big undertaking, but I could see them doing it.
Yeah, because it was a huge topic, at least in architectural academia, of like, oh my gosh, what has what has COCO done, to society as a whole? Do we even need all these office buildings anymore? Have we overdone ourselves? Because I don't know, architects are definitely these. I mean, there's not a lot of them that are flat earthers. For even now as practical as they are, you'd think there'd be a lot more. Even like the architects and engineers for 7-Eleven. I mean, there's a lot of them out there that are for truth, but when it comes to the flat Earth topic, I don't know. Maybe they're just even more shy about it. They don't want to lose their credibility, because credibility goes a long way in architecture and engineering. But at the same time, I've gone the opposite route. Like, I want to be the flat Earth architect that everybody knows, and they're like, "Hey, this guy actually knows what's up. Like, let him design your stuff."
I guess in your field, even if the question does come up, it's how persistent that person that's questioning it is, or how they were introduced to it. It might not necessarily even stick, because it's really easy to just discredit it straight away off the bat.
Right.
Yeah, so I guess it would depend on how it was approached to them, whether or not it was someone they knew or it was some stupid TikTok video sort of thing, like as to whether or not they give it any weight to bother looking into, especially if they're not already conspiratorial minded.
Right.
But yeah, I don't think there's that many people who have come to the conclusion on their own before hearing it from someone else as well. So even if you've got architects that have like accounted for curvature or whatnot, I don't know if they actually do that on a big enough scale. But, it's all software, right? Like,
well, that's the funniest thing too. Is like, even in CAD and stuff, like, you look at a curve and it's not really a curve. It's straight up pixels. Like, it's still like what is a curve? And then of course, making it out in the field, you have to use string or some sort of usually a large tool to get a radii. Which is why it's usually more expensive in construction. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some architects in the know, just because actually the friend that I woke up with, because we were studying in architecture, the studio all about the sun and the moon, and we had to do all these observations. And what was funny was the first time that she like taught the studio, like, because they're all very experimental. They're like, oh, we're going to look at the violet light and we're going to make a building out of it. Kind of poetic. I get it. But anyway, so me and my friend, we kind of found this together, and we're like questioning the earth. And then he actually ran into 200 proofs because his brother sent it to him, in 2014. And we were like, oh shit, dude, like, this guy is like way more like, well, we came up with like, oh yeah, the sun and the moon are too big. And we were doing the temperature stuff before we even saw it, on 200 proofs. And we were like, yeah, the moonlight's colder. And we were showing it to our classmates and everything. And they're like, what? Like, But it was funny because it really wasn't about flat Earth. We were just, for the studio, for the architecture,
You were
for the
basically
poetics.
calling the official story bullshit, but you didn't know what the what was the end game for that.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, I definitely had my doubts for sure because I was like, wait a minute, like this is all bogus. And then you saw NASA fails, ODD, and you're just like, oh shit. Like,
yeah.
there's this movie called The Truman Show. I didn't even see that movie until Waking Up to Flat Earth.
That's mad. So even in the CAD, they don't, on a large scale, the surveyor they're just punching numbers into a computer essentially. There's no
It's even easier now. We have these drone sensors where you can get and they're pretty good. They can sense dense vegetation, high slopes, and it'll make every single topography line, every single bush. It kind of fakes it till you make it kind of thing. It's the exact outline, but there's some spots that are a little off. But it'll CAD map for you, pretty large distances. And what's really funny is you can turn it, and you can see it in 3 dimensions in CAD. So you're looking at a quote unquote scan of the Earth, if you will. Now I wouldn't say that it's based on the altitude of the scan and everything, the proximity of the dots, and it's basically just locating those together. We still have to put out sort of registration polls, usually trilateration. I thought it was a really good point, India. It's not called triangulation, it's trilateration. When you, of course, are using it to find a centroid, right, of a location, which is essentially what it's doing thousands of times per second. I don't know. It's a lot of fun now. Especially compared to the old school way, because I used to be what they do to the interns, when you sign up for architecture, you're the guy who has to go measure the buildings. You have to go measure the topography. You had to go all do it by hand because it was kind of the dirty work, if you will. But it taught you a lot of things too. It taught you the foundation of finding that slope and what percentage is that slope, and you start to recognize the land, and it clicked right away. Oh yeah, duh, these are all flat sheets of paper. Is how we used to look at them when we make topography. That you're essentially cutting away from that paper to, of course, get slope and things like this, and that it's not bending in terms of even tectonic plates. What kind of plates do you know are curved, or at least not essentially flat? Because I do know there are plates that are curved.
Okay.
But when it comes to the computer, it's still a Cartesian plane.
Yeah, I just picture these, you're making a design, say you're designing a really massive building or a bridge, for example, or something like that. You've got this plan, it's concept at the beginning. It needs to be mapped out, so you get the surveyors in, you start mapping things and doing this. The end guy actually making it's rough as guts, so even the best engineer with the best blueprints, the guy at the end of the day pouring the concrete, it's just a big fat guy with who can barely put his shirt over. It just makes, there has to be certain tolerances, right? So
yeah,
I don't understand these globers that come in and they're like, oh, they're building a bridge, and if it's off by an inch, then it proves that there's a globe. It's how many things had to go into place to get that piece of concrete there and that piece of metal there, and oh my god,
that's so true. The liability,
it's logic.
That's why engineers they'll do 150 to 200% over what's actually needed. Not only because it increased costs, but also for just that exact reason, liability of somebody's going to mess up something.
Accounting for the guy who just he was meant to put 3 rebars in there, and he only did 2 for some reason because he ran out and didn't want to go.
That stuff should be checked by your
like that's a bad example, but you know what I'm trying to say.
OSHA is a thing for sure.
Scale. Yeah, like that should 100% should be checked, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah, for good reason. I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, there's great stories of supposed architects where they went onto the field or the site, and they were pouring concrete, and they noticed some rugged. It was Tadao Ando, if you're familiar with that architect. But he walked on site, super short man, maybe 5'2", walks up to this 6-foot guy pouring the concrete, and the guy pouring concrete throws a cigarette butt into his concrete, and Tadao Ando is just like the architect, starts trying to beat him up. Like, what are you doing? Even though nobody will see this cigarette, he's like, you're ruining the architecture.
Yeah.
I
could only imagine. It sounds really disgusting, but how many people just take a dump in the concrete?
Oh, for sure. And you never know.
You'll never know. They're laughing. They're driving down the street with their kids. I shat in that building. I shat in that building. Oh, I could only imagine the shit that they. I don't know. The old stories of a whole body being in there or something.
Oh, it's kind of funny. It's a weird tradition of like time capsule like things. So like even the famous building by Frank Lloyd Wright, Falling Water, they buried the plans in one of the walls because one of the engineers was like, this house will fail. I don't give it 10 years or whatever. And so it'll be sort of like a time capsule of who wins that argument? Did the building fall, or do we never see these documents?
There you go. Yeah. It's like, what did you think when you first saw? Were you? I'm not sure of your age, but like when you first saw like 9/11 sort of stuff as with your.
I was in sixth grade.
You were in sixth grade. Sorry.
Yeah. So what was I? Maybe 11. Yeah, I was 11 years old.
Yeah, and thinking then until like you started doing your architectural stuff, like.
Oh, that's kind of an interesting story too, because I have a contractor as a grandfather, and on that day, because they kind of shut down school, or it was pretty early in the morning, and I was actually in history class, and it's funny, everybody just turned on the television, and we saw this burning structure, right, and all of our teachers were just like panting in circles, and they were like, oh, the world is changing. Like, I remember our history teacher, he goes, everybody, the world has changed from this very day. And it was just super serious. But they let us go home, and my dad kind of said the same thing. My grandpa was there. My whole family was there watching the TV. And, by this time I got home, the structures had fell and, all this stuff. And my grandfather, in the middle of everybody, he goes, buildings don't fall that way. And everybody just gasps. And he said it the day of, like, buildings don't fall this way. That's I don't know what I can actually say on here, but of what he said, but he laid it out, I've done demolition. This is yada, yada, yada. And even replaying the video, because we've always, I guess, been kind of fortunate, at least when we were growing up. We had that DVR thing where you could like sort of play something. So that one was definitely recorded. And my dad was noticing, the projections, that we all see familiar today on the internet, and things like that. So at a very early age, like, I was like, yeah, that's not the official story. Right now, at that time, we were like, yeah, there's planes and there's Al Qaeda and there's a war, like. We just thought they were really elaborate, like, at least on the day of. But I mean, as you guys know, by 2003, it was a completely different story. Even the internet had revved up a little bit more by then as well.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those crazy days. I'd say the same for 3 years ago, spring break. I was teaching at university, and it was kind of funny about that one because we knew 3 months prior that the school was going to be shut down. And even the people at the top were like, "How are we going to teach architecture this way?" They were just freaking out. And there are a bunch of old guys that I teach with, so I'm kind of the technology guy, if you will. So they were like, "Oh, architecture can't be taught online," and I would agree. Good architecture can't be, good design can't be. But we definitely knew way before, but not for the reason, right? They were talking about it as early as sort of November in other countries, but it was just super weird that we knew the schools were going to be shut down before it actually happened. So that was a huge red flag, even for, I would say, then, right? And of course, by this time, was already a well-thinking flat earther, but hadn't found you guys, of course, until good old 2020.
Yeah, I think I was about the same sort of time frame, joining the server and whatnot. So,
when did you wake up to flat Earth systems?
Late 2019. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Right before.
Yeah.
Was it just like passing on YouTube or a friend?
I think I've got the timing right. Yeah, but it was I used to listen to, and I still do occasionally, but not as religiously, to Owen Benjamin and just following his journey. I don't know if you know him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so he was questioning things, saying like he had a whole big thing about like people because he was becoming a truther in a sense, and then everyone was like hitting him up about that stuff, and so it was a journey kind of with him at the same time, essentially. Watching he's kind of waking up to it, evolve live on the internet, essentially, and then my own looking into it. So yeah, it was that was basically the causal of me looking into it, and then out of that, I've got a group of friends that live near me in Sydney that we catch up with, mainly out of his community. So yeah, they're all flat earthers. They're cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really good actually. So I don't really listen to him that much anymore, but I still do occasionally. But yeah, that was it. Kept it to myself for a long time.
Oh yeah.
Kept it to myself for probably about a year. I even remember at one stage, because I was getting into how moon landing was bullshit and dinosaurs bullshit and all these sorts of things, and I remember saying something. One of my kids asked me a question about something, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but we were in the car on our way to a party. This is like early 2020, before all the craziness really kicked in. And then I remember my wife saying, "What are you even fucking talking about?" And after that, I didn't talk about it for a long time. And because I was just making like passive aggressive sort of comments about how fake the moon is and all sorts of things like that. Like, it's not what it seems to be. And she's like, "Oh, don't mention that in front of my family." And then I just remembered driving, maybe must be like 9 months later or something. She's watching her truther stuff, because that was the big thing back then. This is probably late 2020, and she's like, "Oh, we're driving home somewhere," and she's like, "What do you think of flat Earth?" I'm like, "Funny you mentioned that." And I just laid it all out for her, and ever since then she's been. I wouldn't say it's knowledge for her, because she hasn't really. Yeah, she it's more like belief based on the fact that she just hasn't really looked into it all that much, but she's content with the official story being bullshit, basically.
Yeah, my wife's kind of the exact same way. Like, she's never looked at the black swan or feels like she could even calculate that, even though I've explained it to her. But she's like, no, I can see it at the beach. You know, that says everything to me. And I wouldn't say she's an I don't care with her. She's just like, yeah, she's like, I know it's bullshit. And we all laugh as a family, you know, every time we see Universal Studios pop up on a screen.
Did you introduce it to her at that stage? Or?
Absolutely, yeah. It was kind of
early on in the thing, or did you keep it to yourself like I did for a bit?
Well, see, I had a lot of relationships, if you will. Like, I mean, well, not a lot, 3 or 4 that I completely ruined because I told them about flat Earth. You know, because I woke up pretty early. Since 2013, I lost my girlfriend at the time, right? I lost, you know, people that I thought were friends that I clearly began to realize, well, if they're not even hearing me out, they're not my friend, you know. And some of them have come back and have been like, oh shit, you were right, dude, I'm so sorry. You know.
Oh, okay.
And I've had that moment, you know, with a couple of architecture buddies, but you know, because I wanted to tell everybody, you know, as soon as 2014 hit, I was sharing it with everybody. Hey guys, look at this 200 proofs, and I got completely ostracized, and I kind of had a mental breakdown because my parents had divorced at the same time. But it was just kind of a weird life stage that you look back and you're like, man, I'm really glad I went through that, because you know, it taught me to just be the better person I am right now. But yeah, I mean,
going through it at the time, it's hard, but then it does make you into a better person, I guess, or it puts you on your path. Like, yeah, interesting. And so how did you? So you lost a couple of relationships based on?
Oh, it's straight up on flat Earth. Like, so I have one that I was telling the guys earlier this week. You know, the girl that I actually met before my wife, I lost to flat Earth. You know, I was waking up Saturday morning, making some breakfast, making some tortillas, and you know, kind of just sitting in my drawers, you know, at the kitchen table, listening to Eric Dubay. And she comes in just super pissed off, like, because, you know, we really hadn't talked about it. We'd been dating for maybe 6 or 7 months, started living with me kind of thing, you know, so that's where it starts getting serious. And I'm listening to Eric Dubay, and she comes in and just pours water all over my computer. You know, rendering it, of course, useless, but it wasn't a great laptop or anything anyway. But definitely has always been traumatizing as a subject. Do I bring this up? Do I, you know, I'm concerned. And, you know, for us men, we're just concerned. We're like, hey, I don't want to see us go down a wrong path. I want to be on the truth. You know, I don't want to be eating poison, things like that.
Yeah.
But, you know, finding my wife, of course, was, you know, right after we kind of just bumped into each other when I was going in for a haircut. She's a hairstylist. And we got to talking, and, you know, she was just like, she was really cool. You know, of course, I didn't bring up flat Earth. You know, I was absolutely traumatized. And actually didn't bring it up until a year later. But I'm a guy who trusts the Creator. You know, I frequently meditate, and, you know, in my own way, kind of, you know, just have a nice relationship to where, you know, I feel a lot of signs and intuition in my gut. And, you know, I asked some things like, you know, give me a sign about this one, because, you know, I think I'm really confused. She's really amazing. You know, she hates space books. She only likes to read. She doesn't like TV. You know, she does have a 4-year-old, but, you know, the guy passed away, and, you know, it's kind of a sad story, and she's building herself back up. And, She's a really good woman. She doesn't yell at me, but about a year later, dating this woman, we start talking about flat Earth, just kind of out of the blue. She had heard me mention it somewhere or kind of thing, and so we talked about it, and we constantly go to the beach. So I started showing our 4-year-old at the time, 5-year-old. She was actually the one who I've got a funny story about her too, which is of course the best sign in the world. She came up to me and she's already called me Dad. So she goes, Dad, are we spinning right now? And it gets me every time because, I could have said anything. If I was brainwashed, I could have led her down all the wrong path again. But instead I asked her a critical thinking question. I go, what do you think? And she stared for a little bit. She stared back at the sky. She looked at the ground. She goes, I don't think we're moving. And I go, I think you're right. We're not moving, But it's just amazing because you can ask any kid. They know. If they're an honest kid, and most kids really are way too honest. You can ask them, is the Earth moving? They're like, no, of course not.
Yeah, that's so true.
Even little girls, my little girls are always concerned. They're like, are you okay? Do you think the Earth is moving? Are you experiencing vertigo? I try to teach them as many words as I can. My daughter, she's 8 now, and we have, of course, our infant. Couldn't be happier in the world, with a family that knows both the globe and about our true Earth. But they don't like to focus on the deception, that really, because that's a support thing. They're like, what do you mean? You know what I mean? I just steer them in the right direction. When Coco came around and the jibby jab, my wife turned to me and she's like, what are we supposed to do? And I was like, don't worry, I got you.
Yeah.
We went through even this legal process to get it waived. I did a huge fuss at the university because, that's a whole nother story. But yeah, steered away from that one without really a budge.
Oh, good on you.
Thanks, man. It's been rough, I think, for everybody. You know what I mean? Some people call it a spiritual awakening, but no matter what, this world teaches you so much, and sometimes that can be really, really hard. But at the same time, it's like what my dad used to tell me: God never gives you anything you can't handle. You know what I mean? It's a perfect test for you, man. That's what he used to say.
That's what my wife says as well. She says that, but you're saying it from a positive point of view. Mm-hmm. She says it sort of from a negative. She's like all these things going wrong and stuff like that. She's like, but people always telling me God only gives you what you can handle. And I don't know what to say to her at that point. I just say, that's why you were given these tests,
right?
In particular with kid, when your kids are ill and sick and stuff like that. Yeah, but I think it's true. I think it is true.
Very true. Yeah, I think about that too, and sort of the people I've lost in my life, and how I kind of went down some scary roads just because, that ego of man, my grandma's gone, and this person's gone, and they got killed by this person, and then realizing later in life that shaped me to love every single day that this creator gives us. You know what I mean? That it's all even though you don't understand what's happening right now, doesn't mean you won't understand it 5 years from now. And I know that can be hard to swallow, but at the same time, it's wow, I'm going to get to understand this. I know it, you know.
No, I hear ya.
But yeah, they say life is short, but of course it's the longest thing any of us will ever do.
That we know of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find it interesting how you mentioned before that you wanted to just tell everyone and show everyone like your 200 proofs and stuff like that. I'm like the complete opposite. I'm just like, if someone
Oh,
brings
now
something
I'm the opposite. Yeah.
oh, really? Yeah.
Because at the time I was like, what? Why do you? Because I was dumbfounded. I was like, why do you guys not want to look into this? Like, you know, this is insane. We could all like change all of this. They're all lying, you know, like. And I didn't really understand the implications of what I was really striding on the street. You know, I was looking like the crazy religious guy, if you will, in the corner, going, "The world is ending." You know, repent. which all might be true, but it's just like the way I was going about it was completely wrong. You know.
Yeah.
Because they were like, well, okay, well, what is the Earth then? And I was like, well, fuck, I don't know. Like,
I think because my like flat Earth started at the same time as all the other, you know, bullshit.
Right.
If they weren't receptive to that side of things, there was no point even talking about it. So like it was like a good test, because if you're not going to hear that side of things, you're not going to hear the other truths and stuff like that. It was like a lost cause. And I hate feeling like that about people, but I hate feeling like that about people, but I think if they're not ready, then they're not ready. So it wasn't necessarily my place to push it. I don't know if that makes sense. Like sometimes I feel
it makes complete sense.
Yeah, sometimes I feel bad
it was so hard judging that too. Sometimes, like, I feel like this person. Well, like even like I said with my wife, the first thing she told me was, "I hate Star Wars," and I just thought, like, "I love you," like. Because like and it was weird because I was like, is she a flat earther the whole time? I was like, she messing with me? Like, is she a flat earther too? Like, you know, because there was just so many things that I was like, I was putting two and two together. Like, oh, she must know I'm a flat earther, or that, you know, because we laugh about 9/11 or you know, Back to the Future and how it like almost predicts 9/11. You know, like, you know, just all these little things that we talk about. You know, spiritually, and you know, about the creator, you know, stuff like that, and what we want to do for our kids, and, you know, so it would pop up, you know, that I'm like, man, she must know about flat Earth. I got to just tell her, and of course, I had to have that conversation before proposing.
Yeah, it's funny that there must have been a couple times where you're just like, do I do it now?
Yeah, exactly. And of course, had that with a lot of friends, you know, like, oh, they're talking about 9/11, or they're talking about Pearl Harbor, or, you know, like they're talking about something, you know.
Yeah, and you're just like, oh. I had a friend once, and he's a good friend of mine. He's a complete normie, jibby jabbered up and all that sort of stuff. But he once said something about flat Earth, and I'm like, what, really? And he goes, nah, I'm just joking. And then I just left it at that because I knew he was actually just joking. He was taking the piss out of it. So, and I was just like, oh man, like that was my in. I could have like red pilled him then and there.
You've been like, what?
Because he's heard me say dumb things before, like dumb in his mind. Like he's bought this really old car, and he's like done you know how the saying is like, I've always almost been to the moon and back because of the you know, the kilometers that
the
are
mileage
on it. And I'm like, I told him to his face, I go, I don't believe the moon's that far away, and he completely just ignored it. He's just like started talking about something else. He didn't want to hear it. His NPC programming kicked in, I think, and overrid what I was saying.
Didn't even compute.
Yeah, it didn't compute. I have to do it one day. I'll have to just tell him straight up. He'll take the piss out of me. He'll just be laughing at me the whole time. But I'm gonna have to do it.
I like that you established that as a standard. Like, oh, a normie with the jibby jab. It's like, yeah, I guess that is the standard of a normie these days.
Yeah, like there's two categories of people in my mind. Like it's clearly, but
Right.
yeah, I don't. I don't. I'm not trying to minimize, them as a man or a woman sort of thing. It's more just how to categorize people, not necessarily making one bit better than the other in a sense.
Very true. Yeah, I kind of tend to say like the same thing. Like it's almost as if we all have the exact same amount of energy, but some of it is, of course, applied into various aspects that we all archetypally have. Some focus on ego. Some focus on all sorts of things. Spirituality and everyone else or community.
Yeah,
it's kind of all the same energy. Everyone's got it, unless unless they're diseased. Sometimes.
Yeah, I would say so. I think it's going to get to a point, not in the too distant future, where people are categorized as in an everyday basis as a glober or a flat earther. I think it's going to be more mainstream, and it's getting more mainstream over time.
Yeah, I think so too, for sure.
Yeah,
I wish we
don't know if
could
it will have
made a better term than flat earther, but I guess it works.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a movement of people trying to push true earther,
right?
But I don't think it'll stick. Yeah.
Well, I'll even tell people, like, when they ask me, "Are you a flat earther?" And especially if it's a condescending way, I'm like, "No, I'm a human. What are you, man? Like,
yeah.
I'm just like you. Like."
Yes.
I'm an earther. So are you.
Yeah, I live in.
You're gonna tell me right now you're not on Earth? Like,
yeah.
Because I mean, it definitely is a different kind of conversation. I would say, like in reality. And what's nice is it's been getting so much better. Like, because I would say, like, 2015, 16, you saw a lot of people doing this stuff online. And so I kind of kicked back a little bit, like, okay, well, these guys got it. Like, I thought I was doing a lot of work in, 2013, 14, but I was like, clearly everybody else is doing stuff. So I kicked back, kind of became more of a closet flat earther, and really started just listening to everybody else, like you were saying, like the dinosaurs and, the Mason rabbit hole and all that jazz. Because there's definitely a lot of jazz to that. But it's just to kind of get you caught up in something that you have no control of, so... I kind of like the term that people use here is like the black pill. It's like, it's a useless topic. It's like doomsday. But you were kind of right. Like, it is entertaining though. It's kind of what got us in this in the first place. We were kind of searching for something like, wait a minute, there's definitely more about this place. But now that we have found flat earth and the truth about this, you're kind of right. It's like this capstone thing. You don't have to go anywhere else. It doesn't even have to be doomsday. In fact, it makes you realize the earth is really beautiful, like even more so.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
It's like, damn, where are we? it's pretty amazing. God, at least better than I could imagine it could be. You know what I mean? Some people say, like, well, there's still pain in this world. This reality sucks. And it's a soul trap. I hate, I started recently hearing about Eric DeBay talk about this soul trap thing and the spirituality. and I know it's not quite the topic here, but it's still kind of flat Earth. But I'm kind of a different opinion. Like, no, you like, even if you chose to be here, I don't think it was a trick. I just think you forgot. Like, the material construct of this realm is it can only do so much, and holding up the greatness that comes from the Creator, I think, is your light. Your spirit, your essence. And you can see it when a little baby's breathing, just taking a nap in a chair. It's like it's the same essence as any other human.
Yeah, I try to steer clear of anyone who's talking to that effect, mainly because the path they normally go down, and I'm just generalizing here, I don't know, I don't listen to Eric Dubay, but the path they normally go down is that there's no consequences for your actions,
right?
Or you choose your consequences at the end, and that's not a path I'm particularly interested in hearing. But right. I know exactly what you mean. When it comes to like the black pill kind of side of things,
right? But that's what I mean. The dangers of that, and especially people of that stature, I would say. A lot of people listen to them, which is why I kind of asked him. I just kind of asked him some questions about it. And he invited me to speak on his podcast because I was telling him about the Flat Earth Discord, and that this is a really cool place, for spreading the flat truth, if you will. And he was like, "Wow, that sounds pretty amazing. Discord's not my thing, but I would love for you to if you want to talk about the Flat Earth Discord." I was like, "Yeah, that'd be really awesome. Get some exposure out there, and even just kind of be." Not like cozy with Eric, but like at least known, or we're out there for other people that he that follow him, that actually want to discuss this a little bit more, or actually like the academy this really is, especially Mayhem, the way he talks about it here. It really is. It's a wonderful institution, and I hate to use that word lightly, because it has such a negative connotation, but it really is.
Well, I like the way Mayhem puts it. When he says they've built a culture.
Absolutely.
I think that's he says it better, but so it's really important, because without the culture that's here, you get just like the Glober does. Like, you try and argue the lack of curve, they start looking up. Like, oh, what's Jupiter then, and what's the moon, and what's the sun, and this and that, and that's what happens,
right?
When you're, especially,
every time.
Well, for me, it happened when I was early in the flat Earth. You want to know everything. You want to pick on this. Look, watch the ISS and CGI and the moon and Jupiter and all these sorts of different things. And it's like, but you can't verify anything, so. At the end of the day, you just have to bring it back down to the ground, even though you might go up to the sky a little bit for some time and look at some interesting things and, pick on the dark side of the moon, pictures that NASA puts out that look retarded and all sorts of fun things. But you got to bring it back down to where's the curve, the lack of curve. Right. And I think that's a good culture. Yeah. I'm glad they've built it this way, and they stick to it.
Absolutely.
Without it, I mean, I'm not trying to discredit Eric Dubay. He's done a lot of good things, woke up a lot of people and stuff like that. But in his instance, he's built his own sort of monolithic.
Oh yeah, no, he's reached into almost every subject there is,
Yeah. And I can understand that if your means of making a living is based on churning out content and getting people to subscribe and donate and whatever, like I'm assuming he makes a living out of it.
Oh yeah.
then you have to keep it interesting. You have to keep people entertained. You have to give people a reason to do this, and that's why I like this place, is because it doesn't have any of that. It doesn't have any of that at all. It's basically volunteer run in a sense, but
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's just for other people. It's for the sake of truth. It's for the sake of critical thinking, next generation. Yeah, it's definitely about passion, than anything monetarily. Even though I do think we could actually all come together and help each other out entrepreneurially. But
yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the best parts of having a community, an actual community, is doing that sort of thing.
Which reminds me, I just purchased actually some coffee from Bear Pelagic in here.
Oh wow,
our coffee flat earther. I will definitely say 10 out of 10, man. He hooked it up, great price, and seriously premium coffee.
There you go. Yeah, I've heard good things. He's got funny labels on his stuff as well.
He gave me so many stickers. It was great.
Did you get one that was funny? What did you end up buying?
Well, he gave me basically 5 different ones to try. There's this one called Helen Keller. There's this one called Super Sack. I'm probably butchering some of the names, but the stickers say roasted on a flat, stationary, non-rotating realm. And it's just brilliant.
He had which one? I don't know. Not sure if you're into that, but he had one called the Trinity, and it was 100% this, 100% that. And I just laughed because he was.
It was like a 3-headed beast.
The jokes are just funny. Even if you are a Catholic, it's
oh man, I wish I could. Maybe I could share this one. It's called Gary and Terry's Final Voyage Roast, and it just shows this little sunken boat of these two guys. I mean, it's kind of crude, but it's just there's the flat horizon. It's still flat Earth related.
I don't know if you listened to Owen Benjamin at all, but they had this running joke. He had tea time with Gary and Terry or something like that. It was his way of trying to get back onto YouTube. Saying that it wasn't his show, he was just co-hosting for Gary and Terry, this gay couple who were on a boat trying to find the ice wall.
Is that right? Is that the name? Gary and Terry.
Is that why they had Gary and Terry? Is that the one he sent you?
Let's see. I just put it in the live stream.
I didn't see it. Are you sure you put it in the right? Oh, there we go. Yeah, Gary and Terry's final.
This is so classic.
Yeah, that's the context. Is they had the two characters that he was co-hosting for. And
that makes so much more sense. That's great. Man, I'm gonna make some coffee now. And it's the kind of coffee, I don't know about you guys, but I drink it black. I used to drink it with sugar until about 6 months ago. I was just forget it. I put honey in it sometimes, but yeah, black coffee. This is the kind where you're that actually tastes good,
Yeah, man. What's the time there for you?
Let's see, 9:13.
9:13.
Central Texas.
Yeah, it's 12 a.m. here, so I'm gonna head off.
All right, systems.
All right, great talking to you.
Yeah, man. I sent you a friend request. I always hear you, so I was like, man, this guy sounds cool.
I'm always trying to have a laugh.
Yeah. I'm more of the talker. Like, I'll listen at night, and some of the big hitters in here. So I'm like, I don't want to talk. Like, I want to listen to these guys. But in the mornings, I'm like, man, what's going on? I want to rub elbows with everybody.
Yeah, that's kind of me as well. I don't want to take away from, especially when there's a Glober in there. I don't try to interject and stuff like that. But even though I've got so many jokes and shit that I want to say while they're talking, but it's like
that's why I just type it out. Like
yeah, exactly. Keep myself on mute and type it instead. But yeah, really, yeah, I appreciate the conversation. I hope you have a good day, man.
Same, man. Have a good night.
Catch you later.
But yeah, good stuff. Anyway, I hope you guys are doing well too. Is it Friday? I think so. Start to lose track of the days. Started my own little moon calendar. Been trying to focus on it more, and you start to lose track of everybody else sort of following a week schedule. You start like, oh, tomorrow's just another day. Like, to be honestly grateful for. So, I don't know. I'm going to get back to some 3D printing and get back to work as it is. But sweet. Stay flat.
Cheers. Flatline, right?
Cheers, Miguel.
Cheers.
I'll be in the back. But.
Okay.
Does anyone here have like a high-powered telescope? One preferably not like give you computer-generated bullshit.
I don't.
You do?
I don't have that one.
Okay, so I had a question. I mean, I know you said you don't, but if you know anybody who does, I just found out recently that Neptune and Uranus were just like recently discovered. And I wanted to know, is that like legit, or is that something that you have to have a fancy telescope to see? Because you can't see it with your naked eye.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
And I've been trying to find P900 photos of Uranus and Neptune, and they're really hard to find. If anybody has those, I'd love to see them, but do you know of a place where I could find P900 planets, I guess, or even stars?
There's some YouTube flat Earth YouTube videos, but let me see. Stars.
Yeah, I just found one. I don't know if it'll give me. So I've seen Venus. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe it's not bullshit. I found one with Neptune. Interesting. What's crazy about the planets is a lot of them look like eyes. Like Saturn straight up looks like an eye. But Venus does too. Crazy.
Yeah, you're definitely not wrong. Those wandering stars, they definitely look interesting. But you know, now that I think about it, I've never seen Neptune or Uranus. Sorry, I can't say that one with like a straight face. Uranus.
Yeah, no, I just looked it up. Somebody had it in a P900. But yeah, I just found out recently that you can't see them with the naked eye, and they had to discover them recently. So I was like skeptical if they're even fucking real.
Was this like a news article you saw like on Facebook or?
No, I was just looking it up because I just randomly was thinking like some people like think that like planets line up with your chakra systems and whatnot. And
Sure.
And then I was thinking Uranus, and I was like, oh shit, that's your ass chakra. I was like, and so I was looking it up. I was like, I can't find any like of these chakra systems with Uranus on it. And then I was looking it up. I was like, oh, okay, so ancient man didn't even know of Uranus or Neptune. That like they couldn't see it with their naked eye, at least.
Yeah.
But
well, I mean, I think it's kind of a stretch. I mean, you can't even relate the ground to the sky, let alone your chakra system to the sky. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying about the ground, but you know, I feel like there's definitely some cosmic energy coming from the stars.
Well, what's more interesting is like those wandering stars, the retrograde that they have and the motions that they, at least I would say, project over a flat realm are actually entirely much more interesting. You know, sacred geometry patterns, if you will.
Yeah, like the flower of life.
Right.
And the
so,
flower
yeah,
of life,
clearly there's a correlation.
You can make like a Star of David out of the flower of life.
Even like Mars retrograde, that just one little hoop, you know, it's just, you know, that infinity symbol, that, you know, like the pattern, if you will, the sun and the moon, the analemma. Sorry.
Nikola Tesla believed that there is such thing as cosmic energy, like the stars and planets were literally putting energy here on Earth. And, you know, there's all these like methylitic structures, like the pyramids of Giza line up with Orion's belt, which makes me wonder, were they doing something to line up with that specifically for energy or something?
Right. They say that's where all the stars are born. You know, there's even like a main narrative for like that coincidence too. But I also wonder how much of that is truth and how much of that is, of course, false. It could be all false, but
yeah. You sure learn not to just trust anything, huh?
Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're like have the ability to like build your own stuff, but there's a couple tutorials for some really high powered telescopes. I ended up having to get rid of mine, but you know, you can make like pretty large reflectors. You can get mirrors on like AliExpress from China for like $5.
Dude, that's a great idea actually, because you know, when I first got into flat Earth, I was like, all right, so what the hell are like all these planets and shit? And I would YouTube videos of people finding planets and whatnot, and then pretty much what it was okay, so it's receiving this image and it's got to go through this software real quick, and then here it is. I was like,
Right.
oh yeah, that's not sketchy at all. Fucking CGI and their telescope, yeah, that's not sketchy.
Otherwise, it's the blurriest image ever. You know,
Yeah,
because you can't get like the raw image, but then you look at the raw image and you're like, wait a minute, there's just a bunch of pixels here. Oh, it's based onto it goes to a database. Oh yeah, somebody else's database showing you images that just, I mean, and don't get me wrong, they base it off of your location and your exact zenith and everything like that, but still, exactly, you know, it's fake.
yeah, and
No,
I've
man.
had people argue that, well, I've been to an observatory, I've seen the planets. Like, yeah, I bet you did, bro. I bet there is no fuckery in that observatory at all. I'm sure it just gave you the raw data, and it wasn't any kind of editing or anything like that. I'm sure.
People went to some observatories and they deny access to some rooms there.
Oh yeah. I was going to say I've been to 2 solar observatories, and one in New Mexico and one in Colorado. And I got to look at the sun. I got to even see the spots on the sun that they call magnetic bars. Of course, using my air quotes.
Yeah.
But you look at it and you go, okay, now prove to me those are magnetic bars. Well, you know, like, you don't know what you're looking at here, you know. And then even the number of filters they would have to use to like even look at the sun. And what was funny is it really wasn't as close as you thought. Like, it was horrible quality. Now, I don't know so much about this observatory, but it was just like, you know, the guy there explaining to the whole class, because this was, you know, for one of our architecture classes and things. You know, there was a guy explaining, oh yeah, this is what the sun is doing. This is how many solar spots it has. This is the reason why your internet goes out, and, you know, just making up all this crap. And even then, you know, I was kind of like, what is this guy talking about? Like, how does he know that? Like,
yeah. Hell, I actually remember when I was taught that the Earth was moving, and I was like, what the hell? Like, I was very young, but it was like, it's like in my subconscious, I was like, bullshit, but I wasn't old enough to really question it. Because I was like, I don't feel like I'm moving. I think I'd know if I were moving. And then they told us that we're moving like extremely fast. It's like, really? What the hell?
Well, I remember even being a kid too, where they were like, look at the clouds, right? And, you know, sometimes you see the clouds kind of moving real slow. They're like, that's the Earth moving. And, you know, as a kid, I was like, oh crap, I can feel the Earth. I can see it. You know, like I'm moving, you know?
Yeah.
It's the same as like a merry-go-round.
About planets whenever I was very young, and I was like shook. I thought, honestly, it was a plane, bro. I didn't think I was on a freaking ball, like a limited ball like that. Like, and it gave, like, I think I honestly remember being in like a little bit of despair, because I was like, what? I'm just on some like fucking space rock? Like, that sounds kind of like,
yeah, there was kind of this emptiness, right?
Yeah.
Like, no, there's no way this is. What was weird is I wanted to be an astronaut. I was like, well, if this is the case, I want to be the first one out there, you know?
Well, when they bring that up, and then they bring up, oh yeah, asteroids and shit. Oh yeah, the dinosaurs are just wiped out by a rock. They just flew at the Earth, and then, yeah, they're dead now. Hey, I saw you're in Dallas, Texas.
Yes, sir.
And I'm in the DFW area.
Nice, man. And, I'm SA San Antonio.
Oh, really? I have a flat Earth group on Telegram, and we got 162 people.
Oh, dang! Nice.
Yeah, it's nice, man. Yeah, they host meetings, like meetups, like at least twice a month.
Well, shoot, if you guys are ever like in Austin or SA,
yeah, that'd be cool. We're actually, me and my family, about to move to Virginia for about 3 months, but
that's cool. Good housing prices.
I've heard they're pretty expensive, so we're still looking right now. But my wife's job is gonna pay her pretty well, so we can manage. Yeah, she's a travel X-ray tech, so paying her big money. They're giving her like $1,000 a month on top of her hourly pay just for rent.
Good. You should talk to him about travel expenses too, because when you own a company, I do this like when I want to hire somebody, like you can write off a lot of things to actually get them on board, or to train them, or to feed them, or get them here. Like that's probably what that rent, if you will, is coming from. But yeah, big companies are definitely they know what they're doing because that actually helps them not have to pay any taxes, and it helps them by training an employee.
Yeah, actually, it's funny. When we first moved to Dallas, her first travel company, they put us in a freaking hotel for 8 months. We're in a long stay hotel for 8 months. It was horrible.
Oof.
Yeah,
that's where maybe that company's not making as much revenue, so they can't write off as much. But.
Well, it's funny because
they just don't care.
That long stay hotel would have been way more expensive than an apartment or a house would have been.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, it's funny. I found this Telegram chat through Dave Weiss's app, and when I first joined, there is like 60 people in here. Now there's like 160.
Well, shoot, man. Do you think you could DM me that one?
Yeah, I can send it to you for sure.
Appreciate it.
But yeah, dude, you should just like start one in San Antonio and just go.
Yeah.
Because what they did was they were just on Dave Weiss's app and they just sent a message out. And pretty effective.
Yeah, man, I'm always down to meet people flat Earth related for sure. I don't talk to myself too much just because I do teach at university, so it's like I don't even like bring it up, at least to my colleagues. But like to students, of course, I get flat Earth hints. But yeah, of course, I was looking to get more involved. I'm telling myself that.
Yeah, you got to use that. I call it the cult lingo because my brother calls flat Earth a cult, so I just like.
It's a culture.
The
whole word. Yeah.
It's funny because I tell him, I'm like, dude, I know way more about your cult than you do mine, bro. Like, how am I in a cult when all I believe is things that I can actually test, and you believe fairy tales? Like, that's hilarious, dude.
Who's in a cult? Really? Yeah. Oh, you just drank the us flat earthers, we've heard it all the time. Like, oh, you're just drinking the Kool-Aid. You're going to be on to something else in 3 years,
Yeah, I actually, I know there's some Christians in here, but I was actually a Christian not too long ago, and
oh man,
kind of found out some stuff about the sun and astrotheology and whatnot, and I was like, I don't know if I necessarily believe this anymore. But what's funny is, before I got to that point, I found out that the New Testament was wrong just from the Old Testament. Like they don't match up. Specifically the Torah. But
well, I for one just say read them all, and read them all at different times, because at least in my experience, I can't tell you, like, I read the Bible the first time when I was like 12, right? And my dad he didn't force it down my throat, but he was like, here's the Hebrew study guide Bible, and it was great, but I didn't get it. I didn't. I read it again when I was 22. I read it again when I was 33. And it had completely different impacts on my life and different realizations, different interpretations. Now, I wouldn't say like anybody should read a book and like, take it with you to save your life. But they're here for a reason, I think. And I would, even when I was in my 30s, started reading other religions like the Quran and like Mormon. What's all that about? And I was like, what? So
Yeah.
to me, it's like it's about being human. It's about having that relationship with the Creator. And it can't even put into words. If you want to be really truly honest, at least in my standpoint, I'm like, there's no way you can put that into words, because I've astral projected. I've had a near-death experience, unfortunately, and kind of fortunately, in my life. You see the great light at the tunnel, but that's just my that's my subjective opinion anyway.
Wait, do you go astral travel? Like, did you do that by accident or?
So when I was younger, my dad, he talked. He read the Bible pretty much every night, a story or two, and he would talk about his interpretation of sort of Jesus on water, right? And he said, cast your line to the right side of your vessel, right? And my dad was somebody who was like Bible codes and just really heavily spiritual and religious. Right. Maybe not so much because, obviously he didn't run into flat earth. So, I mean, not exactly, there was a wool, I think, pulled over everyone's eyes of this time.
Yeah, for sure.
But anyway.
Like, you could have read it and then just not thinking anything of it.
Right.
Because I actually found out after becoming a flat earther that like the Torah, like the law, like isn't like done away with, even literally just from the Bible. And then like you could read all this stuff all the time and you'd never see it, but unless somebody like kind of guides you to it and shows you like it says it here, and then like yeah.
To me, I've always stood on a fence of like, well, I don't know, I wasn't there when this book was read, but I'll read it. I wasn't there when the person made any of this, but I'll read it. Like, what's the harm in sort of reading it? But I've never, not since I was a kid that I read a science book and I was like, oh my God, I believe everything in this book,
Yeah.
Because it was funny, as much as my dad brought us up sort of to be super spiritual, he taught us to astral project. Now, it's not something that you can just do on command or is used for any gain. It's something of like, honestly, the only time it's ever happened for me is when I was asking to help somebody else. And it would basically happen. I would get out of my body, move within this weird timeless realm that was all blue, a light blue, if you will. Very strange place, but it's this place. It's still objective reality. I don't know, but it's just one of those things where I'm like, I can't even put this stuff into words. I don't even want to. I want to nod at God and go, thank you.
Yeah.
And that's it, And sometimes that's really hard to do some days,
What's funny, what actually led me to Christianity is two things, but first, what led me to be kind of more spiritual minded was I took a whole bunch of shrooms. And when I took those shrooms, I was seeing literally skulls everywhere. I was seeing them on the wall. I was seeing them on Law and Order. I saw them in the clouds. And then I started to think like like when you take enough of them, they call it like an ego death. I've had that, and it makes
you can experience that without drugs, but yes, I would just say we kind of want to limit the paraphernalia talk, at least on the live stream.
Oh yeah, my bad.
You're good, man.
But yeah, and then I was thinking, I was like, who's like the most spiritual person I know? I was like, it's my great uncle, and he grew up in the 70s and whatnot. He was probably like 18 in the 70s, and I was thinking, I was like, well, he's a Christian and he was doing all this stuff too, and it kind of led me towards that way. And then I found out evolution was not true. And then immediately when I found out that's not true, I was like, okay, so I guess I'm a Christian now. Because I really didn't I guess I didn't really weigh any other option. Like it was either atheist or Christian, just because probably how I was brought up too had a lot to do with that. But
That makes sense.
but yeah, and then it just kind of dominoed. Like I think if I didn't know about like, because I've known fluoride was bad since I was in high school, and it seems like every time I find something else out, it opens me up for another thing to learn. Because if I wasn't like already like against fluoride, and I knew 9/11 was false in high school too. Like I knew that was BS, but
Oh yeah.
if I didn't know that, I don't think I would have accepted the evolution thing. And if I didn't know the evolution thing, I don't know if I would have accepted the flat Earth thing. Like I feel like it just kind of dominoes. Like you need one before the other to kind of keep your mind a little open.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, just because I mean, I may have months or years ago, but like even places here where we've heard some testimony, like some people are just like, no, I saw it. I never realized 9/11 or anything like that, or even some people like they talk to another flat earther, and that was of course the first thing they were introduced to. And it kind of goes both ways though, because like you and me, we did it that natural way, just with the progression of 9/11 and all of this stuff, and then getting to flat earth maybe. But I don't know, it's kind of different for everybody. But
Yeah, it was
the truth
actually
is
really
true.
easy for me to be a flat earther. Like I watched one video, and then once I saw that, okay, this is like pretty undeniable. They were showing me laser tests over long distance and all that. I told my wife, I was like, I think I'm a flat earther now. And she was like, no, we can't
Who the
be
hell you are?
Yeah, she was like, no. And then I was like on a mission. I was like, she's gonna see this. Like, and then also, in that same video, the video I watched was the final card by the Founded Earth Brothers.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah, that's all it took. Literally that video, and I was on. I mean, the curvature honestly should be enough for.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
like anybody.
That's how simple it can be.
but then I will admit, like that video definitely isn't enough for like understanding everything. Like you're still like, well, what about this and this? But it was enough to get me on board to at least look at it, and because I've been presented it in the past, and I was like, oh, this guy's so dumb. Like, how do planes fly? How do the water stick to it? Like, stay on. But I didn't give it any kind of thought at all. Stop.
I was saying gravity.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm actually going to start driving here in a second, so I might have to fade to the back. But good talking to you, man.
Yeah, you too, man.
Let me know about that telegram.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Sweet.
I actually talked to a teacher not too long ago, and she was saying that she was at a flat Earth meetup. She was a flat earther, and she asked us. She was like, "Well, what does it matter? Like, what does it matter really?" And I feel like she was just coping, to be honest, because she probably teaches some kind of science or something, and she's trying to justify teaching a lie, pretty much.
Daddy, that good pizza.
I still coming in all right? Sorry, I just had to switch to the car.
Yeah, you're coming in.
Sweet. Now, if I could just turn off my GPS voice.
Better in now.
What's going on, man?
Me sometimes just laying there in bed. Hmm.
Sometimes. But it's like tides, you know. Did you guys happen to catch last night with the astrophysicist guy?
What, the Itar guy?
Itar with QE?
I heard a little bit, but I went off to rest.
Nice. Yeah, it was pretty good. I thought QE does QE well. Held his feet to the fire, just exactly the way somebody of that caliber needs to be, you know.
General Patton reincarnated.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Question is, who's MacArthur in here?
just our common sense, everyday perception of the Earth, it is flat as far as we can tell. It is motionless as far as we can tell. And everything in the sky is revolving around us as far as we can tell. If nobody told us otherwise, we'd logically assume that the Earth was flat, motionless, with everything in the sky revolving around us. And you can prove that this is the case as well. For instance, with the horizon, as you rise up, no matter how high you go on the top of Mount Everest, or if you go in a balloon higher and higher, we've gotten independent balloons have gone up with cameras. The horizon remains flat all the way around and rises to the eye of the camera all the way up, totally flat, and rises to the eye of the observer. So that's one proof. Now, if the Earth were a ball, no matter how big, the horizon is said to be the curvature of the ball.
If you were to go to NASA, it's all fraud, it's all fake. Pretty much everything NASA puts out is fraudulent. There are no images of Earth from space. Put an end to this topic once and for all, turn the Hubble round and show us Earth in real time, but they will not do it. They can't do it. It doesn't exist. It literally doesn't exist. Looking at these images of Earth, including the one they call the Big Blue Marble, which was released in 2002, I think. Zoom into it with Photoshop, you'll see where they've used the clone tool in Photoshop to take a picture of one of the clouds and stamp it in various places around the picture. They got lazy.
If the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, there must exist a curvature drop of 8 inches times the mile when you square the mile. 1 mile means there should be an 8-inch curvature drop. 2 miles, 2 times 2 times 8 is 32. That's 32-inch drop. 3 miles would be a 72-inch drop. And this would exponentially continue. Here's the longest bridge in the world. The Danyang Kongchon Grand Bridge in China, 102.4 miles long. There should exist nearly 7,000 feet of curvature drop in that bridge. 7,000 foot curvature drop. Do you see it? It ain't there. Look at the horizon. It's flat.
You can see in that dive shot that the inside camera, the horizon is completely flat. Then it goes to the outside and you got a huge curve. But when you're looking at some of the amateur balloon footage, some of it's lens corrected and it's completely flat. And others, like the GoPro stuff, the horizon will fluctuate as the camera spins and tilts. The horizon will go convex and concave, a lens effect. It's obviously not the horizon shifting every 2 seconds as the camera jumps. And when it's still, you can see all the way up, totally flat. NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball.
Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
But why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. Imagine what you know tomorrow.
The horizon, for instance, is always completely flat, and you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you were on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not.
My question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance. The lowest layer is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that? Go to the seashore. Go to a seashore.
Watch. As ships sail away, they don't disappear all at once. Now, first, the bottom will disappear. See, the bottom of the ship is gone. Now we can see midway up, and then the whole thing disappears. Now, ships came back. They didn't fall off the table. So people realized that the world is curved. I mean, it's a big curve, but it's curved. So, the process of testing claims, the world is flat, the world is round, is what we call science. Now, if you have a claim that can't be tested, that's what we call pseudoscience. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Boats don't disappear over the curvature of the horizon. Boats disappear due to perspective. All you have to do is go to the beach, watch a boat disappear from your eye, and then whip out your telescope, your binoculars, or your high-powered zoom on your camera, and you can pull the entire boat right back into view. Whole mass and all. Yeah, that's right. You think the boat disappeared? Just whip out your telescope, your binoculars, or your zoom camera. You bring the entire boat back into view, completely debunking everything Coy just told you. And here's my video proof.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Imagine that. You can debunk the curvature of the Earth yourself with just a simple zoom on your camera. Bye-bye, little boat.
The flat Earth? Well, that didn't stand up to tests. The round Earth did.
And you guys, come on. Everybody watches newscasts. You all use mobile phones. You all see airplanes fly around. You all go to see Ed Sheeran in concert one day in London, another day in Melbourne, Australia. This all depends on our fundamental understanding of the size of the Earth and its shape with extraordinary precision.
What the fuck did you just say?
The way we teach science is you're just some empty vessel and we pour the science into you and then you regurgitate it on an exam. Right. Because Earth, we know it spins once day. Yes.
Off to a great start.
So you spin. You know, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. Yeah. Gets wider in the middle, and so Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the pole. Not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
Yeah. Chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah. So, it turns out the pear-shapedness is bigger than the height of Mount Everest above sea level. Well, let me just so you understand. We've been fed a lie our entire... I want to call it a lie. We've been fed...
It's a point of view thing, I think.
We've been fed Earth has been misrepresented to us by...
Science!
Pear-shaped.
Science!
So they're all trying to figure out, is the universe spinning around us or are we spinning around the universe? They tell you, we don't know shit.
We're looking at a bunch of lights in the goddamn sky. You're gonna tell me that light and that light that's 250, 100 trillion light years away? How the fuck did you figure that out?
Well, don't they have an explanation for that shit?
No, exactly. That's what you just said right now. What you just said now is what everyone's natural reaction. Because anytime someone says anything about space, you automatically think someone figured it out. You don't know the guy's name. You don't know the name of the experiment. You didn't look into it yourself. You just think when someone tells you, how far is the Earth from the sun? They'll say, 93 million miles away. Like you just, everybody relies on someone figured that out and someone double checked it. You're going on what you read. And right now, cosmology, they don't know what the fuck to do. You know what they found out? The cosmic microwave background shows that all the galaxies are on shelves lined up to us. That we're at the fucking center. They don't know what to think about. Yeah, there's a lot of controversy going on about it.
Well, you should see the stars do all sorts of strange motions, but you don't. You only see them make these perfect circles. That tells me that it's the stars that are moving, not the Earth.
The Copernicus principle, the one that we live by, is that we're insignificant, we mean nothing, we're a speck in the universe. That's the heliocentric model, that we go around the sun. The geocentric model means that everything goes around us. That's what this is in the Bible. That's what the first astronomers were saying. Ptolemy was the first one to say, yeah, we are the center. You can tell based on these observations, everything's revolving around us.
Earth is the center of the universe, and we stand still, and the universe spins around us.
You know what? They've lied so much. NASA's lied so goddamn much that I don't believe shit
I see. They've got that satellite image of that frozen moon. What's that frozen moon?
Oh, let me see if that's CGI. Find that They got a picture of a frozen fucking moon? I guarantee you it's CGI. No way they could take a picture.
Heliocentric model is in trouble. Watch as the sunlight shrinks and follows the sun. It's definitely a locally illuminating sun, not far away, not very big, and definitely not 93 million miles away.
There's a place in Bolivia called Salar de Uyuni, which is a salt flat. It's literally 100 miles wide one way and 80 miles across. And it's perfectly flat. And when it rains, literally you get an inch of water and it looks like a perfect mirror. Now, how does that happen on a sphere? Yeah, it shows you that, you know, if you're one end of this salt flat, you can see perfectly clearly the other end 100 miles away. So it's just showing you that, the Earth is flat, and without the effect of the waves in the sea, you'll be able to see a whole lot further. Took a picture across the Great Lakes from Michigan and was able to see, I believe, Chicago, which he shouldn't have been able to see. And the television station basically said it was a mirage.
I found this photo, Randmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. very interesting here. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon. Should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky.
They always say it's a mirage, but for a mirage to happen, you have to have very specific atmospheric conditions. It's not a mirage. It's simply that you're looking across a plane.
Now, how come in all these ball pictures, man, you can see all the continents pretty much, and there's just a little bit of clouds here and there. Man, it's like some of these pictures, like there's some where they show the Earth at night and you can see all the lights and stuff. It's like, you're telling me the entire continent didn't have clouds? The entire fucking continent, like you can see Africa and all these lights and all this stuff. Like, if you turn on your porch light, I guess you can see it from space, apparently. And it's like there's no clouds in some of these pictures.
And they spelled out the word sex, right, recently, probably a few months ago in one of the clouds.
But, if they do their research, they say, well, those are composites. And I said, well, how come they copy and paste the clouds on some of these? And they use the same cloud form. Like, if you're going to make a composite, but you shouldn't be copying and pasting clouds. That means you're adding stuff that's not real.
Yeah, and the thing is, those pictures that you're talking about, the blue marble pictures, I think there's about maybe 8 to 10 of them over time that NASA has put out. And you're absolutely right. None of those pictures look the same. The color of the water is different. Like you said, the continents are different sizes. It's just unbelievable. And I think what happened originally was they would put these things out and nobody was paying any attention to it. And then all of a sudden now, people are paying attention to it, and now they're pulling these pictures in, and it's an obvious fraud.
What?
And the thing is, there's supposedly tens of thousands of satellites orbiting Earth. We can't get any close-ups of Earth. We can't get a view of Australia with the buildings upside down.
And they'll look at you like you're crazy. But really, you're the sane one for asking real questions. They're the fucking idiots for just repeating school book bullshit. That's how it works. I was taught school book bullshit in public school, and somehow I was able to break free and free my mind. You know how I did it? I watched NASA rockets explode a bunch of times. Fly off sideways and not go to space.
If you watch the trajectory of the space shuttle, it doesn't go straight up. It always goes in a curve and out to sea. The point is, they actually go horizontal. The space shuttle goes horizontal. It never goes any further up. It goes horizontal, very, very low down in the atmosphere. It's still in the atmosphere while it's horizontal, so it never gets any higher. And it goes out of sight, not because it goes too high, because it goes too far downrange. And they have a plane that's mocked up to look like a space shuttle. It's a jet-powered aircraft. That's it. It's not a glider. It's an aircraft. And that's what they're fooling us, taking billions of dollars in and giving us images and fake planes for that 10 billion however many billions of dollars it is. What goes up must come down. And literally, we have not ever seen anything that has ever gone up and not come down.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
Rockets don't have brakes. It literally stopped. All of that angular momentum from the rotation of the rocket and the linear momentum from flying up just stopped. No, it had to have hit something. What did it hit? If it hit a solid surface, the rocket would have been destroyed, and most likely the camera too, so we wouldn't have the footage, and obviously that's not the case.
It's a long fly ball going back, and the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself down into the stadium. Oh, Simpson just broke this dream's reality wide open.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think right now.
There's no place to go.
Although we weren't able to shatter that highest, hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks in it. And it may be hard to see tonight, but we are all standing under a glass ceiling right now.
People figured out that we were an enclosed system. The more advanced we got, it would be the biggest thought on our minds. That's all we care about. If you could make a wildlife preserve 1,000 miles square, all people, all human beings would do is just be knocking on the fence constantly, going, why is this fence here? Who built the fence? Why are we in here? And so on and so on.
Why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented.
Earth, 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 yep, 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 Earth, Earth, yep, 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 yep. Earth.
If you start here, and you go around long enough in the same direction, you wind up in the place you started from. Yes, Thomas?
Why don't we fall off when we walk underneath, Miss Sarah?
Because of a force called gravity.
What does gravity look like?
Gravity is something we can't see, but we know it's a great invisible force that keeps us all here on Earth. It's a natural force that keeps us all from flying off into space.
We were always told that the world is flat.
You were told right. Don't listen to her. I've been patient with you, Sarah. Lord knows I've been patient, but now your words have revealed you.
Gravity was discovered by Sir Isaac Newton in 1687. That's almost 200 years ago, Uncle Evan.
But there is only one law. The law of God.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Wow.
No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. Okay. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking, like, what it is, I don't know. Einstein, in an Einsteinian answer, we would say gravity is the curvature of space and time. And objects will follow the curvature of space-time, and we interpret that as a force of gravity. That's probably the best answer I can give to a what is gravity question, or why is there gravity. That's the best I can do there. I think that's a good start.
The world is round.
What?
You know how everybody believes the world is flat, like a pancake? Well, they're all wrong. The world is actually round, like an orange.
The world is an orange. And?
Well, that's it. It's a great idea. It's one of my best ones.
Yeah, but what kind of orange? Is it a navel or a juicer? What?
Look, just sleep on it. In the morning, the idea will come to you again, and you won't even remember where you got it. Get it?
Got it.
Good. I must say, I really thought you'd catch on to this a little quicker, Copernicus.
What? My name's not Copernicus. I'm Charlene Sinclair.
You're not Copernicus? This isn't 16th century Poland? Oh boy, I screwed up.
How do you brainwash? You repeat the same thing over and over again. You know, if somebody's resisting the concept, if you keep fucking repeating it, they'll incorporate it in their brain. Since you were a kid, you've seen this, but you've never seen it from that point of view. But your brain has three-dimensionalized. Oh yeah, that's the Earth. How? Through repetition.
Let's just all get on our hands and knees and wait for a scientist or an astronaut to come along, or Neil deGrasse Tyson to come along and bestow upon us their knowledge.
Now, as you can see, this is the evolution meter, and I've put God, the creator of everything, on the right side, and evolution on the left. I won't change my mind, because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Mac, look, you're wasting our time. You're not going to get us to not believe in evolution.
And why is that?
Because the smartest scientists in the entire world all agree that it's real.
I'm glad you brought that up. Mr. Reynolds, these were all the smartest scientists. Only problem is, they kept being wrong!
Oh, this is insane, you fool!
I'm a fool because I have more faith in the saints that wrote the Bible?
Yeah, because you just read the words of a bunch of guys that you never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
And what makes you think what your scientists are writing is any more truer than my saints?
Because there are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures.
Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures?
Well, no. No.
Oh, interesting. So let me get this straight, Mr. Reynolds. You get your information from a book written by men you've never met, and you take their words as truth based on a willingness to believe, a desire to accept, a leap of, dare I say it, faith?
Come on. Look, I mean, I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Like, come on.
I rest my case.
Matter tells space how to curve. Space tell... Did I get that right?
The science community is ignoring a lot of the things that we're looking at. And so normal people are going out and doing experiments. And one of the experiments has turned up an amazing fact that we've not been told. And it destroys the whole idea of this heliocentric system. And that is the moon. Now, you can actually measure the temperature of the moonlight next to the temperature of the shade of the moonlight, and you'll find the moonlight is colder than the shade, the opposite from the sun. So the moon is throwing out its own light, and that light is the opposite from the sun. Now, that tells you that it's not reflecting the sun's light. It's producing its own, and its light is different from the sun's. So, the scientific community have not told us this, because they won't tell us this, because it destroys this idea that the sun is lighting up the moon.
everyone knows, like, if you're in sunlight, it's colder in the shade, right? So if it's 100 degrees in the sun, it's 90 degrees in the shade. You go to the moonlight, like, especially in a full moon, especially if it's high in the sky, the moon is its own independent object. It is not reflecting the sun rays. The sun is its own object. Also, you know, about the same size, which is, you know, again, coincidentally, you know, why the moon fits so perfectly in front of the sun during an eclipse. We always thought it was coincidence that even though it was 400 times farther away, that it was also exactly 400 times less diameter, which is why it fits. And the other weird thing about the moon, which everyone thinks, oh, it's just a coincidence, is that we never see the other side of it. It's constantly perfectly rotating, so we only see one side of the moon. Exactly one side. It's not like we have like a quarter of a degree every 5 years or half a degree here and there. It's always the same side. There are no coincidences when it comes to this system. It was deliberately built, but I think it was deliberately built to be detected. And I think we were naturally supposed to figure this thing out maybe as late as the 1970s, but the government figured it out first, and they have been spending a heck of a lot of money trying to keep it a secret.
When I look at the people who signed the Antarctic Treaty, and all the nations that were down there doing whatever they were doing signed a treaty, and I believe it was 1958 or somewhere thereabouts, saying, nope, nobody can stake a claim to Antarctica, and if you're going to go down there, you can only go down there for scientific reasons under carefully restricted guidance, but it's not a free-for-all. Nobody can just, hey, I'm going to go check out Antarctica and do a high jump of my own. No, can't do it.
It's the only treaty that's all these countries have signed and never broken and completely agreed on. It's the only one. What treaty is there that everybody's agreed on? We're being kept away from it for a reason. They have some scientific bases there, and literally it's controlled by the military because they don't want you finding out what's beyond.
During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. So the other question is, well, how come ships don't go off the sea if it's flat? How come ships don't fall off the edge? Well, here's why you don't fall off the edge. It's a 200 to 300 foot high wall that is the border that Scripture says is keeping everything in. Nothing's going past that.
Because they don't want you finding out what's beyond.
Personally, I think the unconquered South face is the only one worth scaling. It's a 20,000 foot sheer wall of ice. But that's never stopped me before. Risk? Of course I'm aware of the risks. Thank you for your concern.
Here's the picture of the Earth from space. There it is. Since you were a kid, you've seen this image. But you've never seen it from that point of view. You've never seen that with your eyes from that scale of a model, that point of view, from outside of the planet's surface. Well, here's the first image that sold the whole thing. 1482. This is when they came up with this idea. We are on that thing. It's a ball. Hey, we should go to the North and the South Pole. We didn't do it yet. It's a fucking ball. Hey, nobody's even jumped up high enough to see if it is a ball. They can't do that. We don't have planes yet. It's a ball. You know what? We adopted this whole model 400 or 500 years before the airplane. 400 years before the airplane, pretty much. Beginning in the 1900s? They went to the North Pole in the 1900s. This is 1482. Nobody went to the top of the globe, to the bottom, or flew up, or built a skyscraper. It's funny that we said that this is what we're in right now. This is what we're on before any instrument approved. This is the first time we actually had an instrument of flight. Actually go high enough to actually fucking check out if what we agreed to 500 years ago was real. So if they were wrong after 500 years, question is, would they tell you? Newtonian physics, why objects move on a ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour while it's going 26,000 miles around the sun. Basically the model we're accepting right now.
The sailor thinks that he's traveling around the Earth this way, when in effect he's traveling around the Earth this way.
They began flying it around the world, from Abu Dhabi last year, with stops in India and China, then across the vast Pacific.
Does running around your neighborhood prove that the neighborhood is round?
I was an airline pilot for Delta for 26 years. A pilot's primary flight instrument is his artificial horizon, which he has to be maintained level to keep from climbing and descending. From a cockpit, weather permitting, I could see hundreds of miles in all directions, viewing cities connected by roads across the flat plain as far as the eye could see. Nothing ever leaned.
If a pilot is flying around the curve of the Earth, then he should be dipping the nose down every 5 minutes. He should be dipping the nose down to stay around the curve. That's absolute proof that a plane flies over a flat surface rather than a curved one. But I went to the manufacturer of the artificial horizon, and they confirmed to me that it's completely mechanical, nothing electronic in it whatsoever. So it's literally just a gyroscope that can freely move. That right there is proof to me that planes fly over a plane.
Flat Earthers, it's time. We are going to destroy the Glowheads' arguments concerning flight routes.
When you go onto the plane tracking software, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of flights over the northern hemisphere, and you can track those flights from beginning to end. When you look at any flight in the southern hemisphere, what you'll find is the flight takes off and disappears off the tracking.
And that only leaves why. Why have they done this? What's the point of this grand deception? I think Eric Dubay explains it best.
People are always asking, why do they do this? Other than the obvious profit margin motive, NASA being the biggest black budget black hole in existence, sucking in over $30 billion taxpayer money for the fake moon landings alone. Nowadays, hundreds of billions of dollars, and not just NASA, but RASA and all the other fake space organizations around the world giving CGI images for hundreds of billions of dollars.
You want to put something in context. If you want to do something with $3.5 trillion, you can do whatever you want. Whatever you judge to be important to the profile of the nation that you are trying to build and to sustain.
So by surreptitiously indoctrinating us into their scientific materialist sun worship, not only do we lose faith in anything beyond the material, we gain absolute faith in materiality, superficiality, status, selfishness, hedonism, and consumerism. If there's no God and everyone's just an accident, then all that really matters is me, me, me. So they've turned Madonna, the mother of God, into the material girl living in a material world.
It's all about making us feel nothing so that we can be used. If everybody realized how special we all are, how unique every single life is, then this whole world would change overnight. We wouldn't allow ourselves to be used by this cabal.
I start from the supposition that the world is topsy-turvy, that things are all wrong, that the wrong people are in jail and the wrong people are out of jail. that the wrong people are in power, that the wealth is distributed in this country and the world in such a way as not simply to require small reform, but to require a drastic reallocation of wealth. All we have to do is think about the state of the world today and realize that things are all upside down. Now, if you don't think, if you just listen to TV and read scholarly things, you actually begin to think that things are not so bad, or that just little things are wrong. But you have to get a little detached and then come back and look at the world, and you are horrified. Now, as soon as you say the topic is civil disobedience, you're saying our problem is civil disobedience. That is not our problem. Our problem is civil obedience.
I think all our society is run by insane people for insane objectives. You know? And I think that's what I sussed when I was 16 and 12 way down the line. But I expressed it differently all through my life. It's the same thing I'm expressing all the time, but now I can put it into that sentence that I think we're being run by maniacs for maniacal ends, you know. If anybody can put on paper what our government and the American government, etc., and the Russian, Chinese, what they are actually trying to do, you know, and what they think they're doing, I'd be very pleased to know what they think they're doing. I think they're all insane. You know, but I'm liable to be put away as insane for expressing that. You know, that's what's insane about it.
And someone else says it's flat. That's worth reporting.
Should we still debate whether the Earth is flat?
Like they used to think the sun went around the Earth. Everybody say that's scientists. Well, he's so smart.
Other science refuted it.
Right, but back then, like everybody at that time thought that guy was smart. Why at this time do we think that the Earth goes around the sun?
There's an overwhelming science that the Earth was flat, and there was an overwhelming science that
you'll learn over time.
We're the center of the world.
You're just taking an authority's word for it, and all we're saying is be skeptical. Sure. And while you're being skeptical, there's a bunch of evidence that's totally against the mainstream version. And while you're being skeptical and looking at that evidence, you start compiling more and more of the evidence until you become like me, you know the truth. I don't believe the Earth is flat and motionless. I know it is.
There was a lot of things that I thought I knew, but now suddenly turned out to be completely different. They can't just impose stuff on us. They have to tell us about it and wait for our consent. And silence is considered consent.
If the sun was 93 million miles away, you wouldn't see that. We see in perspective. That is, the horizon is at our eye level. And as things recede from us, they tend to converge to the center of that horizon line, to a place that's known as the vanishing point. The sun rotates around us and only appears to rise and set because of the way our vision works. Without the preconception that the sun rises and sets, but rather moves further away.
The images of your world with curves or as a ball are CGI. You've seen those images all your life. They're paintings, they're computer-generated images, or a little of both. Anything black.
If the Earth were actually a big ball, the horizon should sink as you ascend, not rise to your eye level, and it would dip at each end of your periphery, not remain flat all around, the horizon rising with the camera level and remaining perfectly flat 360 degrees around.
All the ancient cultures from the beginning of time have depicted a flat, kind of enclosed Earth. So we have this flat Earth cosmology all the way up into the 1900s when a big push was made to live on this round spinning ball flying around the sun. They are basically placing us on a speck of dust flying through infinite space where it was made from this accidental Big Bang, and we really don't mean very much, and everything is kind of an accident, and it kind of leads you into this mentality where things are meaningless. It doesn't matter what you do in life, but the more you research, the more you'll find that you can't prove the spinning ball Earth unless you're suffering from cognitive dissonance and you've been programmed your entire life. All scientific experiments show that we're being lied to about what mainstream science is saying about the Earth.
If a pilot is flying around the curve of the Earth, then he should be dipping the nose down every 5 minutes. He should be dipping the nose down to stay around the curve. That's absolute proof that a plane flies over a flat surface rather than a curved one. A lot of people have these laser thermometers. Now, you can actually measure the temperature of the moonlight next to the temperature of the shade of the moonlight, and you'll find the moonlight is colder than the shade opposite from the sun. So the moon's throwing out its own light. The scientific community have not told us this.
Mainstream science says that we can see the curve visible at 35,000 feet, but when we're watching an amateur balloon flight without a fisheye lens or a wide-angle lens on it, there is no curve to be seen. And basically, if we were living on a ball or a sphere of any sort, no matter how high you rise, you would have to look down to see the horizon. Yet when you take these cameras to 100,000 feet, the horizon is still at eye level. That's inconsistent with any kind of spherical shape whatsoever.
The others, they've got smaller gatekeepers for the flat earth that they've brought in to distort the message, and they give fake flat earth arguments hoping that you'll reach them before you reach someone like me, and then you'll hear their stupid arguments saying that gravity's real, but the flat earth disk is constantly rising, and that's what causes us to, things to fall. They'll give explanations like this, which to any sound thinking person will totally reject, and then they'll totally reject the entire flat earth model based on these little bits of disinformation that are being given. 200 proofs Earth is not a spinning ball, and that's just 200. I came up with 200 because William Carpenter came up with 100 in the 1800s, and I wanted to double it. I could come up with 400 if you give me enough time and incentive. People are doing it right now.
Scientists vote that the Earth is flat.
Because it's actual, observable, testable, repeatable, natural science that we can do ourselves. The kind of science, in quotes, that you're getting from these figureheads is not observable, testable, repeatable, natural science that you can do yourself. It's stuff that they claim that only they can do with a Hubble telescope. Only we can take images, CGI images of fake planets with our Hubble telescope. You can't. Condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance. And I think that, Einstein was right about that. I don't believe in anything, but I do investigate everything. I don't just take things at face value or take somebody's word for it. I want to know for myself. And if I can't know for myself, then I will happily be in the place of not knowing. They need to have some authority figure telling them answers, and they're going to believe that, and that makes them feel safe. But me, I'm the opposite, where I like to be skeptical, and I think everybody would be better off if they did that instead of just believing some authority figure that tells you you're on a spinning ball that was exploded out of a Big Bang and you're a monkey man that evolved. This is ridiculous, and it's obvious why they're doing it. They want you to think you're a monkey, a purposeless accident that comes from nothing. While they steal $50 million of your tax money every day. The motive is obvious. CGI images of fake planets with our Hubble telescope, but you can take a regular telescope and you can see that the images they give you are complete nonsense cartoons, and what it actually looks like is pulsating lights in the sky.
Okay, oh, that star is 700,000 light years away from that constellation. I was all into that. I was totally into it. I was super into anything space. Are you kidding? The Science Channel?
Oh my God, you had me. You had me so good.
With the CGI, with all those CGI DVDs. All those DVDs, BBC Nova, were floating in space, spinning around the sun, and the sun has got some gravitational pull on us, and we got the gravitational pull on the moon. That doesn't make sense. That's not science to me. When people talk about science this, science that, I go, explain to me how that is science. There's a force that's holding oceans, keeping it from spinning and flying off because it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour. But as soon as we get to a certain altitude, it's all magic. It's not science. All that's magic. Us floating in space, and we're being connected to the sun. It has this force that's connected. That seems crazy. And we're flying through the universe, and the universe is endless. Like people say, well, if the Earth is flat, where's the edge? Like, where's the edge of this motherfucking universe?
The center of the world. Understanding what reality is very, very important to me. I think it should be important to everybody. And I think the more that people become perhaps what they call spiritually aware or awake, they're starting to see through things and how things have been manipulated and reality's been created for them.
If God forbid everybody came and started demanding answers, and once they can't provide those answers, people realize they are busted. It can't be a mistake. It can't be anything but the deception and control mechanism it is. Because people are waking up. And no matter how much they try to suppress this flat earth movement, oh, it's gonna keep moving one way or another. You can see it. People are waking up. So now, louder than ever, I can hear that clock. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
In other breaking news, the world is round, not flat.
A strange message on Mount Rubidoux. The words Google Flat Earth were found carved into the Riverside Hill in letters that were 10 feet long. Police talked to the person who did it. He's not facing charges yet. One possible explanation of the message: some still believe the world is flat, not round, and post about it online.
So you can check with theodolites and telescopes and different methods, lasers, to see if the Earth actually does have that curvature. And it's been tested over and over again and found to have no curvature whatsoever. So I mean, even if they had the number wrong and it was 100,000 miles in circumference, there would still be calculable, measurable curvature that just isn't there. The only place curvature exists is in NASA photos and videos, and those can be proven to be CGI fakes. And the early ones were literally taken through a round window to make the Earth appear round. Literally taken through a round window to make the Earth appear round.
Now, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out. I guess it's from approaching. It's from approaching the moon, looking back at the Earth. If that's the Earth, is that like another spacecraft?
No. That I have no idea what that is. It's some aberration on the film of some sort. Oh, those are shadows, I think. Or reflection, probably reflections that are just reflecting.
Run that back again so we get another shot of it.
Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses, and I think you're an asshole.
Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of my house. You'll get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope. Want to call the CIA? Have them whacked. Where you put a transparency over the window and move the camera of the Earth, I moved the camera back away from the window, turned off the lights in the spacecraft, and appeared to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit.
Huh, really?
Yeah, and they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God.
Stick it in your ear.
If you walked on the moon, we're giving the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
We found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before. And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. That's correct. And you'll see this tape proves that.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you see, that you were using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were...
Turn the camera off, please. Turn the camera off. Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator at NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief. Did you see shooting stars? Did you see the shooting stars?
Yeah, I'm getting to that.
Oh, okay.
But a lot of noise going on. So I don't know the results of some of the experiments they've conducted. The point is they can't get that far from here, and they're really in the protective confines of the Earth. They're really in the protective confines of the Earth. They're really in the protective
International Space Crew attempted a spacewalk outside the station. Here's a live look at the astronauts. Well, I don't believe that's... Yeah. Where's their space?
So this is photo trickery and brainwashing that's got the world thinking that we're on a ball spinning around the sun with a magical force called gravity holding us on the underside of this spinning ball. It's all just brainwashing that we've received. It's pseudoscience accepted as legit science. But real science has confirmed geocentricity in the flat Earth. The best way to brainwash the whole world, to lie to the whole world about what the world is. In reality, we're not a cosmic accidental sneeze, nothingness turned everything. This is quite obviously intelligently designed, this thing we're experiencing here, this life, this universe. I can't believe anyone in their right mind can look me in the eyes with a straight face and say, no man, it's all random.
Be open-minded about this. This is very, very controversial and difficult to get your head round. The first of which is the scientific method, something that the scientific community doesn't seem to use these days. But the scientific method is where a theory or opinion is put forward that matches what we observe. The other thing we have to accept is how easily our minds, once they've been programmed or given a world view, how easily those minds can be fooled.
I used to dream, I used to glance beyond the stars. Now I don't know where we are.
People can't stand change. They don't like what they don't understand. We all have our own pursuit of happiness. Don't listen to someone's story, then say, and what? You need more? Is their happiness not good enough for you? So you judge them like you know. True happiness brings happiness to others. We are all a family. Separate family trees connected at the roots. We are intelligent beings with a mind, body, and soul who truly want world peace. At least that's my goal. What happened to love? All I see is hate. The way we treat others on earth, death and chaos is our only fate. Every living thing has value and should be treated as such. We only have one earth, but act like we have so much. Do you not realize we are in control, not the 2%, who so-called own the world because it was money well spent? When there is no food, will you eat the money? When there is nothing left, will you still think this is funny? Remember, I warned you. I hope I opened your eyes so the world really gets better before it's too late to realize. Please spread the word. Please spread the word.
like everyone else, you were born into bondage. Born into a prison for your mind.
Buckle your seatbelt, Dorothy, because Kansas is going bye-bye.
You'll want to remember this moment as the last time you thought the flat earth was stupid.
Hello everyone, this is ODD, and yes, I'm finally admitting that even though I don't like labels, I'm a flat earther.
God, these partners.
Based on my research for the past 10 months, our world is very different from the model that we are being taught by the authority on the matter. It took me a while to come to terms with this, and it took even longer to gain the courage to talk about it. It can be pretty embarrassing to go against popular opinion, but this is real. It's not a psyop, it's not a distraction, and it's not a bandwagon. It's a reasonable debate. It's thousands of people taking what we've been told and comparing it to what we see and experience, only to find out that they do not match up. Once you start digging into this, it becomes clear that there is no evidence for the speculated spinning ball that we supposedly live on, and everything points to a flat earth. The flat earth is much more than just reasonable. The one and only reason that it's reasonable to argue against the flat earth is that we've all been taught otherwise our whole lives. We blindly believe something that A, has never been proven, and B, is pretty much fucking impossible. Thanks to people like Eric Dubé, the flat earth has re-emerged and it has more steam than ever. Before I've ever even entertained the flat earth, I knew not to trust the space programs of the world. Close examinations of NASA and other space programs reveal that things aren't what they seem and that we, the people, are being lied to. We have no real pictures of the Earth, and no matter how hard we try, we just can't find the curvature. Not only that, but flight paths make more sense on a flat map, and large bodies of water not being able to curve into a giant ball completely resonates.
Forensically speaking, the globe model is so very unlikely that any good detective wouldn't believe a fucking word the globe says. The globe story is so full of circumstantial, impossible coincidences, which only prove that the globe is a fucking liar.
We'll be going over that in this video, as well as other reasons why the world isn't what we're led to believe. I appreciate you tuning in. Let's get started. Our daily observations of the Earth are consistent with a flat and stationary surface. Most, if not all, ancient civilizations knew that the Earth was flat. The people of today would say that ancient cultures were ignorant and unaware, yet they accomplished great feats that we still can't accomplish to this day. The truth is that they had real knowledge, and some of us only have an education. But what is an education? Education is when you are told what to think and how to think. Those that are able to remember and regurgitate what they've been told on command are considered well educated. But there is a big difference between being educated and being intelligent. Just because you believe what you've been told doesn't make it true. In fact, the flat versus spherical Earth is a debate that has never really died. It's been raging for centuries. It was a huge argument as recently as the early and mid-1900s, but with programs like NASA, founded in 1958, the latter half of the 20th century was a win for the spherical Earth. It wasn't a question for the average person anymore. Though at the time the shape of the Earth was still up to be proven, NASA claims that they went to the moon and captured a shot of the spherical Earth as if they always knew it was indeed spherical.
Those of you who think this technical difficulty was planned and think I'm scamming you, go do it for yourself. Because you're going to find the exact same thing. I got nothing to hide here. This is live on the air, okay? I'm going to zoom in on the Earth in Photoshop. Can you see the Earth? To image, adjust, levels, and I'm going to bring the levels over here. And I'm going to bring the levels up. Uh-oh. What is that? Why is there a square box around the Earth allegedly taken from the scientists on the moon in Apollo 17? And people wonder why I don't trust NASA. That's why I don't trust NASA. I mean, they're always out there saying, you know, Rob, everybody's trying to show you stuff from space and you keep rejecting it. This is why I reject it. These guys are liars. you know?
What are some of the basic observations someone can make to ascertain that the Earth is neither a globe or spinning?
We've been taught that we're on a ball spinning around the sun, and so to hear that you might be on a flat plane, motionless at the center of the universe with all the celestial bodies spinning around you, just as it appears, actually comes as a surprise. But it shouldn't, because our eyes, experience, and common sense all tell us that the horizon is perfectly flat, and we feel motionless. We don't hear ourselves whizzing by at thousands of miles per hour. No matter how high amateur rockets or balloons have gone up, the horizon rises to the eye of the observer all the way up, and that's only consistent with a flat plane. Their theory just gets more and more wild as time has gone on. And so, yeah, it began with the spinning Earth going 1,000 miles per hour, which is then circling around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, which then they decided the sun wasn't a heliocentric model, but more of an acentric model, where they don't know where the center is, and we're just exploding out of a big bang. So the sun, we're spinning around the sun, and then the sun and us are spinning around the Milky Way galaxy, they say, at 500,000 miles per hour. And then the entire Milky Way galaxy, they say, is shooting off from the Big Bang at 670 million miles per hour, almost the speed of light. So there's at least 4 rip-raging, contradictory motions supposedly going at all times, yet you don't experience any of it, nor can you measure any of it using the stars. The flat motionless Earth, not only is it the greatest conspiracy of all, it's also the easiest to prove. I mean, it just is flat and motionless, just as it appears. Look into it more and more, make it a thing to try and debunk it, if you will. You know, even if you want to do it that way. Negative reinforcement works too. Try as you will, you're only going to find proofs for the flat motionless Earth. You're not going to confirm that you're on a spinning ball.
The curvature of the Earth eludes us. Either the Earth is much larger in circumference than we are told, or the curve just doesn't exist. People assume that there is a curve, but it's never really been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Cameras with fisheye lenses, Hollywood movies, and NASA CGI are the closest we get to seeing curvature.
The deception and the lies are just so pervasive, and they're just so deep that I swear it gives me a headache.
The surface of water is always level. This is just natural physics. We know this, that water, if unobstructed and uncontained, will flow outwards, finding the easiest course to maintain its own level, right? So, but the Ball Earth model claims that the oceans are huge 100-mile walls of curved water curving around the ball. That's ridiculous. They say that gravity makes this possible, but you don't see that. You go to the beach, you see completely flat horizon, you see water just ever so gently coming up on the shore.
So there's the pretty blue marble that NASA claims we are living on, with circumference of 24,901 and 3959 radius. So to find the curvature, you take 8 inches times your distance squared. That's 8 inches times your distance squared, and if you don't square the distance, you end up with this, and this is not what NASA has shown us. They have given us a beautiful blue marble that we love. So you get 8 inches for 1 mile, 32 inches in 2 miles, 16.6 feet with 5 miles, so on and so forth. So what I did is I shot this pier, which is in Daytona Beach, Florida, and as you can see, between the water and the walkway of the pier is about 12 to 16 feet based on the height of the people and the railing. So I started at Granada, which is 4.92 miles away, and I shot this, and based on that distance and the formula, there should be 16 feet of curvature, but obviously you can still see the entire gap under the walkway there between that and the water. So in addition to that, behind that pier is actually a lighthouse, which you can see right above the pier, you can see the light. That is 16 miles away from my location. And I shot that lighthouse. Now that lighthouse is 175 feet tall, and the curvature from 16 miles away should be 170 feet. You can clearly see about the entire lighthouse beyond that pier. So like I said, there should be 170 feet of curvature, but there's none. And those hotels there are even further. Those are in New Smyrna, which is 20 miles. If NASA is right, and there is, we do live on a ball, they're going to have to make up that curvature. If it's not in the 20 miles I'm shooting, well, then that means it's got to be made up further on down the line. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say we live on this ball and then say, oh, you can't detect the curvature. Well, you got to detect it somewhere, because if it's not dropping here, it's going to have to drop even more down the lines in order to make that circle, that ball they say we live on. And it's pretty round. That blue marble they give us is perfectly round.
Lighthouses are one great example. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England, it's 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. Why can you still see it? Another one worth mentioning that people be familiar with is the Statue of Liberty. It stands 326 feet above sea level, and on a clear day can be seen as far as 60 miles away. Now, if the Earth was a globe at the dimensions that they give us, that would put Lady Liberty at an impossible 2,074 feet below the horizon.
No, not one picture of the Earth. Imagine that. 2016, and we still don't have a picture of our home. Thousands of satellites supposedly orbiting the Earth. Why can't we get thousands of pictures? One shot with the whole Earth in it. Hell, we should have a channel on cable that shows the Earth rotating 24 hours a day, every day. Nope. Let's listen to NASA's very own Robert Simmons talk about how we get our fake pictures of Earth.
In 1972, we saw our home in a new way. Apollo 17 astronauts snapped this picture.
It gave people the first look at their home planet as a single entity.
Last week, scientists at NASA released this. The shot is compiled from data from NASA's VEERS instrument, which orbits the Earth about every 100 minutes, taking measurements of light coming off the planet. That can be translated into ribbons of imagery like this, and then into one of these. And this is just the latest in NASA's Earth from Space album, which may be one of the most mind-expanding collections of images in human history. Then in 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simmons made this. Simmons' job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Excuse me, I'm allergic to bullshit. Not having one authentic picture of the Earth alone is a huge red flag.
Christoph, let me ask you,
Why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
The flat Earth model is a working model. It's by no means definitive due to the nature of this massive cover-up. For the past 500 years, we've been completely buying into the Copernicus heliocentric model, but what we do know about the flat Earth is based on the azimuthal equidistant map that seems to be working out. This map goes as far back as the year 1000 and possibly earlier, now used as an official map by the U.S. Geological Survey and also as the official logo for the United Nations. Is this our real home being hidden from us in plain sight? I think it is. The first thing a lot of people say is, where's the edge? Well, look at this map where Antarctica is a 360-degree ice barrier that holds the water in. These ice walls are real, and they stand 150 feet above the surface of the water. Then you need to understand that there is no independent access to Antarctica. Average people can only go there on a guided tour. It has no towns, no cities, and no permanent residences. What's past the 150-foot ice wall is anyone's guess. How far the ice extends, how it terminates, and what exists beyond it. The Antarctic Treaty, signed in 1959 by 12 nations and more later on, states that Antarctica is for peaceful purposes only. No military activities, just scientific research and government exploration. Expeditions by any party must be discussed in advance. It's the longest and most successful treaty between nations. The treaty also states that there are ships, stations, and equipment to ensure compliance of the treaty. Sounds like military activity to me. Anyway, so this azimuthal equidistant map appears to be correct for the most part. Over the centuries, there's been other maps that look pretty close to it as well. Let's look at an interesting story that was recently in the news that supports this flat map. A woman gave birth on a flight from Bali to Los Angeles, so the flight made an emergency landing in Alaska. Here's what it would look like on a globe. Now, here's what it would look like on a flat Earth. Which one makes more sense? Exactly. A big issue I was having with the flat Earth for the longest time was the sunrise and sunsets. I realized that it was a perspective issue. First, you must understand that the sun is not 93 million miles away. If it was, we would never see anything like this here. This is concentrated because it's closer. It's much more probable that the sun is only a few thousand miles away and that it's the same size as the moon. Once you comprehend this, all of the sudden, solar eclipses make sense. Holy fucking shit! Something that makes sense! Okay, so the sun is close, which gives it the ability to spotlight the area that it's over, and when it leaves your view, due to perspective, it takes the light with it. There is a generous amount of light where the sun is at, but since it's so close, it doesn't spread its light like it would if it were bigger and further. The sun circumnavigates the Earth like a huge clockwork. Sometimes that takes a while to sink in. Alright, let's talk about the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect states that when a moving object leaves the ground, the Earth continues to rotate, meaning that when shooting a gun at a certain distance, the bullet would be a little off due to the Earth's rotation. If that's the case, then airplanes would have to account for the Coriolis effect, but they don't. This is only a few things that work better on a flat, motionless Earth. Do you need 100 excuses as to why you're not feeling any motion or seeing any curvature? Are those excuses easier to believe? Or is it easier to use Occam's razor and go with what our senses are telling us? The Earth is flat and not spinning.
Now, real quick, let's kind of just explain the Coriolis effect in layman's terms. The Coriolis effect is the effect that when the bullet leaves the barrel of the gun, it is actually leaving the surface of the Earth. So as the bullet leaves the barrel of the gun, the Earth is still rotating. and the bullet is not rotating with the Earth. So the Earth will actually rotate out from underneath of the bullet while it is in flight.
This one is a touchy subject. This whole fucking video is a touchy subject. So anyway, this one's hard to get across to people big time. But outer space is up for debate. Space programs are compartmentalized, and most astronauts are Freemasons that have to swear an oath of secrecy when dealing with the so-called missions. The thing is that there is so much footage of NASA and other space agencies making mistakes. Sometimes we could see bubbles in the spacewalks. Sometimes we could see harnesses and wires on the people in the International Space Station. The permed hair that moves nothing like it would in zero gravity. These are huge red flags. Not to mention the Van Allen radiation belt. The Van Allen radiation belt is a layer of energetic charged particles that is held in place around a magnetized planet such as Earth by the planet's magnetic field. Sounds kinda like a dome if there is one. Oddly enough, one of NASA's employees admitted that this radiation belt needs to be figured out before humans could pass through it. Listen closely.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Let's talk about satellites. We've already discussed how there are no pictures of the Earth. So, are satellites even real? Not likely. Ground towers are built all over the world and are more than adequate to relay our television, radio, and cell phone service.
All GPS is done through land-based towers, and things like Google Earth are taken with high-altitude planes, and most of them are just done with cars on street level. Did you know that satellites were actually invented by Arthur C. Clarke, the science fiction author?
I didn't know that.
they shortly became science fact after that. The geostationary satellite, look it up. It was created by a science fiction author. And then within a decade, NASA claims to have sent a real one up there, and ever since then, that's where we get all our communications from.
So if satellites were real, we would constantly hear stories of them being hit by meteors or comets, and that doesn't happen. No one's ever lost their direct TV feed during the Perseids meteor shower because one of the meteors knocked out one of the satellites. Doesn't happen, it's never happened, and it won't happen. And that to me tells me there is no satellites. You would constantly be worried about them, and you would constantly hear about them having something happen, and it's so rare that you hear that.
So you may or may not have heard the term cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is when new information challenges your beliefs and you just can't let go. It's just like that scene in The Matrix.
No. I don't believe it. It's not possible. Stop. Let me out. Let me out. I want out.
We have a rule. We never free a mind once it's reached a certain age.
It's not easy going through this kind of deception and then realizing that your whole life was spent thinking and believing one thing when it's the opposite. Nobody wants to feel like they've been fooled, like they've been had. I'm a human just like you, and I never would have thought in my wildest dreams that I'd be on this kind of journey. This journey of realization and reckoning. This journey of putting everything I know to the side so I can absorb information that seems ridiculous, yet so sensible. It's time to say fuck it. It's not your fault that you were wrong. It's not your fault that you fell for a trick that the whole world also fell for. I'm right here with you. It's time to take down your mental barrier and recognize that we have a lot of work to do in order to find out what this place really is and why we're here. It's not to be slaves of the dollar. It's not to be slaves of the clock. Our reality is being manipulated and hidden from us. Please wake up and try to awaken those around you. So how did this happen? Okay, let's start in the classroom. The first time anybody enters a school classroom, they are introduced to the globe model of the Earth. This three-dimensional scale model of the Earth that has never been proven was invented in the 1400s. Fast forward to 1927, a big-budget movie company called Universal Pictures came out with its movie intro, and guess what? The spinning ball Earth still hasn't been proven. This is 30 years before NASA was founded. Over the years, Universal kept coming out with similar logo intros, and to this day, we see the spinning ball Earth before many of the movies that we watch. Besides, there are countless movies about outer space that use the same model. We have been indoctrinated, and it's as simple as that. For the spherical Earth to remain unproven after this long is a wake-up call to everybody that lives here. We need to shed this programming right here, right now, and find out what the fuck is going on. No more embracing this sick illusion that was created by psychopaths. I'm going to keep searching for answers and trying to make something happen. All I want to know is, who's coming with me?
For a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the Great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
For your surgery, I asked if you had packed your cell phone, and you said, which one?
When? Skylar, I was medicated. I mean, I could have said the world was flat.
You know what I think? I think you accidentally told the truth.
The world was flat.
You know what I think? You accidentally told the truth.
The world was flat.
You know what I think? You accidentally told the truth.
really the evidence shows me that it's flat and stationary. There is much more evidence based on just pure analysis that it's flat and stationary.
So it's not actually a sphere, it's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby is a good word. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
Really, we're in big trouble as far as lack of critical thinking and lack of free thinking. We really are in big trouble. We need to step it up as far as the awakening goes. You really need to put your thinking cap on, and you really need to start to look at these things and look at them with a critical eye and with a critical mind.
Throwing astrophysicists under the bus featuring Camille.
Gotcha, bitch! Who are these guys that you're appealing to? Who are they? What guys know this? What champion knows this information and is not telling the rest of the world? Who are they, bro?
They are telling the rest of the world. It's astrophysicists. Physicists.
Okay, so astrophysicists, would you say they would know if the Earth is a globe or not? Those guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to prove you incorrect because we have an astrophysicist who is currently a part of this server who comes in here and doesn't know the Earth is a globe, bro. He doesn't know. So the authority guy whom you say should know doesn't know. Well, that's weird because obviously they should be able to break it down when they come in here and tell us, okay, check it out, guys. You got it all misconception about this. I'm going to tell you how it is. They come in here and I told them, how can we directly measure the surface of the Earth to be curving? Eratosthenes was his example. And right back to what, if you've never heard of that, but in here, it's the same, just measuring shadows, the length of shadows. And I told him, bro, we're looking at the surface of the Earth curving drop over distance. Has anybody measured drop over distance? If you're standing on a geometric shape, I even painstakingly went through it with him, just like I'm telling you now. And he didn't have an answer to that. I don't know. It's, fine. He's an astrophysicist. He should know, because Earth is what he should be knowing, educating people, and he doesn't have that information. So what other guy should we look to? Because that's the one people you think should know. They don't know. So now who we got? We're out of luck. We don't have anybody. So now it just sounds like it's just a made up thing, because not even those guys who supposedly are to know that information, they don't know. And that's what I'm telling you, Camille. It's like, that's a cool story for you to think in your head and kind of, well, that's fine. I'm not a scientist, neither are you, but they know. Who are they? Astrophysicist? Okay, we have them in here, and it's proven that he doesn't know. What else we got? You know what I mean?
Yeah, Camille, these experts you'll defer to, they just defer to other experts.
Yeah, same shit. Kick the can down the road. It's weird.
A few moments later.
We got to play that clip for him, Wolfgang, so he can hear it for himself, that the astrophysicist didn't have an answer. He's got to hear it from his mouth, so he can be like, oh, okay, I just heard.
Well, I don't really care about one astrophysicist.
What you mean, bro? You just appealed to him.
There's an entirety. I didn't appeal to that person specifically. I was appealing to the entirety of astrophysics.
Not that guy, some other astrophysicist.
Yeah, some other people. Kind of like when you have I don't know if you know anything about studies. When you take studies, you get those studies peer reviewed, right, by other people that are in that field, so they can go through your methodology and make sure that you're doing everything right.
That's the appeal to authority.
So authorities appealing to other authorities then too.
Yeah, 90% certainty based on an appeal to authority.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
That's messed up that you would, even as an astrophysicist, you wouldn't, the guy who supposedly you were appealing to right now that we said was in this chat. His name is ITR. He's an astrophysicist. He's been there for 5 or 6 years, bro. So he should already know that. But you said, no, not him. I don't want to hear him. Let me hear another one. And you want to hear one that's going to be like, no, Camille's correct. The Earth is a globe. That's the one you want to hear. That somebody confirms your bias. But I'm kind of upset, man, because I'm like, dude, how is that? You just threw this guy under the bus. You don't even know anything about what he's on about. You have to hear him. And when he then says he doesn't know, you have to listen like, okay, well, this guy who's an astrophysicist who should know what he's talking about doesn't. So how is it you just say this guy is not the one you're talking about? It's not, I don't want to hear his clip of what he's saying.
Because it's something that he should know that he doesn't, which means he's incompetent, which means that the field of science that he's in, he's not competent enough to be in that field of science.
So anybody who doesn't agree with your position is incompetent, is basically what he's saying.
He said, I don't know. Himself. Yeah. What is my position that he's disagreeing with?
He should know that the Earth is curving at a set rate due to the fact that it's directly measured.
Is that a disagreement with me?
Yes, because you think it's 99% that it's a globe.
How is this a disagreement with me?
You think the Earth is a globe?
What is he disagreeing with me on?
He doesn't. He's saying that he doesn't know how to get
saying that he doesn't know. He's not making a claim. He's saying that he doesn't know. He's not disagreeing with me. He just doesn't know because he's incompetent. If I say no,
but you guys both agree. You don't know, so you're incompetent.
You guys both agree? Yes, absolutely. When it comes to this field of science specifically, yes. When it comes to astrophysics or physics or anything like that, yeah, I'm incompetent. I have no idea what the fuck.
Camille, it's chill. Listen. That's fine. If you want to go and find another astrophysicist, I don't know, Neil deGrasse Tyson or something, that you think has proven it, you can show us what their proof is, if that's what you think it takes. But
it's not even just that field of science. It's specific, it has to do with a bunch of fields of science.
But we're talking about the 90% of you. You said you're 90%
astrophysicists can explain astrophysics, right?
Oh, so now he can't tell you about the Earth.
Hey, can I ask Camille one question, please?
So we can't tell you about the Earth, Camille.
Well, I kind of want to get through.
Probably can tell you about the Earth, but he probably doesn't understand certain things in different fields of science, right? So, like, if you ask an astrophysicist about geology, he's probably
let's
not
just write off astrophysicists altogether.
I don't know. You've got a 90% confidence in something. That's high. We're saying, what's the confidence based on? I'm appealing to an authority. Okay, what authority? You're saying I don't know.
The multitude. I didn't say that. I said the multitude of scientific things that we're talking about. That the Earth
could you name one? I
can name one. Astrophysics.
That's a problem. Good one. What science is done in astrophysics?
Can I pop that balloon real quick?
Go on there, dear.
I can pop that balloon. Astrophysics does not assume Earth's a ball. So when they do their observations, they assume Earth is a point at the origin of coordinates. So what the hell does that have to do with the Earth being a ball?
Yeah, and you actually already just said before
it has to do with the Earth.
Proving a globe.
Has nothing to do with the Earth. Nothing.
It does have something to do with the Earth, because if you can prove, like I said, there's certain ways that astrophysicists prove that other celestial bodies are spherical in shape and they have a gravitational pull, which would mean that the Earth itself couldn't be that much different than those celestial bodies.
Okay, so give us the reasoning for that. So you just made a claim. Now give us the logic behind that statement.
Bro, I'm not I don't know that much about
regardless, you said if the other things in the sky are celestial bodies that pull things into a ball, then Earth must also be a ball. What's that logic? Yeah, what's that logic?
So essentially, if we see that there are other if we see like there's planets or whatever the fuck outside, and they have their own moons that just like the Earth, which is observable, you can see those things. They have their own moons. We see why are those moons specifically orbiting that planet?
How do we prove that? So you asked the question. Awesome. How is that logical evidence of what you're saying?
Because if you get the answer to that, you would get the answer as to why our Earth.
Give me the logic behind this statement, dude.
You're asking me to explain to you. You're asking me.
Yeah, I'm asking you for the logic behind it. No, I'm asking you to explain the logic. I'm not asking you to explain astrophysics. The logic. Planets are balls with moons. Therefore, Earth is a ball with a moon. Stupid. No. Answer the question. What's the logic? Because you're using a logical fallacy called a non sequitur. It's like me saying, "Oh, look, all I see is trees. Therefore, I'm also a tree."
Either way, you'd have to demonstrate the claim to be true by measuring the surface of the Earth to say, yes, we are like those things in the sky. We can't just say those things in the sky are spheres, therefore we must and can only be a sphere. We must demonstrate that we are physically and measured to be true a sphere.
How do you know you're not a tree, Camille? Because you look at your body, right? You don't have leaves, you don't have bark, you don't have a tree trunk, right?
Oh, but
so we can look at the Earth, and it's measurably not a ball.
Is it different than other planets, though?
Yeah. Before you came in here,
it's not a planet.
I'm just wait. I'm just asking you. Wait, you don't even.
Bro.
Let me talk.
I came in before you did, fool. Chill out. All right,
bro. The dude. Okay.
I'm trying to talk to Indio, not you. Anyways, so I was talking to him, and he was telling about the astrophysicist that came in here, right? ITR, the guy that we all know that comes in here. He was saying the guy's incompetent, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. So that authority figure, that astrophysicist, doesn't count. Kick him out. We don't need him. Let's go look for another astrophysicist, basically, that you can appeal to. And that's what he wants to do. So an astrophysicist, just not the one that came in here, because he doesn't know anything, according to Camille.
According to himself. Wait. Stop. Mayhem. What did he say to you when you asked him how gravity works? What did he say?
He didn't. But we went on to the.
What did he say? You literally just told me what he said. You told me what he said.
Well,
you said that he did not know. You said he did not know. Therefore, by his own admission, he's a fucking idiot. He's an incompetent retard. Yes,
but you're appealing to.
So that means. So hold on. So Camille, does that mean you know?
No, I don't.
So then how are you evaluating his ignorance if you don't know yourself?
Because if you're in a field of science that is literally based off of studying these certain things, you go to school for fucking forever to get a master's degree in astrophysics, to be an astrophysicist. If you do that and you don't even understand basic gravity concepts, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Oh, so you do know. So you
have to be an idiot.
So you do know.
How gravity works? Yes.
Yeah. How does gravity work? Tell us.
And the explanation that we get from people or from physicists that how gravity works is a bend in space-time. That things with more mass tend to have a more pull because they're bending space-time. That's the question. That's what they tell me.
No, you just like mixed and matched Newton's model with Einstein's model. There's no pull in Einsteinian gravity. There's no pull in general relativity. There's no pull with space-time. There is no force.
The space-time creates the pull. That's what you are. Wait, do you know?
No, it's not a pull, dude. Google. Hey, go on Google. Go type in: is gravity a force? Real simple.
Go ahead, Camille. Do that.
Camille, you should understand that these are subjects that we've spent a good deal of time discussing. So, maybe just keep that in mind and ask.
Gravity is the force by which a planet or other body draws objects towards its center. The force of gravity keeps all of the planets in orbit around the sun.
Yep, that's in Newtonian physics. So now add general relativity. Is gravity a force in general relativity? Because there's no bendy space-time in Newton. There's only bendy space-time in Einstein.
And Einstein, yeah. Sure.
And it's not a force. You're not qualified to evaluate. I can't even. You don't know enough to evaluate whether the other guy knows anything.
What did you just? Wait, he said that he said that he didn't know himself. If you say that you don't know something, I'm going to assume that you don't know it.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows,
dude. Bro, okay. Wait, hold on. You're saying that I can't verify if he doesn't know something. He literally said he didn't know. How else do I verify that?
That's because he was talking about his...
Wait, are you losing your mind? So if I say...
He doesn't know because nobody knows. You think people know, and you're wrong. That's your problem. You think people know.
If you ask me what 2 + 2 is, and I say I don't know,
and the same thing, dude.
And then you say
false equivalence.
Well, he doesn't know.
False equivalence.
It's not the same thing, dude. 2 + 2 is an objective fact.
I understand what you're saying.
2 + 2 is an objective fact. What it is.
Okay.
It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what language you speak. It's an objective fact. Okay. It's never changed, right? Since the beginning of time, it's always been 2 + 2. What causes gravity is not an objective fact. There's a bunch of theories.
Okay, I'm going to finish my analogy so you can understand what I'm saying.
It's a false equivalence, so no.
It's not a false equivalence. You're just throwing around a lot of explain why. No idea about. You didn't even...
You just explained why it's a false equivalence, so move on.
2. If I ask you if 2 + 2 is 4, and you say...
You're not going to recover.
Someone can prove their point of globing the Earth. If someone can show us proofs of it, please. Because we are going into a straight discussion of us giving proofs, but the other party is not putting effort in it.
What?
No, I'm still waiting for the appeal to authority, right? It was 90% confident. You said why? Appeal to authority. Who? Astrophysics. We've kind of explained how that's not to do with the Earth, but if you would like to, you could tell us the name of the astrophysicist that you're appealing to and what he did to prove the globe. Could you do that?
Well, you guys be safe, okay? Hope you guys have a wonderful life.
Yeah. Stop being so emotional.
1 sec, man, before you go. Are you still there, Camille?
He's gone.
Gotcha, bitch!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like... I'd say like 99% sure.
Damn, 99%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the
most confidence?
Look, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
No, that I agree with for sure.
Right, but But in accordance to like how people are presenting flat Earth, they're doing it in a way where they already have a model, which is the AE map is already something they're presenting as what they're using to say this is the Earth that we live on. And it shows a top-down view that nobody's ever seen, yet flat earthers are presenting it as a matter of fact. And it's not, it's a speculation. Did you know that, Rebel?
I mean, yeah, I guess, but it's
okay.
It's better than nothing.
No, it's not better than nothing. It's actually it's worse than something. Because what you're doing, I'm serious. You think I'm kidding? Okay, so when you hand it over to a glober, what do they do with the AE map? Have you ever seen debates about this? If not, I can enlighten you.
Something about like there's distortion going on or something like that.
Well, that's part of it, but really the AE map is just a flattened out globe. That's all. Just there's a GIF that we have here actually that shows you. It's just a globe flattened out.
Wait,
it's the same thing, but it's just flattened out.
Why can't? Because I've also heard people assert that the globe is wrapped around.
Yeah, it's the same. The flat map wrapped around the globe flattened out. It's the same. It doesn't matter. But the map itself is not the land. The land is not you know what I'm saying? The land isn't the map. So the land that you live on right now is not represented in a map that you can see the overall world view. Never, ever, ever. There's not an overall worldview that you're gonna. And if you don't believe me on this, it's okay. You can actually demonstrate it for yourself. See how many different maps there are of the world entirely. Just for example, you'll see for yourself there is no one gold standard map for the entire worldview. There just isn't. There isn't. Even in flat Earth, there's people making up what the world looks like as a flattened out version. Like they're like not a globe, right? So the flat Earth looks represented in many different ways. It depends on what prolific flat earther you're talking about. Mark Sargent, Antonio Subrats, who passed away. All these guys had put the flat Earth represented on let's say an AE style, circular map, and the continents were in different places. The sizes were different. Like all the shit is just all different. But everybody has a different representation of that, according to what they think, the distance from, land masses and such. So no one knows, right? So they're all trying to figure it out. Everyone. So there isn't any standard idea right now. Everybody's trying to piece everything together and make sense of it all. And then show somebody like what it looks like if it's a flat Earth, how it's represented. That's what we have, dude. Like at the end of it, there's nothing you can take how are you going to see the entire world from a perspective that nobody can actually see from? That's not verifiable. So you're really just presenting somebody with a speculation, and these assholes take that speculation and turn it into something that's not anything to do with reality. So they'll start poking holes through it, and rightly so, because there isn't any way that you can represent that as truth. As the gold standard. So it just becomes speculation against speculation. Their globe against your flat Earth map. Two speculations fighting each other. No one's right. That's it. So it's actually worse than saying we don't have anything. You're actually supposed to say no one has anything to go on. That negative means that no one can bring a positive claim. It safeguards, if you did have that, let's just say if you did have the gold standard map that was an overall view of the entire realm of existence, let's just say that was the case, that whatever you had could be verified by however you verified it. If for some reason you said, this is the method in which I verify this to be true, then you could tell somebody else could verify that and say, this is true. I verified this map by seeing the entire Earth or whatever the case, and I saw the whole Earth look like this, and this is what the Earth realm looks like. Then it would put no questions involved. This would be something verifiable, and everybody else wouldn't be telling you the truth. They would just be going against what you presented is the truth because you can verify what you said. That's the issue that we're having these days with flat earthers running around saying stupid things and then getting caught in debates, having to prove how you can have a 24-hour sun when you can't even prove the AE map is real. So their presupposition is the AE map is true, therefore no way to have a 24-hour sun. If you see a 24-hour sun, that debunks the flat earth. That's as easy as that gets. So, yeah, of course they want to point to the Globers want to point to the sky and say, look, 24-hour sun. Sorry, no AE map. Your flat earth model is debunked. See how easy that was? But when you don't present to them any map or model, they struggle with debunking because you're going to be like, I don't care what you see in Antarctica. The sun could be doing spirals like a spirograph. I don't care. You can do whatever it wants. The ground will not be anything different than what we see in reality. It's just it. And they struggle with that because they want to use a debunk. So anyone can easily debunk the AE map because I can tell you the way I debunk it is simple. It's just like, okay, if you say this is reality, how did we verify it? Verify it for me right now in front of everybody. Do that. If you can't do that, guarantee you it's speculation. And it keeps you away from making positive claims. Because once you say there cannot be a 24-hour sun, and that's what you're challenging, it's a derivative argument from the premise. You're starting with a faulty premise, which is the presupposition that the Earth is an AE map. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but for me personally, I don't have a problem like presenting.
Then you're
models.
part of the problem. You're a part of the problem, Rebel. You are a part of the problem because now we're gonna have to mop up your mess when other idiots come in here and say, "Well, look, they're trying to debunk the 24-hour sun," and then we're gonna be like, "Oh my God, where did you hear this from?" This guy named Rebel's talking about the AE map is a true map, but he's saying that you can't verify it, but and then we're gonna be dealing with that. So thank you for that.
As if I represent the entire flat Earth community.
No, you represent yourself. When
exactly.
You are considering,
why do you care what I do?
Because you're considering yourself a flat earther, and guarantee you, if you're following other people who are saying AE maps are the way to talk about flat Earth, you're a part of the problem, not the solution.
What?
So other individuals like yourself
the
are
solution
thinking
to what?
the same thing. The answers to what the Earth looks like in its entirety.
You're saying there is no answer for that.
No, dude, didn't I just okay? Is there an answer, yes or no, to the entire realm? Yes or no?
I mean, surely it's possible.
No, that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. I asked you, is there a solution to the entire realm of existence? Is there something we can go on, like a map? Is there yes or no?
Wait.
What do you mean? Wait. Exactly no, I need you to tell me. But the problem is you become a problem when you make it difficult for others who are not claiming a map or saying anything to do with a model. Then you insert, well, I want to have a map and a model. That's the problem I'm having.
Bro, your life must be really hard if that's like the...
Okay, then I don't care about your feelings. I care about the truth. That's all I care about.
If that's the truth you have to deal with,
is the truth, Rebel, is the truth that we have a map of the entire Earth realm? Yes or no?
What about the Gleason's map?
Answer the question.
Yeah,
is there a map?
I think the Gleason's map is okay.
Is it okay? So verify the Gleason's map. How can you take the Gleasons as the gold standard and then say that has anybody ever verified that that's the entire world map, what it looks like? Who's verified that?
Nobody lives their life on 100% proof.
Okay, then you're going to be using speculation to verify something that's true or not true.
Yeah,
that's idiotic.
Speculation is on a there's a scale,
there's a scale to truth.
Yeah.
No, there's not. There's either truth or no truth, right? You either have what is real or not real. It's black and white, sir. What you have in your mind is you want to present something because it makes you feel good.
Like what's
closer? You're going on feelings.
If you had to pick a model, what's closer to reality?
We're not nothing.
The Gleason's map or the globe?
Nothing. No, I don't have to choose. That's the issue. You're putting me in a false. It's a false dichotomy. Because it either is real in reality when you go out into the field and you check to see if this is real, what somebody's saying, or it's not. And so what I'm telling you is that this isn't real. And you're saying, well, we can use something that's not real. I'm like, bullshit, dude. You're either going to present something that somebody can verify or you're not. So you're part of the problem, aren't you? That's what I said. You're not a flat earther if that's what your basis is. If you're going on that.
You're going to have big problems in your life if that's the problem.
No, I don't.
You get triggered.
I have an easy life, bro. My life is easy because I tell people, can you present the truth? I'm not considering shit.
To be a problem you have to deal with.
It's a problem.
Dude, you're going to have a very hard life, man.
I guarantee you my life is easy and I skewer all these globers.
Yeah, but you're complaining about something so trivial.
It's trivial. Truth is trivial. You're a freaking idiot, bro. Yeah.
Well, how are you generalizing this big, broad?
Generalizing? You're a dumbass, dude. Truth is a trivial thing to talk about. Is that what you're saying?
Why do you get triggered like a glober?
Triggered like a glober? Present your evidence like a glober never does. Present your evidence that the Gleasons is the reality.
What globers do. They demand evidence.
What? Well, I'm demanding your evidence because you're the one that made the claim that Gleasons. I didn't make a claim. Did you hear me make a claim? No, you did, sir. Just like a glober does. They make claims they can't back up. Now, Gleasons, demonstrate that. No, if nothing, shut up.
A model.
Shut up. Now that I shut you up, demonstrate that the Gleasons is the reality. Go ahead. Demonstrate it. Rebel.
The Gleason's map is exactly.
Are you just talking right through me, aren't you?
I mean,
you're talking right through me.
I really don't see what the problem is with that.
Yeah, you are the problem. You and other flat earthers like yourself are not. You're fake. You're fake as shit, dude. All of you guys, fake as shit. Yeah, you're fake.
So how does
because if you were real, you would question that the thing that you're talking about if it's real or not.
So what detrimental effect does?
I just told you they're taking that shit and then saying, well, we're going to debunk it with a 24-hour sun. And then you're sitting there like just eating crow because you're trying to present some stupid thing that has no relation to reality.
Do you care about what globers think?
Because it's not about globers. Globers aren't presenting the AE map, you dummy. You are.
Yeah, so but why do you care about what globers try to do to the Gleason's map?
Because your basis on reality is a stupid AE map or Gleason's. That's your basis of your premise.
That's a cool opinion.
It's not, because you're saying, why can't we use the Gleason's, man? You're telling me that. And I'm like, because the issue is you can't present it as truth. When you do, and it's speculation, what do you mean?
I'm presenting it as truth.
You're the one that said I want to use this thing because why are you can't live it. We can rewind the stream and go back to where you just said that. Why can't we use this, man? If you live your life that way, it's gonna be hard, bro. That's what you're telling me.
Rewind to the part where I said I'm using it as 100% truth.
No, I'm not saying you're using it as 100% truth, but that is the issue because you can't use it as 100% truth.
There's no issue. There is no issue.
Yeah, then you're a dumbass. Keep using. We'll 24/7. We'll keep mopping up your mess. Don't worry about it. Keep doing the shit that you do.
Wow, there's a mess.
Wow.
I can't believe I'm creating such a mess for you guys. I mean,
no, you are. You and the rest of you idiots that are out there claiming that the AE map or the Gleasons is reality.
Do you want to start getting paid on the salary to
No, I don't need to get paid. I do it for free. And guess what?
You're a volunteer.
I've been doing it very well too.
Okay, so it gives you maybe it gives you purpose to your life. Then that's a good thing.
Well, I don't care what you say. I don't go based upon what your opinions are. I go based upon I know what the truth is.
What makes you think I go off based your opinions?
My opinions? No, sir. You go off based on your idiotic opinions that you want to use the Gleason's map, just like the rest of the dummies out there. Oh, the Gleason's is the reality.
Why should I go off?
Bullshit. Verify it right now.
It's an issue to present it as a model.
I already told you. I don't want to keep going round and round like a stupid circle jerk like Globers do. I already told you the problem. The problem is you can't verify it. Can you? Can you?
It doesn't matter.
You stutter, right? Because I got you, bitch. That's what I did. Here.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah. You want another one?
Gotcha, bitch.
Another one?
Gotcha, bitch.
You like that? You like the taste of that? Because you can't use it as reality. That's why.
Gotcha, I can use it as a model, though.
Bitch.
No, you can't, you dummy.
Why not?
That's what they want. Because that's what they want. And then they're going to skewer. Who cares what they want? So I already told you if it's reality or not, and you already claimed you stuttered because you can't use it as reality. You already know this. See how easy my job is? See how easy it is, Rebel?
I didn't know you.
See how easy that is? Pretty easy, right? I didn't even struggle.
About an issue.
You're the one that's struggling in this chat.
Actually,
because you want to use a stupid AE map, a stupid Gleason's. And I asked you, you presented to a Glober, well, it's not 100% true, but I want to use it, man. I already told you why you can't use it. What?
Why does it exist in the first place?
If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't.
Somebody just completely pulled out of their ass?
Yeah, dude. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're an idiot. Congratulations. You're an idiot.
It's not based off reality whatsoever, right?
No. Tell me how it is. Tell me right now, how is it based on reality? Go ahead.
Because it represents a stationary topographical plane.
Yeah,
it represents
the layout of the whole Earth, bro. That's not the. How do you know that that's the layout of the entire Earth?
Yeah, go. How do you know that?
Because the Earth is a circle.
How do you know that? That's what I'm asking. You're just stating the claim again. How do you know this?
The star trails and the way the sun and moon move, they have a circular motion above the Earth.
That doesn't.
That's like a glober,
what the
bro.
layout of the Earth is. You're looking at the sky like a glober.
And also, the Bible also says the Earth is a circle.
No,
but that doesn't confirm what. That doesn't confirm what the layout of the entire.
If
Earth
the Bible is the Word of God and God created this place, then yes, it does. It's actually one of the.
How are you going to tell an atheist that?
Circle with four corners.
How are you going to tell an atheist? How are you going to tell an atheist that?
What an atheist, dude! An atheist already is completely retarded to the fact that.
Yeah, but he's telling you verify. He's telling the atheist is telling you no. The atheist is telling you verify that for me in the actual reality. How can you verify it? Now what you got,
bro? An atheist is completely missing the fundamental reality.
You would
so they're just wrong straight out of hand without any evidence. They're wrong with no evidence.
Fundamental knowledge that God created.
No, you are. You're missing the fundamental evidence. God gave us this creation so that we can show people, look, this is creation out here. Which everything you see is creation. You're missing it. You're actually going against God by saying, oh, well, it's the AE map, God. And he's like, when did I ever shown that to you in creation? When? Where? Did I demonstrate that to this creation? How did I do that?
Yeah, he revealed it in his word, yeah.
Oh, so he revealed the Gleason's map. Is that what you're saying?
He revealed that it's a circle straight.
No, prove that God revealed the Gleason's map. Prove it. Right now. How did he reveal the Gleason's map to everyone?
Many times in the Bible. He talks
many times. Point one, where? Show me a scripture that points to the Gleason's map.
Isaiah 40:22, Proverbs 8:27.
What does it say? What does it say? Don't just read that. Don't just say that. What is it? I need to hear how it relates to the Gleason's.
Why don't you go look it up?
I don't need to. It's your claim, dummy, not mine.
I don't need to.
I didn't make a claim. You're presenting the claim that the Gleason's is the standard for what the Earth looks like.
When did I ever use the word standard?
It is what you're going by, isn't it?
It's just a model.
That's not true.
It is true.
Now it's true. Oh, dude, you said it's not true. Oh, you are.
Wait, the Gleason's map is not. The Gleason's map is not.
It's not what you're struggling, aren't you?
It's not a model.
I don't give a shit what the Gleason's is. It's not reality.
It's not true that the Gleason's map is a model.
I don't give a shit, dude. If it's a model, then it's a model. If it's a map, it's a map. But is it the reality that we live in? No,
that's what I'm saying is true.
I don't care what you say is true. You're a big dummy. You think that AE maps and Gleason's are real. They're not.
Are real? It is a real map, right?
Is it reality?
Whether that's true or not, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you struggle, don't you?
What are you choking on?
Rebel, you sound dumb. Guys, hold on, man. Like
it's funny how Mayhem gets triggered like a Glober does.
I know, but I apologize. I don't think
better be good, Alaric. Oh, go ahead.
My bad. I just don't think he gets. Because we was talking yesterday a little bit like about that, if I remember correctly. Maybe he's talking about the Gleason's map. Well, maybe he needs to know where the Gleason's map comes from before he starts going anywhere. Anywhere from saying what the Bible says to where Gleason's map comes from and all like that before he starts saying that's the map, that's the model.
That's all it is.
Yeah, but you can't, understand where the Gleason's maps comes from, and that might help you understand. Okay, it's just a model, but that there's no verifiable, like he's saying. You can't just say, well, that's the map. That's the map. Well, there's maps even older than that, but it's good to find the source, maybe where that maps from, to understand it better and say, okay, maybe that's just not the right map or the one I need to look at or exactly how I need to verify.
There isn't any.
Right.
Newsflash, there isn't any.
He's right. The Bible doesn't have maps. It just has some passages that it talks about the earth in per se. But as far as the map in the Bible of what the earth looks like, it's not in there.
How are you not getting this, Rebel? I don't understand. Like people like yourself.
The term map as in like something you can use to like navigate the world to? Because I'm not.
Oh my God, man!
They use the stars.
It's listen. Hang on, Alaric. It's a representation. It's a representation of reality. People are using it in that way. A representation of reality.
Yeah, it's a decent one. Yeah,
a decent one. Okay, verify the decent one for me. How did you understand that's a reality?
I don't have to do anything.
Of course not, because you like to, just like a pigeon, drop shit on the chessboard and then take off and make a mess of the game. That's all you do. And then you're gonna keep doing. Like I told you,
your life is
keep
just
doing.
So hard, right?
Yeah, it is. It's harder because you're become a part of the issue.
You literally 10 minutes ago, you said your life was easy. So which one is it?
It's hard when you come in here. It's easy because I can easily debunk these people. But you're a part of the problem.
Okay, can you make up your mind?
Because you're a part of the problem.
How hard your life is.
I mean, look at what I'm doing right now. I don't need to be talking to another quote unquote flat earther like
hearing
this.
Somebody crying about somebody using a Gleason's map as a model. You're literally crying about it.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
He's not crying.
You know how sad it is.
If you're going to come in here and
it's a sad state of affairs.
Hell yeah.
You got to have something to back it up, because you can't just say I don't have to, or this is what it is, without, you got to have something. I mean, that's
back
very important.
Like reality. Reality. Right. Go outside and do a test and see if that map is exactly what reality is. And if it is, come back and tell me how you verified it, and then we can go from there. If not, go away.
Do you not think Antarctica wraps around the entire circumference of the Earth?
Do you?
How do you know that?
I do, yeah.
Verify that for me right now. Verify it.
I circumnavigate.
You see how you struggle? Yeah. Gotcha, bitch.
I just said it.
You did what?
I just said it.
You did what?
You were too busy interrupting me, but I just
circumnavigating. He's circumnavigate.
Yeah. So what now?
I circumnavigated
things you never did for 2,000, Alex. Thanks.
Please.
I mean, I'll give any one of you like $1 million if you prove.
Stop the cap.
You can prove that's not the case.
Stop the cap, bro. That's
Are you Captain Cook?
Do you not want $1 million? I'll bump it up to 10 million. No, nobody wants to take my offer.
Stop the cap.
Okay, first of all, can you go past the 60th parallel?
Yeah, I got permission from the government. Yeah.
Oh my God! We got a guy who's just all cap right now.
This guy's just all cap right now. Oh, I'm crying.
You're losing.
Oh, he left a mess for me to clean up. Oh, he tells Globers that the Gleason's map is a model that can represent the flat Earth reality, and I just
Gleason's is a globe.
I'm tired of Globers coming here trying to poke holes in it. Oh. Boo-hoo.
Fucking mouth.
Oh, yeah. Shut your mouth, bruh.
Cry me a river, dude.
Oh,
hey, you said you went. You got permission. Did you record any of it?
Yeah.
You did?
Uh-huh.
I shouldn't have said pass the ice wall, but where you're not allowed to go, you got recording past that.
What?
I said, you said you got permission to go past Antarctica. Did I hear you right?
No, past the 60 south latitude.
Oh, okay. I misheard you.
God, bro.
You got proof. Do you have proof or video or something? Because we'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. That'd be fantastic.
That's cat, bro.
Yeah, it's like thousands of hours of footage. So I couldn't really upload it.
That's cap, bro. This guy's all cap.
Well, why don't you prove that it's cap?
You little weasel!
You're a weasel, bro.
Why don't you prove that I'm a weasel?
You are a weasel.
It's on live stream.
What does weasel mean?
It's self-evident.
What is weasel, bro?
What is English? I don't understand.
What is this word weasel? You'd say no understand. Bad English.
So you can't define the words that you use?
You're not aware of your own behavior, sir.
Gotcha, bitch.
Can you define reality?
Yeah, it's not a circle. Yeah.
No, this mayhem guy used the word reality. Can you define that word without Googling
AKA
it?
not a circle. Yep.
So that's the definition of reality.
No, provide evidence that what you're saying is true. Verifiable, so that anybody else can verify what you're saying.
Evidence of what?
Are you lost?
Exactly.
Are you?
No, I know exactly what I'm talking about. Do you?
I do, yeah.
Okay, then provide evidence. Verifiable.
Of what?
This guy's out to lunch, bro.
Are you out to dinner?
It sounds like he's just trolling, guys. I wouldn't get yourselves amped up, because otherwise he sounds like he's trying to get under your skin.
Put some respect on
Man was triggered from the jump.
What I like to do, hell yeah. I'm triggered with dumbasses like yourself. And don't worry about it. We got 24/7 Flat Earth here to clean up your mess. We'll mop it up. Don't worry about it.
You're still crying about a non-existent mess.
This is not a.
Didn't your mom ever tell you not to cry over spilled milk?
Yeah, you're just like a little baby with a little spittle. We'll don't worry. We got you. We got
Wait, I'm the baby, but you're the one crying.
Yeah, you're a baby, bro.
Using an AE map as a model.
Ever threaten the production crew here?
Like, you know how.
All right. Well, I'll say it once again. So for the audience, how about I can do it many times, but I'll do it this time. Go ahead and present the evidence for the Gleason's map, verifiable in reality.
Yeah, Antarctica is a 360 ice ring around the entire Earth.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
You don't know that, dude.
Is it not?
It's
just another claim. Is it not, Mr. I sailed around, and is it not?
Gotcha, bitch.
Is it not?
This is Captain Cook we're talking to.
Yeah, Captain Cap. He's a captain.
Prove it's cap.
Prove? I don't have to.
You don't have the evidence.
So you don't have to prove anything, right? So what makes you think I have to prove anything?
Because it's your claim.
It's your claim, big dummy.
Okay.
Okay.
So what more do
prove
you
it.
want?
Don't just say okay. What do I want?
What obligation do I have to prove anything?
You're welcome. We can just dismiss.
It's your claim. You know what happens when you make a claim? You gotta provide evidence for the claim.
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, do what you want, man. Be an idiot like you are. Don't worry about it. You got the free will to do that.
And keep crying about the non-existent mess to clean up.
No, we are going to clean up your mess, because when other people are like, well, Rebel said it's true. I'm like, who's Rebel? Did he verify it? Well, he didn't verify it, but...
Rebel.
Yeah, Rebel, you're that guy.
Isn't that your name?
Oh, I heard someone
Am I the only person on the internet that goes by Rebel?
Retard.
I'm the only person on the internet that goes by Rebel.
You're talking through CB. I want to hear my friend. Go ahead, CB.
No, I mean, Miggy, you're right. It's just that you're the guy, Rebel, that people will say, oh, I heard somebody say it's a circle. And I have to go, well, that's just this one retard. Don't mind him.
Exactly. So, right. So was that so hard to deal with?
Well, I mean, it's intentional, is it not, on your part?
Intentional for what?
I think you're
dumb all of a sudden.
Intentional for what purpose?
Sorry, interject.
Is there like a hidden? Is there like some sort of hidden agenda? I'm going.
Go ahead, obvious.
Rebel, I think you're completely missing the point of what the quotes flat Earth movement is supposed to be about. It's not about running around.
What is it supposed to be about?
Dude, shut up. Let him explain.
Enlighten me. What is it supposed to be about?
It's about helping the common person correct their thinking errors that they've been doing all their life. If you can help them think properly, they'll figure out flat Earth on their own. And what you're doing, running around making claims to models with aspects you can't verify, is no better than the globe. Because that's all the globe is. It's a runaway, unverified claim about phenomena we experience. And it's just spiraled out of control into what we have today. So you're building the same fucking paradigm, but just with a flat Earth. So give it 100 years, it's going to be your unverified model. The only difference, like as far as it being as shit as the globe model, is that it got one thing right, that the Earth is flat. But the rest of it will just be fucking nonsense.
Put some respect on my name.
Do you understand that? You get what I'm telling you?
Jed, truth's so hard, crushing me.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear? Yeah, I remember that conversation. What's up, Flat Lloyd?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Yeah, Rebel was, I found out too later on that he was a big fucker. He's a known anti-flat earther that was actually, we were talking to.
Called it. He sounded that way.
Yeah, but what Obvious It Be said at the very end just kind of capitalized on the whole conversation. That's exactly what the whole thing was about. He encapsulated everything that we're talking about in those few sentences.
It was well said.
Which is why we ask people when they come in here, what evidence do you have to support your claim? Whatever that claim is, what evidence do you have to support it? That's important to all of us because we have to know like how the person has gotten to the conclusion that they did with whatever they have and then verify it, and give it to other people to falsify so we can see if that claim can stand. That's what it's all about. And if you can't do that, and it's obvious it be kind of pointed out, that's why the server is important because it helps people think about what they're saying. So it's not just about running around with some prolific flat earther's idea. It's actually testing and verifying what that prolific flat earther is saying, seeing if it's true, not just based on the person's got, 100,000 views on a video, but based on, is this claim actually able to be verified? Yeah, truth is the truth no matter who speaks it. And it's not a percentage. It either is true or not. But I don't know, maybe it's just the education system, the way people are made to think that there's a certain percentage that it can actually have and still be okay to say that it's that, but it's, if you don't know if it's truly what you're saying, then you can't use it as a representation of what your claim is, which is reality. I mean, that's what the issue was. But I mean, I get it, right? Because we're filled with that, with the, all these kind of like maybes within like the speculations, right? All the speculations that people have.
Well, even with space, my third grader, she she came home and was like, "Is the sun gonna blow up?" It's like, no. So she just kind of did like a heavy breathe, like, oh, well, that's what they told us at school. Like, it's not gonna happen like in our day, but the sun's gonna blow up one day. And I was like, nah,
Yeah.
that's okay. Don't be scared of that. Like, what's up with that trauma? Always the trauma based.
Well, that's the thing, though. Even in flat Earth, this is what happens. You get a group of people, prolific flat earthers, and they start talking about a specific idea, and then soon enough, it starts to grow legs, it grows arms, grows a head, and then it becomes something where people are saying, "Yeah, why not? This is it right here." And that's just not the case. You can't just manifest something into reality just because you say it's okay. It has to be proven, and that the server has always stood by that. So anything presented has to be something that's verified, falsified, repeated and tested. Like, that's how we got in the mess in the first place with the globe. We're just trusting individuals that are giving us information. I'm always saying that in here. It's like, I don't care if it looks like it makes sense with the AE map. Fine. It looks like it makes sense, but how did someone verify it? And if it's not verified, then it's speculation. That's cool. It can be speculation. It's not, no one's saying that it cannot be that, but it's just not the truth.
Exactly. Well, it's funny that we have this conversation too. Like, it's the whole pull down the map method, which is what everybody's used to, right? They were either presented a globe or they pulled down a little map and go, look, the lines are curved. That means we're on a globe, right? But this is the projection on a flat map. And they go, this is here and this is there, and there's nothing else to explore, And we get into the problem to where if you're not thinking critically and asking the questions of what's being presented, you're going to fall right into the exact same thing. And they're just going to present something else.
That's what I like. It's hard to tell somebody, because like, you don't want to give them just nothing, right? But at the same time, teaching them to think critically, there's a lot of things that you have to consider when you do that. Like, as in, you can't just take everything on in a worldview, because now you have to filter everything, right? Okay, how can I use this? Is this something that's practical? Is this demonstratable? Like, can I, where does this fit in my paradigm? Like, so if that's the thing, speculation is speculation. We can talk about that on Sunday and just like have a good time with that, right? Well, I think the Earth looks like an AE map, or the Bible scriptures support like a circle, whatever. That's fine. You can say that stuff, but when you start to say we're going to debate globers with this AE map, that's where you're in the wrong, because you're supporting a side that says this works, or say, well, the governments of the world are using this on the flag, the UN flag, and like, so they're telling it's like truth. It's truth hiding in plain sight. So they must be understanding that that's true. They're just making us believe it's a globe. It's like, on the one hand, you have them using something like looks like an AE map, and then because they've done that, it's like they're telling the truth, but they're not really, because they have to say it's a globe. And so a lot of people will say, well, yeah, they got the truth right there. What's the thing about truth? It's like, if you say that's true because the governments are using this on a flag or wherever, and you're thinking, okay, they must know something we don't know, or how the conspiracy idea is on that. If that is the case, fine. How is it verified then? Because that's the next step. You can't just say, well, it's truth hidden in plain sight. I get that whole thing, right? I get it. But like, if you're saying that, then you're going to have to find out how that's verified. Because we got, even in that like picture on the map, there's landmass distortion, landmass orientation not configured the way it should be. Distances on there's nothing to scale. You can't use that. It's just somebody's idea put down, and it's not there's nothing there that's like, you can't quantify like that's the size and the shape and the orientation and like none of that. It's just an idea. It's a speculation. It was just now so well known. It's out there everywhere. You can, Google it or whatever, Gleason's and AE, and you can get what that map looks like. But that's just like the globe, right? It's the same thing. And even with the globe, remember how they had, I don't know if you've seen this, Flatloid, with the globe, they would have like pictures of like the globe from space, and they have the different continent sizes, like in the different colors. And like, it was just, they couldn't decide on what, how big the continents were on that globe.
Oh, the space agencies alone, or even NASA photos from, what was it, 2012 to 2013, showing two completely different sized continents.
Right. That's the most intriguing part about this conversation, is that I fight this battle on like two fronts. On the front of like dealing with the globalist mindset that comes in here, that wants us to produce a model and a map, and on the side of Flat Earth, where they're trying to justify the AE and the Gleasons being the standard that we use for representing the Flat Earth. And my contention is that we have to fight it on two fronts. Well, at least I know that I do. Some people in the Flat Earth were like, well, it's good enough, right? It's good enough. We got something, let's run with it, because we don't have anything at the moment. So we need something on our side to put it into their face. Like, look, man, the governments of the world use it for the flag, for the UN flag, and it's on buildings, so it's truth hidden in plain sight, yada yada. You get the gist, right? Like, it's being used, so we know that they know about it. And like, that's fine. I personally, I'm like, I don't care about that. It seems like even if they were talking about Flat Earth, like they have some sort of, map or idea, right? Which is kind of like what you see on those flags. Now, after you say that's truth hidden in plain sight, how is that verified? How do you know that's what the orientation of the Earth's continents are? And how did you get there? What is the verification method to know that that is the truth? That's the next step. Because if you're saying that's truth hidden in plain sight, now you're going to have to find out who got the God's eye view, and how did you verify that God's eye view of our, realm of existence, entire realm of existence. That's the next step. How did someone figure that out? Right. And these are the critical thinking steps that you need to take if you're somebody who's, within the context of studying or researching Flat Earth. You're going to have to find out what is true and what is not. That's what I was telling Rebel. Of course, I found out he's big fucker, an anti-Flat Earther. But what I'm saying is so that everybody doesn't get kind of the wrong idea of what we're supposed to be doing here, and just put the cart before the horse, and say, no, we can use these maps. And of course, the beginning of the explosion of Flat Earth on the internet, everybody was happy to do so, because now we had something to rival the globe Earth, because the globe Earth was throwing globes, and they couldn't decide on what globes they were using, and potato Earth, and it's just like you got all kinds of different globes. So the Flat Earther was happy to have a Gleason's. Look, we got a Gleason's, the world map 1942. We got an aerial view of the entire Earth realm from top down. Let's use that. And I, for one, was taken in by that at the very beginning. I was like, yeah, this is good stuff, man. We should, go on with that. Until it was pointed out to me that I can't verify the ice ring that surrounds the entire Earth per the AE map or the Gleason's. I can't verify that. How am I going to go all the way around? It's ridiculous. It's logistically almost impossible if you think about it, right? Logistically. If you were to try to go and do that. Not saying so I guess somebody had to be in their bonnet about doing it, that if you want to try to attempt to be my guest, but what it would probably take was enormous amount of logistics just to get that taken care of.
Yeah, who's to say it's a ring anyway? What if it's not a ring, the way we think of it?
Well, remember, we were in that conversation with Rebel creation, and you told him that too. And he said that he sailed around this ring. And not only that, he would give us $1 million if we'd go verify it like he did.
What?
And he said, I'll bump it up to 10 million. And that's what I said. I said in that audio that it just played it right now. I said he's Captain Cap, because he's all Cap, bro. Like there's no way in hell that he was even logistically. That's not feasible, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And now it's like, it's just not. But we have the people in the flat earth side that think that is something that can be like, yeah, we can use this map. I'm like, bro, man, why does it always result to that like people want to have it out, duke it out with well, you got your globe, I got my Gleasons, let's go, man. Put the gloves on. Say, bro, you both lost this fight because I can knock both of your dicks in the dirt by saying I can verify either one. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do after I do that? Were you gonna produce something in real so that people can go out and say, well, I'm looking at it this map. Now I'm looking at reality. Sure lines up. Like, when's that happening, bro? Like, it's never gonna happen. Ever, ever, ever.
Yeah, it would take multiple lifetimes for someone to do this, and the people that have put out whatever they've already put out have had multiple lifetimes, and they still don't have it figured out. So I don't know how someone like Rebel is going to say, use this map. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. What do you think, CB?
I added a meme to the meme bot called Which Map. I'm posting it right now. If someone starts to present like one particular map that's supposed to represent the whole of Earth, well, what the hell are all these maps then? It's like a menu. Think of it like a menu. Or maybe I use the example of growing grapes and turning it into wine. And then someone comes over and asks you, well, what's the brand, bro? What's the... what's your icon? Well, I could choose any icon. I could choose any brand to represent the reality in the bottle.
Yep.
Same way a menu could represent, your grandma could make Thanksgiving dinner and she could put it on a menu any way she wants to. So the way all these maps are just different ways to represent something. It's not the thing itself. So I think a lot of people get that mixed up. There's no one way to represent food on a menu. There's no one way to represent wine that's in the bottle. The wine itself is the experience. The earth itself is the experience. The food itself is the thing you eat. You don't eat menus. You don't live on a map, and you don't drink you don't get drunk off licking the label on the bottle. It's the experience we're after.
Yeah. So you're saying that the menu is not the food.
Correct.
The map is not the earth.
Yeah, Sonny, but he's been saying that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, like it just doesn't stick with these guys. Like they hear, yeah, that's cool, bro, but I'm gonna use the AE map. It's like, bro, do you not see the AE map represented in one of those little? It's like the very top left. It's on the top left corner. Actually, it's like a little bit slightly down towards, center. If you want to get really specific on the way. And there's like two. There's one that's what is it? It says one of them's a polar map. Let's see, equidistant, azimuthal equidistant equivalent. I think the other one is azimuthal equidistant polar. There's a couple others. It says azimuthal equal area. And there's some that even represent the globe, some that represent like a top-down aerial view, like the flat Earth. But the polar one is the one that's most used, I think, from the flat Earth side, right? But then there's like different ones too. There's square ones. There's freaking I don't know, watermelon like shaped ones. Like pear shaped ones? I don't know. Like there's one that looks like a freaking heart. There's one that looks like a W, like a M.
It's like a Batman logo.
Yeah,
there's triangles.
There's the equatorial, equidistant, and then there azimuthal, and then there's the equatorial. Then there's the polar. There's also a that azimuthal equal area polar, azimuthal equidistant, hemispherical.
Yeah, the one that timeanddate.com uses is the bronze stereographic. The bronze stereographic is the complete flat map of the entire world. Like it's just like a like a doormat. It's all flat.
Bronze stereographic. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Well, there's two of them actually. The second one, the one that looks like it's more stretched out.
Yeah,
there's one that's smushed up, and then there's that one.
Yeah, the perspective, and then the stereo. Yeah, none of this is such bullshit. This is part of the problem. This is part of the problem, man. Definitely the problem.
There's one that's a phallic symbol. The one looks like a penis.
Yeah.
Danji IV. Right next. Go to the left or to the right of that.
Look at Miggy all. They are almost the same in a way that the positions of the continents are almost,
Well,
and they do. But you have somehow always in the 90% you have the down left, you have the South America, down right you have the South Africa, up you have the North America, up left and up right you have Asia and Europe, and down on the corner somewhere it's Australia, and that's most of them. It's made like that, but that's not the position of the.
Yeah, look at the orientation of these things. Look at the continent sizes on these different maps.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, everything is different.
Like I think that Africa, it's 5 times bigger than something, or Africa, it's 5 times bigger. I think than I will tell you now a lie, or South America or something. Or Greenland, and you have Greenland the same size like Africa, for example.
If somebody wanted to talk about a pyramid-shaped Earth, there's even one for that. The Snyder tetrahedron. It's a freaking pyramid. I'm not kidding with you guys. I'll take a screenie. All right. Let me see. I'm gonna put this in.
So you can mix and match. It's like the Earth game. Like you can mix and match Earths. Like it has nothing to do with like where you're sailing to or flying to from one place to another. None of these are accurate. So
triangle Earth confirmed.
They are using a misrepresentation. They want to keep misrepresenting what Earth is. Yeah, we're just going to keep calling it out. Screw them.
All right, here's another one. Because, I mean, let's just get real about it, right? Let's see. Here's another one. Look at that one.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Well, it's just like, these are great for anybody that tries to say that the globe or there is one map of the Earth. If that's the case, then what the hell are all these maps? Why even make another? Why make any other map than the one that's supposed to be the one? So this is helpful to show those people that there isn't such thing as the one map of the Earth.
That's the globe, last one, mate. No, it is. It's if you now. yeah. Also the second.
Let's find some cool looking ones in here. Oh yeah,
the Dymaxion. Oh boy.
Yeah, that sounds like a freaking Transformer name or something.
Yeah, and it looks like a puzzle that you would like fold up in an origami or something.
If you can have the paper ball, let's say, and then you cut now paper ball, and then you have the map.
Yep.
You have one that's heart shaped too.
So all they've shown is that, yeah, exactly like Sasha said, you could cut out a map from a flat piece of paper. You could fold it up any way you want to. That's what all these are.
Yeah.
People that are just choosing, oh, I'll just fold it this way. Oh, I'll fold it this way. It has nothing to do with Earth.
And what are that white things between the blue things?
Check it out, man. UFO Earth confirmed. Or
Because I guarantee you when you go sailing up, or you go sailing whatever to South America, and you see the continent from your boat, it doesn't look anything like any map. Period.
Oh my, dude, it just gets. I'm telling you, bros, you can't make this shit up. Look at this.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, so go ahead, Rebel. Go ahead, Rebel. Use a map now.
There is a star. There are the stars.
Maybe next week you could choose another one.
Like, fuck me, dude.
Miguel, what's that?
Origami Earth. It's Origami Earth, bro.
An invasion of fantasy UFO.
Why is not spherical? That stuff is flat.
Oh, this is a good one.
I love it when the Globers say use a globe to navigate.
Check this one out.
Right.
Cracked egg Earth.
Because you cannot navigate on flat water.
Yeah, of course not. Because if you were able to navigate on a flat Earth, then you would be using right triangles. That doesn't happen, right?
The globe, it does not fly.
Today morning, when we show the guy everything, the 8 inch per mile square horizon, black swan, weather balloon, everything, facts. Do you know what the end? He said, "I don't believe in facts." That was conclusion.
I swear, dude, whoever made these maps up must have been thinking of something. Here,
One's shaped like a heart, the bottomly, the one you showed.
Hey, check.
That's origami, man.
Check this map out.
That's the dinosaur map. What is that?
Well, you can take that map in one of two ways, you know.
Is someone sitting?
Oh my!
Or brick breastises. either one.
The Earth.
That looks like a watermelon, dude. Just gotta say.
Why half there?
One looks like a football. One looks like these cantors. World War II looks like jugs.
It looks like jugs, too.
It does, man. It looks like you just see the blouse. That's it.
Oh my! This one reminds me of a old 1920s like mustache for some reason.
Yeah, or like a Rolling Stones face, like that lips.
Oh, the lips, yeah.
Where's the tongue sticking out? See, whenever you got one of these fake ass maps, you need to have a tongue somewhere sticking out so that, hidden in plain sight. So a little tiny tongue, so we know that you're sticking your tongue out at us. Dumb shits believing in maps. You bunch of idiots. That's what these people up above are saying. They fell right into our freaking map trap.
But look at the last one. Has the ice wall on the half, but on the top that is not ice wall. It's only white thing.
Yeah, they don't have an ice wall.
What that mean? But on the top, on the north, what is on the north? There is no ice wall.
I swear these Globers are horny, man. Titty Earth.
Damn, look at them titties.
Damn, look at that. That's so good.
The dreidel Earth.
Pillow Earth.
Let's see, where is it at? Ah, yes. We got an old friend
Sonny.
right here.
You said it perfectly. You're like, no one uses a globe. Like, I usually joke around. I'll say, Oh yeah, I mounted a desk globe in my car on my dashboard, so I make sure I get around, make sure I get to where I need to go accurately.
I know.
Hey, there's our old friend right there.
Who's that?
Uh-oh. Hey.
AE, what's up, bro? All right.
Yeah, wave mixer, you got it.
Excuse me. Yeah, this is great. There is no such thing as one map of the Earth, even if you think it's a globe, folks. There are many maps.
Which one does look like the globe out of all these? Which one can we pull up?
I know, right?
Yeah, there's no way to tell. What
No
a
way to tell.
clusterfuck. So,
I'd say this one. I'm really leaning toward, like, if we're gonna say that one actually, well, the Mercator should be in here, right? But this one's kind of close. It's got a side by side though. Let's see. Try this. Do you think that's close?
I love when people say close too, because like, close to what? It's almost like how they say with Eratosthenes. Oh, well, he got close. Close to what?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, how do you get close to an unknown? Like, where do you live? I don't know, but I'm close. Close to where?
Or how
I don't
far
know.
away is how far away is the sun on flat Earth? It's close and local. To what? You know, well, it's not 93 million miles away. Yeah, how'd you figure that out? And how'd you figure out how close it is after that? 2 questions. No answers.
yeah. Because we don't even know if it's always the same height from us or anything like that, or if it's probably not even. That's speculation. My speculation. It's probably not even a physical object.
Yeah, that's what I would speculate too.
So it could be a focal point of an energy of a light source. We know that plants only grow from electric light. Here we can replicate that. We can't grow anything from something burning.
Yeah, but I'm burning some plants on fire right now.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I'm just kidding. You don't grow plants with fire? What?
No, that one there is the one that timeanddate.com uses.
The bronze stereographic.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what's extra cringe too? Is how Globers will try to present a map like that, the bronze stereographic, as the flat Earth map. And then they'll ask you, what happens when you go left?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean go left, bro? Go left. Pick which direction? No, just go left. Dude, you guys are stupid. You guys are so stupid.
Yeah, if I turn the map on its side, then do I still go left? Left of
They're thinking that must be the flat Earth, some rectangular map, and then you go left and then portal to the other side.
They're ridiculous.
Looping Earthers.
Pac-Man Earthers. I think they just disappear and pop out the other side or something. But that's pretty much what the globe is anyway. Nobody's ever done that.
Yeah, they say that. Oh, just pick a direction. Head straight there. You'll end up where your ass was. Nope.
Yeah, I'm just
that's not a straight line.
I'm setting forth the case. I'm setting forth the case that people, when they come up in here and they're talking about the AE map, man, why can't we use it? Well, pick one of all these other ones either, because like I can use a butterfly one if I want and challenge your AE map. I mean, what are we doing? Like, what the fuck are we doing?
I know, right?
Man?
Don't make me throw up a bad signal. I'll put the freaking Batman map up there while we're at it.
When you put the map, it looks like a wiener that's been cut from the top. The heck, bro?
Is that the Lorraine Bobbitt projection?
Hey, we got a fam that's joined this conversation. Let me see. fam, what's up, man? Welcome to the chat.
Oh, I'm pretty new here, so I don't know.
Glad to have you.
Pretty new. Yeah.
Huh? What's up?
I was just saying, glad to have you.
Oh, yeah. Looking to kind of understand more about the idea.
Cool.
Yeah. So, we're having a conversation about the topic of the shape of the Earth, and specifically right now about maps. But, I mean, what is your mindset right now, or what is your position? What do you think the Earth is? Do you think it's a globe?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not really sure. Like, go either way.
Can go either way.
What's your current position, though? It's you team globe at the moment?
I mean, I'm not sure. Like, I can't really say confidence.
Not gonna lie, I find that a little interesting because I challenged those people that claim to be in a third party in this non-position position because we're all kind of raised the same way. I believed in the globe my whole life, so I wouldn't have said that I didn't know. If someone asked me back then, I'd be like, "Yeah, I believe it's a globe." There's nothing wrong with that. I think you'll probably learn faster
flat,
too.
But
take a chance.
I mean, could be a globe, could be flat. Really
know. Okay.
I mean, just from looking at it,
agree
I guess
that observation?
I mean, it does look flat, but that's the only thing that.
So, fam, your mic is coming in and out. I don't know if you noticed that on your end, but it sounds that way on our end. We're hearing you like come really close, and all of a sudden you like get really far away.
Oh, my bad. I mean, I'm using my computer's mic right now, so could be affected.
Yeah, other than that, we can understand you. It's just sounds kind of like it's moving in and out.
Super loud. You could turn it down in the settings. Because I know those, is it a laptop? Laptops, the mics are usually very hot.
I don't really know the settings stuff.
I do find that a little interesting. New people who claim to be like, and it's okay to be this, but I think it's better to take a stance because then you'll either refine your position or you'll be able to learn and make adjustments from that initial position. But if you don't take any stance whatsoever, like people will say like, oh, I'm just a third party, I'm just, here observing. And I agree because everyone has a current position. I would agree, or I would assume that everyone was raised the same way, or a large majority of people were raised to believe in the globe. So that should be the starting position for most people.
I mean, I guess I would compare it to like agnosticism. That's kind of.
Yeah, okay. That's fair. It's like you've heard about the debate and you're like, well, maybe I should learn about the two sides first. I think that seems like a smart thing to do.
Yeah, it's like that.
So what do you currently already know then? What do you know about the globe and what do you know about flat Earth?
For flat Earth, I don't really know that much, I think. That's kind of why I joined. I mean, it looks flat, I guess. You walk around, it feels flat. But in terms of the globe, I mean, I guess everyone says it's a globe.
Yeah, they sure do.
All the leading scientific societies, they all say the Earth is a globe.
So we have a group of people saying one thing, and then we have the observation of the Earth as it presents itself. So what do we do from there? Maybe we should go and check to see if what they're saying matches the reality.
Yeah, we should. It's probably a good idea to try to check that, though. It is quite a large group of people saying that. So
the amount of people saying something doesn't make it true, of course. There's not a certain threshold where, okay, this many people said it, and now it's true.
That's true, but it would be weird for a lot of them to be lying, no?
But see, if you're a good investigator, then you wouldn't start with motive, you would start with evidence. So what you just asked is motive based. Well, how could this have happened? Why? What's the motive for this potentially happening? First, if you're a keen investigator, judge, then you seek evidence first. Okay, whose blood is that? I see there's a camera up there. Let's get the footage from that CCTV. That bullet shell. Let's get some fingerprints off of that. You don't arrive to the crime scene and go, I can't really think of why this would have happened. You see? And then
that's fair, I think. So kind of look at more of the evidence first, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But it's also important to keep in mind that even if you were to never learn about the motive for this crime, I can't think of why this have happened. I've gathered up all the evidence and I still haven't really pieced together a motive. You don't just throw away all the evidence. You don't just throw away and dismiss the case. You present that evidence to the judge, and they can make a clean conviction based off of evidence with zero motive whatsoever. So we can get into motive, but it's just more important to focus on the evidence first.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, well, because people come to talk to flat earthers and they treat it like a case study. Well, why did you become a flat earther? Well, evidence. So instead of, I just want to shift people away from focusing on the people, the flat earthers, and we focus on the information and the evidence. And then you'll learn why we became quote unquote flat earthers. It's not based on, people like to think they just hit their head, fell off a truck, and never heard of the globe, and we started becoming flat earthers. It's not that case at all. Typically would say that most of us were passionate globe earthers who then started to check to see if what they were saying was true. And so to get to a flat earth, step 1, learn about the globe claims. Step 2, test those claims. So one of the claims is that the earth is a certain size. Do you know how big they claim the earth to be?
Very large. I'm not sure what the size they claim is. Very large.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you just scooped up a random sample of people and you asked them, do you know how big the globe is claimed to be? They'd probably say the same thing. It was just real big. But it's important to know specifically how big they've claimed it to be, because then people will say, that same random group of people, if you ask them, okay, can you see the curvature? You say, well, I see it looks flat. Some people will say, I see curvature from the beach. Some people will say they see it on a mountain or a tall building. Some other people will say you can see it from an airplane. So the issue is none of those people really know the specific size that they claim the globe to be. Because if they did, then you should know where you need to be to see curvature. And 1, that's not the ground. 2, it's not in a tall building. 3, it's not in an airplane. So very big is very vague. So we have to get into the specificity and claim.
I have a question. Does the...
One second, AFM. Real quick before you say anything, we have Grade who's in here. I'm going to just, he's got VC verified. And Grade, we are going to take your question, but CB's talking to AFAM at the moment, so just hang tight. Don't go anywhere. He'll answer your question as soon as he's done answering AFAM's question. All right, that's all.
Oh yeah, is there does the flat Earth, I don't know, is there a model that's kind of agreed upon for?
No.
No.
The only thing is the Earth as it presents itself outside. But we not flat earthers aren't getting together, closing their eyes and putting their heads together and trying to dream up or concoct some idea of what a flat Earth should or would or could be. We're simply going outside and the way the Earth presents itself is as flat. So it's not some idea or some toy model or something you can even recreate. I would say there's not an object on Earth I can pick up and say, all right, this is a representation of the Earth as a whole. So no, there's no model. There's just the Earth as it is outside. That's it.
Because I think the globe earthers have a model, right? Well, at least the people who argue in favor of that, they have their idea of the Earth.
I think they have an idea. They have ideas, but I don't think they actually have a model. Because if we were to ask them for one, give us the model of the Earth, what would they give you besides the plastic toy like desk globe? Is that it? Because there's a lot of things going on in the globe Earth that isn't represented on that desk globe. You know what I'm saying? So,
but I guess I was more wondering, like, is the flat Earth I've seen the model, well, not the picture or something, where like the North Pole is like in the middle or something, and then there's the ice wall around. I don't know if that's agreed upon by.
The way I look at those is a bit like a baby mobile. Let me post a picture. Well, but you've probably seen this before. Baby crib. Above the crib, you've got some, it's like a freaking hanger, and there's things hanging from it. And there's ones with planets and the sun. Let me post it here. I've got a screenshot for you. I look at these representations of flat Earth. These are it's like the baby mobile. It's for new people who haven't really got an idea of how a flat Earth should work or whatever would work. Those are just starting ideas. Here, try this. But there is no model of the Earth. Even our profile picture, the icon, people will say, well, that must be what you guys are talking about, right? That's more like, that's just an icon. Think of if you drive a Honda, that Honda H, that's their logo. You don't drive the logo. So that icon, you don't live on that. It's just an icon. So think of these things as logos or, that baby mobile that I haven't posted yet. Let me grab that. Here. I'm going to post this in the live stream voice text. But yeah, no.
Oh, I don't think I can see that.
There's no little. I'll give you some more to see that.
Permission to give you message history there.
1 second. But yeah, Grade, Mickey, you guys are welcome to chime in.
Yeah, before we begin, I guess I do have something that I wanted to demonstrate to everybody here. It's only a 23-second clip. It didn't play. Hang on a second. All right. I'll get it right this time.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the art of being round.
Okay. Post it in live stream.
No one smart, who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's a good evidence. Everyone smart believes in round Earth.
Look.
That was you, wasn't it, Great? We just first have to identify that was you.
Okay.
We need context here, bro. So you're agreeing that you disagree with that previous statement that you said before, right? We're letting you redeem.
I was gonna say, I thought I heard him recant that statement. So
yeah. Well, if you want to recant that statement, that'd be great.
Want to pop yourself off mute? No stinking up the chat.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, so do I say my current evidence?
Well, yeah, but first, did you recant that statement that you said you have to have
Yes,
an
yes,
acute?
I disagree with it completely.
Okay.
I
now you have
apologize. I have apologized already for so many times.
So you have some great globe Earth evidence. Is that right?
I mean, evidence against flat Earth.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Yes, evidence against flat Earth.
Because what you would have to do then is first present that flat Earth that you're talking about.
I mean, okay, let me tell you the evidence. So, when I go outside right now, I see the moon and I don't see the sun. But I'm pretty sure that when you guys go outside, you guys see the sun and you guys don't see the moon. So, how does that work on a flat Earth?
I have pictures in my phone of the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. What would you say about that?
Can you show it to me?
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a video and multiple pictures.
If you've awoken the beast.
You've never seen this before, bro?
No.
No,
gotta
come
go
on,
outside more.
great. You gotta be kidding me, bro. The
I mean,
sun and
I
the
know he
moon-
lives in Bangladesh, so I don't know what's going on over there, but
no, wait,
where I
tell me
live, you
again.
can see that.
The sun and the moon in the same sky.
Oh, at the same sky, yeah, I have seen before.
Well, that's what he was talking
Okay.
about.
All right.
But that can happen. But like, what if when you don't see the sun and the moon at the same sky, what happens then?
What do you mean? What happens? They're not in the same sky. That's what happens. They're not in the same sky.
You can see the sun, well, I can see the moon. How does that work, like on a flat Earth?
Are we going to sit here and listen to these types of questions? Come on, my friend. It's quite easy to understand. If you can't see something, it's probably really far away. You know what a light is, right? It illuminates the portion of the surface it is over, and over there, it's in darkness. If you take that light, you will take that light over there, leaving the place you were in darkness. Don't forget you can see the moon during the sun in the day, but, at night time, you got a good chance of seeing the moon. But you do understand the idea of a light moving above a surface, but the light is smaller than the surface because the Earth is big, and as it travels across the sky, it illuminates the portion of the Earth it is over. But it can't illuminate everything, obviously.
Wait, so the sun spins around, but the sun doesn't set? We see the sun setting.
Hold on. I said the sun goes away, and you're saying set. What do you mean? Because
Like,
it goes down, it's disappearing over the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, no, it goes down. Like, it doesn't move around.
I get you. Do you drive?
What?
Do you drive?
No, I don't drive.
Okay. Have you ever walked down a street at night?
Yes.
Good. You know those street lights above your head?
Yes, there.
You know, as you look down the road, they appear to descend down towards the horizon, the limitation of your view, but you know that those street lights are, say, still 10 foot above the surface of the floor. They haven't changed altitude. It's just because perspective, right? So when the sun or a cloud or an aeroplane looks like it's going down, that's just perspective. And then the horizon, the limitation of your view, when it goes beyond that, so you can't see it anymore. It's quite simple. You've walked down a street before, haven't you?
No, but if like the sun went around, we would have seen the sun like go right, not down.
What do you mean?
Because the sun is
hold on,
moving.
my friend. I've just explained to you how, due to perspective, a light that's above your head with distance will go downwards towards the horizon. You remember we were just talking about streetlights, right?
It goes downwards.
Yeah, it appears, looks like.
Maybe because the art carves, that's why it looks like.
Pardon?
Maybe because it actually is going down, that's why it looks like.
Maybe, but you do understand the analogy of streetlights above your head haven't changed their altitude, but because of perspective, you looking at it, it appears like they descend upon the horizon. You do get that bit, right?
I mean,
what do you mean? What do you mean? Have you never
Look at the chat, bro?
Before?
Look at the chat right now.
Live stream voice text. Look at the images that are being shown to you.
I mean, I can see them getting smaller, but not going down.
They're not going down.
Oh, they appear
I mean,
to
they're
get
going
smaller.
down
See the
and
light?
smaller.
My
The
friend,
sun doesn't
my
appear to be
friend,
smaller ever.
my friend, do you see the light? Do you see the light?
Yeah.
And then the one further, and it appears to go down. It appears to be lower than it.
Appears to shrink. Yeah, it appears to shrink, but the sun doesn't appear to shrink.
Now you're changing. You're changing.
Yeah. Now we're off to shrinking.
Yeah, okay, I agree. It appears to shrink, but the sun doesn't appear to shrink.
But that would depend on where you are.
What if I show you it shrinking?
Yeah. The sun does a lot of things. It appears sometimes to reduce an angular size and disappear before it even touches the horizon, depending on the conditions that you're looking through, the temperature, altitude.
Because of clouds and stuff.
Yeah. But you do understand that this is just perspective, how you view the world, right? The street lights above your head, my friend, has elucidated for you in picture form.
Why do we never see the sun going right or left? Because that's what it's supposed to do.
No, it's not supposed to do what you're saying, bro. It just does what it does.
It just then where does it go? Okay, tell me, where does it go actually?
Not down. It's not going down closer to the Earth.
Would you want do you want another analogy? Right, in the morning, in the land of the rising sun, it's over Japan, but it hasn't reached Central Europe yet. And as it travels across Asia, it illuminates the portion of the floor it is over. And as it gets closer to me in the UK, we call that morning. And then as it comes towards me, goes over the head, lunchtime, then fucks off again. That's evening. And guess what? I can't see the light anymore. That's night. You understand that, right? You just observe the sun move across the sky and you get confused when you can't see it anymore because it's gone away.
And I just posted a video of the sun shrinking.
And the sun doesn't go down in the globe model. You're falling backwards.
Right.
Okay, but show the video of the sun like moving around the earth, the sun and the moon.
Listen, where do you get the idea that the sun should be taking a left or a right?
No, like someone sent a GIF of the sun and the moon like rotating around.
Yeah,
the
circling. How much do you think you can see? Like, think about it. How much do you think you can see?
I mean, we never see the sun like moving right or left. We always see it going up or down. I mean, down, obviously. I mean, up or down.
That's because your field of view is like 150 miles in each direction. And that arc, the arc of the circle, is going to be so large, you're not going to perceive any angular change. And yes, we do see the sun take an arc in the sky. So I don't know what you're actually talking about.
But the sun, like flat earthers believe that the sun isn't even that big.
What? Dude, you're just galloping all over the place. Take a struggle, man.
The sun's like smaller than the earth, right?
Okay, so where have we been so far? Day and night can't happen on a flat earth. Sun can't go down on a flat earth. The sun should shrink on a flat earth. Where are we at now? You've been wrong 3 times, so let's go for 4. So what's number 4?
I haven't been wrong once. Like, I haven't been wrong once.
Yeah, what are you
That's why you're wrong, though. You're trying to make up a flat earth that we're not talking about that idea.
Okay, tell me. Okay, first of all, tell me. The
Real
sun
simple.
goes,
You made up a flat earth in your head, dude. You made up a flat earth in your head.
I have flat earth in my head that, like...
No, you made up an idea of flat earth in your head, and you're trying to take your idea of what it is and push it on us.
That's what I'm saying, that there is an earth, and the sun and the moon is smaller than the earth. It goes around the earth, right? It circles around the earth, both of them together. Circles around the earth. Like,
I just explained that's basically just an icon. That's not the earth itself.
That's not the
This is a representation. So, hey, I have an idea. Why don't you show us a 2-scale, accurate model of day and night on a globe?
On a call?
Globe. The globe, dude. The globe. In the helium. To scale. Remember, make it to scale. I want it to scale.
I mean, obviously, it won't be to scale.
Oh, you can't make it to scale. Oh, wow.
But it'll be accurate. It'll be very accurate.
Therefore, the globe does not exist because you can't make so you can't make a 2-scale representation that's accurate, so the globe doesn't exist. Right? Because that's your standard for this. Like, oh shit, you guys like.
I'll give you a much accurate description. Okay, I'll give you a much accurate global.
Oh, you will. An accurate description? Well, that's easy. You just watch and describe it.
not description, but an accurate like GIF
of day and night. That's the scale.
You're using that word accurate kind of loosely there.
Yeah, exactly. So you would need a screen that was 41,000 pixels across, and the Earth would be a single pixel to show the sun and the Earth in the same image.
Not that accurate, obviously, but
well, that's what you want from us, right? You're looking at this GIF going,
what I want.
"Oh,
that's not."
Like, okay. What's your problem with the GIF? What's your problem with it?
The problem is that the sun and the moon is going circling around the Earth.
It's a representation.
Okay, it's a representation of
because you couldn't. Listen, it's a represent. Let me explain. It's a representation that we show people because their ideas of what flat Earth is are outlandish. So we have to show them a visual representation because just describing it, they don't get it. So that's what this is. It's a visual representation. This is not day and the night. The moon is not opposite of the sun all the time. This is just a representation of how day and night works, right? The sun lights up. It's the area that's local to it and doesn't because of the air is not transparent at long distances. Just like the ocean, right? Water. Get a glass of water. Look through it. Oh, wow, I can see the bottom of the glass. Go to the ocean. You go down 400 meters, it's pitch black. Right? Why is that? Because water absorbs light. That's only 400 meters. It's completely dark. Well, the light from the sun has to go through thousands of miles of air. Cannot illuminate everywhere on Earth at the same time. Understand?
Okay, I do understand, but
okay,
can you give me the GIF again, like the GIF of the flat Earth?
Yeah. It's not a GIF of the flat Earth. It's a representation of day and night.
Okay, fine. A representation. I'm sorry. A representation
of day and night. Of day and night.
It's already posted, bro. If you really are so desperate for it, it's posted right above
I just did it again.
Okay, so
okay, yeah, there's that.
It's just a representation, right?
Of day and night.
It's an idea for new people who don't get it, who don't understand it. They think it's some disk in space with the sun 93 million miles away. So it's like it's for those people who have not yet seen any idea. This is not saying this is the Earth, and that's exactly how.
I understand. I'm sorry, but the sun never goes like farther from the
down
Earth,
to the ground.
It stays in the same position.
Okay.
The sun like stays on the same position, right?
It's just not going down.
What does that mean? What's that mean?
I mean, it's not going farther away from the Earth. It's just rotating around the Earth.
Yeah, it takes a circuit above the Earth.
Okay, so then how does the sun disappear when we see going down instead of going
Didn't we already explain that to you? Like
it's moving away from you.
Perspective. Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Maybe this will illustrate it for you. Have you seen railroad tracks? Have you ever seen railroad tracks?
It's going farther
listen, because
the sun is never.
Listen.
But the sun is never going farther away from us. It's staying at the same place. It's just rotating, right?
It's still going farther away from you when you're watching it.
Yeah, but it's going farther to the right or left. It's not like going farther straight. Dude.
From your perspective, it's not right or left. It's out of sight way before you can detect any right or left movement. Listen, dude. Let me ask you a question. Why does the Earth look flat?
Why does the Earth what?
Yeah, why does it look flat if it's a giant ball?
Oh, why does it look flat? Because it's so big that.
Okay. Now, the arc of that circle, if it was on the equator, would be 25,000 miles in circumference. Why can't I see the arc? Let's use the same logic you just used. Because that arc is too fucking big and it looks flat. It's the same circumference as the one you're claiming the Earth is, in that the Earth just looks flat. This is the same size of the arc. So you can keep going over this over and over again. It's the same size circle. It's the same size circle. You can't have it both ways, dude.
What you're
I'm
saying when
it's the same size.
you
But what
say
I'm
go
saying
left
is,
and go right. Hold on, Bangladesh, bro. What you're saying when you say you should see the sun go left or right, you're now making your patch of the earth way bigger than you really have. What Indio just pointed out is your little perspective of the earth is small. You shouldn't be able to
then
see this
why do
huge
you
patch
see
of the
the
earth. You're
Earth
seeing it go
going
left or
down?
right
Why do you see the Earth going down?
because it's
Dude,
going
this is
away
like
from you.
NPC reset every 30 seconds, bro. Dude, we explained it. Perspective is why the sun appears to go down. We gave you examples. So let me go back to the railroad tracks you didn't want to talk about. Why do railroad tracks appear to come together? Let me ask you, why do railroad tracks appear to come together to a point? Do they actually come together?
No, but the sun.
No, answer the question. Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
Okay, what?
What? You didn't even hear my question. Why do railroad tracks, if you're standing on a railroad, but you know what a railroad is, right?
Yes.
Know what train tracks are? Train tracks, railroad train tracks. You're standing on them. There's a picture. They appear to come together and converge to a point. Where did the left track go? Where did that left rail go? Did it go over the curve of the earth? Why can't you see it? Did it disappear? Where'd it go?
Because it's too far away.
The angular separation of those tracks, right, converge to a point. Okay, and if you took these tracks and rotated them vertically, right, up and down, they would also, one would appear to come up, the other would appear to come down, and they would converge at a point. And that's what the sun does. The ground appears to come up, the sun appears to go down, and they converge at a point. We call that point the horizon.
I was just going to say in the chat, it's just like the boats. They're not going down over the curve. They're just going away from you. So the sun's not going down to the ground. It's just going away from you. It's perspective. This is basic stuff.
Oh, so you already dealt with the boats over the horizon?
No.
Going away but it's not going away from us, right?
Yes, it is.
It is going away from us.
It's like a circle, man, a loop. The dude's stuck in a fucking loop. Have you ever programmed? Have you ever coded anything, dude? Like you coded an infinite loop into your psyche, and you're just like repeating yourself over and over again.
Like an airplane, man.
Part of your issue is you're trying to say a flat Earth would be different. The way the Earth is, where you see the sun doing what it does, that is the flat Earth. So what you should look at is like what the globe should be doing is it's freaking falling backwards. It's not the Earth, the sun moving or going down. Your house is moving with the Earth and stuff. It's not doing any of that. So you need to remove your ideas of what you think it should or would or could be doing and just deal with it as it is.
No, I am trying to deal with it as it is, but I cannot make sense of it currently.
What do you mean?
We've shown you, what more do we need to show you? We've given you demonstrations, explanations, graphics, diagrams.
It's just like the sun never goes farther away. It just goes like to the right. Like that's.
Oh my God! How are you still on this, bro? You're trolling, man.
Yeah, I'm saying right, and you're just.
Nah, you're trolling.
I just told you. You're still trying to say it should be different.
You're giving me examples of it going farther away. The sun isn't going farther.
Hold on. Just a second. Just slow down for 1 second. Okay, maybe this will help. I don't know. It might or may not. So I think what you need to do, first of all, you need to clear out all these ideas of what you think flat Earth is first. Because you obviously are stuck on some idea you have in your head, like was said earlier. And so I would suggest getting rid of everything you think you know about flat Earth and start from the beginning. Now, you have some problems with the way perspective works. That's what you're talking about. Is it not?
No.
Okay, I think it is because you're saying how the sun appears to us. Don't interrupt. I wasn't done. So listen, you have a perspective. So it's the way we see things. Perspective takes effect. When the sun is moving over us, it appears to do certain things. That's what you need to learn about, is how these things appear to us, even though something is traveling over our head in a straight line or an arc. It appears to go down as it reaches the vanishing point of the horizon. So I think that's where you need to start. I hope that helps.
Maybe aeroplane can help.
No, just let them go slowly. Like, take it slow, step by step. How does it look? Someone
Okay,
show the
but-
gift of the sun.
Wait, can you
The
give an example of how the sun actually works?
No,
Okay, we have
no,
a gift
we're not
of
going to
the
listen to you. We're not going to listen to you
Okay,
tell us how the sun works. No. Here's what you got.
that's all
No,
I
great.
see.
What you
Yes.
have to do is produce the evidence of who's directly measured this drop over distance on the Earth's surface. That's what you have to do. If you want to put the ball Earth into reality, then you're going to have to verify that
No,
shit.
I don't want to. No, I don't want to put the ball on.
No. We're not going to talk about your speculations. We're going to talk about how we actually know the Earth is curving, right? So if you're saying it's a ball, right? Like it's what you've been talking about. You want to make the ball.
No, I don't know. It's probably not
All
a
right.
ball. I don't know.
Well, then
couldn't
it's
be a
totally
ball.
not a ball. If it's totally not a ball, then what the fuck are we talking about?
I'm saying that it's not flat.
No,
Yeah.
but you don't know what flat Earth is. Sorry,
so
Alex,
if
that's
it's
the
not-
first thing I told you.
Are you talking on Discord? You might want to ask him that before we go
Yeah,
any
dude.
further.
Yeah. Are we talking on Discord, Grade?
We are? What do you mean?
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
Yes.
All right. So if you understand that reality can be understood as something that you can verify, right? Like you know that you're talking on Discord 100%, then you can surely know if the Earth is curving or not. Based upon the information they've already given you right now, you can verify that
I
shit.
don't know enough
right?
information. Okay. I don't
Well,
know enough.
yeah.
I know enough information to know for myself, but not argue.
Great.
I don't know enough information to argue.
Great. I don't care. You're trying to be in here stating a point, but you're not making a point if you can't verify any shit you talk about. So here's what you got to do, right?
But like,
Here's what you got to do. Great. Great. All you got to do is go to Google, type in there what is the radius of Earth, what is the diameter, and what is the circumference. You're gonna find out. You're going to find out that it's gonna give you the metrics of the Earth, which means you can go out into the field and verify that shit. So when you go out into the field and verify that the radius, diameter, and circumference is or is not the truth, then you can come back into this chat and tell us what you discovered, and then we can talk about that. Not about your ideas. No, not about your. No, dude, no. Not about. Great. Not about your ideas of what you think is happening on a either flat or non-flat surface. So it's not. We're not going to go to what you want to go to. You're not driving this bus. Okay, we are. So you're going to go verify that shit, right? When you do,
I have verified.
come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't believe in round Earth. Okay, I don't believe in round Earth. Sure.
Then what the fuck what do you want to talk about then? Because if you don't believe in that, that is what everybody needs.
I'm like giving argument against flat Earth. Against flat Earth.
Yeah,
No, you're not.
failed.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. What argument do you have against flat Earth? Because obviously the thing that's against it is the globe. And if you're not standing with the globe, then what the fuck are you doing?
Lots of things are against it, not just the globe. There are so many things.
You don't know what flat Earth is. Remember when you said that? The first thing I asked you is you'd have to present that flat Earth you're talking about, and the thing you presented is not what we're talking about. That's not the flat Earth.
It actually had nothing to do with the Earth. It had to do with the sun. This ain't the flat sun society, bro. Earth is not in this. Earth is not in the sky, man.
You seem to be lost, sir. The sun discovery of what the sun is another server, and it's that way, not here. We're talking about how people are verifying that the Earth is a ball floating and spinning in the vacuum of space.
Doesn't make sense in a flat Earth, then how can the flat Earth even make
You don't
sense?
know what the fucking Earth is if you can't even state what reality is, first of all.
I can't say what reality is. What do you mean?
You apparently it sounds like you're making shit up right now.
I haven't made anything up. I'm just okay. Just tell me.
You just said the sun can't work on a flat Earth. You just said the sun can't work on a flat Earth. Why not? You said it, quote unquote, don't make sense. Tell us why it don't make sense. Give it to us.
I told you before.
No, you didn't. You just kept, we refuted what you said, and you just repeated yourself. So now tell us, why doesn't it make sense?
First of all, I need to know your flat Earth. What flat Earth you believe in?
Oh my God! I got deja vu all over again, man.
This guy.
Just start working on your map. What is your map?
Hello?
You say the same thing to me. You say that I don't know your flat Earth, so I'm just making up.
Hello, guys.
That's correct.
Hello. You don't. Look. I know you wanted to. You probably
I want to spear this dude, seriously.
Flat Earth is, but check it out.
It's okay. I don't care.
The Fellowship of the Sun Church is that way, all right?
Oh,
so
shit.
great. Let me ask you a question. If you don't know what flat Earth we believe in is, how can you say it doesn't work on a flat Earth?
Gotcha, bitch.
You're finished, bro. That should have been the first thing you did. Hey, what is the flat Earth you guys are talking about? Okay, that's what it is. All right, let me try to dissect it.
Oh, type it in your DMs. Who's coaching you?
The fuck?
Because they suck as a coach. You need to upgrade. You need to hire someone. Go on Fiverr or something.
Yeah, no, I'm not finished. I was just typing. Okay, you can reach.
Yeah, we know.
But
we know. There's somebody in your DMs feeding you shit, which is why you said you don't know anything. You came in with a script.
You yourself say that I don't know your flat Earth. So explain to me what your flat Earth is. You yourself say that.
It's your claim. You have to show us the globe first.
It's not what you've been talking about. Just know
what's
that.
the flat Earth? Go outside. That's the flat Earth.
It's not what I'm talking about. So tell me, what is your flat Earth?
I just told you. Go outside. Go outside. It's outside.
Okay, when I go outside, I see the sun going down. Okay.
Yeah, Ian.
That's it.
Yeah.
What's that say about the Earth?
It says that the Earth is not flat.
Okay, give us the logic behind that. Give us the logic behind that.
Okay. If the Earth was flat and the sun went down, then
no. Okay,
what?
You said you see the sun going down, and that's evidence the Earth is not flat. So start with the sun. Don't start with flat Earth. Start with the sun. If the sun goes down, then blah blah blah.
Then if the sun goes down,
then what?
Then the Earth is not flat.
Okay, it's the logic behind that. That's a non sequitur. We need the logical reason. We need the logical reason. If the sun goes down, the Earth cannot be flat. Insert reason. Listen, insert the reason. Yeah, insert the reason. Yeah, you can keep talking. That isn't going to save you, dude. Over talking me ain't going to save you. Over talking me ain't going to save you. Give us the reason. We want the reason. We want the reason. We want the reason. Yes, speak the reason. Speak the reason.
If the sun goes down, if the sun goes down, and you guys can still see the sun, and I can't see the sun, that doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying.
What? Doesn't make sense. It's not an argument. Doesn't make sense. It's not an argument. Give us a reason. Give us the geometry, whatever it is you have, the reason.
If the sun actually goes down below the Earth, no one could see the sun right now.
Who said it? Nobody said it went below the Earth. Where did you get below the Earth?
That's literally what you said. You said if the sun went down.
You see the sun go below the Earth.
What?
That's what you just said. You said you see the sun go below the Earth. No, you don't. What are you talking about?
I see the sun go down the Earth. I see it with my eyes.
Really? You see the sun go under the Earth.
I mean, no, I see the sun going down.
Exactly. No, you don't see that. So give us the reason, dude. Why is this so difficult?
If the Earth is flat,
why is this so difficult?
Gone under the Earth. If the Earth is flat, the sun would have gone under.
Yeah, you're just repeating yourself, making the same baseless claims.
You're just repeating yourself. What do you mean?
No, you keep listen.
If you repeat yourself, I will repeat myself.
You keep listen. You keep saying this can't work on a flat Earth, and I'll keep asking you why, and you can't give me the reason. You just keep repeating because the sun goes down. It can't work on a flat Earth. Why? Because it don't make sense. Because why? Because I don't like it. Why? Because I'm a globe earther. Why? Because you don't have an actual reason. We want an actual, logical, intellectual reason. Why? Explain it to us. Why can't the sun going down and disappearing so you can't see it anymore? Why can't that work on a flat Earth? Why?
I can't.
You got 30 seconds, bro. You got 30 seconds.
Better start talking, Grade.
No, he can't hear anything I heard him say. Yeah, now he's going to feign ignorance.
Eric,
I'm so sorry, I don't speak English.
Yeah, come back, dude. I'm gonna help you out. I disconnected him.
I love it when
It's like
dude,
he's saying no.
especially
The,
this
the
one.
railroad does come to a point.
You're like, why?
Get off
Like, why?
idea in his head, but yeah. So he was saying,
has it been Glover slow today? Like, that's low hanging fruit.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a straight answer, dude. Listen, I dealt with a Glober in the lobby too. Like, you can't get a straight answer out of these guys.
Yeah,
it's like, dude,
you got to work the body, Indio. Keep working the body, bro.
Dude, I'm working the body. He would have shit himself by now. I just want to, like, why is it so hard? Oh, if the sun goes down, it can't work on a flat
You don't
Earth.
let me speak because you don't let me speak. That's why.
Okay, I want the reason. I don't want your fucking goddamn theories. I want the reason.
What reason do you want? Okay, what reason do you want?
You said, let's review. Let's review what you said. You said, I see the sun go down, therefore the Earth can't be flat. That is a non sequitur logical fallacy.
No,
you
I
need
say
the evidence.
I say if the sun goes down, the art cannot be flat.
Okay, now give the reason for that.
Okay, so
that's
if
your
the sun
claim.
goes down,
So
yeah,
you made
I'll
a
give
claim.
you-
If the sun goes down, the Earth can't be flat. That's your claim. Now we want
Don't
the
repeat
evidence for
yourself.
the claim. Hold on.
You don't
now
have
we
to
want
repeat
the-
yourself.
I'll give you the reason for the claim, okay? If the sun goes down, right? If the sun goes down and the art is actually flat, the sun would be below the art. The sun would be below the art, and none of you could see the sun.
Why?
So
why?
Because if the
You're
art, if the sun
yourself.
went down, if the sun went down,
Listen, all you're doing is taking the same
because
claim and rewording.
You were asking me the same question. What else do you want from me?
Listen, grade. What you're doing is you're taking the claim and rewording the claim into different words without providing any evidence for the claim. We want the evidence for the claim. I claim when I drop something it falls, and then you say I want the evidence, and I go, okay, watch this video. See, this is me dropping something and it falls. Right? I don't just say, well, I dropped something when I falls. When I falls, I dropped it. This is what you're doing. You're just repeating the same thing over and over again. We want the evidence that this is not possible on a flat Earth.
Grain, we heard you clear. Dude, don't have to say it again. Just tell us why.
If the sun went down,
No, you're just repeating yourself. You've already said that. You've already said that. You've already said that.
Tell me, where would it go if the sun went down?
Oh, now we need an alternative hypothesis to disprove your claim that has no evidence. Right. Sure. No. That's called a burden of proof reversal fallacy. The Earth appears flat as it is. You're claiming that appearance is wrong and it's actually just a giant ball because the sun goes down and we can't see it anymore. Okay, fine. That's your claim. What's the reason? Give us the logical reason for your claim or the evidence for your claim. Whatever. Not just repeating the same claim.
My evidence is you can still see the sun after the sun goes down.
Whoa, dude.
What? That's not evidence.
That's affirming the consequence, you dumbass.
No, that's his idea.
Domino's take over, man. I need a drink. I don't even have any alcohol here.
No. You said this earlier in the chat. You said this earlier in the chat. You said flat earthers, you still see the sun. That's your idea of how you think flat earth should work. You think it should always be in the sky. You should always see it. You just said that.
No, he says that if the sun goes down, you know that the sun doesn't go down, right? But he says that if the sun goes down, then why would the earth not be flat? It wouldn't be flat if the sun actually went down. Because it couldn't be.
No. So listen, because the sun doesn't go down, it appears to lower in your vision towards the... Listen, Greg. What does the sun actually appear to do? An accurate description of reality. The sun lowers in your vision and approaches the horizon, and then it disappears. And that's what you actually see. In your head, you think you're on a spinning ball and there's a big hump of water in between you and the fucking sun. That's what you think, but that's not what you observe. So, you observe this thing, so tell us, how does this observation preclude a flat Earth?
Okay, I observe the sun going down, right?
Oh my god, dude, it's an implement.
That's what I observe. That's literally what I observe. Okay, that's I don't know. That's what I.
No,
observe.
no, listen.
you
Here
smoke
we all
dust, bro?
we all see the same thing.
Yes, we all see the same thing. That's what I'm saying. You just say that.
But your idea, well, here's the thing: you're attaching ideas to what you see that don't exist.
That's what you're saying because you just say that the sun is like 5 million.
No, we're just seeing what we see. We observe the Earth as it
Okay,
is.
I'm also
and it
seeing what I see. I
matters.
observe
So
the sun
your
going down.
ideas, you're attaching but you're attaching ideas to that don't
I'm not
match
attaching idea. I'm like saying that I observe the sun going down.
Yeah, no. You know what he's doing, right? He's trying to debunk flat Earth from a position that's not talking about the shape of the surface at all. So he's trying to say, without speaking of the shape of the surface, curvature being a globe, I'm going to debunk flat Earth. That's what he's doing because I said
no. He's trying to avoid that at all costs.
Yeah, I can debunk flat Earth like a million ways.
Right,
That's
go.
No, you can't because you can't present it. No, you can't.
I just muted him because I just wanted to tell Miggy what I was doing. That's why I was asking him that question. Because eventually he's going to have to say, well, the Earth is blocking it. Eventually, you'd think. But he just keeps repeating himself. So we never got there, right? We just keep putting, well, I watched the sun. It did this. And therefore, but he never gets to the therefore. He keeps dodging the therefore. So he's going to have to say, the sun goes behind the horizon. The sun goes over a hill of water. The Earth is fixed. He's going to have to talk about the Earth eventually.
Yeah, you're going to have to say it's a globe at some point, Grade.
So stop avoiding it.
In Grade,
I mean,
you can't debunk it because you can't present it. I told you that was the first thing you would have to do is present this flat Earth you're talking about, and the thing you've presented is completely made up. Your idea is that we should always see the sun. You've said this multiple times. I typed it out in the chat. So that idea, the thing that you presented, you're correct. Doesn't exist.
Great. When you make observation when sun is going down,
Correct.
what is between you and the sun?
We're going to help you debunk the thing you presented.
Between you and sun, what is the surface?
What is the surface? The Earth? I don't know.
You are watching the sun going down behind the Earth. What is the surface between you and the sun?
What is nothing?
Is it curving?
Is it curving? I guess.
Oh, you guess.
I mean, the sun like carves it down, right?
Okay, let's check it because sun is going down. That means it's going down over the curvature. Now let's check it if it's curvature there really.
Okay.
Shall we?
So is the surface curving or not?
This is what?
Is the surface curving or not?
Wait, can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Is the surface of Earth between you and the sun you're observing? Is the surface between you and the sun flat?
He's there speaking, but I can't listen. Don't speak.
The surface. Is the surface of Earth flat?
No, it's not flat.
Okay, prove it.
You don't not. You're correct. It's not flat the way you're talking about. That is correct.
Yeah, you still have an image in your mind. Do you think Earth is a disk floating in space or something?
Okay, tell me. The sun doesn't actually go down.
No, we're not talking about that. No, we're not going to.
You guys should prove why the sun doesn't go down.
Great,
I observe the sun going down.
Great. We're not talking to you about what things look like because you don't understand even how perspective works at all. So you're not great. You're sitting here making predictions, right? When you say, if the Earth was flat, the sun would do X, Y, and Z, you're making a prediction. A prediction based upon what? Your ignorance. Listen, you're making a prediction. Okay, unmute him.
Based upon observation.
Okay, yeah, the observation. So you made an observation, and then you take that observation and you draw a conclusion with it. What is your conclusion based on?
Is that the Earth is not flat. That's my conclusion.
Oh my God.
That doesn't even make sense, dude. You sound like a religious idiot right now.
I mean, all of you are religious. I'm not religious.
Great. Why
No,
then?
you're religious. You're the one demonstrating like a religious belief in this globe thing. That's
Hey,
almost revolting.
Are you guys religious? I'm not religious.
No, dude. We're going to talk about your religion.
You're not going to change this topic.
We're going to talk about your atheistic globe religion. We're not going to talk about that. So I'm going to ask you again. Do you know how vision works?
Yeah, sure. I know.
Okay. So what is linear perspective?
I don't know what that means.
Okay. So you are sitting here telling us this is what this should look like when I look at it on a flat Earth, and I don't see that, so the Earth is not flat, but you don't even know how fucking vision works in the first place. Congratulations, you played yourself.
No, because I don't understand lots.
Yeah, you're gonna tell us how to fix a car next when you've never even seen a car?
I understand a lot of word. English doesn't mean.
Yeah, why don't you tell us how to fly an airplane? Tell us how to fly an airplane. Tell us how to build a nuclear fucking bomb.
You can swear at me at all. I mean, I don't care.
No, I'm always swearing at you. Dude, you're ignorant about the subject and trying to tell us what is what. You don't know how vision works. How are you going to make a prediction? How are you going to make a prediction about what you should... Great.
They start screaming.
Great. Great. Let me ask you a question. How are you going to make a prediction about what you should see when you don't even know what seeing is?
I never say what I should see. I see the sun going down. I said I see the sun.
Yeah, you have said what you should see multiple times, and we're telling you that's wrong.
That's wrong. Factually wrong.
Why is that wrong?
It's objectively, factually wrong according to the laws of geometry, the laws of light, the laws of everything, dude. You're just wrong.
Okay, what about the laws of gravity?
Yes, you're not going to just change the subject all of a sudden.
He's clinging to the ball.
That's obvious.
Bro, this is not Halo. This is not Halo. You're not just going to respawn 40 seconds from now and just say the same thing.
Just bring us the fucking curvature measurement, bro.
That's it. You're saying the sun. That's exactly what we should talk about. You're saying the sun is going over this hump of Earth. So where's that hump of Earth at? Because we know it's not a hump of water. So
now you're locked in. You're not going to leave this direct measurement of Earth's curvature right now.
What you want?
You're not going to leave this. You're not going to leave. I'm sorry.
Earth curve.
Earth curve.
What's
you called it arc now?
Right now.
You've called it arc.
Earth curve. Okay, you want me to tell you the direct measurement of Earth?
We need you to provide measurement itself.
Yeah, bring the smoke.
Yes, because you said that. You said it's impossible that it's measured. You said that. Sorry, Sonny. You said that.
Holy shit! I'm having a hard time following.
You make fun. I don't care.
Hey, we're going in alphabetical order.
Great. You said
back to the lobby. Holy shit!
Great. You said that it's not possible to be flat Earth. That distance between you and the.
Until he learns perspective.
No, he's got to bring this this arc that you've been talking about. So where's that arc at, bro?
You're taking me like out of context, like.
No, taking him out of context.
We've heard you. We know what you're talking about.
We know that the sun doesn't go down, right? But if the sun went down...
No. We're not talking about your sloppy ideas of what you think should be happening. We're talking about what you think is actually happening, which is you think it's going over a arc of Earth.
Maybe you're not talking about it right now, but that's what you were talking about.
We're talking about what you think is happening, which is the sun going over some type of arc of the Earth. So we're going to get to that arc. We're going to drill right into that.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, no, we know what you think. So that's what we're going to talk about.
Okay, great.
But I don't know why. I literally can't.
Great. Let me ask you a question. Listen, let me ask you a question. Is just simply looking at something an objective measure of that, or can looks be deceiving?
No, but that's what you asked me. You asked me what I observed. So I told you that I observed the sun going down.
Okay, yeah, and you've drawn a conclusion based upon your ignorance, but that's besides the point. The point is that simply looking at something will give you a hint of it, but it's not going to objectively tell you what it is, right? So I can look at a table from one angle and it looks like a diamond, and from another angle it looks like a trapezoid, and if I'm right over it, it looks like a square, right? So vision, what we look at out there, we have different perspectives, right? That's what's called perspectives, and that will inform us of what it is. So how do we overcome this subjective perspective idea of what's going on, what the geometry of the Earth is? We can just measure it, right? Drop over distance. The surface of the Earth has to be curving, right? If it's a ball.
Yes.
Does the surface? Okay. What do you mean you guessed? How many flat spots are on a ball, dude?
I don't know.
Can the Earth have flat spots and still be a ball?
Can the Earth has what?
Flat spots. Can there be flat spots and still be a ball? Like, can the oceans of the world be flat and the Earth be a ball?
Yes.
You're crazy.
I'm out of here. There's a mic drop.
You're fucked. You're fucked.
If it's
Straight
really
up
big,
fucked.
obviously, if you measure it.
No, dude, if it's a globe, all the water's supposed to be curved, ding dong. Look at the space selfies.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Flat
Yes.
water.
I'm sorry, yes. It will curve.
In which case?
Sasha.
Okay.
The space selfies show curved water. So what are you talking about? Flat water? That's you got a big
I'm sorry.
problem there.
It will curve. I'm sorry.
I already gave him this. The moment I disconnect him, he's out of here. I can't let y'all do this anymore.
I was gonna say I saw that.
Wait.
So your last respawn will be the the next respawn will be the last one. All right, let's just put it that way. So
Okay, so you guys cannot argue with me, so you want to ban me. It's fine, I don't care.
no, you don't have an argument, dude. You've only presented some sloppy, goofy flat Earth that you think should or could or would be happening, and we're telling you you're correct. It's not that. It's just the Earth outside. I thought it was funny because you said if flat Earth is outside, when I go outside, then
bro.
it can't be outside. That was crazy. I heard. Yeah, I heard.
Can I ask you a question?
It's over, guys. I'm sorry.
That was crazy, bro.
I didn't
respawns.
red gavel him, but I gave him a 1 day.
That guy was cringe. Holy shit.
This is for panel. Can we have flat spots on the flat surface?
Yeah.
No
Oh no.
one is learning from that conversation. No one's
He said
learning
no.
from that conversation. It's just not okay.
Can't believe that went on for like half an hour. The same subject, the sun going down. And then as soon as we started looking at the floor and getting round to his claim, slightly asking him, why can't we see the sun then? He runs away. Because he knows he's going to have to make a claim to the physical curve of the Earth. Surely he knows that, right?
What's funny about this is if you were to put the two ideas side by side, what he's saying is the most crazy thing you could possibly say. He's saying the sun is going under you. What? They actually think the sun is going under the Earth. That is the crazier idea. By far.
Yeah. They don't think that Earth is rotating and making that effect.
They never bring up rotating. They always start their sentences with "the sun goes."
Yes.
Brilliant. Yeah, we know.
Hey, Jedi, are you on your good mic?
No, I'm somewhere else on a better mic.
On
the best mic
today.
I'm on the Queen's mic. Yeah.
Oh man, he left. Jesus Christ!
Oh, you can. Dude. Eli was like, "Nah, fuck that, dude. Cognitive dissonance with your ass."
Yeah, I hear you, man. I mean,
I haven't cogged this somebody in like 3 years because I didn't even know the command. He was so annoying. I didn't even S-ban him. I was like, yo, nah. I got to give him cognitive dissonance.
You only gave him a day, man.
The recesses of my mind and remembered that shit today.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
one
we'll
day,
save
you
that
think he'll
for
be
later.
cured in one day? I don't think so, man. You're going to need a month in there.
Yeah, I gave him a day. See if he comes back tomorrow, and I don't know.
Well, I mean,
he'll
it's
respawn again. Don't worry.
Yeah, and then he's like, he has.
Ignorant, so I didn't want to ban him because he didn't seem anti-flat. He just he's too stupid. I don't know what else to do with him right now.
But he's had the audacity to say that we didn't want to debate him towards the end. Oh, you guys are just too afraid to debate me. What the?
That's the ultimate cult, bro. What the? But listen, when he said the oceans of the Earth don't have to be curving for the Earth to be a ball, that was it.
Yeah, it was done.
Yeah, that's over, man. Welcome to ball, no matter what. That's what it is.
The
man.
ball, no matter what, Earth.
Yeah, no matter what, it's a ball. I don't care. Flat spots.
That's
There'd
a
be
good
flat
syndrome.
spots and still be a ball. Like, can the oceans of the world be flat and the Earth be a ball?
Yes.
What the heck did you just say?
Hey, he's back.
What the heck? Really? They
like
can all
that.
be.
That's great, man.
Then you take 10% off for the planes that are above the sea level. So you only have 20% to make up the whole 3,959 mile radius.
What was that term, Indio?
I don't know.
The globe, anything but. I always called it anything but flat, but you called it something else.
I don't know.
It has to be a ball or whatever. Like
has to be a ball or else. Man.
Last dish ball. I don't know what.
Hey, look. So his initial the initial meeting with this guy went this way. Let me play a clip.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the Earth being round.
Okay. Post it in a live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's a good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Look.
Yep.
What the hell was that?
Then why? Listen, if that was true, why ain't he a flat earther?
Touche.
What?
Well,
I missed my cue.
He wasn't the smartest, so he should have been flat earther.
Yeah, if flat earthers were the low IQ, he would definitely be a flat earther. Because he was. I don't know what the hell was wrong with him. I think he came in to troll or something.
Yeah, had to be.
I think he came to troll. He was in DMs. He was having help, so he's like phone a friend, like just like.
Phil Bellum was all up in those DMs, right? He's like, tell him this, tell him that.
I banned him because of doing that. I banned him a while back. I had enough of that, man. No, I actually got confirmation that he was doing it, not just we think he's doing it. Someone sent me, said, hey, this fucking asshole's DMing me.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yep.
This freaking guy, though. I've never seen someone respawn so fast mid-conversation with you in particular. It was
instant respawn, man.
Yeah, he would respawn, get sniped, respawn. Like damn, dude.
There's a pattern. There's a pattern that's been happening with Indio. That's the pattern that usually happens. People respawn with him. What I've seen with Elijah is people they come back and they're just like, oh yeah, so I'm back. What's going on? What are we talking about? that pisses me off, dude. When because Eli, first of all, doesn't like that when people do that, and it's just like, why do they do that to him? Like they don't feign ignorance or just like acting like they're not here to anybody else, and just like I don't know, for some reason he's a magnet for that. And like these Globers that come in here, they tend to do that to him, man. Like that's pretty messed up. Like yesterday was like maybe 2 or 3 people that done that to him.
Yeah, sorry, man, I wasn't paying attention. Were you talking to me?
Yeah,
dude. See, like in traditional combat sports, you tally up all the rounds. So you go from round 2, the first round still matters. And there are some weird productions that will try to have like a 5-round fight where they don't tally up the round. They just choose a winner at the end. Type of thing, but that's what the Globe. That's their mindset. They're like, well, if I just get 1 round, maybe I'll win. But no, all rounds are considered, so that you don't just get to forget about the first round when you come in here for the next one. That doesn't happen, but they try to respawn and pretend like the first few rounds never happened. Nope, you got knocked down in the first round. You know what I mean? You got your mouthpiece knocked out in the second round. So we can't the judges are not going to ignore that.
His wig was definitely snatched, though. Indio had him there with the flat water and it still being a globe.
Can't believe he said that.
He punched himself in the face.
Yeah, there. Took a knee in the 4th round. Yeah.
Oh my God, the globe has punched himself in the face.
So he even stopped talking for a couple of a second or so when I started talking to him. Then he was right back into his little freaking fallacy and never stopped talking once. Pretty weird. Weird Glovers. Oh, do it. You could do a parody. Use a song, Weird Science, and just put Weird Glovers. Do 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 do.
I think the moment that got the biggest reaction from the panel, everyone erupted when he said, "All right, well, fine. Well, then tell me what flat Earth you're talking about."
Yeah.
What the hell? Because you've been telling us this whole time it's not flat. Now you're going to ask us what flat Earth is.
So
I told you. What a dingo.
Remember, he was arguing to say that he wasn't talking about any Earth, like because he wanted to keep his hands off of it. That's because of this clip that I'm about to play you right now.
Of course. So where's that curvature? Can you show me that curvature?
It's too. Yes, if you like zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth, like outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out so I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not
and
really
measure
because
it down
of how
here?
gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you like go down like gravity.
So
you
we
also,
can't
like,
measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
So what are you trying to say?
I don't know where to go with that.
Like gravity contorts
No, like
the Earth
because
back in flat or something when you're
Wow, dude. They'll just say anything at this point. That's crazy.
I never heard that before. Like gravity making the surface flat. That's a new thing, actually. I never heard.
Oh, dude, I've been saying this for a while. They have a very limited control panel. They only have a few buttons on the control board, but now they're just pressing the button for wrong reasons. I've heard people say that the Foucault's pendulum proves curvature, so they'll just smash the button.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I've heard.
Dude, they got a whole panel and they're just bashing it with double discs, man. Bash, and like whatever comes up, comes up.
Yeah, they're putting a triangle in the square hole. You know what I mean? Like
it's really getting wacky now,
Just
man.
keep hitting it.
What'd you say?
No, the square peg round hole, man. They're just keep hitting it.
Oh yeah, keep hitting it. I gotcha.
I mean, gravity is the answer, right? It'll assume to make everything flat on the surface. That's what it's doing.
I wanted to say this. If I was talking to him, I would have said, all right, let's replace the word Earth with reality. So you're saying you need to go outside of reality to look at reality. Or what? How do you go outside of reality, bro?
You notice how they never they never answer to when you go. You just go outside. The flat Earth we're talking about is outside. When you go out there, they never respond to that. I've never heard them make a peep to that. Maybe I could be wrong, but
because it literally causes a short circuit.
Yeah.
Dude, they're trying to skip past going outside to some non-existent outside. You know what I mean? Outside of reality. They want to jump past that.
And
they open the door right to space, right? They open the door, right? And they're in outer space looking at
Exactly.
Now, like even practically used, like they'll bypass that completely. That how is something actually used? They don't have an answer for any of that. Anytime they're talking, ask them, show us how it's actually done for real. They can't.
I'm still shocked. It's Indio's session with him where he goes, all right, just give me the reason. If the sun goes down, it can't be flat. All right. Okay. Why? If the sun goes down, it can't be flat. Okay. But what's the reason? If it goes down, it can't be flat. Like he was just repeating over and over and over.
Yeah.
Like, bro, what's going on here?
And then he tried to change the words around a little bit. Okay, I'll give you my reason. So why, if the sun goes down, it'll be flat?
Yeah, why? Yeah, exactly. If it was flat, then why would it go down?
You just change the shit around just to make it like different. The same thing, it's just different wording.
Can we even say that it goes down? I mean, that's kind of like an assumption, right? Saying that it goes down.
Bro, I told him point blank, it's not going down towards the ground. What the hell? We showed him the streetlights.
That was pointed out within 5 seconds of him walking through the fucking door. But he went on about it for about 45 minutes. Because he didn't quite get it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Indio pointed out what you're seeing is not what you're thinking, because he's adding extra thoughts to what you see. Oh, so it's going under you. That's the extra, bit that you're putting on. You don't actually see the sun going under the earth. It's not what you see.
I literally think that we think the sun goes under a disk in space, though. I mean, like he didn't answer to that either.
No, yeah, he didn't. He was trying to say that you should always see the sun. You guys say that you always see it. No, no one said that. That's your goofy idea.
Yeah, he wouldn't let on to what that idea was at all. Never. Throughout the whole thing, did he let us know what that image was he has in his mind about what he thinks flat earthers think Earth is.
Yeah.
He never let that out. What he thinks. So I don't think he thinks anything.
Indirectly, he did.
I think it's like
You're
a
right.
vacuum of space in there. Talk about a vacuum. It's in the Glober's head.
Exactly. That's got to be one of my biggest pet peeves is the not flat earthers. It's like, you're right. It's not flat the way you're talking about.
Yeah.
His idea was that you should see the sun going left, going right. He didn't even... The example Gindio gave him, it flew right over his head. He's thinking you should be able to see the Earth on some Professor Dave shit, like where you see the sun, you see the moon all the time. See,
Or that we think we can see the sun moving around in an arc around the whole thing, or something like that. He had some idea.
So goofy.
It's a freaking cartoon world, man. Wow. People actually think they live in this fantasy realm. While their actual activities during the day betray that.
They must think this is some kind of pawn shop or something, like trying to sell us a flat Earth. You guys must like you guys are gonna like this. No, get that shit out of here, bro.
I don't want your old broken fucking tatty ball Earth. What the fuck? Man? Take that back.
Yeah, here, try this, flat earthers. Oh my god.
I made you this flat Earth.
I've got some old style Coriolis for it from 2015. Do you want some of that? It's got to be worth something. It's getting older, right? I've got some Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass. That's over 100 years old. That's got to be worth something, right?
Yeah, that's valuable now, 108 years old. Yeah, it may be going up.
But they do act like salesmen. It's either that or they think that they're doing some kind of charity work. So when we were listening to the bot earlier, when we were talking about pictures from space, it's like we've never been privileged enough to see pictures from space, and he's doing us a favour because he feels sorry for us. You poor flat earthers, you ain't got the internet whilst we're on the internet.
I hate that.
Oh, gee whiz.
Yeah, they think we like fell off a truck yesterday, hit our head, never heard of the globe.
Oh, you're just poorly educated, poor people, aren't you? That's what it is.
I mean, well, think of what a distorted idea they have of where they actually live. So you can imagine how distorted their images of us.
Yeah, there you go.
Really wild.
Imagine what they think of themselves.
Yeah.
When we see it come out, I might not even exist. These guys, the mind virus is
okay.
Totally seeped into these goofballs.
You don't exist, then here. Now you're gone.
where's all like the middle level, the regular people? Like, why is it that it's either guys like that, 17 years old, I don't even know, maybe it sounded kind of young, trolling for the most part, or it's like you get Bob the Science Guy or whatever. It's like, where's the regular Joe guy? You know, where's your neighbor? Like, where's
Hold
all the
on.
regular people?
That's who we had yesterday, and when we were talking to him, he kept reminding us that I'm just a fisherman. I'm not a physicist. So these general people walk in all of the time, mate. Sometimes they use it as an excuse.
But doesn't that guy deep down, he'll say it, because you got to really watch how people move and don't listen to what people say. They'll give you a nice sounding answer, looks good on paper, but what do they really think deep down? Does that guy really think he's just a regular Joe? Probably not. I bet he thinks he's above us. Type of thing when he joined here.
Yeah, I mean, he came in thinking he could educate us about all of this type of stuff, asking these questions because, you know, that's what he was here to do. He wasn't making claims or anything. He's just saying what ballers would say. But every time we took him down to a point, he's like, I don't know, I'm a fisherman. Well, I don't know, I'm not a physicist. Brilliant. Why should you talk about anything else then? Just talk about fish.
I was going to say, I think we're the fishermen and he's the fish. That's kind of what it felt like after a while.
I like the analogy. Nice.
But yeah.
We didn't get the fisherman on navigation, though. I mean, a boat at sea, right? Could have been a good one. But then again, he would have turned around and says he's not a physicist.
Yeah, that's one thing I picked up from watching Fresh and Fit. Like I say people in terms of that show. Like, well, I guess too, but girls, people, well, they'll just give nice sounding answers, politically correct. They look good on paper, but there's ways to expose that, you know. And you know, I think you just gave it a good example of the fisherman guy. You can walk them down avenues that show what you're saying doesn't match what you think, and that's a skill. I think it's a. Some people don't see that. Your ability to see through someone's bullshit or someone's like nice guy act or whatever, putting on a front, because there will be people next to you who will be like, no, let him. Why are you being so mean? Like, let him speak. Like, what's wrong? They're not able to detect what's really going on. I do have a clip for that I could play. But this happened last night. I tuned into the QE session last night, and that was happening in real time. And we could talk a little bit more about that. But the latest hotness for these Globers is just tap dancing around questions. Not answering direct questions with direct answers. That's a no-go for me. And that seems like it's a no-go for a lot of people. And that's probably why Bro was getting muted like crazy last night, because he was choosing to not be direct. He wanted to tap dance. So
got him on a couple of yes/no answers. And as soon as it wasn't yes or no, it was muted. And I think that's the way it should have been. The questions that needed to be asked needed to be on point, but when he wasn't given the yes or no, when he wasn't being direct, when he was giving his thoughts and feelings and his caveat, he wanted to give his caveat at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
So without the caveat, so yeah, it was good last night. I did enjoy it.
I think it's so funny. They could have a much better experience if they just stopped doing that. Like, they just can't help it, man. But I was looking for that clip here. I have other clips about not answering questions too, so I'll get to that too. But I wanted to play this before the point got too far gone. But this is an example of how you need to have the skill, the ability to detect someone's bullshit. You know, people will put on a front. They'll say things that they don't mean. You have to decipher and drill through their BS, what they're saying, their fluff, and get to the bottom of what they really think. Here's a good clip for that. It's just from a show I was watching.
And Bakugo, it must have been hard for you, what, with that whole kidnapping incident? Huh? You have an especially strong will, don't you? Today I'm gonna do my best to learn from you. I really hope you don't mind.
Stop pretending. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes.
And so that moment at the end there with the sound effect was the character acknowledging, all right, you got me. I'll post a visual because that's quite interesting in my opinion. So there is, you got to have that skill. Not everyone has that. There's the visual there for you. So yeah, let's get to how people will tap dance. I don't know what the solution to that is, because I mean, obviously repeating yourself, what more can you do? Hey, answer the question directly. I can't make it more clear. Yes or no, A or B, up or down. Which is it? Well, you see, it's like, how do you fix that? Because that seems to be the latest thing that people are doing. Just tap dancing, clickety clack, around just basic questions. So. I think here's a clip. All right, so hopefully your Spanglish is on point, but it's just a prime example of just asking yes or no or A or B type of question, and they just. So it's like, are you wrong to stop them from doing this? You can think about that when we listen to this clip.
It's human
But,
nature.
for example, I
Hold
can
on.
say-
Look, you need to listen for 2 seconds.
Okay, I will.
After you vent, 9 out of 10 times people are going to give you advice. I'm simply asking you, is advice good most of the time, or is it bad when it comes from women after you vent?
For example, to vent it up,
My
I
girl
don't
noticed
say
right
like,
away.
oh, he done this and this and this. I say, I feel this way
Uh-huh.
and I feel it this way. She can say, oh, go for a walk, listen to music, get ready, or do this.
Mm-hmm.
The advice I can say is good, but I don't say like he done this and this and that, because in the fact, I'm a mom, I have kids, and I don't want my family or my friend hates the man because he always want to be in touch with me and my kids because he's the father of my kids. So I don't want to say like he's the evil or he's the bad, because also I'm responsible for my own acts.
So you're saying in a nutshell.
You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, but she.
It's like giving a backstory, my kids, and it's like, the question was good or bad. So are you wrong to intercept someone and be like, hey, listen, I don't need all the extra baggage. That's exactly what happened last night. That the person was being stopped from doing all the tap dancing.
Well, I thought it was amazing that QE got him on what a scientific prediction is. Probably just what a satisfying moment that was.
See, this was the bit that I was interested in, because man said that he was a student of astrophysics, So whilst we were pointing out, and as QE was pointing out, that, hey, first of all, you don't even know what a fucking hypothesis, my friend. But then elucidating that none of the fields, and especially the one that he was learning about, was science. I was waiting for that penny to drop. Obviously, it took me a little bit of time to realise that penny was never going to drop for this student preacher, because that's what he sounded like to me in the end. That he was just a zealot. This is obviously the fucking truth. It doesn't matter what comes out of his mouth, because he's educated and goes to university and it's astrophysics, right? Because he's got this confidence behind him. There's no way that he should ever have to bow to a flat earther, no matter what. But then QE comes along and, look, ruined him within 2 sentences with the second law, and then made him trip over himself with regards to not understanding what a hypothesis was. I mean, he got 2 out of the 3 constituent parts of the experiment. He got the IV and he got the DV, but then went on to say something ridiculous. But the thing with astrophysics is, when you're trying to do this, we always understand that they trip over the presumed cause. Because there's no way that you can stand on the floor, point at a phenomena. I'll give you a phenomena. You will beg the question to what that phenomena is, because you've got no fucking idea. But I'll give you got something happening. But there's no way on earth that you can do an experiment at all. You have to vary and manipulate what you presume the cause to be.
You can't flap your eyelids?
Well, yeah, and I'm glad Kiwi brought it up as well. You know, when you've got someone on the ropes, but you've got a combination of punches. So not understanding what a hypothesis is, making claims that you're a scientist that's learning about a science, understanding that you're talking about an observational experiment, which, well, we didn't get to finish that conversation because he wouldn't give the yes/no answer. And when he did give the yes answer, and he gave it from the live stream chat, I believe, yeah, his days were completely and utterly numbered. He had nowhere to go from the first instance, but like I said, man in the corner in the boxing ring, you've got your combinations. He already got knocked out of the first fucking jab, let's be fair. The other ones come in. I just wanted to hear the knife go in and how hard it hurt. I wondered if ever he was going to turn around and go, yeah, but no, not this guy. Not this zealot.
Sure was quite satisfying on my end that he didn't even know, dude, what a hypothesis is.
And he tried to do that whole, well, we can agree to disagree. No.
I can't stand that. I can't stand it when people do that. It's
You have your truth, I have my truth. Your opinion is your opinion. Nah, we're not doing opinions here.
But his opinions are not in accordance with Feynman, for example.
Right.
So you're not arguing with us, QE, on our behalf, but we are citing these people, right? Reference, citation, where they said it. In regard to what? So you cannot have science without experiment. The final arbiter of science is experiment. All of these types of things, right? So he's not arguing with us, he's arguing with Nobel laureates.
Well, that's your opinion, and that's your truth, and I have my truth, and we can agree to disagree. Bro. I thought it was cute too. We asked him for a citation. He posted a source, and then when we were like, "All right, we'll get the citation from that source," he wasn't even able to properly post a citation. Embarrassing.
That was just kicking him when he was down. So, God, you don't even know what a citation is now. From the floor with your mouth bleeding. You idiot.
I have a question. Would these same people believe that there are shoes at the bottom of the ocean?
Oh my God.
Okay, I got something legit to bring up. Okay. So I'm going down Reminisce Road, and YouTube knows what I like. And somebody posted season 1, episode 1 of In Living Color. Like, well, that was one of my favorite shows, so I'm watching it. 8 minutes and 20 seconds in, they made some sort of account that It was moments in Black history. According to their little skit, there was a black man that went to the moon, and there was only enough fuel to bring 3 of them back. So, according to them, there's a black man left on the moon. Yeah, that's for real. You guys could look that up.
That's pretty funny.
That is outrageous. I mean, that's their very first like pilot episode.
I could probably rip some jokes off of that. Hood moon or something like that. I don't know. That could be pretty funny.
I mean, I don't remember laughing at that. I don't know how many people really think that's funny.
Well, as a representative, I find it funny. So
You do? Okay. But you know how you could be around different people and different ages and things, you know, like Bugs Bunny, there could be things that are hilarious to adults, but it goes over children's heads. That's what I mean. So in 1989, when I watched it probably with friends, I don't recall that. But Jim Carrey's depiction of what's his face from Low Connection was pretty hilarious. But anyway, what have you guys been talking about? I heard you talking about some
Mr. Zinger
discussion
last night. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Classic.
What's the name of the place again? The people you guys have been talking to?
Oh, you talking about Fresh and Fit?
Yeah, but that's not what you were talking about then.
We were talking about last night's conversation with QE, and there was like a Django character and another guy named IT or something like that. It was quite the discussion.
Man, I'm almost thinking we need a TV guide for our some sort of format for our Discord, so we don't miss anything.
That's really, I do like that idea, actually.
Mm-hmm.
In a way, I've kind of started doing events. So when when something's happening, I try to start up a new event that's related. So right now, if you'll see, there's right now it's just something kind of random, Flat Fridays, but there's also, Ladies Night, Effie Hour, Wig Snatcher Club.
Sunday.
Speculation stuff like
Sunday,
that.
right? Okay.
So I try to start events. So if something's popping off, I'll start an event up. So that's usually a good time to check in. TV guide style.
Used. Or is there other? Okay, I always wanted to do a boomer night. Sunday.
Oh, I'll add that right now. That's mad funny.
I've brought it up a handful of times, dude, and they were kind of like, meh, we ain't got enough people. I'm like, I think we might. I mean, we might have old generation X. But yeah, you have to be a baby boomer. Because the silent generation, they get too old. Children should be seen and not heard. What a bunch of bullshit that was. How they came up with that, I'd be interested in knowing. But yeah, so QE, was he laying down the law, or...
Yeah, he was talking to an astronomer, PhD student in astrophysics, supposedly.
I was going to say, Jenny, have you been around to hear them? Because it was a crescendo that led up to last night. It wasn't just last night's experience. It was like a 2-week experience all in one.
Holy cow!
Or maybe I'm surprised you kind of missed him. He's been around the server for a couple last week or so.
Yeah,
ITAER or whatever. I don't even know how.
Yeah, ITAER. Yeah.
Okay, so an astrophysicist student, in The Big Bang Theory.
Well, he got
like that.
He got exposed last night. QE caught him. He got him because he kept saying a prediction and using that word a lot because that's what they always do. And they talk about the mathematics making predictions and stuff. And QE came in and he was like, "What's a scientific prediction. And dude
Right.
didn't. He's like, I've never even heard that term.
It's a
And he was like,
calculation.
dude, that's a hypothesis.
Yeah, calculation. That's one of the tenets of scientism.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, but a scientific prediction is a hypothesis, and this dude didn't even know that.
But yeah, but I'm right though. It would be like watching somebody from or listening to somebody from the Big Bang Theory, right?
Well, Kim, you gotta love when that happens because, like, it's almost like QE or whoever asked him doesn't have to throw any punches. His wig just fell off his head. You know what I mean?
Oh, that sounds glorious. Actually, it's just
I never even heard
handed
of
the
that,
wig
and then
to
it just
him.
plop. Yeah, it just fell straight off as soon as he said that.
He took off his own wig.
Yep, just hand it over, dude.
Oh man, be like, listen here, son, you're doing it wrong. That sounds amazing. So was he calling him a retard and stuff, or was he like on his best behavior? That's kind of what I was wanting.
He was only allowed to answer questions directly, and since he didn't want to do that, he wasn't really able to speak. So I have no problem with that.
Oh, Keely was definitely calling him a pretender clown and all the things.
Uh-oh. Okay, well, I mean, it's astrophysicists are theories based on theories, right?
Well, we take those guys, we handle them with extra care, if you will, because the trench level dummies come in here and they're like, well, you need to go speak to an astrophysicist. All right, well, this is what happens when we do.
This is what happens. This college educated, an example of knowledge there. Okay, bravo. Sounds amazing. So yeah, people just take for granted a lot of things.
That's funny what Breathe Entropy just said. It's like they tell us that we're the science deniers, but the irony is they are.
Oh man, it doesn't surprise me. That falls into the MO that we live in an upside down clown world. So to me, that makes sense.
Facts.
Although, yeah, I'm not on auto believe. There's some conspiracies I don't contend with. I could probably count them on one hand because everything seems to be. My favorite is, the shoe, but I won't pull us into the weeds for that.
Oh my God.
But QE sounds amazing. The shoe! The fucking shoe!
You're so silly.
It's like, are you kidding me? Dude, my dudes, how much have I been saying we need more comedy up in this bitch? Like, big time. They've had plenty of time to kind of, put their position in order. It's not our problem. They can't. So they ridiculed us. Now it's our turn to return fire.
Oh yeah, we're bringing all the smoke now. Yeah, it's tables of turn. But honestly, though, we don't have to do a whole lot. They're embarrassing themselves.
Oh, we should copy Gem and do our own Sunday roast instead of a boomer night.
Oh, every night is Glover roast night here.
I know, but we should have a specific day of the week. And then at the end, say, this is not the end of the roasting. It shall proceed throughout the week. Oh, highlights of roasting. I don't know. Of throughout the week, you highlight, who got roasted that week. Like a preview, like a review.
I do that.
I mean, we don't want to waste some good entertainment and laughs for everyone.
Sure, no one's having fun.
And we should all strive once a day to laugh so hard you cry, potentially almost have trouble breathing. You're laughing so much.
Let me check that box last night with QE.
remember when I was really little and Reader's Digest was a, really popular publication because there wasn't that many then. And I always remember the section, laughter is the best medicine. But things that we think is funny, someone who's not aware of the topic, it could be a Bugs Bunny situation. Meow. But yeah, maybe we should have another meme contest with a theme or a choice of themes. Because last time we did one, there was some that were like off the rails. I'm like, huh?
I've made a few that I'm proud of.
Oh, what, of memes?
Yeah. I was never really a meme guy. I never made memes, but I made a few that I like for the server. I don't think they take first place, but all right.
I don't know. I kind of like the classic ones. Like the first one that comes to my mind, if I were to pick a top 5 or something, is like the Meanwhile in Australia and they're fucking upside down. There's a ship, upside down. The Land Down Under.
Yeah, that one's classic.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we can make a text channel of submissions for the Sunday roast and review. They could put a timestamp. But I don't know. Is the bot really good at playing a video at a certain timestamp?
No, you gotta manually do that.
You what?
Well, you'd have to do that manually.
Is 24/7 the channel set up where you can, some channels you can clip the video?
We got some hitters out there that are doing it, like kind of all hands. They're like hand picking clips and making clips. I shout out to Clipcord and this other guy out there named Baked Goods in the panel. Yeah, both of those guys have been making clips like crazy, so you can check them out. I think Clipcord's got a YouTube channel, and both of them have been storing clips in my server as well. So you can check out my server if you want access to that.
Yeah. Okay, there's a short Helio posted 5 days ago. So yeah, you can clip previous live streams. But I think you can only do like 15 seconds or something. That's kind of lame. Are there apps that do it for YouTube content?
If you have an iPhone, that's like probably the easiest way that I've found.
I do
or if you have a
not.
phone, like some type of phone, you can screen record. If you have a newer phone.
Oh, right. Screen record. I do's got that. Okay.
I was talking earlier before about how it's like the new hotness is to just tap dance around questions. If you get asked a direct question, just don't give a direct answer.
Mm-hmm.
So I had one more clip loaded in the hopper. I was going to play about that. It's just something to look out for. People do this a lot, and Globers will do it too. It's kind of what happened last night. We're intercepting, or he was intercepting bro from doing the tap dancing. It's like, is that such a bad thing to do? You can think about that while listening to this clip.
4, 5, 6. Okay. Do you guys actually what do you guys provide, right, as a friend that he can't get from another man? We'll start right here.
Chinese translation.
I think it's the friendship. Everyone's different. You have different kinds of friends.
No, but what do you provide in particular to him as a friend that he can't get from another man?
But it doesn't. He can
Pause.
still hang out with other friends, and he can still hang out with me. It doesn't have to be different. Like we can be the same friend group. You know, it doesn't have
So in
to
other
be.
words, nothing. Fantastic. What about you? What do you offer to him that his guy friends can't provide?
Well, we are different people. Like I'm a different person than
Okay,
his
well the
guy
guy's
friend.
a different guy too.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
So we're like different personalities. It's a different friendship.
Okay, what do you provide in your personality to him?
Well, I'm funny. Like
Really?
There's a bunch of things. Not to you, not right now.
I mean, you've had an opportunity on this podcast for a bunch of time to prove you were funny.
Okay, well I didn't.
So are you really funny?
Yeah, I'd say so, just not right now.
Interesting.
Okay.
She's contextually funny.
Who else said?
Anyway, so multiple times the question was asked, what do you provide specifically? Give me an attribute. Well, there's different people and like different things and like different friends. It's like, so wait, just what is the answer? Can I get a direct answer, please? Like, this is what was happening last night with that astrophysicist guy. Give me X. Well, you see, like, it's like, dude, come on, dude. I'll need a direct answer here. Be on the lookout for that. Part of the mind virus.
That's a good way to put that. Mind virus.
Hey, I mean, it's not my idea. I just think it's a good idea. Whoever came up with it.
It warms my heart to see these pseudoscience, these people claiming to be doing some kind of science who are actually just fake pseudoscience. Like it's based in nothing. It warms my heart to see them being like torn to shreds like that. Like, I'm not trying to be mean.
No, that's not mean. Because if they didn't make that claim, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But they're claiming to be these.
Yes.
His first day in here, he was like, well, you can call me an astrophysicist, whatever you want. Like,
yeah.
Like, dude, what? He's trying to stand up as this thing. So it's all right, well, swords that claim to be strong ought to be tested. Turned out it was a bit of a paper sword. So all he had to do was spritz him with some water and he disintegrated.
Yeah. Shouldn't have come into a sword fight swordless.
No, it's not mean though, Sonny, because if he didn't claim if he wasn't claiming to be this entity, then what's the big deal? But he is claiming to be this. And other people are hyping him up as well. How many times has some trench level dude been like, oh, we'll just go talk to an astrophysicist? So this is what happens when we talk to an astrophysicist. We get exposed. He was like, at the very end, the last thing I heard from him was, well, I think we just disagree on what an experiment is. No, we don't.
Observational science. ITR, we're still waiting for the citation.
Mr.
Remember?
Observational Science.
In quotation. Where's the citation for someone saying that is science and the proof of that? You'd have to have an independent control variable. You wouldn't have a bunch of dunce caps running around that don't know what a hypothesis is.
It's caps. That's good. Pretty much sums it up though, because they are running around patting themselves on the back. You can call me an astrophysicist if you want. But they call you out for that wig you're wearing.
Yeah, they're just dropping their wigs left and right willingly. Anyway, I got to make a call. I'll talk to you guys in a little while.
Peace. No matter what level they're on, they all believe there's some vague entity over there somewhere that has the answers. And we're starting to realize, and hopefully it'll click for them too, that vague entity they think is over there somewhere with answers doesn't exist. They just keep pointing to the next person over. He's got the answers. Trust me. Let me go to him. Hey, we heard you got the answers. You got them? Oh, no. Steve's got them. Hey, Steve. And it's just an endless loop. They all pass the buck off to the next guy. What is this, like, Emperor has no clothes syndrome or something? I don't even know how I would dub it, but that's how they keep this thing going. It's like a pyramid scheme. The people above them have the answers when they don't. Nobody answered that question, though. The question was, is it wrong to intercept someone from tap dancing? Because there were people last night that were chiming in, let him speak, let him talk. Okay. But why, though? You're asking me? I'm not a big fan of the tap dancing, so miss me with that. I don't mind being intercepted. But if anyone has a different opinion, I'd love to hear why someone should be allowed to do a bunch of tap dancing on your platform. No pun intended.
Yeah, I think on this platform that makes a lot of sense. The only reason I would say let people talk is because in my experience, like in real life, like talking to people, sometimes it's best to let the sponge squeeze out everything it's got, you know what I mean? And sometimes they kind of see how stupid what they're saying is. But on this platform, 100%, I would not let people tap dance. But in the real world, I would say maybe give people more lenience to because a lot of people won't even talk about this subject. And any good point that gets brought up, they'll have something come up that they got to do real quick.
Yep. That's a good point. No, I actually agree with that, actually. It's that old saying, like, give people enough rope and they'll, you know what they'll do. So, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, because the really smart people, and I think one of y'all was saying earlier too, why do we always get like the all the way left field or all the way right field type of people? And I think that the reason is because the smart people, like I have a lot of smart friends, man. Like they're really like, if they actually sat down and considered flat Earth for what it really is and not the way that they paint us, but if they really sat down, they would really pretty quickly, I think, come to the realization that they've been lied to. I just think that the problem is that they're very quick to, whenever they feel that they know it, like they're smart enough to know what it is, so they just go ahead and just dip away from it entirely. Like they'll get a phone call, like it's pretty crazy. you're having a good conversation with someone and you bring up a point that's so good, it's almost like they didn't even hear it. Like they're already thinking about, oh wait, my wife, or oh, I just remembered all this other stuff I got to do besides talk to you about this right now.
Man, that phenomena is, I don't know how to name that, but yeah, we do see that a lot. The most important points they want to dodge and run away from. Duck. You know, Sasha brings up points all the time that kind of just, oh, okay, so you're saying that if it's a selfie from outer space, then it has to be curved on the ground then. Oh, well, I mean, what do you mean by water? It's like, yeah,
like
they
I
want to
can't
run.
much longer because I have to study. I have to let you guys go here pretty soon, but it's been fun.
Exactly, when they've already been here.
In the meat of it, like this is the part that we should be talking about, you know, and now you're trying to get away from it.
Yeah. I think, I guess it kind of ties into this snowball effect that I've talked about. It's like if you kick that snowball off the precipice, it'll build steam and might even turn into an avalanche. So it's like, I think in their minds, they're like, if I don't let this snowball start, then I'll be good.
Yes. Yeah, it's almost like they're preventing the seed from getting planted in the first place because they know that it's inevitable.
It is fuck up the don't burn the ground so that nothing can be planted. That's kind of how their mindsets are sometimes.
Because there is this comfort in the Matrix. I mean, it's even referenced in the movie, and we're like, we all know it, you know. Like, I was definitely more cool. I wouldn't say cool. I would say, I don't know. When I was like more in the Matrix, I mean, there is a certain comfort to it, and people don't want to leave that, you know. Like a lot of people, they don't want to be a flat earther. You know what I mean?
There's zero incentive to do so. Like someone brought that up the other day. They were like, "Why doesn't somebody capitalize on it?" Bro, it's the opposite. It would be the opposite of what, you know, gaining capital means. You'll lose followers, you lose friends, you lose money, sponsors. So yeah, there's zero incentive to do this.
Yeah, someone's like, why don't you capitalize on it? That's an interesting thing to say.
Yeah, we were over in the Fresh and Fit Discord. One of the moderators over there said that. He was like, well, someone, if this is true, then everyone has to be in on it, and, you know, people have to know, and then if everyone's not lying, then someone, you know, would capitalize on it. And I'm like, I wasn't really talking over there, but it's like, dude, capitalize on it. What do you mean? Anyone that, if you speak to, dude, we spoke to somebody that said they had 50 Twitch followers, and we spoke to him here, and he was like, okay, yeah, I agree with you guys. You're making some good points, but I just don't want to let my Twitch followers know. I don't want to lose my Twitch followers. It's like, so even he recognized that it's not something you don't gain, you don't capitalize off it. You're not going to get more clicks, more, you know, Twitch followers by coming out and speaking about it. So why would somebody with a cushy job, a salary, a family, why would you put that all on the line just to come and capitalize on the truth? The truth isn't popular.
Yeah, there might actually be a lot of closet flat earthers that are like, well, they know it's flat and they know the deception that's went on, but they just, you know, they play it cool. And I feel like I was in that category for a very long time, but just, I'll say this past like year or two, I've been more open, kind of like, fuck it. If y'all think I'm crazy, y'all think I'm crazy. It's fine.
Yeah, bro. I think that I don't even know what the numbers would be, but I do agree that there's likely a silent majority. Well, I don't know if it's a majority, but there's probably a silent group out there that's decently sized that just hasn't said anything about it. They're non-vocal. Because we just don't get, like you said, I don't give a fuck, I'll say it.
Bitten my tongue a lot of times, man. When I'll be in like jiu-jitsu or like a meeting or something, and somebody will say something about satellites or space, and I kind of bite my fist like Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm like, like I almost said something there, but I realized, like, this ain't really the place or the time,
Yep. That's exactly how I feel. I don't do a lot of street street preaching, if you will. But when I see that NASA T-shirt, I get that same feeling. I bite my fist. I'm like, oh shit! I want to go up and tell them space is fake so bad.
Yeah, I like to ask questions that they don't even realize were like a flat Earth joke until like maybe a little while later, you know. Like I was having a conversation with this guy from NASA, and he's like, "Yeah, they just they're investing in this new probe, and we're investing millions and millions of dollars into it, and then we're just going to shoot it up into space, and we might not ever see it again." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's almost like that money could just disappear. Like, I mean, it's almost like they could spend it and not build a probe."
Wow, yeah, that's a good way to plant a seed.
And they're like, "Yeah, right, because we might not ever get that probe back." I'm like, "Yeah, or maybe they didn't spend the money on that." And all the people who get promoted, and I would say this, like, you know, I'm gonna say it in layman's terms, you know, because I'm not very versed in the structure of like secret societies, though. But let's just say in layman's terms, like in the like get promoted within the realm of like what you would call the Illuminati or whatever, Neil deGrasse Tyson and all these people who are like trying to, the type of people who get like to a point of like authority to where people say trust the experts. By the time you get to expert, their system is too designed to promote the people that they can control, you know. So by that time, like a lot of these people, it's like I've heard Eric Dubay say on his most recent podcast, like do they know, and are they really just covering it up, or do they really just, are they that ingrained that they're that far gone that they're the perfect puppet for the elite? I mean, I don't know, but the people who actually know the truth get silenced.
Well, it reminds me of a show called Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yes.
So they go to Ba Sing Se, and they have this group called the Dai Li, which works for the government. And like, yeah, what you just described is kind of like the Dai Li agents. They're super brainwashed. You know what I mean? And I have a gift for that. But you do make me think about whether like people like Don Pettit are you know, they're so heavily indoctrinated that, you know, maybe they just believe it. I don't know.
There is no war in Ba Sing Se. There is no war in Ba Sing Se.
Exactly. What's that right now?
Yeah. And what's interesting to me is, like I said before, the people who are smart enough to, I figure, like, you know, smart enough to go through the points. Like I would say when I really like dove into flat earth, where I like, you know, really like became obsessed, like there was like 2 weeks where I couldn't even sleep. Like I would go to sleep, wake up, and I would start researching more stuff, or I would find another piece of content that somebody recommended, and I would just, you know, it was like weeks, you know. And I consider myself a pretty, you know, smart scholar when I go about stuff, but I feel like the people, like, you know, just normal people, I don't think it would take too much long time. Like it could happen in a couple of days, like to really depends on, you know, the person, I guess. But the people who I feel like I talk to this guy, I'm like, dude, you're smart. You know, we're getting lunch, dude. You know that we do a lot of stuff together, whether it be business or physical fitness or whatever, right? We're colleagues, right? We share the same interests. You know, I'm not an idiot, right? And then I start presenting this information, and it's almost like it's so weird. It's this wall, which I'm sure that I have and had for sure, but it's this brainwashing wall. Like I was saying in the comments, like flat Earth for me is becoming less and less about disproving the globe, because it's disproven. It's obviously not this floating spinning ball. We can measure it for very, very far, and it's flat as fuck for way further than it should be. It's like pretty easy but the thing is, you can present the facts to somebody and they don't see it. So it's almost like, you know, getting someone like on their journey of flat Earth is like less about proving the points, because the points are proven. It's more about, like, I don't know, kind of like psychologically planting a seed to where they can actually later down the line unlock their own brain to recognize the different methods that they use to brainwash us. And because once I woke up to flat Earth and I start seeing the globe, any like time I see it on movies, I started seeing the techniques that they were trying to persuade me in all areas of my life, not just to reinforce the globe image, but with all kinds of things.
Sorry, I had to step away there for a second, but I wanted to comment on you said how people like put up a wall or whatever. Yeah, that's so true. That's kind of why I stopped bringing it up to like loved ones, friends, and stuff, because I did have some people that I thought would maybe appreciate the information. I thought, some pretty smart friends. So, but yeah, it's like when you bring it up, oh, I got a call, I gotta go. All right, dude, whatever. Soft. It's just words. It's just information, and then people are scared.
I like to believe that a smart person, given the facts, would be able to see the facts objectively. But I realize now that it's not even about that, man. It's about this. We have this brainwashing so engraved in us. It's almost like the facts matter, right? And if you get a logical, smart person, a lot of time, I've seen it happen a couple times, especially in here. Like when we get a really good Globie who's like actually like smart, and he's like on the fence and he's on the verge. He kind of already knows. He's already done a lot of research. Maybe he's like talking about refraction, and he's like, oh yeah, that doesn't make sense. And maybe, there's that type of person who's really my favorite, which he's almost like I'm looking at myself like years ago. You know what I mean? Like when he's really on his way, But then there's some people who they just can't. They're too far behind that filter, where they really believe that we're these monkeys on a floating space ball that came from the Big Bang, and they can't get out of that mindset.
Yeah, you touched on something that was the other thing I wanted to comment on. Is like, there is no cheat code, If there was one piece of information or, one phrase you had to say, we would just do that. X, X, up, up, down, Y, left, left, left. If there was a cheat code, we would hit it. But I think you're right about how it's sometimes it's more about establishing a connection with the person, and then the information might flow through. So, you see that in this forum in particular, like, it's almost like speed dating, finding the right person to talk to whoever that guy is, or the girl, or whoever. Because we could all say the same thing, and maybe it might not get through, except for one person. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think sometimes it's about that connection. If you can make that connection, hopefully the information will follow.
Yep, I really like how you said that too, because it's really true. Like, you almost have to start with what you agree. And a lot of things that I talk to my friends, because I don't try to convince nobody, but like, if they ask me, I'll tell them, and my friends all know that I'm a flat earther or whatever. And, they'll ask me a question about like, oh, the typical stuff, then how does it blah, blah. And I'll say, look, let's just start here. I'm like, do you believe that the government lies to you? Right? And then all the time they'll be like, yeah, of course. I'm like, what if I told you that the actual metric for how much they've lied to you, what if they've lied to us on such a grand scale that it actually, the whole way that you view reality is actually different? You know what I mean? And I try to start from there, the fact that, yeah, we were religiously pounded with this. It is a globe. Like the first day in kindergarten, they had me spin a globe. My finger landed on Australia, and like, pick where you want to go. And I spun it, and my finger landed there. And to this day, I would love to go to Australia because there's this sense of nostalgia. But then it's like, whenever I finally looked at all the facts and realized that it's not what I've been told, it's almost like I was like pissed off that Santa Claus wasn't real. You know what I mean? I almost wanted to pretend like he was real so I could keep getting the presents. You know what I mean? Which might be like being socially accepted, or what other perks that come with being a globe.
Right, being in the club. Yeah, being in the club. Well, it's like when you show up at the football game with the home team. All you have to do is blend in with the home team crowd or whatever. You don't stand out. Everyone around you is all rooting and cheering for the same thing. So it is very easy to just do that. It's kind of hard to walk into the enemy territory or whatever. A lot of people don't want to do that. So.
Yeah, and there are like a lot of really like smart, normal people. Like, besides their complete brainwashing by this heliocentric model, they're actually like really cool? Like, am I going to ruin my relationship with this like really, I don't know, hot chick, or this really like professional businessman who might actually bring my business to the next level just because he's still indoctrinated, too far gone? Or do I just play it cool, lay low, and then maybe plant seeds along the way with questions every here and there, And then I never really deliberately say that it's flat. I never deliberately say that I'm a flat earther. I just ask questions that maybe I asked myself on my journey.
And that's the way to do it, honestly. Questions are a great way to, unravel somebody from their own poor thinking.
And he was a flat earther. We were friends for like 4 years, and he was a flat earther, and I had became a flat earther within like the 2 years of our relationship, like not knowing, but I didn't know he was a flat earther. So I started getting this information, he's my buddy. So I started, wanting to present it to him, and I was like asking him questions, and then he was like answering like a flat earther, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, do you think it's flat? And he was like, almost like he didn't want to tell me, but then I was like, no, because I'm telling you that that's what I think, And then it was so funny because we were both kind of hiding from each other. Pretty cool stuff.
I can definitely see how that would happen. Two ninjas.
Yeah, but I love that. I love seeing people's progression, and sometimes I get the vibe in here, and it is fun to make fun of globies. Don't get me wrong, and I love hearing y'all debate globe. I love when I come in here and I hear y'all are talking to a globie. I'm like, oh yeah, I get my tea or some whatever. I'll just drink, and I'm like, this is gonna be a good time. If it's the right type of globie. Maybe not particularly like the guy that we had just a minute ago, but when it's the right type, I really do enjoy it. But the one thing is, like, for the most part, I mean, unless you were raised by parents that taught you the truth and all that stuff, but for the most part, all of us from like, government indoctrination camps, the schools, government schooling, we were all globies at one point. So it's really interesting for me to see that and like see how stupid they're being. And they're saying these, they're just saying these scripts that are absolutely illogical, all these logical fallacies and all this stuff. And it's so funny because it's some of the stuff that I remember saying like 8 years ago.
I almost wish I could go back and do that experience. Like, I never got the go talk to flat earthers as a globe earther experience, because as soon as I started asking questions, I got kicked out of the globe camp quick. It made me realize really fast that I don't belong in this group. And so I never really was able to go and be like, yeah, but what if it's, what about the curvature? I never did that. I wish I could go back and do that. Kind of sounds fun. I wonder how I would act.
Yeah, you were probably one of the smarter ones then. Like, they brought up a point, and you're like, that actually, let me get back to you on that. I'm not going to fight that because I don't know about it. You know what I mean? And then you never, and then by the time you come back, you're like, yeah, that was actually a really great point.
I remember having a friend
that I was definitely the idiot glober. I was lucky enough to have one conversation with a flat earther while I was still a glober, and I was like studying. I was in college at the time. I was like in engineering. I was studying advanced physics, so I was like that type. You know what I mean? And it was such a heated conversation. I still remember where we were standing. It was a very heated conversation. Pretty much it was me not believing how dumb he was, but then looking back at it, he was one of the first seeds that really, really got with me on my journey.
I wonder how many times that's true for people that come here, have heated discussions, and then probably never forget it. I bet those numbers are pretty high. And there's got to be a reason they keep coming back.
Yep. And there is a reason. Most people are trained, the way that the brainwashing works, the way that this system that they've instilled in us works is we run away from flat earth. We mock it. We run away from it. It's not even worth our time to consider. So when you get someone in here that's really, maybe they're a troll, maybe they're trying to show how much smarter they are, how much stupider we are, but there's something off about their programming. Because if it would have worked, we would have been like the, like the forbidden, we're like, Like they're not allowed to talk to us, whatnot. So the people who are actually willing to have like some sort of conversation, there's something off about them.
Yeah, I call it wandering onto a highway. You know what I mean? You should know that a highway is a very dangerous place to be for a pedestrian. But they just come like la di da di da, just roll onto the highway. And, yeah, you see what happens. Glad you had open mic, bro.
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, there's only a select few archetypes that really come here. And that's one of them, the ignorant one. They don't know what they're getting into. I love using the poker reference. I've been using this more and more lately. Because they come and they claim that they have the winning hand. Then what happens is they just end up bluffing the whole time. They never really put their cards down. And if we do get them to put their cards down, they get exposed. And it shows they only had like a 2 and a 3, you know. So pocket fours. But or, I'll use the court setting. In court, you got to make a case. You're not trying to convince the defendant or the plaintiff. You're trying to convince the judge and the jury. But they'll say things like, "Oh, well, you just wouldn't believe my evidence." First of all, what evidence do you even have? And second of all, it doesn't matter if I believe it or not. You're supposed to present that to the judge or jury or whatever. So I love that setting because it gets them hopefully away from this thinking of they like to reverse the burden. Well, you can't do that in a court setting either. If I charge you or somebody in this panel with, say, fraud, it's up to me to show that those charges are withheld. Otherwise, they might get dropped. But it's not on you to disprove my charges. I have the burden, so you can't reverse the burden in a court setting either. So it's just certain ways to get their minds locked in. They love to weasel around.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons it was so easy for me, and it wasn't easy at all. It was actually very difficult. I probably had one of the most difficult transitions to flat Earth I would imagine out of a lot. Maybe it was like that for all of you. It sounded like your journey may have been a little bit smoother. But for me, I always knew that you can call it the government or the deep state, whatever. I always knew that the governing powers that be, I didn't feel like they had my best interest at heart. And I think that a lot of people who are having this trouble believing it's like almost like they couldn't believe. Maybe it's true. Maybe what you're saying about curvature and measurements and all this stuff is true, but is it really like what they'll say is like, oh, everyone had to be on it, which no, not true. But is it really true that there's so many that they've really maliciously brainwashed us, and they don't have our good interest at heart on such a scale, right? That not only is it like insulting, but it's like daunting. The fact that they've lied to us so much, and I think that's just something that's like it's almost like that wall. People just they can't get over, because if that's true, if they've really lied to us on this grand of a scale, and they really have this ill intent on such grand of a scale, then it almost means that we would have to do something. Like there is a lot of responsibility, I think, that comes up to awaken into this truth that we all discuss.
Yeah, man, that's a fabulous point. It kind of made me think about something I talked on Speculation Sunday recently, but there's some shows that I've noticed that are trending, and 2 of them have this idea of hell and paradise. It has to do with some idea of like, a claimed paradise, but maybe there's an element of hell. And what you just described is that almost exactly that feeling. It's like, well, we thought we lived in a paradise, but then people learn that, wait a minute, if this is such a huge lie, that's kind of malicious, like you said. Like, what if this is some kind of hell? And so, yeah, I mean, that is a really interesting point. And it is kind of scary. I was going to say this too, that it's almost scary to have such faith in this thing. We saw what happened in the last 3 years. White coats got, you're a verified blue check mark type person. So, people give their faith, all of it, to those types of entities. So when they learn that might not be, maybe that's not where I should put my faith, then what is this paradise really some type of hell? So yeah, that type of topic is really interesting to me right now.
And it is scary, man. The world that we live in, like, because I truly believe that some way, like, they've indoctrinated us to trust the authority over our own ability to think consciously, or over our own senses. It truly is with, like, the flat earth. Like, the moment that I truly went outside and walked outside and looked up, it was actually with my dog. My username is Big Boy Khan. He's dead now, but we walked out together and we were looking up at the sky, and I was like, dude, I cannot. It was like this big veil had been lifting on my eyes, so from that point on, when I'm going to the supermarkets, when I'm going like I see all these other things, and when like the 2020 thing was all going on, and I would hear in the supermarket, please remember to do this. It was like almost like I was in a Star Wars, like a dystopian Star Wars film, where like nobody realized that we're living in this V for Vendetta dystopian future. And it's like I felt like almost like the crazy one. Like I thought like we should be rioting in the store for what the freaking announcement said on the speakers. Like, everyone in the store, you're all just shopping like it's normal. We should be freaking out,
Yeah, man, that feeling that you described, it's hard to put into words, but I think you did a very good job of highlighting exactly how it feels. I went through that as well. And I mean, just to kind of flesh out my thoughts on these couple of shows I brought up, they were written, or at least they're new, for 2023. So it seems like this type of idea is on people's minds. It's not just some obscure idea that some random person came up with. This two of the shows, one of them is called Hell's Paradise, and so it's literally in the title. And then the other one, they were going to put it in English, but they just left it in Japanese. But it's called Tengoku Daimakyo, which translates to something along the lines of hell and paradise, or heaven on earth, or heaven and hell on earth. So it's like, it's just such an interesting idea. In one of them, it's only set 10 years from next year, 2034. And what you described is like this dystopian feeling. It's on the forefront. It seems like it's on the forefront of a lot of people's minds, and it's definitely on my mind as well. So yeah, I mean, some type of collapse happened, and then people are looking back to an older times when things seemed better. And like, we're looking around, like, look at Owen Benjamin, for example. What he's done, he calls it Babylon. He got kicked out of Babylon. Now he's out living in the land, growing tomatoes and all this stuff. In the show, there's people who have like found land, or growing tomatoes and weed and stuff like that. But it's a collapsed society. And yeah, it's just really interesting. I haven't had a chance to talk about it a whole lot, so it's still a new idea. But very interesting stuff. This idea of like, this place might not be what we thought it was. Because I was innocent too. I believe that, I could be the president one day. Yeah, but a lot of people still think that.
It's a good example.
So,
yeah, that's why lately I've been trying to approach it less with like, because I mean, dude, I'm filled with so many like facts about not only the heliocentric model, but of like just like all these different facts about flat Earth, and all these different like things that we talk about, and the way that we talk, they fill my brain. But I've realized I've had a lot more success with my friends, more or less, not even talking about flat Earth. Like, let's talk about, do you believe that you've been, influenced by the way that you've been educated, like through the peak years of childhood, you know, they talk about like Alan Watts, a philosopher I like. He talks about how if you want to be a good carpenter, you got to start like no later than the age of like I think it's like 7 or like 8 years old, or you're not going to be a good Chinese carpenter, you know, because your competition is going to outperform you. So it's like we spend these years from like 8 years old to like 12 to like 12th grade, like all of our high school's years, getting indoctrinated with this information. And I just tell my friends, I'm like, do you believe that might have had an effect on the way that you view the world? And what's crazy is that a lot of my friends are actually starting to wake up to like, I would say I have like 2 or 3 buddies that are very like, you know, we're on the same page with a lot of that stuff. And it all started that we had this mutual agreement that what we think we know might not necessarily be the truth, and we are on a journey towards truth, whatever that may be, whether we like it or not.
Amen. Amen. I had a great phase with Alan Watts. So anyone out there that is not familiar, it wouldn't be a waste of time to check him out. But he did say stuff like that, where start young. One thing I really liked that he said was how people raise children to be like Mickey Mouse. You know, right out of the womb, they'll talk to children like, you know, kitty kitty goo. Like it's like, well, if you were to talk to the child like an adult, and what would that? It's kind of like starting as a carpenter at 7. You know what I mean? The earlier you start being a human being and not a Mickey Mouse, the better. So I really liked Alan Watts. I learned a lot through that phase. So shout out to Alan Watts.
Oh yeah, shout out to that's my boy. You know, have you ever heard that lecture where he actually talks about flat Earth for like a few? I mean, I've listened to all of Alan's stuff, but he's like, yeah, the only way to take a flat earther and convince him that the Earth isn't flat is you'd have to take them in a straight line, and they'd have to end up in the same point where they were at. You know, that would be the only way to convince us.
Yeah, and he said, well, then, but he did admit though that he said, well, it could at least be cylindrical. So I thought that was funny. But I do remember when he did that lecture. I do wonder what his thoughts on the topic were. It's not like it was going to gain him any followers by coming out about that. But he did talk about the idea of like outer space quite a bit. So
he did talk about outer space quite a bit and how it related to like hyper consciousness and things like that. I thought it was very fascinating. He talked about all these galaxies and all these things, but I don't know if he knew or not. And even if he knew, that time, the era that he was in, would have definitely not have been the time. Even now, it would, like you said, it would ruin your, probably your followers and stuff like that.
Yeah, and he was also kind of linked with. I mean, I was listening to a lot of Terence McKenna at that time as well. And he also had ideas about, millions of years and outer space and evolution and stuff like that. So I think they probably shared ideas in that regard. But yeah, I mean, I definitely learned a lot of positive things from Watts. And it was kind of funny that he did touch on the topic. He did touch on it just briefly.
Yeah, it was even something. There was even flat earthers back then, right? It was even like it was even to the scale where he would have to talk about it. Like there must have been enough of flat earthers in that time for him to like, yeah, it's these people who say the earth is flat. Like what type of people? Like the people who know the truth?
I'm going to see if I can find that clip. I'm going to see if there's a short clip of that, because I do kind of want to have people hear that, if there's a small version of it. Because he goes, he knows it's flat. He does say, they know it's flat. So, but here's what you would have to do. And so, yeah, doesn't look like anything's come up pretty quickly for that. So I'll have to maybe screen record it from another lecture. Yeah, as soon as I type Alan Watts flat Earth, it says T-Pain flat Earth, Professor Dave, CNN. Why do people still believe the Earth is flat?
Yes. Yes. And that was another thing too. Whenever I really woke up to the fact, and I seen all these things, like whenever you look up on YouTube flat Earth, or when you look at things like sovereign citizen, or like moon landing, or like there's certain things that you look and it has like that little fact check box. you know. And it's almost like they couldn't have made it even more obvious, like, and especially all these different you know, because their main medium for brainwashing us, I would say, would be like movies and cartoons. And a lot of these movies and cartoons, if you look at the intro, if you know what you're looking at, like Disney, it has like the dome or like the arch or the star, or like what's that other one where it's like it actually has the Earth? Is that Universal Studios and stuff? But they put it right in your face. Like, it's almost like if they know, we're gonna mock them. But if they don't know, it's going to be so ingrained in them that they won't even know that we're mocking them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Truth in plain sight type of stuff. I think I found the clip. Let me load it up. See if it comes through.
But you see, you can't tell people that, and just by telling, get them to see it. Just in exactly this way, people who know that the Earth is flat can't be reasoned with. People who believe that the Bible is the literal word of God, absolutely impossible to reason with them at all, because they know it is so. So in the same way, we tend to know that we're all separate, poor little me.
Sounds like Sunny. Reminds me of Sunny.
We're in need of salvation or something. And we know this is so. And so somebody says, well, you're not really that. You know that that feeling of separateness is an illusion. Well, that's all very nice in theory, but I don't feel it. So what will you do? What will you do with a person who is convinced that the Earth is flat? No way of reasoning with him. If it's for some reason important that he discovered that the Earth is round, you've got to play a game with him. You've got to play a trick on him. You tell him, great, the Earth is flat. Let's go and look over the edge. Wouldn't that be fun?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, if we're going to look over the edge of the Earth, we must be very, very careful that we don't go round in circles, or we'll never get to the edge. So we've got to go along consistently, along a certain line of latitude westwards. And then we're going to come to the edge of the Earth, just so long as we're consistent. In other words, in order to convince a flat earthist that the world is round, you've got to make him act consistently on his own proposition and go consistently westwards to find the edge of the world. Now, at last, by going consistently westwards, he comes back to the place where he started, he's been convinced that the Earth is at least cylindrical. And he may believe you, then take it on faith that if he goes along a line of longitude, the same thing will happen. But you see, what you did was to make him persist in his folly. Now that's the whole method of Zen. To make people become perfect egotists.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, I don't know. We would shred that. If he came here and said that, we would shred that to pieces. But at the time, that was hitting. I'm not gonna lie.
That's truly a treat, man, to hear him say that. And it's so interesting, right? Because I'm a big fan of Alan Watts, and I've listened. He got me through a lot of hard stuff. When he says stuff, sometimes he's almost like tricking you. Like, I remember one time he had this lecture where he was like basically saying that for someone to convince you to basically listen to them for hours, they better have something really important to say, or they must be very skilled at speaking beautiful nonsense. And I'm like, oh, Alan, which one are you? So him referring to like, oh, these flat earthists, which I really like how he didn't say flat earthers, flat earthists.
I know.
I like that.
I noticed that too.
He was like, you would have to make them persist in our folly. But it's like almost like, was he talking about us, or was he talking about
them?
Yeah.
Do you think Alan Watts knew? He knew the truth, probably, if he was mentioning it like that.
I would like
I'm
to
curious.
Yeah, Alan Watts was connected up, man.
He was probably part of the whole system then, which saddens me because I heard you guys playing him, and I actually have one of his compilations downloaded on my computer because I find him that inspirational, and
Yeah.
it kind of makes me it makes me sad, not surprised to hear that he probably was in support of the heliocentric model and against anything else.
I don't think it took away from his message. But, like, I don't look back and with a nasty taste in my mouth because of that. But
sure, yeah.
The thing is, if you do understand what Alan Watts was saying through all his lectures, once you're faced with the flat Earth potential, all of it will kind of fall into place much better.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh yeah, that's true. He definitely.
I don't put it past him that was some sort of way of him like kind of like saying it without saying it, especially in his time. I still have faith that he might have known, but you know, who knows? But regardless, like y'all are saying, it doesn't change.
Even if he did know, he probably was part of the crew that didn't want others to know. Because if he was I think he was low key mainstream. You know, it sounds like a paradox statement, but yeah, he was. He kind of had like the Jordan Peterson vibes of our generation. It's like some person. It's like controlled opposition for real, which is super sad. It's like he comes off as an enlightened being, but he's also probably confusing the living daylights out of people as well. Like I don't know. He's a charming speaker, and he does come off profound. But I can't really like bring up a specific thing that's just him. It's like Jim Rohn has quotes. You know, I can pull quotes from many different speakers and philosophers even, but Alan Watts just seemed like to be like a person that gave you like that hope, but he was kind of just maybe full of shit too. I don't know.
I mean, he commented on the. Go ahead, Obi.
You're allowed to pay it that day. None of them is actually full of shit. Well, so in the sense of their philosophy, you know, because it's crazy when I listen to Jim Rohn. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. But then he says, like, you know, the gravity thing, like they all do.
No, that's true. You're right. It's all of them. It's all of them, yo. There's no heroes in the story.
Check it out. You know how the people of today come in with a certain rhetoric? Well, if you look at all of the people of their time, their rhetoric is exactly the same. So I just feel like they're indoctrinated too. And they had a little cognitive dissonance, but a lot of the things that they did teach on is also true. I just have no, you know what? They probably can't see it with the globe because, again, it was never a choice for some people. They never had to think, oh, it might be flat, oh, it might be round. So there's no reason to reason that. You know, it's a very deep, very deep-seated mind virus, as Miggy calls it. Yo, check it out though. When y'all get a chance, do me a favor and read what I posted in the chat for me, because I can't really talk, and like kind of, you know, take it in. And first of all, this is gold. Okay, this right here is basically all you need. Any flat Earth argument is all you need. But you know, somebody told me that you don't put an equatorial mount on a tripod. That's obviously retarded. And they claim that it has something to do with the you know, the celestial navigation and everything actually being a globe. No, absolutely not. They're telling you right here. Just read it out loud for me, guys. I'm gonna actually do a teaching on this because I got I'm getting buttloads of material from 10th Man. I'm gonna watch some videos, read some books and stuff, and then I'm like, this is important. This is something that people know is a strong argument, but don't really know the quick and easy way to slice, you know, just put it out there like that. So I'm going to try to package it in a way that we can all use it like a system, same as the 3 points and yada yada yada. But this stuff is good. Just read it for me, guys.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to quickly say to what you were saying earlier, with Jim Rohn and all these speakers that we look up to and philosophers that we look up to that reference the globe model or the heliocentric model. And it's like, well, I mean, let's not give them too much credit because, I mean, they were thinking all day, supposedly.
Right.
You know, they were thinking all day. They were philosophers. That's what they're known for, is to think about things. And you're telling me that they didn't question the heliocentric model at all?
Right.
Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, no, I'm glad that we're talking about it, because
as much
yeah.
as I, and I'm 33 years old, so I'm just as much. You're just as
Illuminati
much.
confirmed.
We're all just as much of a philosopher as any of those guys. We're all philosophers, if you think about it that way. Now, at least 28 years of my living, as many things as I've questioned, I have never questioned heliocentrism because I didn't know it was a question, and I was heavily into politics. I was heavily into other government conspiracies, and I saw all that stuff, but I never thought for 1 second, because it's not like they're saying, these flat earth. So it's not even a question that people even think that. Like, prior to the flat earthers, we would have said something like, yeah, we know the earth is not flat because Christopher Columbus. And that would have been as far as it went. Why? Because we were indoctrinated with phrases like that. So I just don't think they really, I don't see anything that exposes that they were forced to consider it at all. Like, nowhere in their work, except for like Sagan and people like that, which were probably just the modern day anti-flat earthers. But the rest of them, I don't know.
That's not true. The second the globe model was introduced, they should have questioned it. So that's not correct, I don't think, because the second it was introduced, people could be like, "What? We're on a ball?" Says who? How do you prove that? How do you verify that? Like, it doesn't even take a PhD, whatever people want to throw out there. It just takes a person to be like, "Wait, we're on a ball? How so?" And then that's when people are gonna be like, "Oh, well, gravity, this and then the whole conversation will unfold." But yeah, it's not that crazy. I've questioned it 1,000 times because I was always afraid of crashing into the sun. I was always afraid of a meteorite killing me. I was always afraid of like planets colliding and stuff. Like the heliocentric model would freak me out subconsciously all the time.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm like, it's disturbing, really. And so I'd be like, and I would question it, and then everyone would tell me I'm stupid. And so, leave it to the scientists, they say. And then you explain to them that the sun doesn't seem far away, and they tell you, "Yes, it is. Look how small it is." Well, that kind of explains what I'm saying. No, it's this because of that, and it's just, if there's always an example, it's horsey. It's gaslighting at its finest. It's a lie. It's a lie. Even if you take the exact numbers they give you, they don't correlate with anything empirically. It literally doesn't work, even if it's science or math. It's literally a lie, and people just can't take that punch. They're just like, it's a lie?
Nah, can't be.
That can't be. That cannot be a possibility. That cannot be a possibility that the heliocentric model is bullshit. That just cannot be a reality. And then somebody would be like, "Well, why would you say? Why is that? Why is that so?" Because they can't keep it a secret. They can't deceive people. No one would do such a thing. Like, dude, that's straight up denial, and like literal sense of it. It's genuine denial. Yes, you're being lied to. No, this is not an opinion. It's literally being in a container. Like, people they don't want to accept that they're being lied to, or that they're wrong about something. And it's okay, because they're wrong about something they don't even understand. They're wrong about something they'd never even considered to study or research or look into or question. And we don't even need like books, or we don't even need measurements. We don't even need anything other than just your eyes and what you see and experience. Like, what you're experiencing is not spinning. You're stationary. Your equilibrium would tell you if you were spinning. It's what saves you when you get too drunk and you're trying to find your balance. Your equilibrium is there for a reason. So if you were, in fact, spinning, you would literally feel it. You feel it in a car, you feel it on a ride, you feel it even when you're running yourself. Like, you feel speed. You feel it. You experience. That's why people love roller coasters so much. Like that's why people like rides and stuff. Like you feel the movement, or at the very least, you experience it. That is kind of what it is. And so, if you're telling me that we're spending what 5, 6,000, pick a number, whatever number they say now, but it's in the thousands, you would literally know but you don't feel it.
What's in the thousands?
And so there,
Luffy, Elijah wants
it's
that
in
you read it.
it's at least.
Luffy,
Sorry,
Elijah
You're
wants-
talking
oh,
about
sorry, no, I wasn't reading the chat. Is
You're talking
everyone
about
telling me
orbit
to
or
shut up? I'm
rotation.
talking a lot.
Yeah.
Huh?
No. He's only writing to read the chat. That nothing. I'm only.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Oh yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in here. Well, yeah, it also like the Bible is something that's not bad. You know, yeah, I would say brush your mind a little bit with the Bible once in a while. And also the heliocentric model definitely is a lie. So don't, if who's ever listening, like you can I hope you question it. I hope you ask yourself something about it. I give you 10 minutes to ask yourself that question, and then you'll figure it out. You'll figure out it's not real, at least. We just can't have people running around deception anymore. It's just too much. Everyone's living like in delusion. They need to understand that a lie is a lie. Just accept it and then figure it out. Don't be okay with living a lie. That's disrespectful to yourself. That's the best that I get when I have a genuine conversation with somebody and they'll be telling me that this is useless information and we should stop talking about it.
Luffy, sorry to interrupt you again. Elijah wants he's writing to you in the chat.
Oh, somebody's writing to me? All right, hold on a second. Let me see who's writing.
He wanted you to still respond to something.
No, I agree with everybody. No, I agree with everyone. No, everyone's words. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, Elijah's message. I never questioned it. I argued against Genesis because science, and look at me now. I was going to comment on. I actually wanted to comment on that before you got started, but it just reminded. I keep bringing up shows, but there's another show I'm watching recently where here's the caption from the show, but it says, "In this world, life and death are decided by the imperial state." So there was a representative from this. They call it the assembly. And they were like, no one questions the assembly. And that's kind of what Elijah's pointing out, that like people just simply don't question it. A lot of people don't. You were obviously awakened by some, like I call it, you were kicked out of the globe camp, because that exact thing happened to me. As soon as I started asking questions about this world, I noticed right away that I wasn't allowed to be in that camp of just believing on autopilot. So what Elijah is saying is something in regards to that, where he didn't question it. Right, Elijah? I think that's kind of what you were getting at. Did you want to respond to something about that? Yeah, so some people don't question it, where I think you and I are different. I think you and I were a lot alike in that asking questions was the starting process to the journey. Lo-Fi left. Maybe he's had connection issues. I'll shoot him a message. I'm not sure what happened there. I think he felt. I don't know if he felt like called out or something. I'm not sure what happened. Anyway, yeah, it was kind of nostalgic to hear Alan Watts again. Eli wants to read the chat. Hey, Eli, here's what you got to do, bro. I don't know how it works on your phone, but for me, when I take a screenshot, it gives me right away the ability to move the crop, like it gives you the ability to crop the image. So this is not just to you or anybody out there. When you take screenshots, crop your shit. All right. That makes it easier we can put it in an archive somewhere and save it without having the extra stuff. So yeah, just get in the habit of cropping your images without the phone battery and stuff like that. We don't need all that. But anyway, let me read this. I'll re-crop it and post it for you.
I can tell you something. A few things fun that Alan Watts said, if you like.
yeah, please.
Just to fill some time. He was talking about the three types of people in the West, which is the same now, but it was more then in the 60s when he was saying it, I'm sure. Sort of the class systems. And he was talking about how you had the aristocracy who were like potatoes because they lived in the past and the best part of them was underground. Which is hilarious in itself, isn't it? But then you had the proletariats, which were, the lowest of the classes, and they lived in the present because that's all they had. They didn't have anything else. But then you had the bourgeois, the poor bourgeois, as he put it, the people, the forever suckers, the eternal suckers, because they lived in the future, in this eternal hope. And of course, it's worth pointing out that they pay for everything too.
Mm-hmm.
I realised this a long time ago because when my granddad and, well, my stepdad also, and my auntie, they went to these nursing homes. And if they had a certain amount of money in the bank, like say if they had more than 25 grand's worth of savings, say, then they had to pay in these nursing homes. And the money, oh my God, it was like £1,200-1,300 a week, and even more in some of them, because you have to pay for the 24/7 care,
Yeah.
My auntie Lucy, bless her, she didn't have any savings at all. She had like a couple of grand in bank or whatever. She got the same treatment for free. And it taught me a lesson that, oh yeah. And also those proletariats, they scare the shit out of the bourgeois. They think, oh, I don't want to be that poor. It's interesting to go down that line because it makes me think of Protestantism, because when you think of the Catholics and the Protestants, what I think of it anyway is that getting out from underneath the Catholic, control was our way of sort of having a decent. Oh, we could have a couple of holidays, maybe, if we're lucky, a couple of cars, right? That's the way I saw it anyway. Just looking into it, because, as I said, I've said this before. I think that once upon a time here, we used to have this thing, no popery, where we'd burn effigies of the Pope, right? I mean, it goes back to this king who didn't want to get divorced. Everybody knows that story, and killed a few wives. But we didn't want to be under the Rome's control anymore, right? So, it's funny because when I first saw this guy, I saw this, what's his name? The guy Guy Fawkes. And we used to burn effigies of this guy when I was a kid. I thought, who is this dude? Oh, he tried to blow up Parliament. And I thought, well, this dude's a legend. He gets it. We need to have a statue of this guy on every street corner. Because, what we see today with politicians. But what I didn't know is, because I didn't know my history, I didn't realise that this guy, this dude, was the converted Catholic. Right, Guy Fawkes. That's the important part that you need to realise. That's why he tried to blow up Parliament, because when you think about it, back then, I imagine it really was by the people and for the people. That was the point of it.
Okay,
but it couldn't be that way because they want the few controlling the many.
Right.
So that's why I often say to Americans, America's a Protestant nation. Got to remember that. And your guy, your president, he's going over and kissing the ring. And that's not right. But anyway. There you go. I do what was this guy saying about Alan Watts? I missed it, sorry.
Some people were saying that he could have been teasing in a way where maybe he's on board with us, like maybe he has some understanding of flat Earth, where some others were saying that that idea wasn't necessarily present to people, at least it wasn't to me, at least not even in, growing up in the 2000s. So the idea of flat Earth never even entered my brain until 2017. So some people were not knocking him for not knowing. I was saying that it doesn't take away from his message, him being, even if he did believe in the globe or whatever, I don't think it takes away from the message that I received. Did you listen? Did you hear the clip that I played?
No, I didn't. Well, I probably heard it before.
I know you've heard it before, where he says, if you just take a flat earther in a straight line, then at least he'll think it's cylindrical. Maybe you've heard that before.
Yeah, I think I have. Yeah,
it's only 2 minutes. I played it. I might play this again. I'm going to save this and I'll play it later in the future, or I can play it now if anyone's curious. But he basically says that it's the whole a fool who persists in his folly may become wise. But he's saying that in the context, he's making it seem that flat Earth is the foolish thing. But I think one of our friends here, said that perhaps it's the other way around, where maybe the fool is really the person who believes it's a globe. But we were kind of just speculating on that.
Yeah, I think if Alan Watts knew, one way or another, he would definitely say, because, I mean, the amount of LSD this guy did. And you might say, well, what's that? What's the correlation there? Well, that doesn't mean anything.
If you know, you know.
But one thing about people like that you meet that have done loads of plant medicines, look at that Dave, that New Zealand guy, right? This guy's a total normie up to like age 50 or something. He did one session of ayahuasca. I imagine in my head anyway, he went to see a shaman in these deep forests. Probably wasn't, because it's quite common now. But yeah, and then he started with flat Earth and oh man, when he talks, I find him very inspirational. I love listening to him. I don't know his name's Dave. That's all I know. Dave something.
Is it that black dude?
No, he's a white dude. He's I think he's South African.
Dave. Yeah, if you grab a link or something, I want to check that out. But
yeah, his channel's called The Trinities or something on YouTube.
Okay.
He calls everyone Jesus. They're like, do you believe in Jesus? He's like, you're Jesus.
Nice. Yeah, it was a good clip. I'm actually surprised this is the first time I played it on the live stream, but it's fairly short and sweet. could be a little triggering out there for anyone who knows. Because I was saying that if that type of argument was presented in this forum, it would get shredded to pieces, absolutely demolished. But I don't think the idea when he said it was to make a case for a globe Earth or against flat earthers. It was more of like, the first thing he said was, it's kind of like pointing at the timeless realm, or trying to speak of the unspoken. I think that's kind of the topic. At least that's how it was presented.
He was saying, like, if you knew it was flat, because they knew, just as you know that the Bible is the word of God. So it's like you can't, basically what he was saying is you can't convince somebody who already knows in that type of way. But was he referring to the flat earthist? Was he referring to the people listening to the lecture? Who knows?
Yeah, I fully believe that he thought the Earth was a globe, and I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks that the way information's delivered to God's creation is very odd. I don't think it's like, because obviously we have the accumulations in the head. That's obvious, and we can look into things and research things. That's all wonderful, but I do think the sky clock turns, and then. So, we have a different perspective on things, and it's...
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if the deceivers of this place try to sort of to get in the way of that however they can, but it still comes through to a large enough portion of us that we gather in places like this.
Yeah.
And try and get a better understanding of whatever it is,
It's like extended release medicine. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but like some medicines you take and it's instant, it's instant relief or whatever they call it. But then there's some medicines that are extended release where it's kind of, released over time. And I think what you're hinting at there, at least what I took from that, is that the information can be sprinkled out over time. So it's like, the mind of mankind has shifted over the years. And I find that even more interesting because I have a running theory on, what's going on currently, but I'll get into that maybe on Sunday. But yeah, I agree that I think that he probably thought it was a globe based off of all the years and lectures that I listened to. But I do like that our friend here, Big Boy Khan, is making the case that maybe he's slightly trolling. So I'll leave the door open. But my takeaway before this conversation today was that he was probably a glober.
I like him too much, man. I can't. Imagining him as a glober just hurts my feelings. But yeah, y'all are probably right. He probably was. Just because he didn't have access to any better rhetoric at the time.
Yeah, but were there any prolific people out there saying, going against the, I don't know. But like I said, regardless of that, I think actually the idea of outer space and all that probably helped aid his message a little bit, because that's I think it's such a beautiful setting for fiction. So he seems like he just used it to paint all over, you know what I mean, Andy? Like he would paint all over outer space ideas, and I thought it was quite helpful, at least to me. So
yeah, when I first saw this guy Dave, I wish I knew his surname. I'm sure somebody here does. I actually wrote him.
Oh, fucking Christ!
You all right, Elijah?
Yes. I don't know if you remembered my request maybe 35 minutes ago.
I think you were talking to someone else.
No, I wasn't. You said, well, while he's doing that, which was cropping or doing whatever, and then just kind of drifted away. Because I had a whole point,
No, what was your request?
CB?
Yeah, I got you. It was a little left field. It was a little bit left field. It was kind of like, not what we were talking about, being honest, but I can read it. Or you can read it, I guess. I mean, if you're here.
Because remember when I said all that I was saying? About it when I came in? For real? Yo,
I don't know,
if I
bro.
have to go back in the live shit, fam.
I don't know.
Like,
I
we
was
agreed to a conversation. It's like, y'all making me feel like I interrupted when I asked. And y'all were like, yeah, sure.
I know you had some stuff going on in the background, but yeah, bro, whatever, this is your house, bro. You can make whatever you want to say.
I mean, if y'all are, look, y'all are already having a conversation. I'm
not gonna lie, bro.
This is a citation plus an argument plus a straight up killer, but we don't have to talk about that. That'll be there, I guess. I mean, flat Earth isn't going anywhere, so my bad. Y'all can.
No, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Is this about the stuff you shared in the voice?
Well, I said, hey guys, I can't talk right now, but I'm gonna post something in the chat. Yada yada yada. Can you read it for me?
You know what I think is happening? I don't think Elijah ever heard of Alan Watts before. Because I'm not gonna lie, bro, I had Alan Watts on my brain, so my bad. It seems like there was a couple of people who chimed in. Lo-Fi, Big Boy Con, Andy. These people have all seemed pretty familiar with Alan Watts, so I think that's where the conversation turned off to. So my bad that we didn't get to your. I know you brought this up before, the tripod thing. So it just seemed like a conversation shifter. So we can get to that. We can shift it right now.
No. Even that, I was trying to engage. It is like, like, because we always talk about the Einsteins and these people from the point that they were Glovers. Well, yes and no. Like, I mean, because when you look deep into their work, like, they do make certain concessions that make me empathetic toward them, because they weren't just robots like anti-flat earthers are necessarily.
Yeah.
And I make that point, and that point is like usually lost. But he's like, nah, these guys should have thought. And I'm like, well, we didn't think. I didn't think. I just thought he would respond to that,
Right. I don't even know what happened with bro. I think he's like Brandon. He'll just like leave out of the blue, out of nowhere. So I don't know what happened with that. I sent him a message to let him know, like, yo, you can come back. Everything's fine. But yeah, I agree with you though, because it made me think of the show I'm watching, where it's like, yeah, people don't question. They're not. Not even told to question. They're not given any other option. It's not like they were when you were a kid. They were like, okay, here's the globe, and here's another idea. They're like, it's the globe, and don't ask any more questions. So I'm sure that's true for a lot of people, not just myself or Elijah.
Yo, my bad for yesterday, Elijah.
What up,
the only reason I usually come in here, but the only reason why I usually come into these places is for the entertainment of hearing them spout their bullshit, bro. You know what I mean? And then it just sucks that when they're about to talk so stupid.
But we was like already at wit's end with that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Elbow, you should have been here, bro. Because dude was here for like 2 weeks. The first thing I heard him say that drove me up the wall. He was like, it was the first day he was here. He's like, yeah, we asked him 3 points. So we got to the third point, and we asked him for a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. He points at the sky and goes, look at Jupiter. That's my demonstration. And so he's been saying out-of-pocket stuff for like 2 weeks. So it was just a crescendo that built up to last night. It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, man, we have to be more thick. I mean, like, yeah, we understand it's a lot of bullshit, but I tend to realize that in this place, we tend to demand a lot of the bullshit. And if they don't answer the question the right way, then we're gonna be pissed off, and you know what? Screw you. Bye.
I was playing clips earlier though of that same thing where like, is it so wrong to stop someone from doing a bunch of tap dancing? Like that's almost exactly what happened. I had played 2 clips earlier where they ask girls questions and they simply don't answer them. So like, who's more rude, the person that's not answering, or the person from stopping them from not answering? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, then it becomes like a game. You got to try to get them into a. I think this. I mean, I don't know. I've seen a few that it's more like they try to play games. I mean, you've seen it, Elijah.
Yeah, true.
The other place, and then you got to try to, manipulate them to actually get into the part where and then they answer the question and then they just stumble about their words because then they're contradicting each other like they always do.
Yeah.
Right. So, and when he says one word and then it gets muted, I'm like, oh, that's just annoying because yeah, I understand, but I mean, I wouldn't like if you're speaking and I cut you off, that's gonna piss you off.
No, dude,
that's my point, man. It's like, dude, I understand he's gonna spew a bunch of bullshit after the shit that he just said was wrong. But people like to get their word out. And if you're not going to do that, people are not getting the full gist of the information and they're not seeing how stupid he sounds by saying all that bullshit that's wrong.
I got a clip in the hopper, and you can tell right away that they're not going to answer the questions. I think that's kind of what happened. Let me just go ahead and play. It's only like 50 seconds.
And the thing is, telling him...
You need to listen for 2 seconds.
Okay, I will.
After you vent, 9 out of 10 times people are going to give you advice. I'm simply asking you, is advice good most of the time, or is it bad when it comes from women after you vent?
For example, to vent it up, I don't say like, oh, he done this and this and this. I say, I feel this way, and I feel it this way. She can say, oh, go for a walk, listen to music, get ready, or do this. The advice I can say is good, but I don't say like, he done this and this and that, because in the fact, I'm a mom, I have kids, and I don't want my family or my friend hates the man because he always want to be in touch with me and my kids because he's the father of my kids. So I don't want to say like he's the evil or he's the bad because also I'm responsible for my own acts.
So you're saying in a nutshell.
You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, but she.
Okay, so I don't know if you caught it, but there was somebody else laughed in the first breath. She goes, for example, and some other girl on the panel like laughed because she knew she wasn't going to answer the question. So like,
right.
Yeah, so it's like, dude, who's more, like I said, who's in the wrong? Not answering, or the person being like, dude, stop doing that and just answer? That's up for debate. I could see going.
I mean, and you pointed out, right? You pointed out, hey, you're not answering the question, dude. Like, that's not my question. What was my question? You reiterate your question until, okay, fine, I'm not going to answer your question. Okay, then move on.
Well, like you said, people play games too, so they're like actively trying to not answer your question. You know what I mean? That gets old. That gets old fast, so fast. I hate the tap dancing. Like, direct questions deserve direct answers. Elbow, what's your name? I'm Elbow. Not, well, what do you think my name is? And why would you ask me what my name is? Dude, piss off. But, yeah.
Hey, first, let me tell you about my family history.
Yeah, she was like, the question was like, is it good or bad? Is the advice good or bad? She's like, well, my kids and my family. It's like, dude, what the fuck? Can we just, what's going on?
Rosa, he likes tacos, and like, bitch, shut the fuck up.
It's like A or B, A or B. No, we don't need to hear all that extra tap dancing. I don't care who you are, male, female, astrophysicist, whoever. Please, just give us an answer, dude. Stop tap dancing.
It just feels like Nazi Germany, bro. Sometimes, bro.
For me, it's like talking to children. That's what it is. You have to hold people accountable.
Like at some point, man, if you're the one having the conversation, you shouldn't be modding.
I get that.
Yeah, because that's where I feel that's the who I'm talking about is the main problem about that. That when he's speaking, he cannot be modding. You're somebody else. A mod has to mod. If you're having the conversation, you're having the debate. You controlling the mute button on somebody is not having a conversation and whatnot. If a mod does it, hey, I didn't mute you. Mod did.
Right.
Even though I'm a mod, I'm not the one muting you. Somebody else got tired of what you're saying because you're not getting to the point. And the mock should come in. Look, man, you're obfuscating. You're going off to a tangent point, which is not what the question was. Please get back to answer the question, and then unmute him. But then the mod goes, "Fuck you, you moron!" Blah blah blah. Go to hell. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. That's just like, dude. And if he's answering wrong, that's not a point to mute him. Like, you tell him, "Hey, that's incorrect, bro. This is what the answer is."
Yeah, I mean, this forum is so different than like modern day debate, though. It's like, you get 5 minutes, we get 5 minutes. Okay, you get 5 minutes. Like, no, we're not going to let them take 5 minutes to just spew from the mouth. You know what I mean? Like,
this is accountability.
I know. I'm just saying, like, it's just so different from that. Like, that's why. I mean, yeah. But I definitely get where those people are coming from.
Yeah. And mod having the mute button, especially some that are like so triggered quickly. It's hard to have a conversation that way. But I mean, like I said, you said that he was here for 2 weeks. I mean, I came on the first day he got here. Sorry.
I would just think it's important to keep in mind, like the viewers, like, on YouTube and stuff, like the people who are listening, we don't want them to think, oh, damn, these flat earthers are jerks. They won't even let this Globey talk. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's kind of like a balance. You don't want the Globey to just like keep spilling out nonsense and wasting valuable like thoughts whenever they're just not answering the question or not having logic.
Right. That's where a mod that's not the one speaking should be like, hey, you're going off on a tangent. What is the question that he asked you? Make him reiterate the question and then answer that question. I mean, I don't know if I have 24/7, not 24/7. There's the popular channel Flat Earth Debate. It's not even a debate anymore over there. Why? Because it does the same thing. Nobody wants to go in. Is he funding you some other? Now it is Flat Earth Reiterate. I mean, or it's just
my favorite things. Like to be honest, one of the main reason why I come and check in on this Discord or YouTube, whatever. I mean, y'all know I'm a flat earther or whatever, but the main reason I come here is not to hear y'all. I already know what the fuck y'all are gonna say. Y'all are gonna say the same shit I would say. I want to hear what the Globey who is not accepting the truth is like. I really, the funnest part, if you can get the right Globey and prime them in the right way, I really come here for like listening to like that type of conversation. Like, I like to hear Globeys talk, believe it or not.
Yeah, and you flat earthers like to hear the conversation about it. I mean, like, especially those that are learning. I mean, that's what I came here that's how I got all the information. I sat here freaking hours on end listening to their answers and the response of a flat earther.
It's a balance, dude. Because I think about how this platform it's a blend. We're doing interviews / a podcast / stand-up comedy, slash a bunch of things, debate forum, you know what I mean? So, like I said, how much room does someone have to get up on the platform and just do a bunch of tap dancing? Do we set a timer, or you know what I mean? Like, some people are not here in good faith.
I understand that. 100% we know that. Now the thing is, if you're getting tired of that person, well, then don't have a conversation with them. Meaning, don't mute them. Let somebody else that wants to indulge in the conversation, indulge with it. Those are the people that likes to get in it. I mean, it shouldn't just be just because you know all the answers, you're the one, in control of the conversation.
I think it's different though. I'm looking at like a basketball court. The people there's all of us here. We're down to work together, dribble down the court and score, whatever. Play against the opposition. Though not everyone's looking to actually play the game. Some people are just looking to streak across the field. You know what I mean? Butt naked streaking. So I think that what we were dealing with last night, that guy claims to be an astrophysicist, but he wasn't actually trying to play the back and forth game, a fair game. He wanted to streak across the court. No, I disagree. We all disagree. No, dude. No. Well, that's not how it works. So I kind of saw a little bit of that type of struggle where like a kid running around like with crayons in his mouth, and it's like, I don't know, dude. It's just.
Well, I mean,
he wasn't here to actually. Play
I know that
fairly.
and I know that. And again, like I told them, it isn't about the person. It's about the audience listening. God, let's say one person to just all of a sudden hit the YouTube. All of a sudden, that person is having the first time you actually come to hear, like, oh, let me see what this channel, and all of a sudden you hear, no, this sounds like fun, like fundamentalist, bro. It's just beauty person because they don't want to hear the answer, and probably that person never heard the answer that other person gave, like the Floberg gave, and that's the first time he hears, and then he see the contradiction between what the experts say is whatever or whatever what a science and everything is defined as, compared to what supposedly a pseudoscience is saying, right? And that conversation, even though, again, I understand your point. It's like, yeah, we've been dealing with him for like 2 weeks. I understand.
I want to play another. I have a small, like 20-second clip that I want to play where it's from a show.
The book FM. What you're saying, I think, is very important, because like we don't want Globies to be afraid to come in here. We want people to realize like they can come in here and ask questions. They can come in here and have, we don't want them to just click on it, see those couple seconds, and be like, oh, fuck these fuck these guys.
Let me play this real quick. We'll talk about it.
And Bakugo, it must have been hard for you, what, with that whole kidnapping incident? Huh? You have an especially strong will, don't you? Today I'm gonna do my best to learn from you. I really hope you don't mind.
Stop pretending. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes.
Okay, so you heard how friendly and bubbly and nice the guy seemed like he was being, but if you probably don't know the context, but he threw 2 jabs under his breath. And so the character goes, stop pretending. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes, and slaps his hand away. And you can see the character acknowledges that, yeah, okay, you caught me. He looks down with this look in his eyes. Now, there's a character that chimes up after this moment and goes, you're just being mean to him. Don't mind him. He's just being rude. I don't know. Is that rude to call someone out on their bullshit? You know what I'm saying? So
it's cool to call. It's actually, like I said, it's not about not calling him out. You definitely call him out 100%. I definitely agree with that. The what I don't agree with is just like over super controlling of some conversation. Like
there's the visual in the chat. Like, okay, so I'll just talk about the clip a little bit more. It's like, he goes, so the character he's talking to got kidnapped previously. So he's like, oh, you have such a strong will. You got kidnapped, but he's saying it in like a friendly voice. And I'm going to do my best to learn from you. And yeah, like he's like, dude, get out of here with that bullshit. And another character is like, yo, but you're being mean. Like, what's wrong? He's being nice. So what I hear, Elbow, and you're not wrong to say that, to be like, yo, man, like, what's going on here? He's not doing anything wrong. So I'm just seeing it from all perspectives, I guess. So, I mean, I get where everyone's coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I guess I came in at the wrong time. Because I usually come in here when I see Globers. Because I go to another server where they're, already 100% anti-flat earthers. So I come here where I used to hear new Globers, speak and whatnot and have the conversation.
Yeah. Hey, where's that? Server? There's a server out there for like, it's like all Globers talking shit about flat earth. I would love to join that.
Jim Pandas? Oh my gosh. I left that server a long ass time ago.
Yeah, I don't spend any time over there.
They're having like a Globe Earth 24/7 Globe Earth Discord, and then like flat earthers will join in and they'll try to like convince the flat earther.
I don't even know what they do over there.
I don't know anymore because
they bringing up,
Crit talks about how like you go into their server and they're just making zoo animal noises and crazy shit. So He's got stories for days about that type of stuff. But I wanted to say this too: is like
why do you think? Like, what's your best, like the stuff we ask Globers? What's your best evidence that you live on a spinning ball? Like when we join their server, do they not say, "Hey, what's your best evidence that the Earth is flat and stationary"?
No, they're not trying to get to the money, bro.
Crazy. They're just like, "Are you really that dumb?" Wow.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yep.
Yeah, it's a shit show over there.
Fitter than me, probably more financially free than me, probably better connections. You sound more articulate than me, but you're just fucking dumb.
The flat earthers talk about evidence, information. Globe earthers talk about flat earthers. They're not here, for the same reason. They're not trying to get to the bottom of anything. So, but anyway, I wanted to say this too, is like, it's important. The guy that we were talking to as well claimed to be an astrophysicist, right? So the trench level dummies that come in here, they're like, oh, well, I don't have the information. They do. The astrophysicists do. So it's like that's a delicate situation when we deal with those types. And we did speak to a trench level guy earlier today. I don't know if you caught it, but it was a nightmare. I think our boy Khan here heard some of that conversation with what was his name? The kid from Bangladesh, Grade. So, I mean, he was on the opposite spectrum of the astrophysicist. He's the trench level ding dong.
Yeah, he was a ding dong.
I don't think we never muted him. He never got muted. He just respawned, instant respawned after every snipe on the same point.
So what about that astrophysicist that you were talking about? So, of course, all these lower level guys say, oh, I don't know, the astrophysicist. Did the astrophysicist have answers ready for y'all, or was he still not familiar with his own model?
He didn't have shit. He didn't have anything. Like I said, we asked him for gas pressure without a container. He's like, well, just look at the sky. Okay, that's begging the question. That's pointing at your claim and declaring the claim to be true.
Yes.
Your claim can't also be proof. The claim is the claim. So it's like...
I'm a little disappointed. If he was an astrophysicist, I would have expected a better answer than look at the sky.
Yeah, well, that's what it all came back to. Observation. Well, we have observational science. That's not science. Okay, we just talked about how science requires an experiment. Well, I think we agree. I think we disagree on experiment. No, we don't. You disagree with science, not us. So yeah, he just got exposed. But that's why it's important to handle them with a certain different level of care. I mean, obviously, I wasn't really the one to smoke him out, but yeah, he didn't have what he claimed to have.
Did he bring anything? Did he bring any evidence or any measurements or anything? Calculations, at least? Even though that doesn't mean...
They got calculations for days.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. If it's a Glober who's, claiming to be an astrophysicist, bro, you better come in here locked and fucking loaded. Because even you're going to get fucked. I would love to see one of these Globers that say, oh yeah, well, I don't know, ask the astrophysicist. Like, see y'all debating an astrophysicist and like, yeah, we did. They don't got shit.
Well, they have this thing called Who's Going Under That Bus. It's like their favorite game to play. So even if we did talk to this astrophysicist, they'll go, well, he's just one guy. How many times have you heard that? Well, that's just one person. So they chuck him under the bus and go point to some other vague entity out there that has the answers that doesn't exist.
Yeah, the majority of astrophysicists still agree, so that one guy doesn't really mean anything. Where do most of the Globies, the Globe believers come from? Or do they come from YouTube? Or are they recommended through Discord? Or how do they usually find their way here?
It's a good question. I don't know if there's any data on that, but I've just from my experience, I feel like they tend to hold hands. So like, if someone gets a link, he'll send it to some friends like, yo, come with me. So they'll come in waves or like little groups holding hands together. So if it's not that, where they're just like sharing a link to friends in a Discord or something like that, then, I mean, because you got to think, you don't just stumble into flat Earth. It's not like it's on your recommendation. I wouldn't imagine this is being recommended to people. So I would say typically that's when people join the VC check-in, I'm like, all right, so how'd you get here? You know, just I was looking up flat Earth. Why? I mean, why are you looking up this topic? Or what's got you looking up this topic? So it's usually pretty revealing how people do get here. If you were looking into it, you know, maybe they found the YouTube and came from there. But I think those numbers are kind of low. People who like are actively seeking out some type of flat Earth information. I think it's, from my experience, like I said, like friends trying to like get groups to join at the same time. But I don't know.
It's either that astrophysicist who's like deliberately looking to disprove us, or like those young punk kids who think they're smart and they're like, hey, let's go troll those flat earthers.
I mean, even the teacher could have like got plugged from the kids, like, yo, you should go debate the flat earthers, and he's like, all right, yeah, I'll do that. And then he gets freaking WWE role, a reversal. Gets dunked on his own head.
And he's like, I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, I found this page. It was actually pretty interesting how I found this Discord. Is on YouTube how they censor and they put all the debunking flat Earth and all like the CNN. They put all like the misinformation first. And I was trying to find this, like, have y'all ever seen The Lost History of Flat Earth? It's like a 10-part documentary. It's pretty good. I was trying to find that, but I couldn't find it. And I said, man, it's pissing me off on fucking YouTube. All these, excuse my language. But I was like, it's making me upset on YouTube how I can't find any good Flat Earth content. So I said, you know what? Instead of me certain by relevance or by something, I went to the filters and I typed in posted this month, and I still couldn't really find anything. Then I did posted this week, and I scrolled and I went to like multiple pages and I went down, and I finally found where it said 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I said, oh, this will be great. What is this? Some guys like trying to pretend to be flat earthers, but really they're not. You know what I mean? They're just there to like debunk it or something. And I started listening and I was like, wait, these guys are actually flat earthers. Like, that's cool. Maybe I should join. And then that's when I joined, and I had a conversation with Helio the first time I jumped in.
Yeah, it's crazy how you do have to scroll. Even just that Alan Watts clip, I put Alan Watts flat Earth, and there was nothing. It didn't even pop up. It was all freaking propaganda, debunk flat Earth, blah blah blah. I had to go to Google, and it was the first result. So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, but you can type in a title. You can type in the exact Lost History of Flat Earth Part 7, exactly who it is, and it won't pop up. And that's what's crazy is you could show that to someone and be like, does that look like, they're trying to, hide information? Because, you think it would pop up since it would be like most accurately the title that I'm looking for, right? It should be the first result since it matches what I'm searching exactly.
Yeah, it's like you could look at it one of two ways. Either they're hiding or they're promoting some bullshit. You know what I mean? So,
yep. And then the lady,
people don't like to hear like, oh, they're hiding.
Have y'all seen that video of that lady? She's like, I guess she works for YouTube or Google, and she's in charge. And she was at some sort of conference or courtroom. I don't remember exactly. It was a while ago, but she was basically talking about how YouTube will put these little boxes of Wikipedia about like flat Earth or moon landing and things like that to like help people stay away from certain topics. That's crazy. Where she said where it's prone to misinformation. Subjects where it's prone to misinformation, we just don't want people to get the wrong idea, so.
Yeah, those things have a two-pronged effect. It's going to retain plenty of people. It's like a gate, like that they're the gatekeeper. So there'll be plenty of people that are retained behind that wall, but there will be people who will be repelled by those types of messages. You know, we can see it in the last few years. Trust the science and stuff. People will see that and they're like, wait, I don't trust. What does trust have to do with science? So that effect will shift some people out of that position. It will have like a negative effect, just on a smaller group of people, I would imagine. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. The more they say stuff, the more people will wake up. And so they're saying a lot of stuff, and the things they're saying are pretty crazy. So, I mean, people talk about that all the time. Just listening to Globers is how I got here to Flat Earth. It's like, that's why we let them speak. So, yeah.
What do you guys think about like those YouTube videos, like Professor Dave, you know, that jackass, and like, you know how if you go into, I don't know if you've ever done it, but if you go in the comments and you start talking, it's like this video that he posted like a year ago has still like the comments are so active. Like if you comment and say anything about like, you know, flat earth related, everyone would be like, oh, you're a flurf, and they'll hop on you like hyenas. Is there really that many people who are opposed or that are global, or is this like AI bots or something like that? Or how this is crazy how active those debunk video comments are, you know what I mean? And even though they're like posted, you know, they're not even fresh videos.
Yeah, I know. It's like a very vocal, small group. It's kind of like the trains movement, you know, the Transformers movement. Obviously, there's not a lot of them, but there's very, very vocal. So it's probably like that. What's funny though, I was gonna grab some screenshots. The way they comment too is funny. Like, flat earthers will just talk about information, and they'll post like skull emojis. It's like. Good argument, dude. Spamming emojis. Like, yeah, you're really making a solid case for the flat earth now. Let me find that. Oh, yeah, here it is.
PB, that was PD, by the way.
Yeah, I saw in the debate text. He said something about a cup of dirt. I'm like, all right, it's over.
It's a bucket, bro. It's a bucket of dirt.
All right, there's the screenshot. But yeah, man, like they're not even taking it seriously in the comments either. Like, yes, they are out there like mad, but look at the comments. LOL, skull emoji, skull emoji, skull emoji. And then the person who's saying something actually has substance. A scientific theory is different to a hypothesis, is what they said. A hypothesis requires serious evidence, blah, blah, blah. And I kind of joined in. I was like, yeah, scientific theory requires valid hypothesis. And their responses are just like, LOL. So it's like, they don't have anything, dude.
What's really scary, we talk about dystopian futures and things. What really scares me the most is thinking about this next generation, you know, like coming forward, you know, 10, 20 years from now, you know. I feel like I have been heavily brainwashed, and I grew up with bunny ear antenna TVs. Like if it didn't have aluminum foil and my mom didn't like put it to that right angle, I wasn't watching Saturday morning cartoons. And I was so heavily brainwashed. It gives me problems to this day. Like I'm still reversing and healing and redo stuff. What I is these children who didn't just have Saturday morning bunny ear TVs, but they have a constant addiction to a phone that's with them all the time, and they're all these different agendas, like not just like the LGBTQ and like all these, like they're trying to make people transhuman and all this stuff. What really frightens me is like, you know, that you talk about the you know, the Karens or whatever, like the Globey, like the people, but what's frightened me is like, man, I think that the next generation is going to have a level of fucking idiot sheeple on such a crazy scale. So it actually does frighten me to imagine, you know.
Yeah, but see, that two-pronged attack is still, I would say that yeah, there's going to be a whole shitload of weak dummies, but there's going to be some super strong, awesome group of people. So it has that effect too.
That is true. Like the ones of us who have children and then raise our children outside of government indoctrination and teach them how to do experiment. Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Yeah, that's in that idea is in one of the shows I've been talking about, Hell's Paradise. They send people to this island called Paradise, but it's very, very dangerous. And so the people that survive, they describe it like a bug poison pot. So it's like the bugs that survive become more and more dangerous. It's the poison becomes more. I don't know how to really put it, but it's like you put a bunch of strong people in. Only the strongest will survive. So type of thing. So yeah. I have to look up that phrase. It was something about like a poison pot, bugs in a poison pot, or something like that. I'll try to find it.
So let me see. It's simple. Yeah, the brainwashing is so deep, though. Even people at NASA that actually work at NASA believe that the ISS space station is like they have constant video footage and they think like it's real. You know what I mean? Even though it all looks fake. Even the employees who are very close to this supposed ISS thing, they still believe it wholeheartedly. You know, when really if they took a second to look at it, it's so ridiculously fake.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how gullible people are. One of my cousins, I told him about flat Earth, and he freaked out, ran off to grab a laptop, went to NASA.org, and was like, "Look, bro, wow, dude, that's amazing, brilliant work you did there. Just go to daddygovernment.com, and all the answers, all you've ever been looking for is right." Why didn't I think of that? Gullible weirdos. Oh, I found it.
Who is Samuel Burley Robotham?
Parallax. He's a guy that wrote a book called Earth is Not a Globe.
Oh yeah, that's one of the books Eric Dubay talked about. I haven't read that one. Maybe I should.
Yeah, it's all antiquated, you know what I mean? Like, it's all old stuff, you know, because it's from like the 1800s. I mean, it's interesting. There might even be an audiobook online. I think there's an audiobook with Eric Dubay reading it, as a matter of fact.
Oh, really? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it blows my mind, especially like like I've said before, I'm from Texas and I live close around NASA area. So I mean the level of I don't know propaganda that they push around these parts is crazy. And I've actually had the pleasure of meeting one of the ladies who's chosen to go on the next trip to the moon. They call Artemis, you know, and she did lie to my face when I shook her hand. I asked her one question. She lied to me, so then I just didn't say anything else. And one of my buddy's wife was like, "Why didn't y'all ask more questions?" And I was like, "Man, I asked her one question. She lied. Like, what else am I supposed to say? You know what I mean?" And but these astronauts who think that they're actually, I mean, they claim that they're going to the ISS for months at a time, and then in NASA they have this what they call like a 24-hour footage, but it really doesn't loop 24 hours. I forgot exactly. I had one of the video guys explain to me, but like it's just how do these people not wake up to it when they're around it so much, you know? Like I feel like you can only be around, like your wife can only come home so many times like in a skimpy dress smelling like cum until you're like, I don't know, that's a little weird. Like, where were you? She's like, oh, I was at church Bible study. Like, interesting, at 2 a.m. on a Saturday. You know what I mean? Like at some point these people have to have common sense, right? Or does it just never happen to these employees, you know? Crazy.
I was going to say, it's getting to a point where these people are so like religiously bought into it that we presented that type of idea to one of these globe heads, and they were like, "Well, maybe she just tripped and fell on some robo dick." It's like, dude, what the hell? When they're faced with the evidence, they'll still deny it and try to find a way out somehow. Well, maybe that's not a real. Maybe it's a robot. It's like maybe she's cheating on me with a robot.
She didn't really cheat. It wasn't a real.
I mean, this is a real conversation that happened in the server. A gentleman named Pagus. Yeah, sex robot guy. It was crazy, bro.
What?
Oh, I'm not even kidding. Yeah, what you basically presented, that idea, like, dude, she's, you caught her basically. And he's like, well, maybe she tripped and fell onto some robo dick. It's like, what? What?
Yeah. I just think that, I guess, I don't know, maybe we're one of the lucky chosen few. One of y'all was talking about the cycle of the sky clock and, information gets revealed. And I do feel blessed. I do feel really grateful to to have been exposed to some of the information I've been exposed to, because I know it's not like, I know that there's active forces keeping me from this information. But once you find out, it's almost like you can't believe you were ever fooled. But we definitely were.
I do look at it like that too. That there's a select group of people. This information isn't for everybody, and I honestly don't mind the exclusivity. I mean, what happens when things become mainstream? They kind of get worse. I remember liking Wiz Khalifa before he got really popular. I was like one of his hugest fans. I felt like. And then he made the song Black and Yellow. And then everybody heard about Wiz Khalifa and he got really popular. And I stopped liking him so much. It was like, I don't mind the fact that Flat Earth has that element of people still don't really, it's not mainstream. Let's see, when it does become, say if it does become mainstream, I can imagine things are going to get kind of loose and a little sloppy.
Screaming fucking niggas who hated our money affiliated. Yeah, same shit. I liked them too before all the extra stuff.
Yeah, that was an old bar right there too from like his No Deal days. But yeah, so like Flat Earth does it for me. I don't care that it's not super mainstream. I talk about how if you find a some kind of a hideout spot, real reclusive, beautiful water springs and nice view. And then you like tell your friends, and then their friends tell their friends, and the next thing you know, everybody and their mama has heard about this place. And then you show up there a year later, and it's like spray paint on the walls. The springs are all junked up, trash everywhere. Because I kind of I think about that like Flat Earth wise too. Like, people would be out here teaching like, oh no, it's a diz. Who knows what kind of crazy stuff people would say. I talked about this before. How would you teach it in schools? Like if they were to teach a flat earth, people love their models. They need like a little toy of it. Like, so people would be making little toys of the earth that don't necessarily represent the earth at all.
Wow, I don't know. Maybe what I posted in the chat, because it's actually a practical model. The actual way that we can know certain positions based on angular measurements that we took. Celestial sphere not actually being a sphere, because that's just like what the perspective will be. But actually, it's a flat plane up there too. It's a great teacher. Like it's one graphic that I didn't show because Adam was talking about it earlier. Adam Meek, and he was talking about it's weird because in this sense, because it's a flat plane up there, and we're using that as a reference in a sense, we're no longer dealing with the earth itself. As a reification anyway, within that model, because the sky moves and because we use the angular measurements at specific times, it's like the way that you see it, the way you mount the equatorial mount to the polar axis and yada yada yada, completely removing the quote unquote tilt of the earth. It basically just betrays everything that this place, at least we thought it was. It's like fully intentionally navigatable because of the laws and the way that this place was built. And it's like, if we were going to go with a model, it's at least in that context, something like that is the closest you can get, is some sort of map of when the stars are and where they are and where over the earth that is specifically. It's the most magical thing you can ever dream of. This is how the globe was built, by the way. It's a hamburger bun on the top and on the bottom, and the middle is a flat disc. It's called the equatorial plane. If you've read the article, they basically say, yeah, it's probably complicated, but forget about the globe and just think about your angles from the equatorial plane. which is a circular disc, the thing that they ridicule us for. But it's actually their model, the model. So, anyway,
Yeah, let me read that though. It's finally, it says it may be a bit confusing for beginners to imagine the celestial equator and the related declination. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat circular platform on which the telescope stands. The platform has the size of the Earth's equator, and the axis is the polar axis. Even when moving the telescope to any place on this disk, the declination of the object will always be the same. Yeah, that's pretty much what you said. Forget about the globe. Let's just do it on a flat Earth. I wonder why.
Yeah, the equatorial plane. That's actually fascinating.
A planisphere, noun, representation of a sphere or part of a sphere on a plane surface. 2. A polar projection of half or more of the celestial sphere on a chart equipped with an adjustable overlay to show the stars visible at a particular time and place. Or 3. A projection of the sphere, especially a polar projection of the celestial sphere. A lot of this reminds me of sidereal astrology. Some, mainstream astrology uses, from my understanding, it's like the heliocentric model and all the planets and all that stuff. Whereas sidereal astrology is just looking up into the sky at the position currently of the things that we see. So it sounds like it's a bit like that, where you're just looking up and you're going off of that, mapping that instead of your ideas of what's happening.
It's just the map, like, it's like, if you think about it, like, who in their right mind that would have constructed this method in the first place? Like, they're obviously going to see that no matter what you do, that, like, this distances aren't involved. It has to do with the angular representations of the bodies in the sky. And there is no, like, distance in the sense of the height, just the distance in the sense, outward towards another point over the Earth itself. And that's the angular relationship. It's not going to be obviously the same eye line, everything the same, because of perspective. Some things are higher and lower. So, all of these things have to do with that methodology. And so they would have never thought that, oh my God, it's a dome up there because of that, because they knew the geometry and the perspective in the first place. Like, they would have never thought, it would have never been that. I can't see somebody who fully understands this text thinking that because they made a diagram to represent what it looks like doesn't mean that they believe it's actually that. That's why when I say what I say about Einstein, even though he's like in love with math, I guess, or whatever he was, good at, like, at the same time, it's like maybe he knew that this was all just theoretical, and we're just the ones, because of how we're indoctrinated, taking, because it's not like we was alive when he was speaking. We're just like getting hearsay from teachers and shit. But I mean, we don't really read their journals like that. But when you do, you realize that their perspective was far different than what we learned. So it's like, I mean. But yeah, that's just like, let me bring that up actually really quick too. Let's see, where's guys. So even in The Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the earth. One can, of course, believe everything one likes as long as consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed Earth and around which it rotates in accordance with laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and moon move across the inner surface of this sphere and hence perforce go around the Earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easy because dogma as is may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill will look into the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the ocean universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of the Spectator may suggest. Darcy Reddyhawk, Royal Air Force College, Cransfield. They do, and it's not a fucking globe. Like, this is the grossest misrepresentation of them saying it's a globe ever. They know that it's a double-sided sphere of the sky. They know that.
Hey, Elijah, can you share that link?
I'm picking up something, but give me a while.
Okay.
I've shared it before. Just look up my
The
name.
PDF? Are you talking about the PDF? It's already in there at 4 minutes after the hour. Are you talking about the Sex and Users Guide? Boy, you're loud.
What Elijah just read from, I would like that document for myself.
Right. Is that what you were reading, Eli? The Sex and Users Guide?
No, that's what I shared. I shared that. He's reading from something else.
I gotcha.
That user guide is a good thing to look at, though, for somebody that's like doesn't really know. I don't mean to hijack the conversation, so.
No, it's all right.
Because
well, I actually used to do navigation, but that was in my 20s. I'm in my 60s now.
and you kind of have to know, like, if you never sailed before and never like used a navigation chart, like you're not gonna like fully understand it. Like I don't, because I haven't plotted on a navigation chart before. But there's like stuff that goes into it that you wouldn't think. It's not as easy as some people think it is.
I think I just posted it. I think that's what he read. I was kind of being screamed at by my child. Sorry.
Yeah, Kim, that's it. Thank you for sharing that.
You got it.
And thus they go around the Earth, not in an orbit, around over the top.
So we don't learn about a globe model as it relates to any practical nature on the globe. As a matter of fact, if you look at the picture that I posted, and they got the little globe in the middle. The thing about that is we all know that on a globe, no landmass is accurate. Like, so it's not like you would be going to the equator and then, like, you know, seeing how that would fit on that little ball that they placed it. Like, it's obviously ridiculous. They're like, forget about that. As a matter of fact, it doesn't matter where on the disc you are, you're still going to get the same declination, no matter what. So, I mean, Globers fucking just suck it, man.
Feel bad for any baller that comes in here because I'm gonna fucking light their ass up.
I feel bad for them for a lot of reasons. Like that they have such a huge mountain to overcome. You know, like
a mountain of water.
Well, that too. I mean, there's just a lot of issues. Like, if they look for answers, they're going to be given answers. You know what I mean? Like, not necessarily correct ones either. They'll run to Google, and Google will tell them you can see curvature from an airplane. So it's like I feel bad for them because, like, they're not. There's what are you supposed to do? Like,
it says 35,000 feet now too, man.
Yeah.
It used to say when I first started, debating this, it was 80,000 feet. And then it went down to 60,000 feet on Google. And now it's at 35,000 feet on Google. So,
why are they making less and less? Why are they wouldn't that kind of like hurt them? Because then it would be easier to go up there and see that they're lying? Or why are they?
They're all wrong. Like every one is, the 80,000 is wrong. It's not.
Yeah.
It's nowhere near high enough, man.
Okay. Not even close.
Yeah, it's not even close, dude. Okay, so say you're at 30,000 or 40,000 feet. The diameter of the Earth is supposed to be 8,000 miles. Now let's rescale that to like a human size. So you have a ball, right? And its diameter is 6 feet tall, the same as your height. You know how high airplane would be above that? 1/100th of an inch.
Jeez.
Yeah, 1/100th of an inch. That's the scale. If the ball was 6 feet, you could see curve from a plane? Hell no. Can't even see 1,000th of an inch or 100th of an inch.
It's funny because I have a pilot that he's a close friend of my close friend. He's a friend of mine now as well. But he's a pilot, and he's like, I'll give y'all all the conspiracy theories, but you can't have flat Earth. He's like, when I'm in the plane, he's like, when you get your pilot license, he's like, when I'm in the plane, I can see it. I'm like, what do you mean? I was like, no, you can't. What are you seeing? Just like your own idea of what you think that is?
Delusional.
Ding, ding, ding. They're seeing their own beliefs. They're not seeing it, actually. Let's just put it that way. They're not seeing it. They're seeing the same thing we all see. They're just imagining things.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. But wait, argue with the math. Like, don't argue me. Like, they say it's 3,959 mile radius. It predicts that no airplane goes anywhere near high enough.
That's the funniest part, dude, is like the mixed signals. They think like they just believe in some vague overarching globe. But there's so many mixed signals. Half of them say you can't see curvature, half of them say you can. Planes are high enough, planes aren't high enough. I mean, they're screwed in that way too. That's another reason why I feel bad for all the mixed signals that are out there. They don't realize that they're not arguing with a flat earther on whether or not you should see curve from a plane. You're now like literally shooting your own claim in the foot, the claim of the size of the globe. You're telling us that's wrong when you say you're supposed to see curve from an airplane. So
yeah, that's why I call them tiny earthers. As soon as they say it, I'm like, so you're a tiny earther. You're like,
yeah.
what? So,
and they're like, oh, what's that?
Yeah, it's like the only way you'd see curve from a plane is if the radius was like 400 kilometers. Like, you're not seeing curve from a plane, dude.
I mean, dude, it's 2023. I got a comment recently that was like, just get in a plane, idiot. Like, you guys. I mean, that statement alone either shows that you haven't been in a plane or you're just retarded, dude. Because, like, we all see the same Earth, and we're not seeing what you're saying. Period. And, like, even the honest globe earthers will say you can't see curvature from the plane. So I'm not about to listen to some goofball try to tell me. Hell no.
Well, I mean, there's also, so the way I reviewed it back in the day was, there's a guy named David K. Lynch. He published a paper in Applied Optics, which is like the #1 optics journal in the world, scientific journal. The name of the article is Visually Discerning the Curvature of the Earth. And he says, basically, if you take a picture, it's barrel distortion. If you have any curvature, then it's not possible because you're not seeing enough of the Earth. So this is a guy who's an optics expert saying it. Says photographs purporting to show the curvature of the Earth are always suspect because virtually all camera lenses project an image that suffers from barrel distortion. He didn't say fisheye lenses. He said all camera lenses. Post a link in the chat for you crazy blowers that are probably on YouTube weeping.
Wish a Glober would get in here. We are nice guys if y'all want to hop in.
I'm kind of in a bad mood. I had a run-in with 2 fucking cops about an hour ago, man. I'm not happy.
Fucking tyrants, man. Fucking tyrants. They try to contract with you?
No, it wasn't even me. It was somebody else. And, like, I'll just tell the story real quick because I just need to vent this shit out. Someone I know got a no trespassing notice from a landlord, but their friend is the tenant. And the tenant invited them there. Now, I looked up the law. So this goes back to like 1947. And basically, you rent a place, and even if you have a no trespassing order, that only applies to like the landlord's common area, not to the tenant. Because when the tenant signed a lease, that they have a right to use their guests have a right to use it as an easement to get to their property, right to their front door. So I sent this person the case, right? And it was upheld again in 2008. So it's been around. It's also like a common law rule that goes back a couple hundred years. So I send it to him. Person calls me, yeah, they stopped me. And I go there, and I'm like, you can't arrest this person. And they're like, oh, they're not under arrest. But they're hovering over the person sitting in a chair, right? And obviously, like if the person tried to leave, they'd arrest them, right? So like, yeah, okay, you're blowing smoke up my fucking ass. I'm like, did they show you the case? And they're like, oh, that's not the law anymore. I'm like, okay, what changed it? What law changed it? When did they pass that? Then they're like, oh no, that case said Boston Housing Authority. Like, yeah, what does that matter? This is a Massachusetts appellate court that applies to all of Massachusetts, not just fucking the city of Boston. Then they changed the subject again. They're like, how's this any of your business? I'm like, okay. And I just said to them, listen, dude, you read it, you know about it, you're warned, do whatever the fuck you want. And I walked away. Because now, ignorance of the law is like, police have qualified immunity, but only if they're doing their duty, right? So if they're doing something right and it's not like well settled law, right? If they're like restraining someone unlawfully, they think that they have a right to do it, but they're just wrong. They have qualified immunity as long as it's not well settled. But they were noticed, right? They read it. Now they know that they're not supposed to do it. They can't go into court later and say, oh, I didn't know. They knew at that point. They didn't arrest the person. They actually just escorted them out of there, which was actually surprising. But they must, dude, I was pretty heated, dude. I was like, I don't give a fuck about your little shiny badge, dude. Said, polish it up. I was fucking pissed off, man. Because I don't, man. They're just people, man. Like, they're just people. I don't care about your fucking costume. Like.
Yep.
You didn't change into like some superior human being because you put on a fucking uniform.
Oh man, those same assholes who act all big and bad because of the costume, like when they step onto the mats in a dojo, they're fucking pussies. They're like, oh.
Well, listen. The reason they gave me attitude was just because they're trained to always be in the authority and in control of everything and to be barking the orders. That's how they're trained, to keep escalating. Always, so they're always in control of the situation. When some random person comes along and be like, dude, what you're doing is fucking wrong, it blows their goddamn mind. And so check this out. This person, after, because I called them and I was like, yeah, what happened? Did you get arrested? They're like, no, they just escorted me out. And they're like, they said knowing people like you is going to get you arrested. Like, what the fuck's that supposed to mean? So if I talk to them and say they're doing something wrong, they're going to arrest you? What the fuck is that, dude?
Knowing people like who? Were they referring to you or him?
Yeah, they're referring to me because I told them that what they were doing was unlawful and they didn't like that shit.
It's like the opposite. If he didn't know you, you're probably get arrested.
Well, this same person, right? So check this out. About 6-7 years ago, maybe 8 years ago. So their nephew sold them an iPad, and it happened to be stolen, and they didn't know, right? But the person that stole it like 6 months before, and this person had no clue. So they took it, right, and there was something wrong with it. So they have like a vending machine where you can put like it's not there anymore, but you could put like iPhones, and then it would give you money back. It would give you cash for like electronics. So they went there and got the cash for the electronics. Well, the thing had been reported stolen. So lo and behold, they get a summons in the mail, show up at Boston court. Well, the thing is, this happened in Cambridge. So Cambridge is Middlesex County. Boston is Suffolk County. So they charge them with receiving stolen property in a county that the receiving stolen property didn't happen in. Right? So it's out of its jurisdiction. Right? They have to charge you in the county the crime was committed. They can't charge you in another county. Like if I committed, like it's like charging you like killed someone in France and they charge you with murder in the United States. They can't do that. Mm-hmm. They have to charge you in France. They can't charge you in the United States. So this is what they tried to do. And they're like, I was like, don't fucking plead guilty. I'm like, I'll go to court with you. So I go and fucking, like, how do you plead? I'm like, don't fucking plead anything. Like, you would tell them that, like, they don't have any jurisdiction.
Yes. And,
like, yeah, so, because they actually don't. A lot of people say that, and they're full of shit. But in this particular case, it was actually true. They don't have, the Suffolk County judges don't have jurisdiction to prosecute crimes that happen in Middlesex County. Middlesex County has to do it. So listen, and I was like, don't get a lawyer, don't do anything. They're just gonna fucking screw you. So she's going back and forth with the judge, and the judge says, well, I'll give you a lawyer. You can talk to a lawyer and see if you want one. So I go in with them and the lawyer. You know what the lawyer said to them? Because I told the lawyer, I'm like, this shit's not in the right jurisdiction. It's to Middlesex County, and they're like, well, they can charge you if it's a continuation of a crime if you receive stolen property somewhere else. I'm like, according to the police report, it was stolen 6 months ago. How could it possibly be a continuation of the crime? It has to be like immediate, right? So say I stole the property immediately in Boston, immediately rode across the fucking bridge into Cambridge and like gave you the stolen property. Right? Immediately. It's a continuation of the crime. This wasn't that. This person had it like in the trunk of his car for fucking 6 months. So, anyway, this lawyer said the same thing the fucking cop said. This person's going to get you arrested. And you want to know what ended up happening? They dropped all the fucking charges. Because they had to. They had no choice. But the thing is, what they did to her was they kept making her go back to court and continuing it to try and get a plea. Right? So they just try and, because they're there anyway, right? They're in court anyway. Like, that's their job. They're going to show up to court every day regardless. But if they keep telling you, come back in 2 weeks, 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 you get sick of it, right? And you're just like, I just want this shit to end because I don't want to keep coming in court for 2 weeks, going through the metal detector, sitting around for 4.5 hours, and then fucking finally my case comes up and they say, continued for 2 weeks. Right. Let me
ask you this: what do you think about them? So,
just let me finish. Right. So, like after going through this 6 times, right? 6 times they kept continuing it, knowing they knew 100%. They knew that they didn't have jurisdiction. Because when she said it to the judge started stuttering. Because you know what? If he takes jurisdiction of a case that he's not supposed to, it's on him. It's not on the prosecutor. It's not a defense attorney. It's not on the bailiff. It's on the judge. Because he doesn't have jurisdiction. So if he does any action to anybody, right, outside of his jurisdiction, that like he's personally liable for whatever happens.
Indio.
Anyway, the point is they ended up dropping the case. So, you know, I'm actually going to do something about these 2 fucking clown cops, dude, because I'm fucking actually irritated, obviously.
Indio,
you can hear me.
yeah. Can you hear me? Indio, hello. Could you? I have a question. I mean, do you know Sneeko?
Personally, no.
No. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah.
Okay, I'm in a Sneeko server right now, and we're having a flat Earth debate, and I believe in a flat Earth, but
give me the goddamn link. Just give me the link, man. Just give me the link.
Is it the creativity?
My question is, could you like flat Earth? Could you like prove the flat Earth to some doubters that don't know? Could you do that right now or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give you the link right now because we're having a big back and forth debate, and I mean,
the monkey can prove the flat Earth.
Yeah, I tried my way, right, but it doesn't work. So if you could join the voice chat and just try to.
I need the link, man. I mean, you're talking, but I need the link.
Yeah.
Hey, is that going to be in VC?
Yeah, it's in voice chat in Sneeko server. Yes.
I want to record.
Sweet. I want to grab the link so I can listen in at work.
I sent you.
Oh, you DM'd it? Okay.
Yeah,
is it that? I thought I was in that server. Is it the creativity kit?
No, it's not. It's
called the Bub Speech server. This is the Sneeko server.
Yeah, the Sneeko server in Chill Out Lounge.
Can you post the link?
Oh, you have a Sneeko section. It's not Sneeko server.
Wait, Indigo. I think you need to like fill out some.
I know how to do it.
Yeah. If you guys want to join, I mean, I could send you the link and fill it out if you want to listen to it. Some guys are already
post the link. Is this like a fan? Is this a fan server, like a Sneeko fan server?
Yeah.
Okay. Sneeko tweets. Do I really want Sneeko tweets?
Also, I want to talk to you more, Indio. You sound like an intelligent guy, and you also,
Yeah.
Spanko.
But that's fine. That's for another time.
We were just in the Fresh and Fit Discord recently. We were doing a whole flat Earth debate over there too. So with the smoke, let's go.
Let's go. I'm gonna post the link. Hold on.
Yeah, I got banned from Fresh and Fit.
Fresh and Fit is kind of weird. What'd you do?
No, I didn't. I would need like 5 minutes to explain. So just go in the VC.
I'm only teasing. Whether you did something or not, I don't really care. They seem to like. I mean, they were nice to us, but they do seem a little sensitive. But you know what I mean? The bigger a server, the more sensitive you have to be, because if it starts getting out of control, it's just impossible.
That is true.
Yeah, it's impossible to rein in once it gets past a certain point. I posted a link in the live stream.
Also, India, this server, I think this is yours, right? It's yours?
You could say that. This isn't the owner account though, so.
It's so professional, bro. Like, respect to you.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. It's not just me, man.
Yeah,
it's everybody.
Yeah.
I'm just a gear, man. I'm just a gear in the wheels, man. I'm just a gear in the machine. That's it.
Let me know when you join the VC, so I go with you.
Yeah, I'm firing up OBS. Don't tell anybody, but I'm recording. Because I don't know if they permit recording over there. The fucking Fresh and Fit server doesn't.
Which channel is it in, dude?
What do you mean, which channel?
I'm in the server now, but I don't see any V.
I don't see any voice channels.
Yeah, because you need to like
open
check,
up all.
You need to like
show all channels. Gotcha.
You need to like fulfill. You need to like fulfill the forms or something like that. My English is not perfect, so.
No, it's fine. We understand you. We're used to dealing with people that don't have perfect English. We get people from all over the world, so you know what I mean. It's just, we're kind of used to it. I'm gonna make sure I have enough disk space for this. I want to stop in the middle. I'll be angry. Yeah, but anyway, man, I'm gonna smash those fucking pigs.
Get them, dude.
I don't know, like, because it's Memorial Day weekend, man. I want to do something like right now. I want to like call the fucking shift supervisor and like bitch him out. Like, how the fuck did you train these clowns?
All right, one more time. I went and followed all the channels, but I'm not seeing anybody in any VC. Am I just looking in the wrong spot or what?
Bro, I don't, because when I joined this, like, I can't remember what you need to do. So,
well, I followed all the channels.
I'm joined. Upspeed server. There's a little show all button. I don't see any voice channels though with anybody in them.
Yeah, I hit the show all button as well.
Dame, can you give a link to the VC?
Can I do that? Oh, wait.
Yeah. Create an invite for the VC.
Okay.
Okay, I'll let you.
I sent you. If you could if you could like resend to other people.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I got it. Asking as always.
What is Sneeko's take on Flat Earth?
Sneeko, bro, I don't know. It's not clear. It's not clear. It's like
yeah. Yeah, somebody dropped a donation to Fresh and Fit on Monday this week saying you guys should bring on a flat earther, and they're like, oh, we're gonna have one on Wednesday. So on Wednesday, we kind of stirred up some fun and ended up hanging out in the Discord. So yeah, this is like 2 in a row. Sneeko server. Let's go.
Yeah, it's going crazy. The flat earth thing.
The person that donated the super chat. Yeah, the person that donated the $100 super chat to Fresh and Fit, their profile picture was him with Sneeko. So, yeah.
I got flat earthed like 2 weeks ago. So yeah. But the only thing is like I'm 99%. I just need to check it for myself,
Yep.
I'm that kind of guy. So yeah. I don't really want to believe like even if like the documentaries like they seem completely logical to me and shit, like every like theory and shit or like every like fact and shit, it seems logical. But I just need to check for it myself because like I don't want to believe anything anymore. So yeah.
Yeah, facts.
Okay, Indio just joined, so I'm gonna go there. Indio should send you guys an invite, or if not, I could send you right now if you want.
All right. Let me jump over there.
You have it? You have the invite?
Wait. Let me see if it works. When I click join voice, I'm still here.
I'll send you. Wait. What's your name?
Creation Bear.
Okay. Bro, fuck. Wait. Okay, I'll send you in DM.
Okie dokie. I don't know why, but it's not taking me to that voice channel.
Oh, it says you need a brokey roll to access a VC channel.
You need which roll?
The brokey roll. I don't know. Some
Broke. I see.
Brokey roll. Send messages here. Are you dumb? What was he talking about? He said send messages here, and it says again, just send messages here. Are you dumb? I'm confused.
Well, some people left the call, so there must be a VC. He was talking about a VC, unless they locked it or something. I'm not seeing any VC anywhere.
We need a roll. He didn't give us. That's the problem. He gave Central and Indio the roll to see the VC. I don't. I said hook us up. I don't get it. Why he's not giving?
He said you should be able to see it. Thank you. Where? Let's see.
Yeah, but you need a brookie roll.
Brookie roll.
Yeah, you don't have the roll. That's what he told me anyway.
Look, I tried to join, and it's making me verify my phone and then put in a password, and I just don't like that.
Well, no, you're not missing anything. Well, I don't still see anything to join anyway.
I see it now. I got the roll. Just let him. He needs to.
It's asked nicely.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Nicely, all right, see you there.
What up?
What?
How's everyone's Friday going? Pretty shitty. Okay.
Hey, I was gonna say pretty good. Not bad. How's yours?
All right.
Nice. Great to hear. What'd you get into today?
What did I do today?
Yeah, what'd you get into?
The sun was out today, so I got plenty of sun. I went on a bike ride, then I went on a nature walk, and yeah, I got done with work early, and now I'm chilling. I just got done eating. Now I'm on my PC.
Nice. Hey, I haven't been on the server on a Friday in a little bit. Did they still have like the ladies' nights and stuff like that?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
There's like, I didn't know this. There's ladies' nights?
Oh well, they used to have them on Fridays. I'm not sure if they still do it, but I figured I'd check in.
I'm the only lady here right now, so I mean, I guess they would if there were more of us, but it's just me.
Hi, Flatsy. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Not bad. Can't complain.
Me either.
I've been working on a patio in the backyard, so like I've just been like leveling out my lines and like I laid like the cinder block frame for everything. So I've been just doing like yard work, just sit in the sun, have a beer, smoke some weed, lay a patio, enjoy the day.
In a patio. Laying
Say again?
hollow pavers, or are you doing
Yeah, I'm doing pavers. So I've got like bullnose pavers for the like circumference. I'm gonna do like a black border inside, so beige bullnose, black border, and then I'm gonna have like strategic lights placed within the pavers as well, and then like beige internal pavers. And then I got this gazebo, like a 12 by 14 gazebo I ordered already. Well, it's already in the backyard, so I'm gonna put that on top of the pavers when it's done.
Sorry about that. My
No,
crunked
no
up,
worries.
shut down. So your patio. What are you laying?
What am I laying? So I'm laying like just 6x9 pavers, but I got like the bullnose, so they're like 12 inches by, I don't know what the dimension on the side is, but
Are those caps?
yeah, the bullnose ones are caps. Basically, they
Yeah.
go on the edge, so they have like a little bit of like an overhang. So I'm
Yep,
gonna
I
put
know.
like some.
Dude, I lay brick for a living. That's how I know.
Okay. Okay. I was gonna say, yeah. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking because that's what,
Okay,
what I literally
that's what I'm
do.
doing. Yeah. So I got bullnose pavers, like like the rectangular ones. They're like 12 inches. In terms of like the length. And then I got like some black 6x9s and some black 6x9s that are gonna go in the center. I'm gonna do like a herringbone pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like in like a circle herringbone, or like 45 or
no. Well, I'm gonna build a 15 by 13 patio because the gazebo's 12 by 14. So then
gotcha.
the post will fall right, 6 inches from the corner on each corner.
You didn't have to dig out for like sonotubes and pour concrete for that gazebo, did you?
No, I didn't have to do all of that because it's not going to be that heavy. But what I did is like I ripped down the ground, so I put 5 inches of like the kind of like the what do they call the masonry, like the crushed concrete, so like the paving base, and then I put 1.5 inches of sand. But I built a cinder block perimeter around the structure, and I staked in basically with rebar. I took like two like 18-inch rebar stakes. So each of the cinder blocks in each hole, I staked down and I put concrete in all of those holes. So I did like layer of rock, and then I did the cinder block layer circumference, and then I fill that in with paver base as well as sand up to the cap of that cinder block. So basically, it's going to be really solid.
You use cinder block, not retaining wall block?
Yeah, well, cinder block.
Yeah. You know what you're talking about.
Yeah, cinder block. Yeah, I think it's 15 by something, 15 and a half by something.
It's good. Oh, how high is it? How high is like a raised patio?
Yeah, so it's raised patio. So I want it to be like above the grass. So basically the width of one of those. So I also have like on the side of the cinder block, I have mortar, and I'm doing a side of basically the pavers, so 6 inch above the ground. So it's a raised patio.
Gotcha. Some good shit.
Yeah, bro. This is one of my favorite things to do. Like construction. I've been doing construction since I was like 16. So there's like, I have tons of passion projects I've taken on. I got, I've got like a whole shed full of tools. I got my own wet saw, like grinder, everything I need.
Did you account for the curvature when you built your patio deck?
I did actually. I did.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, I did that. I don't want to fuck it up, so I counted. I counted. Not like these lackluster engineers nowadays that aren't counting shit.
Totally. Yeah.
Imagine a patio that's 1.22 miles.
Yeah, I factored in the curvature. It's all good.
Try to just be a patio. It's curving.
Do you use plumb bobs?
Say it again, plumb bobs?
Yeah.
You know what's you know what's one thing I want to build just because I discovered the Earth was flat, and I don't know. This is like one of my it's kind of one of my fuck yous to the establishment because I need to have a good one before I die. I'm gonna build like a dream hammock, but like a mechanical hammock. I mean, like just like a fuck you. I want everyone to be so comfortable on this thing. And I was thinking about, because I've done like fabricating a little bit. I woodwork. I've worked with like epoxy a little bit. So it's like I just want to put all of those things together and build like a sick fucking hammock and just chill on my fucking ass all day instead of being a fucking slave that just like grinds away. Because like I've worked a lot in my life, so it's like now that I know better, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna fucking chill hardcore and then spread that fucking shit. And then when people catch on, I'm like, oh, by the way, the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Dude, I'll build a tree house. That's what I gotta do. Live off grid, have a tree house, garden, patio.
I'm telling you, yeah. My vision now is like the next thing I want to try to get is a lake house. Like I just want a lake house, my jet skis, like a decent sized lake, so I can throw the jet skis out, put a little boat out. Like I'm unplugging from all this shit soon.
I gotta get there still.
Yeah, we all do, bro. But at the end of the day, if you're on the server, that means your brain works, which means you should not have a problem competing with, all of the other fucking, Muppets and fucking NPCs whose brains don't work. Like, you should be able to lap these motherfuckers in your sleep because your brain works, obviously.
Yeah, today I was looking up at the sky and I just saw row after row after row after row of just fucking chemtrail streams.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, it's hard to not see now when you know. So like, sometimes I try to ask myself, I'm like, well, Jay, I don't know what they're spraying up there, obviously. But I caught a couple of videos on YouTube where like some guy like scraped with a credit card off his car and then he tested what was like falling on, because I guess it was like an extreme spray. And like it was just literally like, all of like those crazy names for chemicals we don't know nothing the fuck about, like strontium and bromium and like crazy shit. So
heavy metals, like,
yeah, basically heavy metals. So I asked myself, like what is the purpose of these heavy metals within our system? Like, what does that do that benefits them? Does it make us like more lethargic? Does it make us more tired, more heavy? I don't know. I can't really get my head around why. Like, what's the purpose here? Because there's, if it's being done, there's a purpose, right?
Yeah, I think it's with veins, like your blood. Like you breathe in, you have oxygenates. You're breathing it in to your circulatory system, and then that
clog shit up type.
Yeah, probably to your head. I feel like they're trying to like. I know with like fluoride and shit, they try to calcify the pineal gland. So
Yeah,
I'm guessing that's probably the same kind of shit that they're trying to do with your brain and all that. So you just be a mindless consumer of just buying.
There's a guy, Dane Wigington, who just released a documentary called
You can say
Dimming,
these things overtly in the Discord, though.
He's had
just to let you guys know.
Say again?
Just don't say things overtly like that over the stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting where the borders are.
But there's a guy who did a documentary on it, and he has lab results of what he found up in the sky, and it was those three elements that you guys named earlier: barium, strontium, and aluminum.
Yeah.
And apparently it's to reflect the sunlight, to cool the
sure.
Earth. But, I definitely think it's, you got the whole Alzheimer's problem, right? And that's apparently, I won't even speculate, but you got Alzheimer's, it's a big issue.
But this is what I'm saying we can't say on the live stream, man.
Oh, this is the stuff you're talking about? Yeah, so let's pivot off of something. We'll talk about something else.
Is that a censored thing here?
Yeah, perhaps.
I didn't even know that.
Wait, is there any people in here that are new? that are trying to debate flat Earth, or is it just us?
I'm not sure. Maybe open it up if anybody has any questions. Any newbies that are curious, want to ask some questions, or just kind of like, you know,
start talking about chemtrails and
shoot the shit, you know. This is a safe space. You can speak freely. We're not going to bite your head off, I promise.
So did Indio go off to that other server? I was trying to follow along, but it wouldn't let me in.
What other server?
What server?
There was a link. It happened a few minutes ago. There was an invite in the voice chat. Maybe like 10 minutes ago, I think. I don't know. I was just closing up from work. It's 3:49, maybe 20 minutes ago. Anyway, happy Friday, everybody. I'm just getting off of work, just buckling up, and can make my commute through downtown Los Angeles through an hour and a half or so of traffic to get home only 20 miles away.
That's weird. I just tried joining that server. I got in.
It wanted to verify my phone number, and it told me that my phone number is already being associated with another account. And that's because I already have an account. So it looked like it was trying to set me up for a new account rather than... I don't know. I'm in my car now. I can't...
That's Nico's server. What the fuck? I don't want to join this shit.
So I wonder if that was just some kind of scam to get phone numbers. Because I put mine in there and it still didn't let me in. So that'd suck if it just captured phone numbers.
Yeah.
I don't know who Sneeko is. That's the first I've heard of him. Is that like a good guy, bad guy, stupid guy?
He's a YouTuber.
Well, is he in the flat Earth or a glober or what's his deal?
I got no idea.
So does anybody have any exciting plans for the weekend?
I don't have anything planned. So I'm going to probably meet my buddies tomorrow. Because my buddy's little brother has his graduation party. So I don't know if that's going to be eventful or not, but haven't seen my buddy in a while. So shoot the shit. But I'll probably get some sun. It's supposed to be nice.
What part of the world are you in?
I didn't hear you.
Pardon me?
Did you say something?
Oh, yeah. I asked what part of the world you're in.
Oh, United States, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, okay. I'm out here in what I call Los Angeles.
Ooh. How's that?
Well, you know, it's crowded, a lot of traffic. a lot of man-made clouds in the sky. And even when there's clouds that look like they're natural, there's planes flying through, adding to the clouds in the sky. And it's, that's the way life is here. From what I hear, we're not alone. That happens everywhere nowadays. But I remember when the skies were blue.
They're blue right now where I'm at. It's just like you can see where the trails, like chemtrails coming in. At least I know it's today. I know they can seed clouds to block out the sun and stuff, but I feel like they're having they're in battle with like the creator or whatever the system or whatever. They try to block out the sun as much as possible, I guess.
If you look at this it's being created, and the way that it was created as being natural, and you take a look at a lot of the different things in our environment that are happening that are not good for man or other living things as being unnatural, interesting debate. I'd say things are definitely not the way that they were meant to be.
Sorry for a sidebar real quick. Hey, Elijah, you ever been out to Astoria? Not sure if he's there. Elijah, you there?
So I thought I heard Elijah breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, me too. I was gonna give him a sec. That's okay. No worries. I'll ask him another time. Yeah, Elijah, if you're trying to speak, I see you lighting up, but you're maybe breaking up.
Did you guys watch the documentary Level with Me?
I've seen it. I thought it was great. I've loved all 3 installments.
Is there 2 of them, or is it just one called Level with Me and the other one's called Level?
Yeah, there's 2 others that have Level in the title. Level with Me is the 3rd of the trilogy.
It's a trilogy.
Not necessarily a trilogy, but it's the 3rd Hubler production that had Level in there. I don't remember all the titles right offhand. I'm kind of focusing on driving and watching 2 lanes merge into one and everybody not wanting to give anybody else any room. Traffic in LA.
Word. Yeah. I don't know if anybody has a link to them. I'd like to check. I think I saw the one that was called like just Level, but I'm not sure. I don't think I saw the other 2.
And I think the first one was Level. Then maybe the Next Level, I think, was the second one. Somebody, if I'm wrong, please correct me.
I saw Level with Me. I didn't see the other 2, which I kind of want to see. I don't know if I found. I think I tried looking for it the other day, but I couldn't find it.
Are they on YouTube or where are they at? Or is it like a proper document you got to like download?
No, you can go to YouTube